You want me to do esports? System, are you sure you want me to enter the esports industry? Or change to something else? At the headquarters of Tinghai Company, in the president's office, the president of Tinghai Company, Pei Yunting, stared at the light screen in front of him and asked tentatively. This system is the esports empire system. Its only mission is to assist the host to establish an esports dynasty covering the whole world. The cold electronic sound of the system echoed in Pei Yunting's mind. Okay, then can we start with other game types, RTS, fighting, or card auto chess, or even Hearthstone Legend or something? Pei Yunting's forehead quietly dripped a drop of cold sweat, and he forced himself to calm down. Host, please follow the system's plan. According to the system's analysis, League of Legends is currently the most suitable game for the host and the most suitable game for opening up the esports blue ocean. The system was unmoved. Seeing that the system was unmoved, Pei Yunting sighed helplessly. As a time traveler, I have been in this world for 10 years, and the system has finally arrived late. As soon as he arrived, he gave himself an outrageous task. Main task 1, please release the game League of Legends within 3 years, establish a league system in major regions, and hold at least one successful world finals. Reward, the host and his direct blood relatives will receive 20 years of life and lifetime immunity from injuries and illnesses. Logically speaking, as the founder of the internet giant Tinghai Company, a top boss worth hundreds of billions, and an absolutely successful person, he could have completely ignored the late system. But considering that the reward given by the system is health and life that money can't buy, Pei Yunting decided to negotiate with the system. Yes, what you said is right, Master System. Then since Master System has analyzed it so thoroughly, can you tell me? He picked up the remote control on the desk and turned on the TV. Where is the so-called esports blue ocean you mentioned? Coincidentally, the TV was broadcasting news related to esports. Today, the Excellent Era team faced the Howling team at the home court in H-City. They lost 3-7 to their opponents and suffered another defeat. The league ranking dropped to 19th place and officially fell into the relegation match. Pei Yunting's face darkened as he watched the esports news being officially broadcasted by the local TV station on TV. Ah, that's right. This is the world of the king's avatar. As a time traveler, Pei Yunting came to this world 10 years ago and became the boss of a small game studio on the verge of bankruptcy. He witnessed the grand occasion of the release of Glory. In his previous life, Pei Yunting didn't read much about the king's avatar, and his understanding of Glory was still a combination of DNF and Yamaguchi Mountain. It was not until he played this game himself that he understood its horror. The technical gap with other games on the market was at least 30 years. Such extreme environmental interaction, such outstanding graphical performance, such rich combat scenes. Even 10 years later, relying on his foresight as a time traveler and reasonable reference to previous internet projects, he turned Tencent from a small studio into an internet giant with a market value of over $100 billion. Still, he could not see the possibility of bridging the terrifying technological gap. Even though he finally had the system that was necessary for time travelers, it was too late. Look, the game Glory has been able to maintain a 30-year technological gap with the top level of the industry for 10 consecutive years. I don't believe it without some official background. Pei Yunting pointed at the TV and chattered. Look, one team, one city, NBA level cards, LPL, and the like are not worthy of carrying shoes for them. Not to mention the group of professional players in Glory, they have good looks and good character, which makes the group of Lay a Pillow look like a group of street hooligans. If you ask me, let's not be so ambitious. Even if we want to engage in esports, it's better to avoid its edge first, such as starting with card games. Just when Pei Yunting was making persistent efforts and intending to fool the system in one step, the cold electronic sound that had been silent for a long time suddenly sounded again. Since the host believes that he has no chance of winning against Glory, can the host please explain? It seemed that the system had exerted its power. On the desk, Pei Yunting's computer suddenly started running automatically, wandering around in a sea of files, and finally clicked into an inconspicuous folder and opened an inconspicuous Word document. What is the purpose of this document? The name of the document is simple, but also very important. Excellent Era Sniper Plan. From the moment the system began to operate his computer, Pei Yunting's face, which was similar to Kazara's laziness and vulgarity, began to gradually dissipate. In the end, only a sneer and a sharp light in his eyes remained. What else can it be? I'm just unwilling to accept it. Pei Yunting, who doesn't smoke, picked up a lollipop, peeled off the candy wrapper and put it in his mouth, leaving half a white stick that was almost as big as a cigarette. The game body has not been updated for 3 years, the competitive rules of capital buying numbers at will, and most players live in a game ecology that is even worse than in reality. He pushed his glasses to block the cold light in his eyes as much as possible. As a reader before, I could say that this was because the author wrote the book too early, had limited knowledge of esports, and the esports ecosystem was not mature. But I have been in this world for 10 years. As a colleague, I have watched this weird thing relying on the technology gap and first mover advantage, occupying such a large market, having such loyal fans, and such a group of high quality players. Who can be willing? As if he noticed the unwillingness in his tone, Pei Yunting sighed, but even so, I have waited for a full 10 years. On the one hand, accumulate your own strength and team, and lay a foundation that is enough to compete with glory. On the other hand, it is just waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity for the Glory League to dig its own grave, and a little operation can seriously damage its vitality. Pei Yunting's eyes were empty, recalling the farce of the goat leaving at the beginning of The King's Avatar. Even to this day, he still hasn't figured out what kind of ridiculous brain circuit can make the people of Jiashi do such an epic mess. If we don't make a big fuss about Yi Xiu's retirement, we will be unworthy of his ugly face as a capitalist and colleague. But even so, I'm not sure I can really gain a foothold in the field of esports. He suddenly sighed dejectedly. Glory is, after all, a world-class behemoth. After a long time, the electronic sound of the system sounded again, but this time, there was a little more humane encouragement. With the system, the host only needs to try boldly. Technology, background, none of these are problems. Hearing this, Pei Yunting's eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled, and the dejection on his face was swept away. He was as happy as a monkey who had caught a peach. I've been waiting for you to say this. Even a southern city like H City had a heavy snowfall that was rare in decades. Yi Xiu exhaled a breath of cold air, and under the tearful gaze of Su Mucheng, he left the Excellent Era Club where he had stayed for more than 7 years. Thinking of the experiences more than 10 minutes ago, even a mature person like him couldn't help but feel a little panic. An account that he had used for 10 years was given away just like he himself, a 7-year veteran, was kicked out just like that. It was too embarrassing. He smiled to himself. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Yi Xiu was thinking about whether he should find an internet cafe or something to take shelter first and play with that trump card by the way. At this moment, a slightly surprised voice came from behind. Mr. Yi Xiu? Yi Xiu was stunned. Who could recognize him who never showed his face and call out his real name? Slowly turning his head, he saw a man who looked to be in his early 30s, dressed casually, but with outstanding appearance and temperament, with a slightly surprised smile on his face, striding to catch up with Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu had seen that overly handsome face before. After all, this face frequently appeared in major TV stations and self-media news, and his influence was very important. Even a pure otaku like Yi Xiu had heard of it. Pei Yunting, the president of Tinghai Company, who was in the top 5 of the Chinese rich list and the new internet king that has risen rapidly in the past decade. But, why did he come to H City in person? Yi Xiu was puzzled. Yi Xiu was not too surprised to meet someone from Tinghai Company. After all, these days, the most important business of the entire Jiashi Club is two. One is to kick Yi Xiu out, and the other is to negotiate the sponsorship issue with Tinghai Company. About a week ago, Tinghai Company suddenly announced that it was interested in entering the esports field to test the waters of sponsors. And the initial sponsorship target was naturally the only dynasty giant in the Glory Professional League, Jiashi. Excellent Era's boss Tao Xian was naturally overjoyed. With a giant like Tinghai as a backer, wouldn't Excellent Era be able to take off? So for the past week, all the staff of the entire club have been busy, just to give Tinghai's inspection team a good impression. Even the fact that Excellent Era was so eager to kick Yi Xiu out and let Sun Xiang take over was also to let Tinghai see their enterprising side. Yi Xiu knew that Tinghai's inspection team arrived today. But he didn't expect that it was President Pei who led the team himself. A super rich man with a net worth of 100 billion led a team to inspect a small shrimp with a scale of barely over 100 million and a profit of barely 10 million? Are you President Pei of Tinghai Group? Even if Yi Buxiu was as thick-skinned as he was, he couldn't help but be a little restrained when facing a big boss of such a level. You know, even the Yi family behind him, which spans the two worlds of ZS, dare not put on a high shelf in front of such a super behemoth with business all over the world. Hey, why are you so polite? If you don't mind, just call me Brother Pei. Pei Yunting looked very familiar, and put one hand on Yi Xiu's shoulder. Brother Pei. Do you know me? Yi Xiu asked tentatively, feeling a little uncomfortable with Pei Yunting's closeness. 2 years ago, I was at a cocktail party with your brother Yi Xiu, and he complained to me at that time. Pei Yunting laughed heartily. He said that he wanted to run away from home, but his brother robbed his luggage and used his ID card to become a professional player. He was so sad and angry at that time. Yi Xiao laughed awkwardly. His dark history was exposed by the guy in front of him without any concealment, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Brother Pei came to H City this time to discuss cooperation with Excellent Era? Yi Xiao quickly changed the subject. Yes, after all, this is the first time we have set foot in the field of esports, so it is only right for me to come and see it in person. It's just that I'm not very good at negotiation, so I'll leave it to our company's experts. I'll come out to get some fresh air. Pei Yunting didn't hide his thoughts at all. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked curiously, "But you, Xiaoyi, why don't you go with Excellent Era to have a meeting with us? After all, you are also the absolute core of Excellent Era?" Absolute core? Yi Xiao, whose sadness was finally dispersed by Pei Yunting's jokes, was brought back to reality by this sentence. The corners of his mouth slowly raised a helpless bitter smile. No longer. What? I am no longer the absolute core of Excellent Era. I terminated my contract with Excellent Era. Calmly revealing his scars, Yi Xiao slowly turned his head and wanted to smile at Pei Yunting, but what he saw was his shocked and distorted expression. The atmosphere was silent for a long time in awkwardness, and Pei Yunting finally spoke tentatively, "Xiaoyi, although your Excellent Era is indeed a little lacking except you and Miss Su Mucheng. But you just abandoned them and walked away, isn't it a bit against the moral code of the martial arts world?" Pei Yunting had a look of persuasion. I abandoned them? Yi Xiao was stunned, a little bit amused. In the eyes of this Mr. Pei, terminating the contract with Excellent Era is because I despise Excellent Era for being too bad? Do you think too highly of me? Brother Pei misunderstood. I don't have the qualifications to look down on them. Yi Xiao laughed at himself. It was Excellent Era that hid me and forced me to terminate my contract with them. Pei Yunting's expression became even more distorted. Ha! After a long time, his face suddenly changed to a look of deep pain. He hugged Yi Xiao and lowered his voice and said, "Xiaoyi, you didn't do something wrong? What did you do?" Yi Xiao was confused. It's just those things that are common in the entertainment and sports circles, such as match fixing, dating PC, fans, cheating, and playing Xiaoyi, you are still young and have a bright future. You can't treat yourself like this. Pei Yunting said earnestly. What is this? Yi Xiao's mind was blank for a long time. Even as calm as he was, he shouted angrily. How could he, a good professional player, get involved in those disgusting things? Ha! You weren't hidden by Jia Shi because you committed a crime and caused a scandal? A big question mark slowly rose above Pei Yunting's head. Of course not. Then why? Because I never accept commercial endorsements and have no commercial value, I am naturally an outlier in this commercialized alliance. Since I have hindered Excellent Era from making money, Excellent Era will of course kick me out. Perhaps he was furious. Yi Xiao actually told the truth. Then he saw Pei Yunting standing there in a daze. After a long time, Pei Yunting, who had just woken up from a dream, quickly took out his mobile phone and started dialing under Yi Xiao's gaze. Brother Pei, what's wrong? Yi Xiao asked. I have to call Lao Zhang and ask him to take people back. Pei Yunting buried his head in dialing without hesitation. Lao Zhan was referring to Pei Yunting's right-hand man, Zhang Yuanfang, the department manager of Tinghai Company, who was responsible for negotiating the cooperation with Excellent Era this time. While dialing, Pei Yunting couldn't help sighing in the face of Yi Xiao's puzzled gaze. It's bad, I've met a makeshift team, it's time to get out of here. Jia Shi's management and core players sat at one end, and Tinghai's research team sat at the other end. The two sides had a good time. They had a cordial and friendly conversation, fully exchanged opinions, and enhanced mutual understanding. They reached a basic consensus on Tinghai's sponsorship and investment in Jia Shi Club. Tao Xian was overjoyed at this time. Compared with Jia Shi, which barely escaped from the ranks of small and micro enterprises last year, Tinghai, with a market value of hundreds of billions of US dollars, is undoubtedly a huge thigh. As long as this deal is done, there will be no worries for the rest of my life. For this reason, Tao Xian led the management of Jia Shi to prepare everywhere these days, and took great pains to beautify Jia Shi's prospects to the greatest extent. The entire Jia Shi has been busy these days, and everyone is a soldier. Even the match with 301 that will be held tomorrow has been downgraded. He personally went out to accompany the whole process, serving in front and behind, almost using himself as a. The effect of his hard work was gratifying. At least so far, Tinghai's inspection team had a very good impression of the Excellent Era Club and was very willing to cooperate and sponsor. The situation was very good. The only thing that made Tao Xian a little unhappy was that in Tinghai's summary report on Excellent Era, Yi Xiao was mentioned almost every 2 sentences. What the hell, Excellent Era was his, Tao Xian's Excellent Era, not Yi Xiao's. Of course, he could only think about it in his heart. At this time, the meeting had come to an end. Basically, all the matters that needed to be discussed had been discussed, and the only thing left was the signing of the contract. Manager Chuili, who had just dealt with Yi Chou's affairs, also took Sun Xiang, Lu Hao, Su Mucheng, and other core players of Excellent Era to take their seats, waiting for the celebration ceremony after signing the contract. Manager Zhang, since the relevant terms have been almost negotiated, why don't we sign the contract? Tao Xian's smile was flattering. At the other end of the conference table, Zhang Yuanfang smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his cell phone suddenly began to buzz. Zhang Yuanfang's mouth curled up into an almost undetectable smile, but on the surface he pretended to take out his phone and looked at it, then said to Tao Xian with an apologetic look, "Sorry, Mr. Tao, it's Mr. Pei's call." Oh. It's okay, Mr. Pei's instructions are important. Please answer your call." Tao Xian certainly couldn't have any objections, nor did he dare to have any objections. "It's okay, it should be about our sponsorship plan." Zhang Yuanfang answered the call with a smile, and turned on the speakerphone intentionally or unintentionally. Then, Pei Yunting's loud voice rang throughout the Excellent Era meeting room. "Old Zhang, we've been fooled. Let's retreat." Zhang Yuanfang couldn't help but raise his mouth, but he still pretended to be completely unaware of the situation, and asked in confusion, "Mr. Pei, what happened? What do you mean by we've been fooled? Don't mention it." Pei Yunting's voice sounded distressed. "The actual situation of Excellent Era is a far cry from what we imagined. It doesn't look like a wealthy family, their management can even be said to be a bit anthropomorphic." Silence, deathly silence. No one expected that Pei Yunting would insult the people of Excellent Era so directly as soon as he opened his mouth. Tao Xian's flattering smile gradually froze, and his face turned slightly pale. But it was not because of the anger of being insulted, but because of some fear that something bad was going to happen. Excellent Era. When did it offend this big Buddha? On the other side, Zhang Yuanfang continued to play dumb and spoke up for the people of Excellent Era. "Boss Pei, this is your fault. How can you attack our partners like this? How can this be considered an attack?" Pei Yunting kept on talking. "I can't explain it clearly at the moment. Let's start the video. I just want to interview those weirdos about their mental journey." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuanfang stood up and operated the projector in the conference room while smiling apologetically at Tao Xian. "I'm sorry, Boss Tao. Our Boss Pei is not in a good mood today. There may be some misunderstanding. It will be fine after we clarify it later." No problem. Tao Xian smiled apologetically, suppressing his inner uneasiness. As the video was connected, Pei Yunting's figure appeared on the screen. At this time, he seemed to have found a cafe or something, sitting in a booth and patting the snow all over his body, still with a carefree expression. And Yi Xiu, at this time, sat opposite him with a little restraint. "Boss, can you tell me what's going on now?" Zhang Yuanfang asked with a smile. "Here." Pei Yunting pointed at Yi Xiu opposite. "Yi Xiu, you know who he is, right?" "Of course." Zhang Yuanfang answered fluently. The only 3 consecutive championships and 3 consecutive MVPs in the history of the Glory Professional League, the current absolute number 1 in Chinese esports, the absolute core of Excellent Era and the top card of the league. Absolute core again. Even though it was not the time for Tao Xian to have emotions at all, when he heard Zhang Yuanfang's definition of Yi Qiu, Tao Xian still felt a ghost fire. Yi Qiu, these people only know how to talk about Yi Qiu. It's as if Excellent Era can't survive without Yi Qiu. The boss of Excellent Era is me, Tao Xian, not him. Pei Yunting naturally couldn't hear Tao Xian's inner thoughts. He said slowly in a tone of contempt and sympathy, "Yi Qiu was kicked out by Excellent Era." "Kicked out?" Zhang Yuanfang's smile froze at the right time, and he asked tentatively, "Could it be that he committed a crime?" As expected, they came from the same company, and their thinking patterns were exactly the same. If it was really because he committed a crime, it would be fine. At most, we could suppress public opinion. Pei Yunting sighed, but the bad thing is that Yi Qiu did nothing. Yi Qiu did not do anything that violated morality, law, or club rules. He was judged to be worthless and kicked out just because he didn't want to accept personal business orders. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Excellent Era's management reacted the least. In their view, this was the most correct business logic. The players had different reactions. Sun Xiang was indifferent, as if Yi Qiu's departure had nothing to do with him. Lu Hao pretended to be well behaved, but he couldn't suppress the joy in his eyes. As for Su Mucheng, if it weren't for her excellent professionalism and attitude, she would probably have a sneer on her face by now. But what made Tao Xian most uneasy was the attitude of everyone in Tinghai. After hearing what Pei Yunting said, they all took a deep breath, then turned their heads at the same time and stared at Tao Xian with a strange look. Tao Xian had seen that kind of look before. When he went to watch a circus performance before, when the gorilla in charge of warming up the audience made a fool of himself on the stage, the audience looked at the gorilla in that way. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence for a while, until bang! Tao Xian could no longer restrain himself, slammed the table and stood up. Mr. Pei, can you listen to me for a few words? Pei Yunting raised his hand seemingly in a friendly manner, but the contempt contained in his face and tone could not be hidden. Tao Xian took a deep breath, suppressed his anger from being insulted many times, and said calmly, Boss Pei, I know you are dissatisfied with our treatment of Yi Qiu, and we certainly understand that. But please think about it, our Excellent Era is a commercialized esports club after all. Yi Qiu does not accept commercial endorsements and has no commercial value, but he has absolute dominance in the team. This is harmful to the development of the club. Shelving Yi Qiu and promoting Sun Xiang is the result of our careful consideration for maximizing the interests of the club. Speaking of which, Boss Pei's visit to inspect our club is also based on commercial interests, isn't it? Business is business, and we are all businessmen. I sincerely hope that Boss Pei can understand our decision and not let factors other than commercial cooperation affect our bright future. Tao Xian thought that his words were reasonable, well-founded, and moderate. Even if he could not convince Pei Yunting, it should be able to calm him down a little from his anger. The other party was able to establish such a huge internet empire, and he was definitely not a person who acted on impulse. However, after listening to Tao Xian's impassioned confession, Pei Yunting's eyes did not soften, but became more sarcastic. No, it seems that you have not figured it out at all. What exactly is wrong with Excellent Era? Boss Pei, let's talk business. Tao Xian was only halfway through his words when Pei Yunting interrupted him by knocking on the table. Yes. Let's talk business. That's right, if a businessman doesn't talk about business, what kind of businessman is he? But look at yourself, what business are you talking about? Do you understand? He sighed, pointed at Yi Qiu who was at a loss, raised one eye and squinted at Tao Xian, who told you that if he doesn't accept commercial endorsements, he will have no commercial value. How did you get to where you are today with Excellent Era? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Tao Xian was stunned, and the momentum that he had finally gathered was broken by this sentence. If he doesn't accept commercial endorsements, he will have no income, and of course he will have no commercial value. Right? For the first time, Tao Xian's face showed some confusion and panic. He asked anxiously, Boss Pei, what do you mean? Pei Yunting waved his hand in disdain. I'm too lazy to explain to idiots. Old Zhang, you come? Okay, Boss Pei. Zhang Yuanfang smiled and opened a data file. Before considering cooperation with the Excellent Era Club, we conducted a comprehensive investigation of the Excellent Era Club, of course including the fan ecology of Excellent Era. Based on our current survey report, the fan composition of the Excellent Era Club is very obvious. The absolute majority of the fans are Yi Qiu fans and Su Muqing fans, the fans of the wealthy champions who were attracted by the 3 consecutive championships, and a very small number of local fans in City H who support Excellent Era because of geographical reasons. Among them, those who have a direct relationship with Yi Qiu include Yi Qiu's personal fans, some of Su Muqing's Yi Cheng CP fans, and the vast majority of the top champion fans. Together, they account for almost 70% of Excellent Era's fans, and their purchasing power accounts for a terrifying 65%. Many Yi Qiu's fans mentioned in our survey that because their idols do not accept endorsements, they can only turn their support into support for their teammates. In other words, Yi Qiu is an absolute guarantee of Excellent Era's popularity, and an important guarantee for Excellent Era's team and its players to accept commercial endorsements. He himself does not accept endorsements, but he has contributed to every endorsement of Excellent Era. Mr. Tao, does such a Yi Qiu really have no commercial value? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Cold sweat dripped silently from Tao Xian's forehead, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He subconsciously wanted to reach out to wipe the sweat, but his fingers trembled like epilepsy. That's right. When facing the core issue of the team, the big boss of the Excellent Era Club, the helmsman of the rich team, maybe he was angry or his brain was short-circuited. In short, he didn't think so much. Zhang Yuanfan looked at Tao Xian's dead face and sighed in his heart. Although Mr. Pei's insult is a bit rude, this boss Tao Xian is indeed not a qualified businessman. He didn't even understand the core interest chain of his own company, but he still pretended to know and talked about business. No wonder Mr. Pei used him as a breakthrough. After a long time, Tao Xian spoke tremblingly, and this time he had no confidence at all. As long as the confidentiality is done well, even if Yi Cho retires, the loss of fans should not be too serious. Yes, Mr. Tao makes sense. Zhang Yuanfang nodded. Then, Mr. Tao, how do you keep confidentiality in excellent era? Did you ask Yi Cho to sign a confidentiality agreement? Is there a non-compete agreement? What about other parties? Tao Xian was stunned. He had never considered any of these things. In his opinion, Yi Cho never accepted media interviews, so he subconsciously thought that this matter was foolproof. Zhang Yuanfang saw Tao Xian's face and knew that this guy didn't think so much, and sighed. So, Boss Tao, you didn't take any safeguards? Yi Cho, he never accepted media interviews before he was interrupted by Zhang Yuanfang unceremoniously in the middle of his words. So you bet the future of the company on a person's habit? Or the habit of a person who was just suppressed, hidden, and driven away by you, and is almost an enemy? Tao Xian said nothing. His head was almost buried in the desk, and his spine, which was straight and energetic when discussing cooperation before, now bent down dejectedly, like a shrimp about to die. Zhang Yuanfang looked at this defeated rooster and sighed in his heart that Yi Cho was amazing. Such a purely commercial club can be brought by Yi Cho to the top of the league, and even the top of China's esports. No wonder the boss attaches so much importance to Yi Cho. Zhang Yuanfang even felt sorry for this guy. Tao Xian was like the villain in those regretful online novels. He was brought to a height far beyond his reach by the protagonist, but he arrogantly believed that it was his own strength that caused it. It was not until he drove the protagonist away that he revealed his true form at the speed of light. At this time, regret was meaningless. Looking up and glancing at the other people in Jiashi, Trueli and other management had already collapsed on their seats like dead ashes, like stinking dead dogs. Lu Hao was sweating profusely, his body trembling slightly, but he managed to remain calm, and even a little bit unwilling to accept it. Sun Xiang was affected by the atmosphere and was a little restrained, but in his drooping eyes, there was a visible unwillingness and arrogance. Obviously, this person was not the one who would accept Yi Cho. And Sima Cheng, at this time, had a pair of starry eyes, looking at Pei Yunting and Zhang Yuanfang with admiration. The meaning was also very clear. I finally found my mouthpiece. President Pei and President Zhang scolded well. After looking around, Zhang Yuanfang concluded the meeting with one sentence. Sorry, Mr. Tao, it's not that we at Tinghai don't want to cooperate with you. It's really that your company is a little too makeshift. A temporary coffee shop. Pei Yunting finished the last piece of cake in one gulp, turned his head and looked at Yi Cho, who was staring at him with a half smile. This guy has not said a word since the video was connected, just silently watching Tinghai and Jiashi quarreling. What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I'm letting you vent your anger? I always feel that I'm being used as a gun by you. Yi Cho frowned. No need to feel, it's just like that. Pei Yunting raised his eyebrows and smiled. At this time, he was lazily leaning on the sofa in the booth. Where was the shouting and impetuous look when they first met? You never planned to cooperate with Jiashi from the beginning. Your only purpose is to use the conflict between me and Jiashi to attack Jiashi, right? Yes, you are worthy of being one of the four hearts of the alliance. You guessed it very accurately. Pei Yunting nodded with a professional smile on his face. Yi Cho ignored his strange way of calling it heart. But why? What do you want? He couldn't figure out why Pei Yunting, the big boss of Tinghai, personally went out to deal with Jiashi. It was a bit conservative to describe it as using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Of course, Pei Yunting would not say that I have a system that is so idle that I have to compete with glory for territory. He just tilted his head. Before answering your question, allow me to ask you a question first. Why do you think Tao Xian, Lu Hao and others would use such a childish way to kick you out? Yi Cho lowered his brows and pondered for a while, then shook his head. In fact, there are many reasons, such as Tao Xian getting too excited in the friction and jealousy day after day, and you and Tao Xian were too close in the past, etc. But there is one reason that cannot be ignored. That is inferiority complex. Inferiority complex? Yi Cho repeated in confusion. Pei Yunting smiled and nodded. Yes, inferiority complex. It's not about personal inferiority, but about my identity as a professional player, esports practitioner, and even the entire esports industry. Yi Cho, the number one player in Chinese esports, a 3-time champion and 3-time MVP, is considered by his family to be not doing his job properly and dare not go home. Tao Xian, the head of the number one esports family in China, clearly has no business acumen but repeatedly emphasizes that business is business, as if this can make him a decent businessman. The top and most successful esports people in China have not been able to have a little capital to be proud of in society because of their identity as esports people. Even the conspiracy and intrigue are very consistent with the style of street hooligans. This is the current situation of Honor Esports. Pei Yunting raised his head slightly and stared into Yi Xiu's eyes. Xiao Yi, you should know something about the social status of professional players, right? They have a certain influence among young people and can barely be considered a figure. Yi Xiu's face was a little gloomy. But in the eyes of the backbones of society, they are probably just a group of internet addicts and unemployed vagrants. Have you ever thought about why? You already have an income that is not inferior to that of entertainment stars or sports stars. Why are you still not recognized by the mainstream of society? No. Yi Xiu shook his head honestly. Then, imagine this scene. Pei Yunting suddenly changed his tone to a solemn one. Suppose, a few years later, esports can have its own international competition, or even become an official event in grand events such as the Asian Games and the Olympics, and you, with your teammates, will fight in the name of China and win glory for the country. If you can win the championship, your name will be listed with those athletes and praised by authoritative media across the country. By then, will there still be so many people who think that you are just a group of internet addicts? Yi Xiu remained silent, but his breathing gradually became heavier. The hands that could stably reach a hand speed of more than 350, at this moment, could not help but tremble slightly. Esports. Can it reach such a height? Yi Xiu's voice was rarely hoarse. Everything depends on human efforts. Pei Yunting's eyes were burning. He stood up, his eyes full of memories of the past. You know, although we have transformed now, we started out as a game company. Since the day we were founded, we have been criticized by traditional media. And I, Pei, have long been demonized as a demon who poisons young people. In a sense, we are in the same predicament, aren't we? His emotions gradually became excited. If esports can truly be integrated into competitive sports and can win honor for the country, then you and I can walk in the sun with our heads held high, right? Yi Xiu felt that something was awakened deep in his heart. It has been a long time, really a long time since I felt so excited. When was the last time? It seems that it was the first season, when we won the championship for the first time? Will esports be included in the Asian Games, or even the Olympics? If there really comes a day like that, I would feel like dying without any regrets. I will do my best to set the stage for you. And you, go get that championship back for me. Yi Xiu left, his steps were brisk, exciting, and powerful. Pei Yunting looked at his rejuvenated back from afar and smiled slightly. A figure came up behind him silently. How are the things prepared? Pei Yunting didn't even turn his head. Don't worry, boss. Zhang Yuanfang smiled slightly. The internal management of Excellent Era is too loose, and it can even be said to be completely defenseless. From beginning to end, no one noticed it. Pei Yunting nodded slightly, without saying a word, and continued to look at Yi Xiu's back until he completely disappeared at the street corner. Zhang Yuanfang, on the other hand, said with a hint of ridicule, "Boss, is it appropriate for you to fool other people's children like this?" Pei Yunting said confidently, "How did I fool him? Was there a single lie in what I said? I have been talking about revitalizing esports from the beginning to the end. When did I say revitalizing glory? Isn't that still fooling people?" Pei Yunting raised his hands in surrender. Yes, it is a scam, but there is nothing I can do. It takes time for people to change their ideas. They all need time to change. He suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Give me the things and I will operate it myself. Zhang Yuanfang handed him a USB flash drive. Inside the USB flash drive were two recordings. Two recordings that were enough to set off the Honor Circle. Everyone sees the glamorous appearance of the Honor Professional League and its thriving business. As a result, they ignore its nature as a makeshift team. Honor. My first gift, I hope you like it. Yi Shen. How could he? He is my belief. He clearly still has gas in the tank. Old soldiers never die, they just gradually wither away. Sobbing, ghosts crying, and wolves howling, one after another. Listening to the long-lasting surround sound of the entire internet cafe, Yi Xiu's mouth twitched stiffly. It was this moment of distraction that caused the operation of his hands to be slightly deformed. In the game, the tip of the war spear transformed by the 1000-machine umbrella tilted and the combo was broken. TSK Yi Xiu helplessly chopped off the boss in front of him with two knives, and used one hand to put on the headphones. It would have been better if he didn't put them on. As soon as he put them on, the crying of Tianqi, Xiao Yaya and others went through the headphones and smashed into Yi Xiu's cochlea, causing pain in his eardrums. This game can't be played anymore, Yi Xiu sighed. It's necessary to sigh at the wonder of fate. Obviously, because of Pei Yunting's interference, Yi Xiu was delayed by an hour compared to the original timeline. But he finally walked into the happy internet cafe, helped Chengui to defeat the opponent who had lost more than 80 games in a row, lost an extra hour, and still became a small network administrator here with a salary of 1,800 yuan a month. Everything seemed to be the same. But this statement is not absolute. For example, probably because of the heavy blow last night, Excellent Era moved the press conference originally scheduled for noon to the morning. So fans across the country knew the heavy news of Yichio's retirement half a day in advance. Although Excellent Era, which was scared by Pei Yunting's scolding, restrained itself a little this time, and did not hold a memorial service for Yichio in the outrageous way of joint remembrance as before, focusing on a one-stop service in the morning hall, but the news of Yichio's retirement alone was enough to make fans sad. So, from morning to now, Yichio had to endure countless people's magic sound filling his brain to play games. Under such a debuff, even he made many low-level mistakes that he could not tolerate, which made him a little irritated. As for his retirement, Yichio, who had been promised a big, round, and delicious emperor-level pie by President Pei, had long forgotten the unhappiness. Anyway, Excellent Era's retribution had already come last night. However, his calm appearance somewhat annoyed others. "You beast, don't you feel anything at all?" A choked female voice sounded viciously behind Yichio. As a die-hard fan of Excellent Era and Yichio, Chengui was naturally shocked, angry, and sad about Yichio's retirement. She had originally planned to cry at the entrance of the internet cafe alone for a while, but when she turned around, she saw the calm face of a certain. Not only did he not look sad at all, he seemed to be disgusted by the people in the internet cafe who were too noisy and disturbed him from playing games. He got angry all of a sudden. Yichio raised his hands high and saluted in a French military salute. "Too much, isn't this playing games to escape reality?" He did feel something. How could he not feel something when his eardrums were about to burst? Chengui glared at Yichio and was about to take it out on him. At this moment, suddenly, in an inconspicuous corner of Xingxin Internet Cafe, a shout filled with shock, rage, and disbelief rang out, exclamation point. This curse made the sobbing and crying in the entire Internet Cafe stop abruptly, and countless angry and puzzled eyes were cast towards that corner. "What are you yelling about? Do you have any manners? This is a public place." Chengui slammed the table fiercely, and finally found an object to vent her anger. She was about to explode. But the man shouted regardless, with a ferocious anger on his face, "Boss lady, look at the Xianyu short video, something big has happened. Yishin, he didn't retire voluntarily, he was forced to leave by those bastards from Jiashi. It's all over Xianyu." After a few shouts, the entire internet cafe fell into complete silence. The anger on Chengui's face suddenly solidified, replaced by a touch of incredible shock. The other guests in the internet cafe were exactly the same as her. A few seconds later, as if time was flowing again, everyone in the internet cafe rushed to take out their mobile phones as if they were competing. Opening the Xianyu short video, as expected, the first video at the beginning has a shocking title, "The Inside Story of Do Shun's Retirement?" The whole Jiashi team is not a human being, and Su Muching can't support it alone. Clicking on it, it is a recording with subtitles. Some people are old and outdated. "Yichio, give the account card of Yi Jichio to Sun Xiang. Let go, brother Yi, look at your hands, they are shaking like this. You will be the sparring partner first. The number one sparring partner of glory must be you. I don't think it's necessary, let's terminate the contract. Don't be impulsive." Although the video did not mark who is who, except for Yichio, the parties involved are basically either frequent interview guests or influential figures in the game. Jiashi fans know their voices clearly. Chen Yehui and Lu Hao's bullying, Chui Li's greed and meanness, Sun Xiang's arrogance, Su Muqing's argument. And that voice that no one has ever heard, but everyone knows who it is, the determination of a hero cutting off his arm. The video ends with a paragraph of text. Yichio, a legend of glory, was eventually kicked out by the club he had played for 7 years, together with his teammates. He had nothing when he left, and almost all the wages he had accumulated over the years of professional career were used to support the down-and-out older generation of professional players. According to rumors, after leaving Excellent Era, Yichio was forced to live in an internet cafe near Excellent Era, working as a night shift network administrator. He lived in a cramped storage room, slept on an uncomfortable iron bed, and earned 1,800 yuan a month. The god of glory did not get an ending worthy of him. Silence, deathly silence, the silence before the storm. Some people shook their heads frantically and muttered, "How dare Jiashi, how dare Jiashi, how dare Jiashi." Some people tried to calm down and analyze the situation. Everyone calm down. AI technology is very advanced now. Maybe someone with ulterior motives is trying to frame Jiashi? Of course, more people have begun to bang tables and throw benches hysterically, using all the dirty words they have learned in their lives to greet the ancestors of everyone in Jiashi except Suma Cheng. Beside Yi Xiu, Qingwa stared at the phone in her hand, her eyes wide as if she were a man with a seizure, and her body was shaking nonstop. Yi Xiu looked around as inconspicuously as possible, taking in every fan's reaction, with some unspeakable touch in his heart. This was the first time he felt so intuitively how much influence he had in the hearts of the Glory players and Glory audiences. With a complex arc at the corner of his mouth, Yi Xiu was a little confused at this time. He didn't know what kind of mood he should be in. Was he happy? Disappointed? Angry? Happy? Relieved? Schadenfreude? It didn't seem like any of them. After a long time, Yi Xiu finally lit a cigarette for himself again, using the rising smoke to cover up his expression. Great, brother Pei. As a time traveler, Pei Yunting had no reason to miss the short video, the strongest and most powerful outlet in the mobile internet era. Sure enough, due to the popularity of Xinyu short videos, Tinghai finally successfully transformed from a game company to an internet company, and finally reached today's scale. This time, the inside story about Yi Xiu's retirement was revealed on Xinyu. It goes without saying who was the driving force behind the scenes. Sure enough, not long after, bursts of exclamations suddenly began to sound in Xingxin Internet Cafe again. Pei Yunting, the boss of Tinghai who often pops up on social media and is known as the most people-friendly super rich, used all his social media accounts to release another video at the same time. It was a recording of the meeting between Excellent Era and Tinghai. It contained all the content of Pei Yunting's part in helping Yi Xiu. He also wrote, "The world is a huge grassroots team." Pei Yunting's statement completely shattered the only fluke in the hearts of Excellent Era's diehard fans. If the video at the beginning could be faked, then when Pei Yunting personally left the field, no one doubted it anymore. The sky is falling. This is the only emotion in the hearts of Excellent Era fans. There is nothing they can do. Sun Xiang has never played a game and basically has no Excellent Era fan base. The vast majority of Excellent Era fans now are fans of Yi Xiu and Suma Cheng. They were suppressed by the club? Then there is no need for the club to exist. Happy Internet Cafe. The atmosphere was so depressing that it seemed to be about to explode. A desperate atmosphere spread in the dark environment of the Internet Cafe, and the second-hand smoke rose wantonly. If Yi Xiu's retirement brought them a kind of loss of youth, then the exposure of Excellent Era's inside story was truly reminding them of a fact: Excellent Era is really about to fall apart. Sobbing, insults, and roars intertwined, but no one was in the mood to care, and let this terrible atmosphere ferment. There was no way. As the internet cafe closest to Excellent Era's headquarters, the customers who surfed the internet in Happy were basically all diehard fans of Excellent Era. After all, the Excellent Era headquarters building is right across the street. Oh, yes, Excellent Era is right across the street. I can't stand it. Let's go find that old Tao Xian and ask for an explanation. That's right. Let's go together. Let's go together. I don't know who was the first to react and rushed out of the internet cafe. Then there was a surging crowd. Hundreds of people from Happy, with anger and despair in their hearts, sharpened their knives and rushed to the Excellent Era building. They wanted to defend the Excellent Era family that they loved throughout their youth. No wonder Brother Pei said that the power of fans is endless. Looking at the aggressive backs of a group of old customers who stood up for him, Yi Xiu felt inexplicably touched. In the past, he had always firmly believed that playing Honor of Kings, playing professionally, and competing for the championship were only about himself and his teammates, and had nothing to do with anyone else. But seeing so clearly that he had such a huge influence in the hearts of so many fans, this deep-rooted concept seemed to have loosened slightly. Yi Xiu put a cigarette in his mouth and was about to take out a lighter. When he turned around, he saw Chen Guo with red eyes, staring at his eyes with an indescribable complex look. Yi Xiu's heart moved, and he smiled. "Boss lady, why don't you go with us to ask Excellent Era for an explanation? Don't you like Yi Xiu and Suma Cheng the most?" Chen Guo looked at the guy in front of her who was obviously in a desperate situation but still calm and unrestrained. She was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "Are you, Yi Xiu?" The voice is exactly the same as in the recording, with a monthly salary of 1,800 yuan, a small network administrator living in a storage room, and the geographical location of Happy close to Excellent Era. Yi Xiu's identity is about to be revealed. "Didn't I tell you a long time ago that I am Yi Xiu, and you don't believe it yourself?" Yi Xiu smiled. "But the name on your ID card is clearly Yi Xiu, right, my real name." Yi Xiu's eyes showed some emotion of reminiscing about his youth. "When I ran away from home to play games, I stole the luggage pack by my brother Yi Xiu, which of course only contained his ID card. After that, when I signed up for the professional league, I could only use his ID card. Chen Gui was a little stunned. Running away from home? To play games? She thought of many reasons why Yishio changed his name, but she didn't think of this slightly childish possibility. Chen Gui couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you go back later?" "I went back, but we parted on bad terms." "Why?" "Because they always think that playing games is not a proper job." The calm and silent answer made Chen Gui speechless. In fact, in this world where even the term esports has not yet been popularized, running away from home to play games is not a proper job. Even Chen Gui would subconsciously think that Yi Xiu was ridiculous at the first moment. This feeling made Chen Gui very sad. Yi Xiu. These years. But before she could feel sad for long, Yi Xiu laughed again. Compared with the depressed Chen Gui, he, the person involved, was actually quite high-spirited. "So, I now have a new goal." "What goal?" "To rectify the name of playing games, no, esports. Let all the esports people who work hard for the esports industry no longer have to endure the misunderstanding of others." Chen Gui's mouth slowly opened, and her facial features were pulled into a funny structure by astonishment. What a lofty ambition, and what a grand determination. Is it possible? Yi Xiu remembered the words of a chicken soup master when he talked to him last night, and replied casually, "Everything depends on human effort." Across the street, the headquarters building of the Excellent Era Club. The surging crowd surrounded Excellent Era in 3 layers inside and outside. Not only the happy internet cafe, but also the Excellent Era fans of half of H City came one after another with strong anger. They shouted slogans that were uneven but loud. "Tao Xin, get out. Give us an explanation. Lu Hao, you ungrateful. You are a traitor. Chui Li, get out." The shouting was earth-shaking, and all the shops and houses nearby closed their doors and windows at the same time. Most of them had no idea what the people downstairs were shouting about, and thought it was migrant workers asking for their wages. The neighbors were so scared, and Excellent Era, which was at the center of the storm, was even more so. The doors and windows were sealed tightly, and the curtains were drawn tightly, for fear that people outside would be able to observe even a little bit of the inside story. In the conference room where the quarrel had just broken out last night, all the senior staff and active players of Excellent Era gathered here. The atmosphere was as depressed as a funeral. Except for Su Muching, who was humming and whistling, everyone else was sweating profusely, with distorted expressions, mixed with fear and panic. Out of control, completely out of control. The huge fan base that Excellent Era had accumulated over the past 7 years finally turned into a sharp knife stabbing into their hearts due to their own stupid operations. In the dead silence, Manager Chui Li finally couldn't help but look at Tao Xian, who was silently playing with his mobile phone. "Boss Tao, what should we do now?" Chui Li was sweating profusely at this time. "We have at least hundreds or thousands of people gathered downstairs." The surging crowd downstairs, as well as the deafening accusations and slogans, were enough to easily destroy the psychological defenses of the people of Excellent Era. Don't be fooled by their usual pomp and circumstance. They are actually just a bunch of young people with little social experience, plus a bunch of business novices who suddenly became rich. When have you ever seen such a pomp and circumstance? But compared to their panic, Tao Xian didn't even raise his head, still focusing on the mobile phone in his hand. "Boss Tao, it's already this time, why are you still playing with your mobile phone?" Chui Li couldn't help but said anxiously. "What are you panicking about?" Tao Xian sighed. "The main battlefield is not downstairs." "Not downstairs?" Chui Li was a little confused. It's been less than an hour since the video was posted, and only a very small number of local fans have come down to our building. Tao Xian slowly raised his phone, expressionless, and it was hard to tell whether he was calm or numb. "Open your phone and take a look. Check out our official Weibo, the players' Weibo, and our sponsors' Weibo. That's the real main battlefield." Chui Li took out his phone in confusion and opened Excellent Era's official Weibo. Then he was dumbfounded. Although Excellent Era is also considered a wealthy family, when it posts a Weibo, the comments are usually dozens or hundreds. Only when there are personnel changes, players' birthdays, important games, etc., will there be thousands of comments. And today, the latest Weibo post, about Yi Qiu's retirement, has exceeded 100,000 comments. Opening the comment area, the scene is even more spectacular. As a side note, in 2018, before Pei Yunting traveled through time, RNG was defeated in 1020, and Weibo was flooded with 140,000 comments one after another. But that time, although RNG was embarrassed, it was essentially a loss after all. Before the RNG contract scandal, losing a game offended esports fans, not fan circle fans. But this time, Excellent Era was different. They backstabbed the core of the team, kicked out the meritorious veterans, and isolated and excluded the two stars Su and Yi. This really touched the reverse scale of the fan circle fans of Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng. What kind of scene is the fan circle charge? The comment area of Excellent Era and the super talk of Excellent Era were unexpectedly neat and tidy. Every Weibo post was a 9-square grid, and in the 9 pictures, red characters were used to list Excellent Era's crimes one by one. And these accusations were not simply statements of facts, but also exaggerated the problems infinitely. What seed capital squeezing, violating laws and disciplines, corrupting social atmosphere. Huge hats were mercilessly put on the heads of Excellent Era's management and players. This is called exaggerating. Of course, it was not only Excellent Era headquarters that suffered. All the sponsors of Excellent Era that could be found had their comments area of the latest Weibo posts almost all collapsed. Angry Jiashi fans shouted that Jiashi was guilty of heinous crimes and demanded that all major sponsors terminate their contracts with Jiashi immediately. This move is called rushing for endorsement. Of course, there will be many Excellent Era fans questioning relevant organizations such as the Honor Esports League headquarters, asking why they are not doing anything. What's more, even under the Weibo of other clubs that have been watching the whole thing, there are broken down Excellent Era fans. Please Blue Rain, save Su Mucheng. Is Micro Herb still lacking tactics? He has skills and awareness, but he is a little old and no one wants him. Even under the Weibo of Excellent Era's arch-rival tyranny, there are messages from Yi Qiu's fans asking for shelter. It's a mess, a mess. The entire honor circle is in a mess. In the small iron bed in the storage room of Xingxin Internet Cafe, Yi Qiu was lying on the bed and browsing his phone. After knowing his identity, Chenghua originally planned to give Yi Qiu a room, but Yi Qiu refused. He was not a person who cared about the quality of life, and it didn't matter where he slept. He worked hard on honor all night last night, and he should have a good sleep now. But the commotion outside, plus the excitement brought to Yi Qiu by Pei Yunting's spy, made him not sleepy at all. What he was looking at now was a large group of glory professional players. They were already arguing. Night Rain, Olji, 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 come out, come out, come out, come out. You actually hid such a big thing from us. Night Rain, speak, 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 speak. At One Leaf Autumn. Sure Bourgeois, at the wrong person, that's Sun Xiang's account. Night Rain, who should I at then? Olji, come out, come out, come out. Dulixing, although Huang Xiaotian's quarrel annoys me, I support him this time. Yi Qiu, can you come out and explain? Fengcheng Yenyu, +1 shangling me, +1 darkness, please stay rational about the rumors on the internet. Excellent Era will give everyone a satisfactory response. Darkness has been banned for 7 days by the administrator Damo Guyan. Damo Guyan, I didn't ask you. Yi Qiu lurked and spied for a long time, and finally emerged happily. Lord Grimm, it's not a big deal, let's go. The information in the group was stagnant. For a while. Fengcheng Yenyu, Lord Grimm? Is it Yi Qiu? Soxer, it should be. This account has never appeared in the professional arena. Yeyu Shangfan, what do you mean it's not a big deal? You've been forced to retire, and it's not a big deal? Talk, talk, talk. Lord Grimm, what's wrong with retiring? I'm 25, what's wrong with taking a year off? Silence again. Damo Guyan, after a year, do you want to come to tyranny? Let's join forces and make another push? Han Wenqing, the old enemy who had fought with Yi Qiu for most of his career, was the first to invite Yi Qiu. This old guy who had begun to decline was the one who understood the other old guy's burning desire to win the most. Yi Qiu was the best opponent for him, but when necessary, he could also be the best teammate. If he could still recruit those two guys. I dare not think about it. Dulixing, come to Weichao, the command position will be given to you, the core position depends on your ability, and you can choose the account. Yi Qiu looked at the screen full of recruitment information and couldn't help but laugh. Jun Ma Xiao, it's at least a year away. You have to give me some time to think about it, right? Soxer, it's okay. You can think about yours, and we'll recruit ours. Soxer, after all, it's rare to be able to recruit a large number of loyal fans with just one Weibo post. Feng Jingsha, ? Fengcheng Yenyu, I understand. I'll post on Weibo right away. On this day, except for Excellent Era, the entire league, from the championship contenders to the relegation underdogs, and even a few challenge teams, all sent out enthusiastic messages to recruit Yi Qiu. Whether or not to recruit Yi Qiu is another matter, but at least this enthusiasm is sufficient. Many Excellent Era fans who had just lost their backbone were immediately moved to tears by this feeling of one side in trouble, all sides support. See? Who said that no one wants our Yishan? On this day, the official Weibo accounts of the major teams had a very good increase in fans. How did that saying go? Excellent era falls, and the league is full. Frustration and despair are still spreading. The players stared blankly at their own Weibo, which should have been full of fans' support and encouragement, but now, there are only heart-piercing stabs. Excellent era vice captain? Are you worthy? A heartless beast, so weak and insidious. Do you really think you can take over after Yishin leaves? You? This is the comment below Lu Hao's Weibo post announcing his appointment as excellent era vice captain. His hand holding the phone trembled slightly, and the smugness of a villain completely disappeared, leaving only a trembling fear. For Lu Hao, fame, fans, these things are more important than anything else. Compared to pure victory, he values the degree of attention and recognition he receives more. That's why he resorted to trickery and would rather lose the team's strength than to drive away Ichio, the Thai. He thought that as long as he drove away this overly dazzling sun, he would be able to let others see his own light. But after the truth was revealed, all he could let people see was his ugly and disgusting mind. Maybe Lu Hao can still play professionally in the future. After all, his strength can still be considered in the second tier of the league, but he is destined to never have real fans supporting him. This is more painful than killing him. Sun Xian's comment area is another look. What championship do you have? What MVP do you have? What dynasty do you have? What historical status do you have? Since when did the stinky top 8 also have the right to cheat for 3 consecutive championships? Sun Xiang's face turned red with anger, and his fingers flew on the keyboard of his mobile phone. He typed a long paragraph, but finally deleted it dejectedly. Sun Xiang, arrogant, and his amazing talent is indeed worthy of this arrogance. Debuting in a weak team, breaking the rookie wall, and winning the best rookie in a crushing manner, this resume is also dazzling enough. But at the beginning of his career, the only thing he lacks is hard honors. Best rookie once, all-star once, and leading the team to a first-round exit in the playoffs once, this is all Sun Xiang has achieved so far. Maybe in the future he will really have the possibility to get an honor that is not inferior to Ichio. But at least now, Ichio's fans can affectionately call Sun Xiang the shockwave without a championship. Sun Xiang wanted to refute, but the problem was that he couldn't find an angle to refute. He couldn't say, I will definitely win the championship in the future. That would probably only get him a nickname like Lone Champion. It has to be said that excellent era fans really understand their own players very well, and every word they say hits the pain points of the parties involved accurately. In the conference room, a large group of players were all broken. Sun Xiang, Lu Hao, Ming, Zhang Jiaxing, Su Mucheng. Oh, except Su Mucheng, there are mainly 2 kinds of content under her Weibo. One is the career fans who argue about where Su Mucheng's next contract will go. The other is the CP fans who shout Yi Chang is real. The CPI support is real. As the best partners in glory for many years, and a man and a woman, Yichio and Su Mucheng's CP has always been popular. But unfortunately, Yichio never participates in activities, and Su Mucheng's business level is very high, so there is no solid evidence for so many years. Yi Chang's CP fans have been relying on their imagination to support Yichio for so many years. Until this time, during the retirement storm, Su Mucheng stood up for Yichio despite the hostility of the entire club, and tried her best to retain Yichio who was about to leave. Some fans with sharp ears even heard tears in Su Mucheng's voice. Tisk, it's so sweet. Good news, the CP finally gave out sweets. Bad news, it's a head-breaking sweet. So the CP fans, who were mixed with sadness and joy, held high the flag of Yi Chang and shouted for victory, while imagining which wealthy club would be able to take over the contracts of Yi Chang and Yichio at the same time. By the way, they angrily scolded Jiashi for breaking up the CP as worse than pigs and dogs. Finally, the door of the conference room opened, and Tao Xian walked in with a wry smile after answering the phone. Mr. Tao, how is it? Chui Li asked hurriedly. The contract was still terminated, but the other party paid the full amount of liquidated damages. Tao Xian shook his head helplessly. This was already the 3rd call he had received. Apart from the league chairman Feng Xianjun who called and scolded them, the other 2 were sponsors who could not bear the pressure and chose to terminate the contract. The fans' endorsement method was ultimately effective. Tao Xian knew very well that this was just the beginning of the beginning. As long as the fans kept charging, Excellent Era would be able to lose half of its sponsors this season alone. It was even more unknown how many would be renewed next season. This could not go on any longer. Tao Xian picked up his phone and walked out of the meeting room again. Perhaps the only person who could save Excellent Era was that person. The person who had pushed Excellent Era into a desperate situation. The storage room of Happy Internet Cafe. Yi Xiu was on the phone, calling Pei Yinteng. How is our combo punch? Nothing to say, right? Pei Yunting was very proud. Your combo punch is amazing. Yi Xiu smiled bitterly. He had learned a lot today. It was obvious that it was Pei Yunting who was able to organize and premeditate so many fans to attack Excellent Era within an hour. As a top keyboard warrior who had experienced countless big beats in his previous life, Pei Yunting was quite good at making a big fuss. At least he could make Yi Xiu, who had never known anything about the media, stunned. However, in addition to being stunned, Yi Xiu still had a vague sense of reluctance. After all, he had stayed in Excellent Era for 7 years, and he had left his best years there. Finally, he couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Brother Pei, Excellent Era, is it really over?" Pei Yunting seemed to have expected him to ask this question, and laughed. "I told you before that dealing with Excellent Era is a means, not an end. Our real goal is to sound a loud alarm for the lifeless and disease-ridden alliance. At present, it seems that this alarm is quite effective. In that case, there is naturally no need for us to continue to target Excellent Era." Yi Xiu's eyes lit up slightly, but then they became a little dim. Although Pei Yunting promised that he would not target Excellent Era again, the desperate situation Excellent Era was facing was enough to make people completely despair. The team was falling apart, fans were defecting, and sponsors were leaving in large numbers. Excellent Era, is there really any hope? While he was still feeling lost, Pei Yunting suddenly smiled. "I know you are sentimental, so you probably still want to save Excellent Era, right?" Yi Xiu remained silent, which was considered as acquiescence. "Don't worry, if that idiot Tao Xian is willing to lower himself to beg you, just tell him what I said. Although I set him up for a dead end, I also left him a glimmer of hope. This glimmer of hope is hidden in my Weibo post. As for whether he can understand it, it depends on him." He just hung up Pei Yunting's call, and his phone started to ring again. But this time, looking at the two familiar yet unfamiliar words on the call reminder, Yi Xiu couldn't help but feel a little dazed. When was the last time he called me in person? In his early years, he was still the owner of an internet cafe, and he and Mu Qiu were just two internet-addicted teenagers. It was common to call someone to play a dungeon or something. A few years later, when Excellent Era was just starting out, as the boss and the ace of the team, they discussed all the affairs of Excellent Era together, and they had a lot of exchanges. However, as the alliance became more and more mature, Excellent Era's scale gradually increased, and the manager Chui Li gradually replaced him to discuss the affairs of the team with Yi Xiu. Tao Xian appeared less and less. The few times they communicated, there was almost no good atmosphere, and most of them ended in unhappiness. "This mobile number has not called for a long time." Yi Xiu took a deep breath, answered the call, and said nothing. There was no sound from the other end of the line. After a full half-minute, finally, plop. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Tao Xian knelt down. Yi Xiu's pupils shrank slightly. Tao Xian's slightly hoarse and trembling voice finally sounded from the other end of the line. "I have nothing to say about what happened before. I did it, and it's done. But, can you let Excellent Era off for the 7 years you've been here?" Tao Xian didn't say to let him off, at least in his opinion, this was impossible. In his opinion, the preservation of the Excellent Era Club was already the best outcome. Yi Xiu opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He didn't even know what he was feeling now. For a long time, it was Boss Pei's idea to deal with Excellent Era. Boss Pei? Tao Xian was stunned. Does he think highly of Excellent Era's little tricks? No, Yi Xiu smiled, so after achieving the goal, Excellent Era's life or death is no longer important. Honestly? Tao Xian's eyes lit up slightly. Yi Xiu's words could be said to be a bit harsh, but to Tao Xian, they were like heavenly music. He had never liked the comment insignificant so much in his life. Boss Pei said that he left you a way out in his Weibo post. Way out? Tao Xian's brain was working at an unprecedented speed. He had never used so much brainpower when he was plotting against Yi Xiu. Soon, he figured out what the so-called way out was. In a good mood, his voice was a little brighter than it had been in a long time. I understand. Thank you, Boss Pei, for not killing me. Yi Xiu thought about it and suddenly asked, do you need me to post a Weibo to cooperate? After all, this was Excellent Era, the Excellent Era to which he had devoted all his youth. Yi Xiu asked himself, I can't let him watch it go down a strange path. Tao Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. This was the first time in such a long time that he began to regret his decision to kick Yi Xiu out from the bottom of his heart. Excellent Era really deserved it this time. Then, I'll leave it to you. That night, after the situation had fermented to the point that the league had temporarily postponed several recent Excellent Era games, Excellent Era finally took action. At the press conference, Excellent Era's boss Tao Xian personally came out and bowed to apologize in front of countless media. Tao Xian took all the responsibility on himself and admitted that he was an immature and irrational boss. Because of the differences in philosophy with Yi Xiu over the years, he was confused for a while and made a plan to force Yi Xiu to retire. The poor performance of the management was also due to his careless and unprofessional use of people over the years, which led to insufficient level. Even the blame for Lu Hao and his group of players was taken by Tao Xian. The new generation of players in the team, such as Lu Hao and others, are relatively young and easily emotionally unstable. I neglected their psychological guidance and education, which led to conflicts and even hatred within the team. As the boss, I cannot escape the blame, Tao Xian said. The slide on his knees at Excellent Era's press conference caused an uproar among the fan group. Everyone was attacking and mocking Tao Xian, the stupid boss, and Excellent Era's stupid management. No, Excellent Era is really a makeshift team? Isn't it? Stupid, bad, and immature, what else is a makeshift team? But soon, different voices appeared in the comment area. In a sense, a makeshift team is actually a good thing. Why? Didn't you listen to the recording sent by President Pei? Listen to their opinions on how to deal with Yishin, that's what makes my scalp numb. What kind of blocking contract? What kind of non-compete agreement? What kind of confidentiality agreement? If they really use this, then Yishin will never be able to turn over. It's true when you say that. Then we should thank Boss Tao for not killing us? That's not the case, but I think it's not necessarily a bad thing for the alliance to have a few more makeshift management teams. It's better than a black-hearted boss. Just as the debate was getting more and more intense, another unprecedented thing happened. Yi Qiu who never shows up, Yi Qiu who never updates social media, posted on Weibo today. We are a bunch of absurd and immature idiots. The accompanying picture was the 3 championship trophies placed in the most conspicuous position of the Excellent Era Club. The release of this Weibo immediately attracted the attention of the entire Glory Circle. When the old fans of Excellent Era saw the 3 trophies that symbolized Excellent Era's heyday, their noses subconsciously became sore. They didn't even care about scolding Excellent Era, and they all flooded the screen under Yi Qiu's Weibo. Afterwards, professional players from all walks of life forwarded and commented, pushing the collective emotions brought about by this Weibo to a peak. Excellent Era is saved. In the training room of the Blue Rain Club, Yuanzhou looked at the Weibo and commented, "Saved? How? Their boss has been disgraced, can it still be considered saved?" Beside him, Huang Xiaotian was stunned and asked in confusion. The boss is indeed disgraced, but Lu Hao and other players in question have saved the last bit of their image. At least, it shouldn't affect their continued play. As long as the players are there, there is hope for the club. Yuanzhou casually pulled up a picture of the current lineup of Excellent Era after Yi Qiu retired. The ones who were most affected by this incident are undoubtedly Lu Hao and Sun Xiang. They were the most criticized among the players. But, precisely because they were criticized so badly, Lu Hao dared not use tricks anymore, and Sun Xiang's rebelliousness would be worn away by a large part. For Excellent Era, a Lu Hao who has calmed down, a Sun Xiang who has restrained his arrogance, and Su Mucheng, I don't need to say more, right? Yuanzhou's eyes revealed a strong fear. My goodness, if you think about it this way, Excellent Era's lineup is going to take off. Huang Xiaotian thought about it and reacted. The boss's disgrace was exchanged for a promising Excellent Era to compete for the championship in the future. Do you still think that Excellent Era has not been saved? Yuanzhou's eyes flickered with light. And, does a makeshift team really have a bad reputation? Huang Xiaotian was even more confused. A poor team, a stupid boss, isn't this a bad reputation? He scratched his head, and couldn't figure out what Yuanzhou meant. Yuanzhou flipped through Weibo and found the Weibo post from Jiashi at noon. Whether a reputation is good or bad depends on what you compare it with. He opened the comments section of Weibo, pointed at the 9-square grid poster by the fans, and smiled at Huang Xiaotian. Look, what did Jiashi fans say to criticize the management at noon today? Huang Xiaotian took a look and read it out word by word, exploiting the players, hiding the bow after the birds are gone, and being a black-hearted family. The more he read, the louder his voice became. Compared to these, do you still think that the makeshift team has a bad reputation? Yuanzhou shook his head, not anymore. The boss of Excellent Era seemed to admit his mistakes, but in fact he cleverly attributed the conflict to the immaturity of the company. Those truly fatal accusations were not admitted at all. Yuanzhou clicked on Yi Qiu's Weibo again. Coupled with Yi Qiu's final conclusion on this matter, Excellent Era has completely identified its problems as a makeshift team. This reputation is not only not bad, but also a bit funny and cute. If the subsequent operation is good, it can even become a kind of cute point for Excellent Era. Yu Won-jo sighed. In his opinion, Excellent Era's response was textbook level and impeccable. My god. Huang Xiaotian's eyes began to turn into circles when Yu Won-jo was halfway through his words. You all have dirty hearts when playing tactics. He said so. Yu Won-jo smiled and said nothing, but deep in his heart he still had some doubts. Excellent Era's countermeasures were indeed ingenious, but there was a big premise for it to be implemented. That was Yichio's cooperation, and the cooperation of the people behind Yichio. Yichio was backed by Tung Hai, which anyone with a discerning eye could see. After all, Boss Pei personally participated. But why did Tung Hai cooperate with Jiashi to whitewash? What were they trying to do? Yu Won-jo couldn't figure it out. On the top floor of Tang Hai building, in an office. If you hadn't said anything, I would have forgotten that I still had a cheap system. Pei Yunting crossed his legs and looked at the system panel in front of him with some amusement. This system had hardly popped up in the past few days, except for assigning him a task that day and giving him a League of Legends. Sorry, because the host is too capable, the system really doesn't have much room to play. There was admiration in the system's voice. It had been to the world of the king's avatar more than once, and the one in front of it was the most reliable host. While other hosts were still being crazy about professional players, or shouting something like 10 years of glory is the same as always and accusing the system of having bad intentions, Pei Yunting had already made clear arrangements for Jiashi. The system had been working diligently for so many years, and this was the first time it felt the pleasure of winning without doing anything. But this time, it really couldn't understand Pei Yunting's operation. So, why did the host spare Jiashi's life? The system asked. Why not spare his life? Pei Yunting asked back. Isn't it good to do Yichio a favor? Wouldn't it be good to have a little brother to lick your dog in the future? The system was silent for a moment. Is that all? Accustomed to Pei Yunting's layers of layout, it subconsciously felt that it was not that simple. Pei Yunting pointed to the sky mysteriously. That depends on what you think of the setting of Grassroots Team. Grassroots Team, for ordinary fans, is not a bad reputation, but for some people, it may not be. For example, the people of the World Electronic Sports Association. As a behemoth that can alarm the director of the State Administration of Competitiveness by hosting a World Invitational Tournament, will they really feel at ease to hand over such a heavyweight competition to a grassroots team? Even if the grassroots team is only the first club among them? For Pei Yunting, the war against glory has already begun at the level of public opinion. Starting from Excellent Era, it is not easy to grind away the public opinion golden body that glory has built over the past 10 years bit by bit, but it depends on human efforts. After listening to Pei Yunting's explanation, the system was silent again. But Pei Yunting did not give it a chance to be silent. I said, I worked so hard for you, and finally achieved a little success. You are a system, shouldn't you show some appreciation? For example, give me some rewards? Pei Yunting was really envious. The League of Legends version given to him by the system was not only extremely well optimized, but also had very low configuration requirements. And according to the system, the balance was almost perfect. Any hero could play. With this numerical foundation, it was hard to beat it. Therefore, Pei Yunting had been thinking about when to squeeze the system. However, the system's answer was somewhat unexpected. The interim rewards for the host have been issued, please explore on your own. Already issued? When? It won't be that League of Legends version? Pei Yunting was shocked. Of course not, please explore on your own. The system was a little happy, and finally let the host suffer a setback. Seeing that the system was unmoved, Pei Yunting could only give up. But in his heart, he was looking forward to it. Blue Rain didn't have a game in the past 2 days, so Yu Won-jo was able to go home once. He opened the door and sat on the sofa for a while. Before he could even drink a sip of water, a head suddenly popped out from a room. Hey, brother, you're back? Yeah, there's no game today. Yu Won-jo nodded and smiled. The boy who was talking to him was about 15 or 16 years old. Compared to his brother's reserved and gentle appearance, the boy's delicate features were flying, and the youth's high spirits were fully reflected, but he was not lacking in the immaturity of this age. Brother, did you see the rhythm of Excellent Era today? It's quite exciting. Are the fans of professional players so fierce when they charge? The boy was very interested. I saw it. The planner is very smart. Yu Won-jo agreed. Suddenly he remembered something and asked with a smile, since you know the benefits of having fans, why don't you try Blue Rain? With your talent, it's more than enough to make it to the All-Stars in the future. Consider it? Wenba? Yu Wenba shook his head, forget it. I don't think glory is suitable for me. Glory isn't suitable for you? Then what do you want to play? Who knows? Those games of Tinghai are pretty good, I like them very much. Yu Wenbo didn't care. Yu Wonjo sighed, you can't become a professional player by playing those games. Who knows? Maybe Tinghai will also engage in esports in the future? Yu Wenbo said casually. Tinghai engages in esports? Yu Wonjo was stunned, and then, a feeling like an electric shock flashed through his body. Yes, what if Tinghai wants to engage in its own esports? His brother's unintentional words made him suddenly enlightened. The biggest doubt about the Joshua collapse incident is Tinghai's motive. Why would such a top-level enterprise come to mess with Joshua? But if Tinghai's goal is esports and honor, it is not surprising. There is no game company that is not jealous of the esports market. If Tinghai wants to lay out esports, then it is natural to use Joshua as a starting point to destroy the overall social image of honor esports. However, this is just an immature conjecture after all, and there is no evidence to support it. But it's okay, there will be tomorrow. Yu Wonjo picked up his mobile phone and searched for Tinghai Direct Meeting. Tinghai Direct Meeting is held twice a year, and the content is Tinghai's product release plan for the next 6 months, as well as the promotion of third-party works released on the Tinghai game platform. If Tinghai really has any big moves, there will definitely be some clues in the next direct meeting. At this time, Yu Wenbo, who was bored, also came forward and took a look at Yu Wonjo's phone. He was quite surprised. Brother, you are also watching the Tinghai Direct Meeting. I thought you were not interested. Yu Wonjo looked at his phone, which showed that this year's Tinghai Winter Direct Meeting would be held at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Isn't that interesting? He raised his head and invited his brother. Do you want to watch it together? Okay. In a blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the next day. Yu Wonjo and Yu Wenbo sat in front of the TV on time and projected the live broadcast channel of the Tinghai Direct Meeting on the TV screen. But the more he watched the direct meeting, the more things went beyond Yu Wonjo's expectations. Originally, in his opinion, as an esports player, he should know enough about the game, and there should be no obstacles in understanding. But when he really started watching, he really felt a sense of being at a loss. Just like now. The game being played looks extremely simple, just a bunch of unclear pixels. The operation method is also quite simple, and even the world is only two-dimensional. But such a simple, even crude game, attracted the excited cheers of Yu Wenbo beside him. Woohoo! Version 14 is finally out. That Zenith sword looks so powerful. Wenbo, what game is this? Yu Wonjo asked involuntarily. Terraria. Yu Wenbo watched intently, not wanting to miss any details of the trailer. Is it fun? Of course it's fun. There is no game from Tinghai that is not fun. Yu Wenbo looked like a fanatical fan. Yu Wonjo's brows began to frown, and he asked in confusion, it's more fun than Honor of Kings? But this game. Why is the graphics so crude? What's wrong with being crude? Isn't it enough to be fun? Yu Wenbo didn't care. How is it fun to play? Yu Wonjo stared at the rolling pixels on the screen, trying to see some so-called fun from them. I'm telling you. Yu Wenbo was excited. Over the years, his brother, as a professional player who was the leader of the Honor Circle, has hardly played any games other than Honor. He couldn't miss the chance to recommend a game. The next half hour was like a year for Yu Wonjo. He had to ask his brother again and again about the characteristics and advantages of a certain game, and was repeatedly confused by new words he had never heard of. What kind of meat pigeon? What kind of survivor? What kind of civilization? What kind of world? For the first time, he felt a little panic that he couldn't keep up with the times. After playing Honor for so many years, he has become accustomed to the game mode centered on dungeons, boss fights, and PvP battles. After all, these are the main ways to play Honor for so many years. But before he knew it, in the game world outside of Honor, new game ideas and ways of playing have blossomed into an extremely gorgeous sea of flowers. In contrast, Honor, the big red flower that has been outshining all the flowers for a full 10 years, seems a little monotonous. Games, can they be played like this? Yu Wonjo thought. Perhaps Honor's visual expression and technical level are still unmatched, but can it really maintain its dominant position in the gaming industry with just these? Yu Wonjo didn't know. Finally, in Yu Wonjo's shock and uneasiness, the face-to-face meeting finally came to an end. The finale of the main course was finally coming up. A familiar logo appeared on the screen. Yu Wonjo saw that it was the logo of Xianyu's short video. Then came Pei Yunting's narration. I have to admit that Xianyu's short video is the most successful product of Tinghai in recent years. Its influence is something that even we developers have never expected. This statement is somewhat Versailles. I don't know how many colleagues are gritting their teeth and cursing at the screen at this time. However, Xianyu is not perfect. He changed the subject. Short videos are a medium that has a time delay after all. It may take several minutes, hours, or even days to get feedback from others after sending a short video. By then, how much of the initial joy of sharing will be left? Not only that, due to the existence of video editing and special effects, the authenticity and credibility of short videos still need to be questioned. These problems are the weak points of short videos. Suddenly, Pei Yunting's face appeared on the screen, with confidence between his eyebrows. So, do you want to try Xianyu Live? Live. A heavy bomb exploded in Yu Wenzhou's heart, and all the fog about the Jiashi incident disappeared at this moment. As a result, he didn't even bother to read Pei Yunting's detailed introduction to the live broadcast platform. I see. He slapped his thigh and stood up. The world does have live broadcasting. For example, the Honor Professional League has a dedicated live broadcast website. But, so far, all live broadcasts have been limited to the media and officials, and there has never been a precedent for ordinary netizens to live broadcast. And now, this gap was opened by Teng Hai. What is this? Yu Wenbo was shocked. Teng Hai is making such a big move against Jiashi in order to win people's hearts. Yu Wenzhou looked confident. It goes without saying that online live broadcasting and game live broadcasting are definitely the top priorities. If Teng Hai wants to be a live broadcasting platform, it will definitely need a group of top live broadcasting rooms to support it. And in the field of games, who else can be more suitable than professional players? Especially those retired players who are not on the field and have a lot of free time. What Teng Hai wants is to win the hearts of all retired players and make them the signature of Teng Hai's live broadcast. Yu Wenzhou concluded. Yu Wenbo scratched his head. He didn't care much about these things. On the contrary, he was quite interested in the online live broadcasting industry. It was not as strict as the requirements of professional players, and he could brag to the audience anytime and anywhere. It sounded quite exciting. Otherwise, I should try to start a live broadcast? Perhaps it was because there was no competition today, or perhaps it was because Teng Hai stood up for Yishio that Chengua's favorability was full. For the first time, the big screen in Happy was showing Teng Hai's face-to-face meeting. So, Yishio soon felt the same embarrassment as Yu Wenzhou. Even compared to Yu Wenzhou, who debuted for more than 4 years, Yishio, who has been playing Honor of Kings for 10 years, still has a 10-year-old understanding of games other than Honor of Kings. Xiao Tang, are all the games now so creative? He asked Tang Rou, who was sitting next to him, a little embarrassed. Tang Rou just returned to the internet cafe this morning. To be precise, it's the games from Teng Hai Studio that are so creative. Tang Rou stared at the screen. The reason why Teng Hai can carve out a path in the game field is because of President Pei's imaginative designs. There is a saying that Teng Hai's games can be bad at everything, but they can't be bad at fun. When saying this, Tang Rou couldn't help but feel a little proud. Hey, let me tell you, Xiao Tang is a fanatical fan of Teng Hai games. She rarely comes when I ask her to play Honor of Kings. Chen Guo on the side interrupted. Oh. Yishio was embarrassed, feeling embarrassed like a frog in a well seeing the light of day for the first time. Is the game industry developing so fast? While the few people were talking, the face-to-face meeting had already been broadcast to the last part of Xianyu Live. Watching Pei Yunting's introduction to Xianyu Live, Chen Guo couldn't help but become interested. Game anchor? This seems very interesting. Suddenly, she thought of something, turned around and asked Yishio, by the way, Mr. Pei personally helped you deal with Excellent Era, is it because he wants you to be an anchor? Yishio thought about it and nodded, maybe? Retired professional players are indeed quite compatible with this industry. The two of them were chatting excitedly, but they didn't notice that Tang Rou next to them had already quietly pricked up her ears. Mr. Yi is right. President Pei does have this idea. At this moment, a steady voice, accompanied by the sound of leather shoes tapping on the ground, came from the door of Xingxin Internet Cafe. Zhang Yuanfang, the project manager of Teng Hai Group, walked into the internet cafe with a smile. Manager Zhang? Yishio was stunned and subconsciously stood up to greet him. Zhang Yuanfang enthusiastically stepped forward and shook hands with Yishio. Excuse me, Mr. Yi. While greeting Yishio, he casually looked around, but his eyes suddenly froze when he passed by Tang Rou. At the same time, Tang Rou was also looking at him in confusion. Why is this little ancestor here? Zhang Yuanfang was a little surprised. However, this was not the time to care about this. Not only Yishio and his friends, but some guests sitting closer had also cast curious glances. Not many people in Xingxin Internet Cafe knew about Yishio's identity, but there were a few. Most of them were regular customers who often came to the internet cafe, and most of them were Yishio's fanatical fans. After knowing that their idol was temporarily settled here, one by one, after getting autographs, they patted their chests and promised to keep the secret. But, not spreading it doesn't mean we're not curious. Zhang Yuanfang pulled a chair over and sat down, stating his purpose straight to the point. This time, Mr. Yi, I am mainly here to invite you to join Xianyu Live and become a professional anchor. Boss Pei said that the live broadcast room 10001 of Xianyu Live is reserved for you. Live broadcast? Yi Xiu was stunned, and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Although the main reason why he did not accept commercial activities in the past 7 years was his embarrassing identity. But he himself was not used to being under the public's gaze. Judging from Tinghai's introduction to their live broadcast platform, being an anchor not only means being watched by the audience, but also interacting with countless viewers intensively. This made him somewhat discouraged. Zhang Yuanfang seemed to see his hesitation, and he was not in a hurry. He just slowly said, Mr. Yi, Boss Pei is going to host a face-to-face meeting today, so it is not convenient for him to come here in person. But he has 2 words for me to tell you. What? Yi Xiu was stunned. Because of the lack of transparency, you have been calculated by others. This kind of loss has already been suffered once. If we don't occupy the high ground of public opinion, the enemy will occupy it. Zhang Yuanfang imitated Pei Yunting's tone. Yi Xiu was stunned for a moment, and then fell silent. He knew what Pei Yunting meant. The atmosphere fell into silence. Yi Xiu lowered his head to think, and Zhang Yuanfang waited quietly. In the end, Chen Guo couldn't help it first and patted Yi Xiu on the shoulder. Yi Xiu raised his head and looked at this impetuous woman. Sign it, good thing. Chen Guo looked at him seriously. At least, as your fan, I really like this way of getting along with you these 2 days. After Yi Xiu's identity was exposed, Chen Guo had been struggling for a long time, wondering what attitude she should use to face her idol. But in the end, she came to the conclusion that this should not be spoiled. Otherwise, she would be off by him sooner or later. However, despite the complaints, this kind of equal and close interaction between idols and fans was a very wonderful experience for Chen Guo. Perhaps, there was not such a long distance between them. Chen Guo's persuasion became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yi Xiu finally nodded slowly, and looked at Zhang Yuanfang with no more confused eyes. I agree. Great. Zhang Yuanfang smiled and took the file bag, opened it, and took out a long-prepared contract and handed it over. Since Mr. Yi agrees, please take a look at the live broadcast contract we prepared. Yi Xiu took it casually. He was not a person who cared much about treatment, otherwise he would not have come to Xingxin Internet Cafe to be a small network administrator. Therefore, he did not care much, and just glanced at the contents of the contract. Suddenly, his eyes froze on a certain line of the contract. What's wrong? Chen Gui was impatient. Seeing that Yi Xiu did not move for a long time, he thought there was a trap in the contract. He grabbed the contract and read it line by line. Well, 75% of the income from live broadcast gift rewards and 80% of the advertising fees for endorsements in the live broadcast room. It's quite generous. The contract period is 5 years, which seems a bit long, but it's still acceptable. During the contract period, the live broadcast time is guaranteed to be 100 hours per month. On average, 3 or 4 hours a day is enough, which seems to be okay. Chen Guo read it one by one, and felt that it was a very normal contract with generous benefits. Until she saw the signing fee, she immediately understood why Yi Xiu was stunned. Signing fee. 120 million. Suddenly, Chen Guo's high-pitched scream resounded throughout the happy internet cafe. That's right, the 5-year live broadcast contract that Tinghai offered to Yi Xiu had a signing fee of a terrifying 120 million. What does 120 million mean? In the current Glory Professional League, the annual salary of all-star professional players is generally around several million. Because the system of the Glory Professional League is very strange, the majority of the endorsement fees of the players are taken by the club, and the annual salary is their main source of income. And the only ones who can reach the level of 10 million in annual salary are the legendary 5 big titles. And it is only limited to the past 2 years. Like Yi Xiu, this weirdo, because of his family background, he has never cared about treatment. Basically, he takes whatever Tao Xian gives him, and immediately gives it to his old brothers. His total salary in the past 7 years can be around 40 million, which is the highest. 120 million? And it's just for the live broadcast contract? Too scary. Yi Xiu is like this, Chen Gui is even worse. She has never seen so much money in her life. Her hands holding the contract began to tremble constantly. The domineering attitude of the leader disappeared without a trace under the power of money. She asked tremblingly in an unprecedented weak voice, You Did you write an extra zero? 12 million for 5 years, considering that Yi Xiu has retired and there is a gift share, it is a fair price. But 120 million? Only Tang Rou, who had been watching the show, did not react much, but her eyes were full of doubts and inquiry. Zhang Yuanfang seemed to have expected their reaction, and smiled and shook his head. That's right, it's 120 million for 5 years. In fact, as early as when Pei Yunting just drafted this sky-high contract, a group of executives including Zhang Yuanfang had already asked similar questions. But Pei Yunting just replied lightly, the first person in Chinese esports deserves such a display. In Pei Yunting's previous life, as early as 2018, Uzi, who had just won the MSI championship and was at the peak of his reputation, had received a huge contract of 150 million. That was just Uzi, who had no S championship in his career, had major personality flaws, and was not very pleasing in appearance. Yi Xiu had both good grades and good looks. Considering his sharp tongue and humorous personality, the live broadcast effect should not be bad, and there was no need to worry about the collapse of the reputation. 120 million yuan was enough to win it, and it was one at a time when Xianyu needed to spend money to build momentum the most. It was a good profit. Seeing Zhang Yuanfang was extremely calm, Yi Xiu and Chen Guo finally gradually believed the authenticity of the contract. There is no reason not to sign this, right? 120 million yuan, if you use it to form a professional team, you can form a set of 5 all-star configurations. Chen Guo swallowed her saliva. In the current league, an all-star account plus a player package is sold for about 10 million. It will not be until the end of the 8th season that the record will be broken by Baihua Liaowan's 16 million. 120 million yuan is a small matter for Yi Xiu to form a championship-level professional team. Yi Xiu nodded woodenly and smiled bitterly in his heart. This favor is too big. He didn't know much about the inside story and the prospects of the live broadcast industry, so he subconsciously regarded this sky-high signing fee as a friendly sponsorship from Boss Pei. He didn't care about money, but that didn't mean he didn't care about so much money. Even the dignified Yi family, from which he came, would be stunned for a while when they saw this money. In the end, Yi Xiu no longer hesitated and signed this earth-shattering contract. He really needed this money to build a strong enough glory team to win that championship. That was his obsession for many years and the task given to him by Brother Pei. Just as Zhang Yuanfang was about to leave with satisfaction, Yi Xiu suddenly asked, "Do you want a professional player who has retired for a long time? I know a lot of people in the professional circle, and they are all good, but they have been away from the arena for many years and may not be well known. If you need it, I can contact them for you." Zhang Yuanfang's lips curled up with a smile. "Then I'll leave it to Mr. Yi." Of course, Yi Xiu was not the only one who got the big contract. On the other side, "Oh my god! 70 million for 5 years?" Zhang Jiala exclaimed. "Turtle, this is much more than what he earned in his career. He only needs to live broadcast 100 hours a month. If he returns to play games, we can discuss it separately? Is this Tinghai company doing charity? Brother, you don't have any other intentions towards me, do you? First of all, I don't sell myself. How could it be?" The Tinghai staff responsible for connecting with Zhang Jiala shook his head hurriedly. Mr. Zhang is one of the top retired professional players in China, so of course he deserves such a contract. If you insist on asking for something, then please ask Mr. Zhang Jiala to help contact your former partner Mr. Sun Jiping. We are also interested in signing him. Big Sunday Zhang Jiala thought of the madman who played tough and enjoyed the fighting process. With his hand injury, it is not realistic to want to return to the professional circle. But it seems that it is not a big problem to start a live broadcast and occasionally play a few games with these old guys who have also retired? Zhang Jiala hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded. "Leave it to me, even if I have to tie him up, I will tie him up in front of you. De Sun, it's not that I won't betray you, it's just that they gave too much." Until the signing of this sky-high contract, the staff had already left. Zhang Jiala still felt confused and unreal. Is it that easy to make money? Zhang Jiala thought. Zhang Jiala, whose net worth increased several times in an instant, didn't know how to spend the money. He was just an internet-addicted teenager, with no bad habits or high-end hobbies. How much money could he spend? Oh, wait, speaking of hobbies that burn money, it seems that there really is one. Yi Xiu took out a small notebook from his luggage and flipped through it page by page. There were some names that had been dusted for a long time, followed by a phone number. Each one represented an old friend who left early and returned to ordinary life. Some simply failed to make a name for themselves in the professional arena, while others had never even stepped onto the stage of the professional arena. They may be as ordinary as dust, but they are also an indispensable part of that wild esports era. Originally, after so many years, they should not have the opportunity to shine again. But the intrusion of Pei Yunting, a time traveler, seems to have opened a different loophole. Yi Qiu took the phone and originally planned to call his old partner. The ID was full of anger, the former dynasty twins, Wu Xiefeng. But thinking that the guy was no longer in the country, Yi Qiu finally gave up the idea of contacting him. Flipping through the small notebook, Yi Qiu's eyes finally fixed on a certain name. He called. Not long after, the call was connected, and the voice on the other end was a Hubei accent. "Hello, who is this?" Yi Qiu took a deep breath, as if he had returned to those years. Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu? The other party was obviously shocked. "Rare guest, there have been a lot of news about you these days. I didn't expect you to call me. We haven't seen each other for a long time, right?" Yi Qiu smiled. "Yes, it's been a long time. Ming Kai." Sliding Neil, today's 3 updates are delivered. To be honest, I have always wanted to pick a group of high-quality LPL players from the real world and put them into the full-time world. There is no other way. Even with the most optimistic estimate, it would be great if there were 10 players who could be poached from the Honor Professional League to play in the LPL. It would be the most optimistic if there were 4 or 5 players who could play in the All-Star game. I can't make up 100 or 80 purely original professional players. The only solution is to stuff some existing players in. The inducement is Yu Wenzhou and Yu Wenba, 2 of the world's top professional players, who actually have such similar names. It really makes me want to find a way to stir up some trouble. If real professional players are to appear later, they must be the kind with no problems in character and strength. Those humanoid creatures who play tank, PC, and C will not appear. No, Ming Kai? Since Pei Yunting started the battle against Jia Shi, he felt for the first time that things were beyond his expectations. How could this name appear in this world? But until Zhang Yuanfang sent this person's resume, looking at the signature deadfish eyes, Pei Yunting had to admit his identity. He has won the most championships in LPL and once had the most terrifying traffic in LPL. He won the first MSI championship and FMVP in LPL, and he was in the limelight, but he also failed frequently in the world competition, and he was in the quarterfinals every year. He raised pigs in the opponent's jungle, studied the opponents of MSI, and trained almost all the junglers of EDG so far. LPL's generation of legends, the only factory manager of 77 billion piglets, Clear Love 7, Ming Kai. No, the factory also traveled through time? Then why didn't he come to find me? Pei Yunting was puzzled. It's like you are chatting with Guantou Chang and Gaoxingling, and suddenly you see Xiong de Xiong Air leading a sheep in, saying that this is their new friend Zianjiang. Is there a possibility that he is not a time traveler? The system suddenly spoke. You did it? Pei Yunting looked grim. Do you remember the reward this system mentioned? The system did not deny it. It turns out that due to the high similarity between the 2 worlds, some characters are actually interoperable. It's just that due to different circumstances, they took different paths. For example, Ming Kai, in Pei Yunting's world, is a factory director with many honors, but in the world of the king's avatar, he is just an old friend of Yi Qiu who is frustrated. And the so-called reward of the system is to have a subtle influence on these people, making them closer to the image in Pei Yunting's impression. For example, Ming Kai, if Pei Yunting releases League of Legends now and lets him play for 2 months, it will not be difficult for him to play at the level of Clear Love. But considering that he is a few years older than Yi Qiu in this world, you'd better be an anchor honestly. While thinking, Pei Yunting casually gave Zhang Yuan a sign if you think it's good. Without stopping, he asked the system, then, there should be more than just Ming Kai who is affected, right? Of course not, the host can guess for himself. Pei Yunting suddenly thought of something. By the way, you won't invite all those morally corrupt scums from the LPL? Of course not, those who are affected by the system are all players with good reputation and outstanding strength in the host's original world. There won't be any ugly ones. Pei Yunting breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the system was out of control and would give him a few heavyweights like Boruto, Wakako, and Candy. That would not be revitalizing esports, it would clearly destroy the reputation of esports. After confirming this, Pei Yunting didn't plan to delve deeper. As long as they are not time travelers, just treat them as ordinary potential stocks. At this moment, his phone rang. Pei Yunting picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was a simple nickname, Xiao Tang. Pei Yunting was stunned. Why is this girl calling me? He and Tang Rou met a few years ago. At that time, Tung Hai had just become famous with the short video of Xinyu. He attended a cocktail party as a representative of young entrepreneurs. Pei Yunting, who was just going to eat and drink, accidentally met Tang Shusen, a textile giant, and his daughter Tang Rou, who had just graduated from high school. Since she was an important figure in the original work, Pei Yunting naturally paid more attention to her and chatted with the little girl for a few more words. Who knew that after chatting for a while, they really became friends? There was no way. Tang Rou, this little girl, seemed gentle, easygoing and considerate, but she had a strong and competitive heart that was rare in the world. There were not many people who could discover Tang Rou's true character, and Pei Yunting, who had read the original work, was one of them. At that time, he only wanted to say a few words that people liked to hear, to cater to Miss Tang and get close to her, but he didn't expect that she would regard him as a confidant after a few words. After that, the two became friends. Tang Rou liked Tung Hai's games and often shared her daily life with Pei Yunting. But then again, in the original novel, Tang Rou returned to happy around this time, right? Thinking of this, Pei Yunting answered the phone. Why did you think of calling me, Xiao Tang? He greeted with a smile. I saw Brother Zhang at Happy Internet Cafe. Tang Rou always spoke directly. Are you interested in Yi Xiu? Of course, who in our gaming circle is not interested in the #1 player in Chinese esports? Pei Yunting did not deny it. By the way, have you met Yi Xiu? Yeah, he even piked with me in Glory. Pei Yunting teased. You lost badly, didn't you? Yes, I didn't win a single game. Tang Rou was quite calm about her failure. Losing is losing, and she can fight back later. Hey, that old and disrespectful guy, a great god bullying a newbie, he is really worthy of being called Yi Buxiu. Pei Yunting complained. But, he is willing to lose face and fight you. I guess he is also attracted by your unparalleled top talent and wants to pull you into the professional circle. Tang Rou thought for a while and asked, do you think I should play professionally with him? Pei Yunting shook his head, of course not, honor is not your type. Tang Rou was curious, why do you say that? Pei Yunting smiled calmly, because honor is a pay-to-win game. That's right, this is the real reason why Pei Yunting dared to take action against honor. Honor is a pay-to-win game. The equipment in the online game can be directly brought into the game and have a significant impact on the character's numerical value and even mechanism. This matter can no longer be described as outrageous. You know, in Pei Yunting's previous life, because the skin can add 10 points of attack power or 10 points of magic power, Honor of Kings has been ridiculed by League of Legends and can't raise its head. And 10 points of attack power, in Honor of Kings, where the attack power can easily be stacked up to 700 or 800, is not a big difference at all. Even for this, it can be criticized to this day. And what about Glory? Let me put it this way, Pei Yunting explained, Yi Xiu's previous account was called One Autumn Leaf. Excluding its commercial value, its value is probably a little over 10 million. If you can convince your father to spend 100 million to make a Glory character for you, even if your skills are not as good as Yi Xiu's, you can still beat him to the ground. Is it that exaggerated? Tang Rou was a little skeptical. She knew Yi Xiu's strength, and she had no power to fight back. Remember his 1000-chance umbrella? Pei Yunting was calm. I remember. Tang Rou was naturally impressed by the weapon that abused her from beginning to end. That thing is unique in the entire alliance, allowing him to freely use the small skills of all professions. It's a real mechanical monster. Although the 1000-chance umbrella is actually the masterpiece of a fallen genius, if you can spend enough money, it's not difficult to find a few similar geniuses. I understand. Tang Rou nodded. Tang Rou's entire interest in honor came from her unparalleled competitive spirit. In a way, she was more eager to win than Yi Xiu. Pure victory. However, when the victory in the honor duel changed from an honor that required one's own efforts to a commodity that could be bought with money, it naturally did not catch Miss Tang's eye. Is there anything precious about something that can be bought with money? If that's the case, then why did you spend so much money to sign a contract with honor's professional players? Tang Rou asked in confusion. Based on her understanding of Pei Yunting, he would never do any business that would lose money. Am I signing a contract? I was poaching. Pei Yunting smiled in an extremely sinister way. The Honor Professional League has been able to flourish despite its inherent deficiencies, and this group of excellent players has made great contributions. They have excellent professional skills, good looks, and basically no problems with their personal ethics. If I don't poach this player, I will be sorry for my conscience. Even though the system has given him a group of LPL star players, it can't stop Pei Yunting from envying the Honor players. I remember there was a question on a certain website in my previous life. Why do girls prefer to read fictional online novels like The King's Avatar rather than understand the reality of Chinese esports? The most popular answer was, the most disgusting villain in The King's Avatar can be a moral gentleman in the Chinese esports circle. This is not even mentioning their appearance. Especially after getting to know Yi Xiu a little bit more, Pei Yunting's determination to poach him became more determined. This guy's last championship must be the S Championship of League of Legends. So, do you need my help? Tang Rou was an outsider after all, and didn't know much about Yi Xiu's value. But since Brother Pei was interested in him, Tang Rou didn't mind spending some time thinking about him. Pei Yunting's eyes lit up. Although he and Yi Xiu have established a good relationship now, it was only after covering up the most fundamental contradictions between them. He is still a long way from really poaching this legend. Some things are not convenient for him to talk about with his identity and position. But it seems quite appropriate to let Tang Rou do it. Don't tell me, I really need your help. After Tang Rou finished the call, she walked down from the upstairs of Xingxin Internet Cafe. In fact, the reason why she called Pei Yunting was because she had just been beaten up by Yi Xiu in public for 11 games, and she didn't win a single game. She almost lost her confidence after losing, so she found Pei Yunting to relax. At this time, the guests in the internet cafe had just finished admiring the genius work of the Thousand Chance umbrella. Although they had dispersed, the discussion was still heated. Yi Xiu and Chen Guo looked at her in unison. What are they discussing? Tang Rou pointed at the guests who had just dispersed. Yi Xiu's silver weapon. Chen Guo pouted. At this moment, she had almost completely gotten rid of her fan filter for Yi Xiu and was able to calm down and get along with him. Yi Xiu smiled, opened the equipment interface, and turned sideways so that Tang Rou could see the full view of the Thousand Chance umbrella. As Tang Rou watched, Chen Guo chattered on, acting as a tap water introducer. Let me tell you, this silver weapon of his is incredible. As long as you switch forms, you can use the skills of all professions. Not only that, the attack power can reach the level of a 5-level orange weapon. In fact, as a newbie, Tang Rou didn't understand what she said, but thinking of Pei Yunting's instructions to her, Tang Rou came up with a plan. She followed Chen Guo's words and said, so according to you, I didn't lose to him, but to this umbrella? What are you talking about? Chen Guo smiled, not realizing the wit in Tang Rou's words. You and Yi Xiu are fighting in a correction field. Correction field, can it correct the mechanism? If not, then his weapon, which is mainly strong in the mechanism advantage, will be even more powerful in the correction field. Tang Rou, who had been specially trained by someone, was naturally not something that Chen Guo could refute with just a few words. You. Chen Guo was speechless for a moment. At this moment, Yi Xiu, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. He calmly lit a cigarette for himself and said with a smile, it's okay. If you are not convinced, let's borrow 2 accounts without silver weapons and play again. We can play as many games as we want. If you lose 1 game, I will return all the money to you. How about that? The simple words contained extremely strong self-confidence and domineering. In Yi Xiu's opinion, the little girl was arguing here because she lost too badly and was angry. She couldn't accept her failure and started to make excuses. How could he know that Tang Rou came prepared? Sure enough, Tang Rou didn't take the bait and simply refused. No way. You are the top professional player, and I am a newbie who has never even entered the door. If you can't beat me, that would be big news. Seeing Tang Rou admit the gap between her and Yi Xiu, Chen Guo breathed a sigh of relief. This girl finally gave in once. Unexpectedly, Tang Rou's trump card was still behind. Guo, I remember you said that Yi Xiu was the first person to win 3 consecutive championships in Glory, right? What's the name of his account? One Autumn Leaf. What's wrong? Chen Guo didn't understand Tang Rou's intention for a moment, and answered without knowing why. Then let me ask you. Tang Rou turned her eyes to Yi Xiu, her tone still casual, but there was something more in it. Yi Xiu, the 3 consecutive championships you won in the professional arena in the past, should they belong to you, or to One Autumn Leaf? What are you talking about? Of course it is. Chen Guo subconsciously wanted to refute, but suddenly choked. She couldn't answer. Yi Xiu, One Autumn Leaf, these 2 names have always been firmly tied together. Together, they won the glorious 3 consecutive championships, forged the excellent Era dynasty, and also made each other famous. But what if they are forced to be separated? Who came first, who came later, and who made the greater contribution? Speaking of which, of the 5 major titles in Glory, except for the magician who belongs to Jieshi himself, the other 4 are given to the account. In other words, the fighting god is One Autumn Leaf, not Yi Xiu. But Yi Xiu himself also has many titles such as God of Glory, Textbook of Glory, etc. Chen Guo was in a dilemma for a moment. She subconsciously looked at Yi Xiu for help, thinking that the parties involved would always be able to distinguish the primary from the secondary, right? What caught her eyes was Yi Xiu's slowly solidifying smile, and the extremely rare bewilderment in his eyes that were always calm and indifferent. The atmosphere froze, and only Tang Rou still looked relaxed. After a long time, Yishio finally opened his mouth slowly, his voice harder than ever before. He said, "I don't know." That's right, he didn't know. The contract has been signed, so happy. After all, he is the only great player in the entire league who was banned for his personal skills rather than his account. Jeshi's magician style of play contains an overly strong personal style and his own overflowing talent. It is unique in the entire league and others can't learn it at all. Anyone who has watched Jeshi and other magic scholars at the same time can clearly perceive the fact, the strong one is not the magic scholar, nor Bulixing, but Jeshi. But Tang Rou was asking Yishio. Yishio, the Textbook of Glory. The nickname Textbook of Glory is of course a recognition of Yishio's mastery of all professions and his great contribution to the Glory game circle by writing strategy guides in the early days. But it also illustrates two facts. First, Yishio's style of play is simple and easy to use, so it can be called a textbook. Second, almost all of Yishio's descendants have more or less a shadow of this founder in their playing style. It is precisely because of these two reasons that Jeshi called Yishio's playing style the most rustic playing style. Because it is the most rustic, Yishio, at least in the era of playing tactics, does not have the extreme visual impact of Jeshi. It is just plain operation, victory. Because of this, he, whose personal imprint is not obvious, and his relationship with One Autumn Leaf are closer to complementing each other. He can't say with a clear conscience that the championship has nothing to do with One Autumn Leaf. Not to mention that now, One Autumn Leaf is still in Sun Xiang's hands. Shenhua and Tang Rou keenly noticed that the atmosphere was wrong. Tang Rou didn't expect that her question could have such a great lethality to Yishio, and she was a little at a loss for a while. "Sorry, I shouldn't ask." She apologized quickly. "It's okay, I don't blame you, but your question really touched my blind spot." Yishio forced a smile at Tang Rou. "I'm going to smoke a cigarette." Yishio stood up a little hurriedly and walked out of the internet cafe, but forgot that he was sitting in the smoking area of the internet cafe. Only the two girls were left staring at each other. Outside the internet cafe, Yishio held a cigarette in his mouth, but did not light it. He stood there in a daze, just like holding a lollipop. After a while, he began to talk to himself. The Thousand Machine Umbrella is Mucho's work, and so is Xie. In a sense, One Autumn Leaf and Lord Grimm are the incarnations of Mucho. Yes, those 3 championships were won by Mucho and me together. Mucho and I won the championship together. As if he had grasped a life-saving straw, Yishio's eyes suddenly brightened and he began to repeat it silently. After a long time, he finally prepared himself mentally. The brief confusion disappeared, and the lazy smile returned to his face. He returned to the internet cafe leisurely. However, deep in his heart, he didn't know if he was so calm. The outside world didn't know what news was going on in Xingxin Internet Cafe. However, Tinghai's explosive news one after another blew up the entire internet. After friendly and sincere exchanges and discussions, we are pleased to announce to everyone that Yishio, ID, One Leaf Autumn, a former excellent Era Club Glory Professional League player, 3-time champion, 3-time regular season MVP, 3-time finals MVP, 2-time output star, and a textbook of glory, has officially signed a contract with Xianyu Live and will soon be in Xianyu's 10001 live broadcast room. Goodbye, player One Leaf Autumn. Hello, anchor Yishio. The discussion sparked by this Weibo message was explosive. It was not surprising that Xianyu signed Yishio. After all, even President Pei had personally stepped down to defend Yishio these days, and everyone knew what Sima Zhao was thinking. But Yishio, who is he? When did Yishio change his name? Just when everyone was arguing about Yishio's name change. Xianyu Live broadcast a more explosive Weibo. Regarding the name change of player Yi, the company has found out that when player Yishio ran away from home in his early years, he took his brother Yichio's suitcase and used Yichio's identity information to complete the player registration when registering for the Glory Professional League. After investigation, the real identity of Yichio throughout his career is Yishio himself. There is no proxy play, match fixing, or other behaviors that may undermine the fairness of the game. Pei Yunteng reposted the Weibo and commented, "Who doesn't have a naughty child at home? Disperse, disperse." The program effect of this Weibo post was really full. For a time, multiple terms such as Yishio ran away from home, the unlucky brother whose identity was stolen for 7 years, and so on quickly became hot searches. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. No, Yishin has such a funny black history? I am dying of laughter. What brotherly love. I really feel sorry for Yichio for 1 second. But it was only 1 second. Yichio, I woke up and I became a triple champion. He is just a naughty kid. All the major discussion forums were full of joy, no matter which fans they were all making fun of Yishio. Look, it's not a big deal. Pei Yuntun laughed at Yi Xiu on the phone. I've said it before, as long as you haven't faked the game, violated the law or committed a crime, running away from home seems to be a violation of the rules, but it is actually harmless. Even if it is exposed, it will only be a joke. Instead of hiding it and arousing suspicion, thus causing unnecessary trouble, it is better to expose it openly. Look, the effect is outstanding, right? If Pei Yunting remembered correctly, in the original work, Jia Shi had made a fuss about Yi Xiu's identity issue, which caused a lot of trouble to Xingxin. Although Jia Shi is likely to have been honest, such a small risk should be eliminated if it can be eliminated. Of course, it is not just Yi Xiu who has set the internet on fire today. For example, Zhang Jiala. Everyone had guessed that Zhang Jiala would sign a contract to be a live streamer. After all, he is currently the strongest and most popular retired player besides Yi Xiu, so it is reasonable for him to be targeted by Tinghai. But the problem is that the Manhwa Club also posted a Weibo. After friendly discussions with player Zhang Jiala, we are pleased to announce to everyone the account Manhua Liuan will be purchased by Mr. Zhang Jiala in his personal name for 14 million yuan, and will continue to follow Mr. Zhang Jiala. A BMW with a good saddle, a sword for a hero. May the old captain who has brought us countless honors and glory have good luck in his new journey of life. This time, the entire professional circle was really shocked by Zhang Jiala's bold move. No, Captain Zhang bought Manhua Liuan himself? Does that mean we will never see Manhua Liuan in the professional arena again? Don't do that. Leave us some good memories. However, soon someone who knows about this made an analysis. Manhua made a lot of money. After Zhang Jiala retired, Zhou Yuan simply didn't have enough strength to manage this account. At present, Manhua Liuan's performance is not even close to the all-star baseline. But once Manhua Liuan is sold, the strength of those teams with high-quality ammunition expert players will skyrocket. But now that Manhua Liuan has been sold to Captain Zhang, Manhua has obtained the funds needed for reinforcement, which is enough for a high-quality signing. And there will not be a team in the league whose strength will increase greatly because of Manhua Liuan. Only our Captain Zhang spent a lot of money to buy an account that has limited value to him after his retirement. This is his last gift to Manhua. As soon as this analysis came out, Manhua fans were not calm. Their Captain Zhang, even after retiring, is still contributing his strength to this team that has been stumbling all the way in his own way. 14 million. Captain Zhang spent a small part of his career salary on it. He really made me cry. As the eyes of Manhua fans turned red with tears, they also began to inquire about the time when Zhang Jiala would start broadcasting and the payment model of Xianyu Live. Yi Xiu, right? The three-time champion, right? You made our Lele win the championship for life, right? This time, I will show you who is the real face among the retired players. Zhang Jiala doesn't know that the first championship he won in his life may very likely be the sales champion. Tinghai, a wealthy company, releases official signing news like dumplings every day. Following Zhang Jiala is Sun Jiping. Although this arrogant swordsman is arrogant, he is not stupid. He is already 24 or 25 and has wasted 2 or 3 years in society after retiring. It is impossible for him to refuse a lucrative job that fell from the sky. After all, the contract that Tinghai offered him is not much smaller than that of Zhang Jiala. Now, Manhua fans, especially senior fans, really began to consider whether to worship Pei Yuntun. Especially when Tinghai announced that Xianyu Live will support the function of connecting microphones for cordial interaction between anchors. The scene of flowers was reassembled by Xianyu. The orthodoxy of Manhua is in Tinghai. Shocking sound, in addition to these well-known big fish, some players who retired in the early years, some high-level strategy makers, and some famous masters in the Glory online game. Xianyu Live handed them all a contract. Although not everyone has the face to get tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of signing fees like Yi Xiu and the others. But it is definitely enough for them to live a relatively comfortable life. For a time, Pei Yunting's name of philanthropist or even living bodhisattva resounded throughout the esports circle. The official group of Glory is a bunch of rubbish. They can't even provide protection for their own retired players, let alone the game ecology. Since they gave up this opportunity to brush up their reputation in vain, I have no choice but to refuse it. Someone commented on this. In addition to simply signing players, another major event is that Xianyu Live has negotiated the exclusive online broadcasting rights for the Glory Professional League. The process was unexpectedly smooth. Although the original Glory League also had online live broadcasts, it fully demonstrated the official style of muddling through. It was just a bare website with no comment area, no event information, no barrage, no advertisements. Of course, no income. Now, has come to us and taken care of all these chores. Not only does he not ask for a penny, but he also pays a 9-digit annual broadcasting fee. How could the official Glory League not be happy? On the day the deal was made, Fong Xianjun, chairman of the Glory League, and senior executives from Tinghai took a group photo. Both of them smiled brightly from the bottom of their hearts in front of the camera. They seemed to think they had made a lot of money. When the official broadcasting rights of the Glory League were officially settled in Xianyu, even though the Glory Circle had been numb to Xianyu's continuous big moves, they were really shocked. It was not because of Xianyu's big move, but because of the top quality of the new live broadcast room displayed by Xianyu. Comments, barrages, schedule summary. Especially when Xianyu later announced that any Xianyu live broadcaster signed a contract can broadcast and commentate the Glory Professional League in his own live broadcast room. Yi Xiu commentating on Excellent Era? Zhang Jiala and Sun Zhiping jointly commentating on Manhwa? What a dream scene! The fans went crazy. Even crazier than them were the ordinary people who had a special skill. The amount of Yi Xiu's contract was revealed. After all, Chenguo's voice at the Happy Internet Cafe on the day of the contract was too shocking. Not long after, as the video taken by the gossipers was leaked, the whole network knew that Yi Xiu had signed a sky-high contract of 120 million yuan. They were stunned. They were all stunned. Countless Xianyu short video bloggers who had been on the sidelines about live streaming, and even some small celebrities with little fame, were all uncontrollably moved after hearing the signing fee of this sky-high contract. In their opinion, a mere gamer could get a contract of more than 100 million yuan. If they work hard, wouldn't it be just around the corner for them to become rich overnight? In this way, Xianyu Live has become the absolute overlord of internet public opinion with an absolute attitude of a god descending to earth. Countless pairs of eyes stared, quietly waiting for the day of the broadcast. Happy Internet Cafe. This location feels pretty good. What do you think, Xiaotang? Well, I think it's pretty good. The smoking area of the Internet Cafe was temporarily separated into an area and some soundproofing facilities were made for Yi Xiu to live broadcast here. It must be said that Pei Yunting's 120 million yuan was a huge impact on ordinary people like Chenguo. So much so that she couldn't help but worry these days, if Yi Xiu's live broadcast was not good, would it ruin Pei's reputation? So Yi Xiu was forced to stop his network management work after just a few days, and Chenguo personally arranged a special room for him to live broadcast. By the way, he equipped it with a top-notch computer and even pulled a new broadband network cable. At this time, they were conducting the final hardware testing, especially the testing of the newly purchased camera and microphone. Boss, is it really necessary to show your face? I think it's enough to turn on the microphone. Yi Xiu looked shy. Although he agreed to the live broadcast, he was used to keeping a low profile and still felt a little shy on the eve of the live broadcast. Why, 100 million yuan is not enough for you to show your face? Chenguo glared at him. You are not ugly, what are you afraid of? She was busy and worked hard these days, just to give Yi Xiu a perfect first broadcast. If Pei Yunting saw this, he would definitely give her a certificate like Tencent Honorary Excellent Employee. Come on, sit here and see the effect of the camera, she called. Yi Xiu obediently went forward and sat down. Tang Rou looked at the preview screen on the computer and nodded. The effect is not bad. Suddenly she thought of something and asked Yi Xiu, do you think I should also start a live broadcast? Okay, you have to follow me to the dungeon anyway. Yi Xiu agreed with a smile. You can start a live broadcast at the bar, and there is no need to show your face. By the way, mention it to Baozi, and if conditions permit, let him start one too. Although Yi Xiu was speechless that day, Tang Rou finally played Honor of Kings honestly. After all, it was Pei Ji's request. The latest first-party new work of Tencent, Fall Guys, will not be released for another month or two, so playing Honor of Kings is fine. As for Baozi, he was a genius rogue that Yi Xiu discovered when he was robbing the Blood Gunner a few days ago. After a few days of knowing each other, he has become a loyal fan of Jun Maxiao. Yi Xiu glanced at his watch. It's already 2:55. At 3 p.m., Xianyu Live will be officially launched, and his live broadcast room will also welcome its first broadcast. Okay, then let's go out first and broadcast well, don't let President Pei take back the 100 million. Chenguo and Tang Rou left, and after closing the door, the noise in the internet cafe receded like a tide. Yi Xiu looked at the watch, waiting for the time to reach 3 o'clock, took a deep breath, and opened the live broadcast room. However, before he could say a word, the screen of the live broadcast room was flooded with a huge amount of information. Various bullet comments were piled up layer by layer, and gifs of different values were flying all over the sky. It was obviously a relatively quiet live broadcast room, but it was made lively by these bullet comments. Yi Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. But not long after, the messy bullet comments gradually unified, and finally, all the audience were brushing the same sentence in unison: a body of faith crowns you with glory, and your peak of glory will never end. Yi Xiu thought that he had seen big scenes in his 7-year professional career. But now, in this small soundproof live broadcast room, looking at the neatly arranged support on the screen, his eyes were moist. A few days ago, under Pei Yunting's careful direction, he witnessed the devastating anger of these fans. Today, he felt the warm happiness of being embraced and loved by them. He didn't know what to say, so he could only bow continuously in the live broadcast room, repeating thank you for your support. Chen Gui was moved and amused. Today was a day for Yi Xiu's fans to vent completely. They had been pent up for a long time. First, the home team Excellent Era continued to have a bleak record, and even swooped all the way to the relegation match, and was named the Antarctic Expedition Team. This is a joke about FPX and the LPL. Rising in the rankings is called the Northern Expedition, and the reverse is the Southern Expedition. Swooping all the way to the bottom is called the Antarctic Expedition Team. Then, the idol and captain Yi Xiu announced his retirement. Before they could feel sad for long, the news broke that Excellent Era had hidden Yi Xiu and forced him to retire. Although Excellent Era fell to their knees very easily, their family had been completely torn apart. Now, after the storm, they finally waited for their idol to reappear. What? Rational consumption? What is that? Brothers and sisters, follow me in charge. We vow to defend the glory of 120 million. The frenzy of gifs and bullet comments lasted for 7 or 8 minutes before it eased a little, and Yi Xiu finally had a chance to interrupt. He bowed deeply to the camera again. Thank you again for the support of all fans and friends. Then he stood up and said seriously, then, please allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Yi Xiu, I'm 25 years old, a former Excellent Era professional player, and a glory player for 10 years. I used to play a battle method, and I won 3 championships by chance. Now my account has been confiscated, so I opened a new account and am a casual player. I'm a new anchor, I don't have much experience, please take care of me. This self-introduction that was both humble and arrogant immediately brought the live broadcast room to a small climax again. Gifts began to fly all over the sky again. Yi Xiu remembered Pei Yunting's instructions: although I don't ask you to commercialize it, it's best to thank the big rewards and read out the ID, so as not to disappoint the fans. So he opened the record and began to thank the gifts. Thanks to Yishan Tian Xiao Wu Shuang for the rocket. Tian Xiao Wu Shuang is a bit too much, Loki. Thanks to Jia Shi Chun Chun de Trash for the super rocket. It's all in the past, we have to look forward. Thanks to Jia Shi Club_official for the 10 super rockets. Oh? Is it the real Jia Shi? Yi Xiu was stunned. Clicking on the other party's homepage to check, there is a certification, it is true. That's right, even the official league has been negotiated. How could Tanghai give up the live broadcast contract for active players? Originally, Pei Yunting thought that this thing was not easy to negotiate. After all, there are too many things that need to be kept secret in the Glory League. Tactics, maps, equipment attributes, skill points. But the result was unexpectedly smooth. After investigation, it was found that due to the frequent personnel transfers between Glory League clubs, some data that are easier to check cannot be concealed at all. Take Yi Xiu's One Autumn Leaf for example. Even if Excellent Era kept it a secret, if the player was poached by another club, the characteristics of One Autumn Leaf would be exposed. Therefore, all clubs would just give up. As long as the most critical information about the production of silver weapons is not leaked, the rest of the things can be left alone. As for strategy and tactics, the live broadcast time required by Tanghai is only so long anyway. At most, they can play online games or PK matches during the live broadcast. Therefore, the live broadcast contracts of active players are being negotiated quite smoothly. Especially Excellent Era. Excellent Era, which was almost promoted to the top by Tanghai's little trick, didn't know if it was because of Stockholm, but was obedient to Tanghai, like a loyal dog. When they heard that Tanghai wanted to negotiate a live broadcast contract with the players, they didn't even argue too much about the treatment, and signed it in a hurry. However, considering the reputation of the club, only Sun Xiang and Su Mucheng got the live broadcast contract from Tanghai in the end. Excellent Era was not in a hurry either. Anyway, Su Mucheng's live broadcast contract alone was enough to make them a lot of money. Now, the official account of the Excellent Era Club, as well as Su Mucheng and Sun Xiang, all have their own Shanyu live broadcast room. It's just that they have a match tonight, so they didn't start the broadcast. Back to Yi Xiu's live broadcast room. Seeing that Yi Xiu had named them, the official account of Excellent Era immediately started jumping up and down. Excellent Era Club_official, Congratulations to Captain Yi for starting the broadcast. I'll beat up the boss to celebrate later. Yi Xiu was ashamed, not really, not really. As expected by Yuan Zhou, Excellent Era has started the crazy Tao Xian takes the blame marketing since the incident. No matter whether it's a big thing or a small thing, or a daily trivial matter, as long as they post on Weibo or Xianyu, they must add a sentence, in short, it's all the boss's fault. Over time, it has almost become a joke of Excellent Era. It can only be said that Excellent Era knows how to operate. At this moment, as the special effects on the full screen exploded again, expensive super rockets rose one after another in Yi Xiu's live broadcast room as if they were free. A full 100 super rockets. At the same time, a red and bold top barrage slowly flew over the top of the live broadcast room. Pei Dit only had money and ideals left. Little brother, work hard, I'm optimistic about you. This ID is President Pei. Tunghai headquarters, the president's office. After Pei Yunting finished typing that sentence, he looked at the screen with pleasure, looking at Yi Xiu's shocked and somewhat overwhelmed look. As the boss, it is impossible for him not to come to support his own live broadcast platform. It must be said that although Principal eventually bankrupted Panda, his marketing plan for Panda TV is definitely worth learning from Pei Yunting. How much is a rocket worth? Before Yi Xiu finished thanking him, Pei Yunting left the live broadcast room. His biggest task this afternoon and evening was to go around the major live broadcast rooms and spend money crazily. Originally, he planned to go to Zhang Jiala's live broadcast room next. But on the homepage of Xianyu, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in an inconspicuous game live broadcast room. His eyes suddenly became sharp and he clicked in. This is a game live broadcast room, playing the ammunition expert, and is currently playing a PK game. The anchor was wearing an old Blue Rain youth training uniform. He had a handsome and clear appearance, with a bit of the immaturity of a teenager, but also a unique charm of being high-spirited, and a certain sharpness that was unwilling to be ordinary. He played the role of ammunition expert very well, suppressing his opponent throughout the game, but there was a very special thing. In the honor of King's Game where most players have to quote a few ancient poems when naming, he had a very abrupt pure English name on his head, Jackie Love. At this time, Yu Wenbo was bullying his opponent while explaining it again in a somewhat annoying way. I'll say it for the last time, and I won't say it again later. The clothes on my body belong to my brother. Although the anchor received an invitation from the Blue Rain Youth Training, he didn't go. The reason why the account ID is so strange is because I had this ID when I bought the account, I was just too lazy to change it. Who is the anchor's brother? The current captain of Blue Rain, Soxer, Yuan Zhou. The anchor's real name is Yu Wenba, you can also call me Shui. Yu Wenba's self-introduction was not something Pei Yunting could do. No, can she really be related to Yuan Zhou? Also, how come in a different world, she is still called Jackie Love? For some reason, Pei Yunting suddenly had some bad taste. He recalled the memories of his previous life, and while sending 20 super fires to Yu Wenba, he sent out a message from the boss. Are you searching for Jackie Love? Or Yu Wenba? Or a Shui? Or the future supernova of Blue Rain? No more pretending, the anchor is a pure water ghost. I said before that a group of LPL players will be introduced to fill the league here. There is no game today, and the training match is over, so there are not many people in the training room. Only Yuan Zhou and Huang Xiaotian stayed here, looking at the screen and pointing. The screen was, of course, Yu Wenba's live broadcast room. Is this the legendary Xianyu live broadcast? It looks like it's very powerful. Huang Xiaotian looked surprised. In fact, he was indeed quite interested in live broadcasting. This crowd-pleasing player liked to chat the most. Yuan Zhou rarely refuted Huang Xiaotian's words. He pondered for a moment, with amazement in his eyes, real-time live broadcast, barrage interaction, gift system, the host will also thank the large gifts. Compared to the fan meeting we held, the service and experience of Xianyu's live broadcast room are much better. The distance between the host and the fan seems far away, but it is actually much more intimate than the simple signature and handshake offline. That boss Pei is indeed a business genius. Yuan Zhou couldn't remember how many times he had said this recently. Yeah, Huang Xiaotian nodded, and suddenly pointed at Yu Wenba's conspicuous big head on the screen and smiled. You can see that Shui is enjoying it. He and Yu Wenba have known each other for several years, so we can naturally see his emotions at this moment. It seems that he has a talent for this business. Yuan Zhou's eyes were relieved. He deliberately took out his youth training clothes for Yu Wenba to wear, and allowed him to announce the relationship between the two brothers in the live broadcast room, all in the hope that Yu Wenba's live broadcast would be smoother. But now it seems that they think too much. Yu Wenba seems to be a genius in this business. By the way, look at Wenba's ammunition expert. His playing style is quite unique. Huang Xiaotian pointed at the character named Jackie Love. Yu Wenba's playing style is steady and fierce. When the battle just starts, he can give full play to the advantage of the character's long arms to control the distance consumption with the opponent. But once the opponent's health drops to the dangerous line, he will pounce on it like a hungry wolf seeing blood. Such fighting is certainly swift and fierce, but it is risky after all. And Yu Wenba has a small shortcoming that is not too big, that is, sometimes he will walk into the face of the opponent's skills while walking. This results in him playing well, but every few games, there will be a crash. There is no way, this kid is like this. At best, he is courageous, at worst, he is reckless. Yu Wenzhou was also a little helpless. His brother is like this, he is used to it. Just as the two were chatting and laughing while watching Yu Wenba's performance, suddenly, the live broadcast room was in commotion. The luxurious gift super rocket worth 1,000 yuan was fired 20 times in a row like firecrackers, and the screen was full of gorgeous special effects. Jackie Love was obviously stunned, and subconsciously read the ID, thanks to pay only money and ideals for the 20 super rockets. He didn't recognize it, but a fan recognized it and sent a barrage. The anchor is awesome. President Pei personally sent you a gift. Is this Mr. Pei? Jackie Love was startled, his eyes immediately became enthusiastic, and he nodded and bowed. Thank you, Mr. Pei, thank you, Mr. Pei. He is a die-hard fan of Tinghai games. If it weren't for Yu Wenzhou's strong request, he originally didn't plan to broadcast Honor of Kings today. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Pei had only money and ideals left. Are you searching for Jackie Love? Or Yu Wenba? Or a Shui? Or the Blue Rain and Monk Temple youth training students? You only need to know that he is the top ammunition of Honor of Kings, the all-around ACE, the big top who can be salty or sweet, the absolute core of the team, and the little devil of the singles match. Jackie Love, the one-upmanship Jackie Love, the top of all Honor of Kings Jackie Love, the only chosen Jackie Love, the sweet and sticky little Bobo. That's right, Pei Yunting modified the finalized text of Yu Wenba in his previous life and sacrificed it. A Shui was stunned, and then his face turned red quickly, and his expression began to collapse at the speed of light. What kind of corny things are these? What is the only chosen one, can be salty or sweet, sweet and sticky little Bobo? Is this what a big boss like you should post? Is there no one here that you care about? Oh, no, it seems that I should be the one thinking about this sentence. Pei Yunting's 20 super rockets were given to an unknown person, which naturally attracted many people to watch. Before a group of people had time to brush coming here because of the reputation, they were shocked by the finalized article by President Pei. Oh my god, President Pei actually wrote a cheering message for a small anchor? Yu Wenba? Or Blue Rain? Is he Captain Yu's younger brother? So handsome. Am I the only one who noticed that Blue Rain is a Buddhist temple? Let's be honest, isn't Blue Rain a Buddhist temple? However, President Pei's cheering message is written quite professionally. If it's very professional, then just post it. The only chosen one, Jack Loves. Sweet and sticky little Bobo. The barrage has a tendency to go awry, but it is still centered around Yu Wenba and Blue Rain. Yu Wenba has all the elements that a popular anchor should have: good looks, strength, gimmicks, and connections with famous people, plus the fire that Pei personally lit. Suddenly, the popularity of the live broadcast room surpassed that of a group of contracted anchors and jumped to the forefront of the platform. However, Yu Wenba himself did not want this kind of popularity. He looked at the screen full of the only chosen Jack Love with some numbness, and the operation of his hands was involuntarily deformed. The ammunition expert crashed into the opponent's skill lightwave and died. I regret coming to live broadcast. In the Blue Rain training room, Yu Huang and Huang stared at the live broadcast room that was completely distorted by Pei Yunting. What does Pei Yunting want to do this time? Yu Wenzhou frowned. He never expected that Pei Yunting would suddenly promote his unknown brother. After all, Yu Wenba has never officially joined the Blue Rain youth training camp, and he doesn't like to play Honor of Kings. Many people don't even know that Yu Wenzhou has such a brother. Why did Pei Yunting suddenly promote him? Yu Wenzhou racked his brains but couldn't understand Pei Yunting's meaning. Because Pei Yunting didn't mean anything else. It was just seeing Yu Wenba's familiar big head that made the ghost soul burn. Let's talk about Pei Yunting. After using 20 rockets and a finalized article to make the fledgling Yu Wenba realize the dangers of the world, he still has to continue his journey of throwing money. Not seeing any familiar figures for the time being, he simply went back to look at the big anchors signed by Tinghai. After all, it was a huge investment to sign these people, and you can't take the money for nothing. Everyone, stand up for President Pei. Yi Xiu finished reading, and the next one was naturally Zhang Jiala and Sun Jiping. Due to the binding relationship of Manhwa Shuejing, these two chose to broadcast live together for the first time after the suggestion of Tinghai operations. Pei Yunting clicked into Zhang Jiala's live broadcast room. However, what was a little unexpected to him was that the atmosphere did not seem to be as warm as he imagined. Pei Yunting was stunned, looked at the barrage, and then he understood, and his face was immediately full of gloating. Oh my god, this is being written by CP fans. Why can't I understand it? Zhang Jiala turned off the microphone and asked Sun Jiping in a low voice, but he couldn't suppress the slight tremor in his voice. How should I know? I've been retired for 2 or 3 years. The veins on Sun Jiping's neck bulged. This always free and arrogant mad swordsman also broke his defense today. I regret signing this contract a little bit. Who doesn't? Although the two had expected the grand occasion when the broadcast started, after all, they were big stars in the gaming circle before. The result was indeed very popular, but it seemed that there was something wrong with the content. After experiencing the same barrage and gift frenzy as Yi Xiu's live broadcast room, the two were able to patiently thank the gifts at the beginning. But soon, something started to go wrong. Thanks to the rocket of flower blood scene never ends. Thanks to the rocket of 100 flowers CP lifetime push. CP? Is it the abbreviation of couple? Does it mean partner? What does lifetime push mean? Thanks to the super rocket of double flowers sweet. What sweet? The two began to feel that something was wrong. Finally, Sun Jiping was the first one who couldn't hold back. He quietly picked up his phone and searched, what does CP mean? Then, his face turned from red to purple, and from purple to green. See for yourself. Sun Jiping threw the phone over, and his voice was a little bit gnashing. Zhang Jiala took a look and his face soon became bad. CP refers to two people who are in a relationship or have a tendency to be a couple. Couple tendency. Me, and you? Zhang Jiala pointed at Sun Jiping tremblingly. In his opinion, even if the league wants to spread rumors, it should be between male and female players. Just like Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng, they are really a match made in heaven. What are the two men like them? Sun Jiping's temper was a little out of control. I still want to know why. What are these fans thinking? Zhang Jiala took deep breaths repeatedly and finally managed to suppress his emotions. He said in the live broadcast room in the calmest tone possible, well, fans may have some misunderstandings about the relationship between me and Sun Jiping. We are just partners in the game and friends in reality. There is no other relationship. Please don't think too much. It would have been better if he didn't explain. Once he explained, the fanatical CP fans in the live broadcast room became even more excited. It's just that you are so shy. To explain is to cover up. Who cares? No one can stop me from eating sugar and eating full today. I forgot the front and the back. Anyway, the double flowers are eternal. Zhang Jiala's face began to turn gray. Pei Yunting sighed. He knew he should take action. He had experienced the power of CP fans in his previous life. FPX's champion bottom team, Lin Weixiong and Lu Qingsong, are a typical example of being persecuted by CP fans. They are two people who each have a girlfriend, but because they have been together for a long time, they have become the most popular CP for all kinds of fujoshi. In the end, the two people who obviously have no hatred against each other have become strangers and can't even be friends. Pei Yunting knew the power of CP fans, but he didn't plan to let these two people focus on CP business. He also hoped that they would lead the team to compete in LPL in the future, but he couldn't let CP fans waste it like this. So, Pei had only money and ideals left to give the anchor by Hualiel Wanzhang Jiala 100 super rockets. Pei had only money and ideals left. I'm sorry, everyone. In principle, Xianyu Live does not support you to overeat CP in the live broadcast room, especially forcing it without regard to the original owner's wishes. Pei had only money and ideals left. If the situation is serious, Xianyu Live may ban the account of the audience involved for an indefinite period of time. I hope you will consider the feelings of your favorite anchor and eat CP rationally. Pei Yunting personally came out to support the platform, which calmed down the violent CP fans in the live broadcast room. Fortunately, this is the world of the full-time master, and the fans have not grown to the fanaticism of LPL, otherwise it would not be something Pei Yunting could persuade. Zhang Jiala and Sun Jiping were stunned when they saw Pei Yunting's speech, and hurriedly thanked him. This is much more sincere than thanking for the gift. Manhwa Shuejing's live broadcast room was in chaos, while Yi Xiu's live broadcast room was much more harmonious. After thanking for the gifts for a while and chatting with fans about the current situation in daily life, Yi Xiu opened glory. When the ID Jun Mashio appeared on the screen, it unexpectedly caused a wave of barrages. Oh my god, Jun Mashio is Yishen? No wonder he can break so many dungeon records and grab so many first kills. Just after being forced to retire, he went to District 10 to break the record. Yishin is really crying. Yishio saw these barrages, smiled slightly, and was about to speak. Suddenly, some more barrages popped up. Who is Lord Grimm? Why don't I understand what you are saying? Don't you know Lord Grimm? He was a master who emerged when the 10th district was launched. He snatched countless boss first kills and records from major guilds. He is a top-notch figure in the new district. Oh, I see. Thank you for clearing up my confusion. Yishio's eyes showed a little confusion. No, I am also the top celebrity in the 10th district. Especially after I broke the first line canyon record and started to be hunted by several major guilds, I am still a top figure in the glory circle. How come so many people don't know him? He suppressed his doubts and entered the game. As soon as he entered, the chat channel exploded. The number of team invitations exceeded 99 plus in an instant. In addition, there were persistent voice invitations from Tianqi, Yu Zhongnian and others. Yi Xiu answered. Yi Shun. It's really you. Tianqi's extremely excited voice appeared in the microphone. In fact, Tianqi and others had already guessed about Yi Xiu's identity. After all, Lord Grimm's voice is exactly the same as Yi Xiu's voice in the Excellent Era recording. But until today, when Yi Xiu personally controlled Lord Grimm in the live broadcast room, the truth was revealed. Yi Xiu smiled and said, "Let's go to the dungeon together again if we have a chance." This was purely a polite remark. After all, Lord Grimm and Tianqi and the others had already opened up a considerable level gap, not to mention that Lord Grimm was still being hunted down by the major guilds. Definitely. But even if it was just a polite remark, it was enough to make Tianqi, Yu Zhongnian and the others so excited that they couldn't sleep. We are also the ones who have played dungeons with Yi Xiu. It's a face to say it out. Yi Xiu was very happy, but suddenly he saw that Zhang Yu, the president of the 10th district of Tyranny, who was chasing them, sent him an application. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Yu's extremely complaining voice rang out. "Yishin, my good Yishin, why are you doing this?" Zhang Yu was very aggrieved. "You are a great god, and you come to compete with us little shrimps for boss and records. Not righteous. Don't talk about the code of conduct." Yi Xiu smiled very evilly. "Why don't you talk about morality? I have retired. What's wrong with playing an online game? Besides, I snatched some of your records and boss, and your several major guilds have also jointly hunted us for so long. You chased us around, so it's fair, right?" Yi Xiu and Zhang Yu were happily arguing, but they didn't realize that the live broadcast room had quietly exploded. What did I see? Tyranny's bastards used their numbers to bully the minority and hunt down our Yishin? Not just Tyranny, but several other clubs did it too? No one is bullying our Yishin's fans, right? Sisters, go after them. On this day, inexplicably, the official Weibo accounts of major clubs suffered the same treatment as Excellent Era. Tyranny Club, Online Game Affairs Area. Zhang Yu was arguing with Yi Xiu at this time. After learning the super heavy news that Jun Mashio was Yi Xiu, the most devastated were the big guild leaders. In the 10th district, Jun Mashio led his brothers to fight for bosses, break records, and grab first kills all over the world, forcing the big guilds to invest several times in the 10th district. Especially after Jun Mashio happily started to do dungeon record proxy play. The big guild leaders who were used to being the boss not only had to spend a lot of money, but also had to rush to Jun Mashio to please him. For them who were used to being the boss, when had they ever been like a grandson like this? Finally, the big guilds reached a consensus and began to work together to hunt down this. He blew himself up, the great god Yi Xiu. How can he be killed? Apart from anything else, Jia dynasty, which had completely become Yi Xiu's liquor, turned against him the moment they heard the news, with an attitude of "I will live and die with Jun Mashio." There was nothing they could do but continue the negotiations. A great god, the top of professional players, the undisputed number one in glory, came to the new area to compete with these workers for performance? There was no other way. No matter how unhappy they were, they could not continue the joint hunt. They could only hope that Yi Shen, who had just received a contract worth more than 100 million yuan, would be more generous and give some leftovers to these poor people. However, just when Zhang Yu was desperately trying to negotiate with Yi Xiu, a member of Tyranny suddenly rushed in. "President! It's bad, check our official blog." Zhang Yu was stunned, took out his phone and looked at it, and was dumbfounded. He saw that the battlefield had completely fallen under the mediocre game preview released by Tyranny's official account. "You Tyranny fans, come out and speak up. You can't win on the field, so you play dirty tricks in the online game, right? You like group fights? You like mobbing? You think we have no one, right?" Of course, Tyranny's fans will not tolerate them acting wildly like this. No, who was the first to run to the new area to pretend to be a newbie in fried fish? Didn't fried fish deserve to be arrested? It was agreed that professional players would not go out to break records, and it was Yishio who broke the rule first. For a while, Tyranny's Weibo was in chaos. The same scene also appeared in the Weibo of several other clubs. The angry Yishio fans showed the enthusiasm and perseverance they had before against Excellent Era, and they were like Lubu fighting against the 18 princes. Zhang Yu was stunned for a long time, and finally screamed, "No way? Is it that serious?" In Yishio's live broadcast room, Yishio was still reminiscing with the brothers he had met in the new area. Suddenly, Zhang Yu came up again, and this time his voice was much more miserable. "Master Yi, is it that serious? We can talk about anything, why did you just start a fan charge?" "Fan charge? What fan charge?" Yishio was stunned. "You don't know?" Zhang Yu's voice was full of doubt. For the first time, Yishio felt a little overwhelmed. "I really don't know. Go check Weibo yourself." Yishio suspiciously opened Weibo, and was dumbfounded when he saw it. "Oh no, I've become Guangmingding." He felt a little flustered for the first time in a long time. Suddenly he thought of something and asked in the live broadcast room, were you the ones who charged under the major official blogs? The comments were quite proud. "Yes. Those guilds are chasing Yishin. As fans, of course we have to fight back." Yishio was a little numb. "No, didn't you hear what the guild leader said? They chased me because I snatched the boss and set the record." Unexpectedly, the comments sneered, "Aren't records and bosses taken by the stronger ones? They can't get them because they are not good enough. That's right, they are weak and can only use dirty tricks. What are you?" Yishio stopped talking. He stared blankly at the comments that were enthusiastically defending him on the screen, as if he and they were from two different worlds. He has always been used to implementing the rules of glory in glory. Professional players don't go out to fight monsters and bosses, the main resources are monopolized by the big guilds, and things in online games are solved in online games. Even he, an old guy who hasn't played online games for many years, abides by these rules. Because of this, he has never thought of using his influence to put pressure on the major guilds, but instead uses his strength to make them run around in the game. It's reasonable to solve game problems with games. But his fans don't seem to think so. They abide by another set of rules. This set of rules is more universal, more general, and more in line with people's simple values. But the only thing is that it's not like online games. It's as if they have never played online games. Yishio suddenly shuddered, and he didn't dare to think about it. "Well, I'll call all the major clubs, everyone calm down and don't rush anymore." He made an excuse in a somewhat embarrassed way and left the live broadcast room. Only the barrage on the screen was still entertaining itself. "Okay, I'm really sorry this time, I will try my best to restrain them." Yishio hung up the phone with Jieshi. He said he wanted to communicate, but it wasn't all just an excuse. After leaving the live broadcast room, he did call each team one by one to explain the situation and apologize. Fortunately, he basically called the team captains, and most of them were familiar with his personality, so no one blamed him. After that, everyone jointly gave an explanation, and the matter was basically over. Yishio looked at his phone, and the only one left was Blue Rain. He called Yuanzhou. The call was connected quickly, and it was Yuanzhou's calm voice. "Are you here to apologize?" Yishio smiled bitterly. "Yeah, what's going on?" Yuanzhou smiled. "You never participate in the club's fan operation, so naturally you don't understand these. I'll handle it on the club side, and you can just post a Weibo explanation later and it will be over." "Okay, thank you." On the Blue Rain side, Yuanzhou was chatting and laughing with Yishio on his phone, but there was amazement in his eyes. Yishio, this guy who has never been involved in the mundane world, was dragged into the world by President Pei. He thought. The original Yishio had nothing in his eyes except glory. He was aloof from the world, with a heart as pure as a mirror, just like an immortal. But now, a certain black-hearted boss has used the most brutal means to drag him into the noisy world, allowing him to see the hustle and bustle of the world. After Yishio truly understands the other side of the league, can he still maintain such a persistence and glory? Except for a certain weirdo among weirdos, the captain of the Glory League has multiple duties and can even partially intervene in the operation of the club. Yuanzhou naturally knows much more than Yishio. So, he guessed something. When the day comes that Yishio is truly disappointed with glory, it might be the time for President Pei to poach him, right? Today's farce finally confirmed Yuanzhou's judgment. In this case, he has to do something. "By the way, Yishio, I have a personal request, I hope you can help me." He chatted with Yishio as if nothing had happened. What favor? Yishio was quite surprised. He didn't dare to accept this guy's request casually. I have a younger brother who is also doing live broadcasts. I hope you can help him if possible. As the captain of Blue Rain, I can't go there myself. Then, Wenba, you will go and explore the way for us. Brother? Is it Wenba? Yi Xiu thought about it. With the relationship with Yu Wenzhou, and Yu Wenba's personality as a social butterfly, the professional players have a good relationship with this big-headed kid. Yes, that's him. Yu Wenzhou replied with a smile. I didn't plan to let him go this way, but today, as soon as he started broadcasting, President Pei personally sent him 20 rockets, and Yu Wenzhou suddenly thought of the extremely embarrassing stereotype text, smiled, and stopped talking. Okay. Yi Xiu didn't think too much, nodded and agreed. Pei Yunting had encouraged him to take care of the younger generation live broadcasts when he signed the contract with him, which was also considered to be training his own team. Tang Rou, Baozi, if it weren't for Qiao Yifan still carrying the contract with Tiny Herb, he would have won too. Adding Yu Wenba, who already has skills and a certain degree of fame, is naturally not a problem. Agreeing to this matter, he slowly returned to the live broadcast room. Although he was worried, he still did not hesitate when it was time to do business. He called Tang Rou and Baozi to continue the dungeon. The coalition forces of the major guilds naturally withdrew. Not only did they withdraw, but they also withdrew with their tails between their legs. Although Yi Xiu and the major clubs quickly issued a joint statement to clarify, this exposure incident really made the major clubs sweat. It is a common unspoken rule in the professional circle that the big guilds are rampant in online games. After all, with the extremely low resource output of Glory, the major professional teams are not enough to share, let alone to share with passers-by. So in order to have sufficient resources to play the game, the club acquiesced to the various behaviors of the guilds in the online game. Wild map bosses and records can only be fought by guilds, and resource allocation is decided by the big guilds. Most new players either work for the guilds or give up the core gameplay to be a casual passerby and honestly play dungeons. But the unspoken rules are still not open to the public. And Yi Xiu's live broadcast incident this time put these unspoken rules on the table. Passers-by don't care whether you have your own reasons or not. They only see what these big guilds do in the online game. Bullying, social strife, strict hierarchy, exploitation. Any one of them is enough to ruin the reputation of the guild and the club. Even though Yi Xiu acted in time this time and managed to get through this rhythm. But it still made the major clubs sweat. My goodness, there are anchors everywhere in the Honor online game now. What if a few more scandals are exposed? Therefore, the guild leaders were not only ordered not to provoke Jun Maxiao, but also required all guild members to be more restrained in their actions and try to ensure harmony in the game as much as possible. In order to meet this requirement, even the monthly material equipment KPI that must be handed in was cut in half. Just a few words caused the entire Honor circle to be in chaos. Who dares to provoke Jun Maxiao and his gang now? Therefore, Yi Xiu and others felt extremely relaxed for the first time, and the whole process was smooth. As a result, Yi Xiu was able to spare some energy to pay attention to the content of the barrage. The more he paid attention to this, the more his heart sank. The vast majority of people in the barrage knew nothing about the mechanics of Honor, especially the mechanics that are exclusive to online games. Every time they encountered a new boss, a new monster, or a new terrain, there would be a lot of people shouting and asking what this was, and then someone would patiently explain it to them. It seems that my fans really haven't played Honor much. Yi Xiu pondered. But how is this possible? If you don't play Honor, how can you become my fan? Finally, after taking Tang Rou and the others to complete the Rock Ronin Open, Yi Xiu decided to do a test. Speaking of which, I found that you don't seem to be very familiar with the mechanics of Honor. Let's do a statistics. He recalled the introduction of the Shenyu live broadcast software on the instruction page and opened a voting post in the live broadcast room. Have you played the online game Honor for a long time? Yes/no. He posted this voting post, and soon, the number of votes began to rise rapidly. But something happened that made Yi Xiu silent. Although the votes for the yes and no options were both rising, the growth of no was obviously much faster than that of yes. After about 3 minutes, the data basically settled at 35% for yes and 65% for no. That's right, more than 60% of Yi Xiu's fans don't play Honor of Kings. At least in the live broadcast room, that's the case. Yi Xiu's fake smile froze. In a place where the camera couldn't see, his hands began to tremble slightly again. It seemed that since he was kicked out of Excellent Era that night and then set up by Pei Yunting, the frequency of his hands shaking has increased. I, Yi Xiu, am a textbook of Honor of Kings, a 3-time champion of Honor of Kings. 2/3 of my fans don't play Honor of Kings? What kind of joke is this? Then what are they watching? We work so hard to compete and study tactics, but what's the point for the fans? Yi Xiu is now like an actor, performing hard on the stage, but he finds that there is a sea of audiences below, most of whom are playing with their phones. If it was the Yi Xiu in the original timeline who didn't take fans seriously, then these things wouldn't bother him at all. But the problem is that under Pei Boppi's persistent influence, Yi Xiu has now begun to open his heart to his fans. How can he accept this fact? Yi Xiu didn't remember how the live broadcast ended today. He only remembered the gongs and drums, the firecrackers, the lively and bustling, but it seemed to have nothing to do with his performance. His mind was muddled and confused, and he couldn't vent his doubts. Subconsciously, he took out his mobile phone and called the guy he thought knew the most. City, Tinghai Company Headquarters, Pei Yunting's office. Boss is wise, we were shallow before. Zhang Yuanfang smiled while holding a report. Yi Xiu's first broadcast revenue has reached a terrifying 45 million. Even if there is only 20% of the gift share, it will definitely be enough to make a lot of money in 5 years. But Pei Yunting didn't look very proud, just nodded calmly. Got it, don't come to report to me tonight. What's the matter? Zhang Yuanfang asked with a smile. Pei Yunting usually doesn't put on airs in the company, especially with the senior executives, who basically treat each other as friends. That kid must have become autistic because of today's live broadcast. Pei Yunting smiled and pointed to the phone on the table. He and Yi Xiu are only 7 years apart, but he talks about them like an adult and a child. I have to play the role of his caring grandfather. That kid is still too young to understand the nature of the fan economy, let alone the nature of honor. Zhang Yuanfang commented with a smile. If he understood, why would I need to spend so much time on it? Pei Yunting rolled his eyes. However, it's not too late to wake up now. Zhang Yuanfang left a report and left the office. Pei Yunting was left waiting there leisurely. Not long after, the phone rang. It was Yi Xiu who called. Pei Yunting's mouth curled up slightly, picked up the phone and answered it. His voice suddenly became cheerful. Hey, Xiao Yi. Congratulations, your live broadcast debut was perfect, and the turnover alone was 45 million. Well, thank you, President Pei. Yi Xiu was obviously in a bad mood. Pei Yunting pretended to be stupid. What's wrong? Unhappy. Yi Xiu told all the problems he encountered. If they don't play honor, why do they come to be my fans? Yi Xiu's tone was a little tired. Start the video. After the video was connected, Pei Yunting put away his smile. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Yi Xiu was stunned. Let me hear the lie first. The lie is that as a live broadcast room highly recommended on the homepage, many of your viewers are passers-by who are attracted here, and the proportion of players among them will be lower. It seems to make sense? Yi Xiu was stunned. He didn't expect this angle, and it was quite reasonable. That makes sense, Pei Yunting sighed, but it's not the main reason. Believe me, even if we only count your old fans, the proportion of players who have played Honor of Kings is definitely not high. And, even with this proportion, a large part of it is the result of your personal fan effect. Yi Xiu was silent for a long time before asking, but why? Yi Xiu, Pei Yunting looked directly into Yi Xiu's eyes. For you, Honor of Kings is probably a very fun and great game. Its technical operations ceiling is very high, and it is very challenging to play. It is very suitable for players like you who pursue excellence. But, that's you. You have skills, talent, and the backing of the club. Then, have you ever thought about what it would be like for an ordinary person who has nothing to play Honor of Kings? What is the experience of an ordinary person playing Honor of Kings? Yi Xiu was stunned. This involved his blind spot in knowledge. Pei Yunting knew at a glance that this guy had never thought about this before, and turned on screen sharing. When we were researching the game Honor, we did a special investigation on this. We also made an animated short film for this, called Honor, From Understanding to Abandoning. Take a look. Pei Yunting clicked on the video. The beginning of the video was the scene of Yi Xiu defeating Manhwa in the 3rd season and holding the trophy. The media rushed to report it, and it was the talk of the town. Suddenly, many people saw the news and became interested in Honor. Once they were interested, they wanted to try it out. However, things were not as smooth as expected. The first thing was the configuration required to play Honor. As a first-person MMORPG online game with only 10 zones in total, and with 30 years of leading technology, the configuration requirements of this game can be imagined. Tinghai specifically calculated the configuration. Even now, a computer that can run Honor, equipped with a special card reader, costs more than 10,000 yuan. How many people can be eliminated with a computer worth more than 10,000 yuan? Seeing this, Yi Xiu subconsciously retorted, aren't there still internet cafes? Pei Yunting smiled mysteriously. Yes, there are still internet cafes. Keep watching. Sure enough, internet cafes specially adapted for honor configuration soon appeared in the video. However, not everyone has the conditions to go to internet cafes. College students who concentrate on studying, white-collar workers who work all day, workers who run around. For various reasons, these people are unwilling to go to internet cafes, which are often associated with filth and chaos. Look, this has eliminated more than half, and most of them are elite groups. Pei Yunting smiled at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao said nothing. The video continued. The remaining groups either have computers or go to internet cafes, and finally play honor. Then, some people began to feel 3D dizziness. There are many people who feel 3D dizziness in FPS games, not to mention RPGs, Pei Yunting explained. You know better than me how badly the perspective shakes when melee characters use their skills. Not everyone can stand this. Yi Xiao's face became uglier and uglier. He always shouted glory, I won't get tired of playing it for another 10 years, but for the first time he realized that this game was not as perfect as he imagined. However, the video continued, and it became more and more sharp. Those who could adapt to the first-person perspective finally entered the game and started playing, and then they started to squeeze into the novice village. After several hours, they only killed a few insignificant monsters and completed a few unchallenging tasks. Look at the players next door who started playing Tencent's open-world game at about the same time. At this time, they had already left the novice village and started to enjoy the fun of the game. What a rubbish game, a waste of time. Another group of people who lacked patience left. But after all, there were players who held on to the end. Finally, they could enjoy the fun of working illegally for the big guilds. The big guilds controlled most of the high-level resources in the game. Either join them or castrate the game content. After joining them, he worked hard with the guild all day long, doing all kinds of dirty and tiring work, but all he got was low-end equipment discarded by the top management. I'm here to play games and relax, not to work like a grandson. Another group of people left. At this time, there were only a few people left. Yi Xiao's cold sweat broke out like a floodgate. Is it that exaggerated? He finally spoke, his voice obviously lacking confidence. Yes. Pei Yunting nodded very firmly. You should have some experience in this matter yourself. What experience? Yi Xiao shook his head in confusion. Chenghua, your boss's wife, you must be familiar with her, right? Pei Yunting grinned. Boss's wife? What's wrong with her? Yi Xiao didn't understand why Pei Yunting mentioned Chenghua at this time. Chenghua, who runs an internet cafe, has plenty of time to play games every day. She has been playing Honor of Kings for 5 years, a veteran among veterans. In addition, as the owner of an internet cafe, you are financially independent at a young age, making hundreds of thousands a month, so you don't need money at all. What's even more outrageous is that it's a female player, and a female player with very good looks. Pei Yunting was a little jealous when he said this. It's hard for us game developers to find high-quality players of this level even with a lantern. Once we find them, we will definitely worship them. He also shouted slogans like a sycophant. We must never let users suffer any grievances. But these jokes soon subsided and turned into some kind of ironic indifference. But what about the reality? Let alone other things, the best equipment for such a player is just a purple weapon. Purple weapon. There are orange, pink and silver levels above it. Pei Yunting was very disappointed. To be honest, if any game under Tinghai has a situation like Chenghua who has played for 5 years but still can't graduate, the person in charge will have to go under the overpass to beg for food the next day. However, for honor, they don't care at all. Finally, Pei Yunting slapped the table sarcastically. This is honor, the arrogant honor. The honor that treats players as grandsons. The exchange with Pei Yunting certainly solved the doubts in his heart, but it also hit him hard. So, glory is such a terrible thing? Yi Xiao didn't understand. Yi Xiao? Haven't you slept yet? A voice came from the counter. It was Tang Rou who was on night shift. Because of the afternoon broadcast, Yi Xiao's night shift was also adjusted. Usually he had to go to bed at 2 or 3 in the middle of the night. At first, Yi Xiao was reluctant and thought that he should seize the good time of the night to practice his account. As a result, Chenghua rolled her eyes and slapped the live broadcast contract in his face. You are so rich, is it difficult to find a power leveler? Yi Xiao probably had to do technical work such as breaking records and robbing bosses himself, but there was really no need to do the boring dungeon leveling himself. However, the biological clock is not so easy to reverse. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and Yi Xiao still didn't feel sleepy at all. With his mind in a mess, he looked at Tang Rou, who was leveling up Han Yenro without blinking, and suddenly he seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. Xiaotang, you have been playing Honor of Kings for more than half a month, right? He spoke, and for the first time he lost his usual carefree composure. Yeah, that's right. Tang Rou nodded, and used a sky strike to knock a small monster away. So do you think Honor of Kings is fun? Yisho felt that being able to play it intensively for more than half a month, it couldn't be said that it was not fun, right? Although President Pei had criticized Honor of Kings to pieces, at least the fact that it was fun was indisputable, right? Who knew that Tang Rou shook her head like a rattle after hearing what he said. It's not fun, it's very tiring to play. Not fun? How could it be? Yi Xiu was struck by lightning and subconsciously took a step back. This was an answer he had not expected. Tang Rou killed the final boss of the dungeon, turned around and looked at Yi Xiu with a straightforward gaze. It could have been a lot of fun. When I first entered Glory, I was actually quite interested. After all, it's a new game and I quite like playing games. But when I just wanted to watch the opening CG, Guogwa skipped it for me and said there was nothing to see, and urged me to level up quickly. The same thing happened afterwards. Every time I accepted a mission, I didn't have time to check the mission description in detail. I could only accept it with my eyes closed and go. I had no idea what the background of the mission was. Tang Rou recounted her experience of playing Glory during this period, and there was a hint of grievance in her words. I'm already over level 30 now, but I don't even know what the main storyline of this game is about. Just look at the scenery. There are people everywhere, and I have to be on my toes and ready to fight. I have no mood to appreciate it. Suddenly, Tang Rou thought of something and asked Yi Xiu, don't talk about me. You are a veteran who has played Honor of Kings for 10 years. Do you know what story Honor of Kings tells? Of course I know. Isn't it? Yi Xiu was about to answer subconsciously, but suddenly stopped when he opened his mouth. Honor of Kings. What was it about? Why didn't he remember it? Not only the plot, but also the worldview of Honor, important NPCs, and even some early mission processes, were all forgotten by him. When it comes to Honor, he has all the operation skills, advanced techniques, tactical reserves, and map understanding of all professions in his mind. The only thing is that there is no content of Honor itself. Tang Rou looked at his dull look inside. Sure enough, even you don't know. I can't understand why you Honor players play so utilitarian. Everything you do is to upgrade, kill monsters, brush materials, and change equipment. It's not like playing games, it's more like working. Yi Xiu stared at Yi Xiu's eyes that subconsciously evaded, and asked word by word, can you answer me from the bottom of your heart, does playing games really make you happy? Happy? Is he, Yi Xiu, happy? Maybe when he was 14 or 15 years old and just sneaked out of home, he was happy. But even at that time, a large part of the pleasure he got from the game came from victory. The joy of the game itself. Yi Xiu held it in for a long time, and finally managed to say, after all, I am a professional player. But I am not. Tang Rou interrupted him, so I am not happy, I just feel tired. After all, she is not the Tang Rou of the original timeline, but the Tang Rou who was deeply influenced by Pei Yunting. Pei Yunting admired the straightforward and competitive girl, and was willing to talk to her. He also used the vast amount of masterpieces he borrowed from his previous life to cultivate the girl's taste. At least now Tang Rou's rank will definitely not be inferior to Yi Xiu, who has not much social experience. Yi Xiu's eyes were depressed. The heart that had just been hit hard by Pei Yunting was stabbed hard by Tang Rou. A sense of fragility that he had not experienced when he was kicked out of Jiashi appeared in him for the first time. He fell down at his workstation as a network administrator, his eyebrows drooping, and his soul was lost. Tang Rou looked at him like this, thought for a while, opened her bag, took out an electronic device about the size of a tablet and handed it to him. What is this? The Inspur game console produced by Tinghai. Tang Rou turned on the power, inserted a game card, and loaded a new save file. Let's play this. This is President Pei's masterpiece. In the ranking of the greatest games in history worldwide, it is much higher than Honor of Kings. It is because of him that President Pei became a god in one battle and is hailed as the god of the new generation of game producers. Yi Xiu took the game console with a vague name. The game on it had an unclear name, The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. With a vague understanding, he tried to play this game. At the beginning, he transformed into a sleeping blonde boy and was awakened by a mysterious light. The birth point was a dark and cramped small cave, and only the mysterious facility where he was sleeping emitted a faint blue light. Yi Xiu controlled the boy named Link to run around in the cave, and then picked up a prop called Sheikah Slate under the guidance of the light. It feels similar to Honor of Kings? Just a little less people. Yi Xiu thought. Such a game can also be a masterpiece? This doubt continued until he opened the cave door as instructed. The moment he walked out of the cave in the direction of the outside light, ethereal music sounded. The perspective slowly moved, and the magnificent panorama of Hyrule continent was instantly visible. Dense forests, vast plains, towering volcanoes, and continuous mountains in the distance, and the ancient abandoned church nearby. All these elements are available in Glory, and the modeling is far more detailed and realistic than this game. But Glory has never used such a shocking way to present such a beautiful scenery to players. Yi Xiu's eyes widened slightly, and he seemed to be vaguely touched in his heart. Originally, he had left the cave and chatted with a sloppy old man. The female voice that awakened him gave him a task coordinate. Just as Yi Xiu was about to rush over according to the coordinate, he was stopped by Tang Rou. Tang Rou shook her head. Don't always focus on completing tasks. This is not an upgrade game. Just walk around. Walk around? What is there to walk around for? Yi Xiu was confused, but he had to do it. After saying goodbye to the old man, he walked around, picked up a branch on the ground and gestured twice, and then used it to kill a nearby piglet. He picked up the stick left by the piglet and continued to wander around. Not long after, he found an apple tree. The apples on the tree were bright red and tender. Yi Xiu controlled Link to run and jump. Under his precise control, Link accurately picked an apple at a lower position, and then did the same, 2, and 3. But no matter how Yi Xiu jumped, he couldn't reach the higher position. Is the level not enough? Yi Xiu gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he hit the tree trunk with a stick, but it didn't move at all. The tree didn't even tremble, as if mocking him for overestimating his own abilities. Just when Yi Xiu was about to leave helplessly, his eyes suddenly stopped on a wooden stake not far away. There, an axe was stuck. Yi Xiu's eyes lit up. He went forward to pick up the axe, went back to the apple tree and chopped it down. Suddenly, the apple tree was cut with a deep cut. The shaking caused by the huge force made the apples fall down one after another. Yi Xiu picked them up happily. Continuing to walk forward, there is a pond. There is a protruding cliff on the edge of the pond. On the water surface just below the cliff, duckweed intentionally or unintentionally formed a circle, like a diving platform. Now that I'm here, I'd rather jump. Yi Xiu jumped off the cliff and landed right in the center of the circle formed by the duckweed. Then, a burst of smoke exploded, and a soft green thing appeared with a propeller made of branches. Yaha, you found me. Yi Xiu was stunned. There really is something? Yaha chatted with him for a few words and stuffed him with a Yaha fruit. Obviously, this thing looks like a pile of, but Yi Xiu was still as happy as a monkey who found a peach. There is no equipment, no complicated operation, and no powerful monsters. But it can give people different surprises in every inconspicuous corner. He began to understand Tang Rou's intention of not letting him follow the main line. In the following journey, he subconsciously kept a careful eye and observed every place with something. With this observation, this seemingly empty world suddenly became different. For example, the pig that just died tragically under Yi Xiu's branch. Upon closer inspection, the ordinary pig suddenly became amazing. The monsters in Glory, when they don't find the player, either stand still or patrol back and forth. Only when they find the player will they show their fierceness. But the pig named Pokeblins is different. Even if the pigs didn't notice the players, they were not idle. They would scratch themselves, talk, and dance around a fire. They would even fall asleep at night. Yi Xiu once tried to throw an apple over. The pigs were stunned at first, but then overjoyed. They ran up with brisk steps, picked up the apple, and ate it with relish. Yi Xiu hid aside and secretly watched the pigs eat the apple, secretly amazed. In Glory, the only meaning of the existence of small monsters is to provide experience and cheap materials that are worthless. They are the least valuable data. He never thought that there would be small monsters like pigs with such rich movements and expressions. It turned out that small monsters could be made so vivid. For the next 2 hours, Yi Xiu almost went crazy. The seemingly empty initial platform was actually full of surprises. If there was a big rock on the cliff that could be pushed down, then there must be an unlucky pig waiting to be hit under the cliff. If there was a towering tree growing on the edge of a bottomless cliff, then the height of the tree must be just enough to cross the cliff and form a single plank bridge. As long as Yi Xiu is willing to explore and discover carefully, he will definitely be able to gain surprises and happiness. For example, the monster camp he is preparing to attack. The camp is a big skull at the entrance of the canyon, where a large group of pigs live. Not only are there pigs holding bows and arrows on guard, but there is also a ferocious blue pig leader. With high attack and high health and excellent equipment, Link, who is full of health, can be killed with one stick. Yi Xiu relied on his own operation to force his way in once, but he ran out of weapons and still couldn't do anything to the leader. In the end, he was taken away on the spot with a stick. This stick made Yishio sober up. He honestly scouted around the camp and finally found that the skull was full of explosive barrels, and there was an oil lamp hanging on the ceiling. A plan appeared in his mind. Taking advantage of the dark night and the high wind when the pigs went to sleep, he tiptoed outside the camp and shot down the oil lamp with an arrow. The flame of the oil lamp ignited the explosive barrel, and the flames shot up into the sky. The pigs were engulfed in flames and explosions in their dreams. It's done! Yishio clapped his hands excitedly. Just as he was about to go forward to loot the spoils, he suddenly heard a noise. Click! Click! He looked up in confusion, only to find that it was Tang Ro holding a mobile phone and taking pictures of him. Seeing that he had discovered it, she smiled and handed the phone over. Theoretically, all the operations you just did can be achieved in glory, and you have even done some of them once. But look at it, have you ever been so happy? Yishio took the phone and stared at himself in it. In the photo, his eyes were focused and his body was slightly bent forward, showing extreme concentration. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a hint of excitement. It was not the excitement of being competitive, but something more pure. On the way home from school, a little boy walking on the edge of a field found a straight stick. He picked up the stick excitedly, imagining himself as a great hero who saved the world and brought peace to the people, and started swinging it. Take my sword. The child's smile was exactly the same as Yishio's current smile. Yishio was born into a wealthy family and grew up under strict family rules, which led to his rebellious character. He didn't have such a free childhood, but now, playing a game that is not technically outstanding, he vaguely has that feeling. His eyes were a little dazed. Seeing him like this, Tang Ro smiled and said, I have a suggestion. If I remember correctly, in the live broadcast contract that President Pei gave you, there is a clause asking you to promote Tinghai's new game. It just so happens that a Tinghai first-party masterpiece will be launched tomorrow. She opened the browser, searched for Fall Guys, Ultimate Knockout, and then showed it to Yishio. Since you are not in a good state these 2 days, do you want to broadcast this, just to relax? Yishio looked at the poster with bright colors and cute cartoon style, as well as those Fall Guys who looked naive. No matter how you look at it, this must be a fun game. Okay, broadcast this tomorrow. Fans flocked into the live broadcast room, and before they started to give gifts, they saw that Yishio's computer was not the interface of honor. Simple and beautiful, the colorful cartoon-style interface, coupled with bright and cheerful BGM. In the center of the screen was a chubby, round, and cute little man. Hey, are you guys here? Yishio greeted them happily when he saw them coming. His eyes were unprecedentedly peaceful and lazy, and it was hard to tell that he was once one of the most competitive gamers in the country. Seeing that most people had arrived, Yishio was about to explain a few words, but found that the barrage had already exploded. Oh my god, Fall Guys! Yishin is going to play Fall Guys. I'm crying, what kind of dream linkage? The scene was so lively and the speeches were so enthusiastic, which was very different from the ignorant look when he was broadcasting Honor yesterday. Yishio smiled awkwardly. As expected, how could Mr. Pei's game lack popularity? Yeah, I'm going to broadcast Fall Guys today. Yishio smiled. The anchor is a contracted anchor of Tinghai, so of course he has to support his own game when it goes online. So I'm going to stop playing Honor of Kings for a day today, and just broadcast something else to relax. As he said that, Yishio looked at the comments, wondering if he should apologize or something. After all, he is a Honor of Kings anchor, and it's a bit of a departure from his job to broadcast Fall Guys. It's not good to cause dissatisfaction among old fans. Who knew that the comments didn't seem to blame him at all? Okay, I'll go queue up for sniping right away. That's the way it is. Yishio once again felt how little Honor of Kings his fans were. But he didn't care much anymore. But speaking of it, there are quite a few friends playing together today. Yishio pulled in the people who were going to play together today one by one. Considering the habit of players in this world to play dungeons with 5 people, Peiyunting changed the team limit from 4 to 5 when developing Fall Guys. First up are Tang Ro and Baozi. These two started broadcasting with Yishio yesterday, and the effect was pretty good. There's no need to say much about Tang Ro. She has skills, good looks, and a likable personality, and has become a new goddess-level figure on Xianyu Live. Baozi's innate conditions are not so good, but the show effect is too good. Everyone loves to watch this kind of troublemaker who doesn't follow the routine. These two are considered a fixed match in Yishio's live broadcast room, and the fans are not too shy. But apart from these two, the next two made the audience excited. Hello? Can you hear me, Brother Yi? Can you hear me? A clear and childish male voice sounded, and a guy with the ID Jackie Love joined the team. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is the younger brother of Blue Rain Captain Yu Wonjo, Yu Wenba. He will also play with us today. Yi Xiao introduced. Hello, brothers and sisters, my name is Yu Wenba, you can just call me Ashue. Yu Wenba is born with a sweet mouth. Many fans, especially female fans, immediately became interested when they heard this tender voice. They followed the clues and found Ashue's live broadcast room, and saw a pink and tender natural little handsome boy. Suddenly, sopranos started singing all over the country. Tell Yishin that I'm not going back. These were the last words they left in Yi Xiao's live broadcast room. It was so funny. When has Jack Love ever liked female fans? As for the last person, when she was pulled into the team, the entire live broadcast room came to a standstill. ID, Muyu Chung Fong. Hello, everyone. Su Muching greeted them in a familiar manner. That's right, today is the first broadcast day for her and Sun Xiang, two excellent era players. Suddenly, the comments went crazy. Su Muchang. My Su Muchung. Yi Chang is eternal. Yi Chang is eternal. I will bite anyone who refutes me to death. Woo woo. Grandma, the CP you're obsessed with has a sequel, woo woo. For a while, Su Muching's boyfriend fans, mom and dad fans, and Yi Xiao and Su Muching's CP fans were all dancing wildly, and the carnival was like the new year. There was nothing they could do. When it came to CP in the honor circle, even the double flowers had to step back in front of Yi Chang. This lineup was finally complete, and Yi Xiao started matching. As for the current lineup, Yi Xiao and Su Muching need not say much, they are definitely the top partners in the league. Although Tang Rou and Baozi are passers-by, their performance is also very eye-catching. Even after the premiere yesterday, both of them received a tryout invitation from a professional team. As for Yu Wenba, he is also qualified to enter the Blue Rain Youth Training Camp. Blue Rain Youth Training Camp. Yu Wonjo, Huang Xiaotian, Fang Rui are full of talents, definitely the best youth training camp in Glory. This lineup can definitely form a team in the professional league, and the results will not be the lowest. However, such a luxurious lineup is not preparing for Glory and preparing for the competition, but gathering together to play such a silly and cute little game? And they are having fun playing it? When playing Glory, even Yu Wenba, who is not very interested in it, is fully focused. Operation, tactics, rhythm, meticulous, full of beauty. But in Fall Guys, everything is different. Yi Xiao got the achievement of last out before his old team Excellent Era. The reason was that during a survival match, before he could stand firm, Baozi came over happily holding a bomb. As a result, due to the angle, Baozi was not blown down, but Yi Xiao, who was caught off guard, was the first to fall out of the field. He got the last place. Yu Wenba tried to show his cool positioning, but he seemed to be born with a physique that could connect skills. Every time he passed the trap area, he could just meet the timing of the trap's launch, and was bounced all over the sky by the sledgehammers and elastic balls. The audience was even lucky enough to appreciate Yi Chang's breakup round. In the speed round, there was only one spot left, but Yi Xiao and Su Muching had not finished the race. The two anxious people began to trip each other frantically before the finish line, and finally the third place who caught up from behind reaped the benefits. He got the shooting breakup achievement. Where are the CP fans? Where are the CP fans? Can you help? The CP fans said that their stomachs were about to burst with laughter and there was no way to save them. They loved to watch it and hoped that there would be more such breakups. It was obviously not the first broadcast anymore, but the popularity of Yi Xiao and others' live broadcast room did not decrease but increased. I can only say that compared to Honor, which is either slaying monsters or on the way to slaying monsters, a game like Fall Guys can bring a much stronger show effect. However, the fact that Pei Yunting released the game Fall Guys at this time must contain more than just laughter. In the Honor Professional League, some people who are perceptive enough have seen a bit of blood and rain from this seemingly joyful and nonsensical picture. The devastating storm that is coming to the Honor League seems to be getting closer and closer. So, who can get on the ship of the new era? It was late at night, and in Tyranny's training room, only one computer was still glowing dimly. The door was pushed open gently, and Han Wenqing walked in with a slightly frown. He was looking for Zhang Xinjie. Tyranny didn't have a game today, but Zhang Xinjie said something was wrong in the afternoon, and then he disappeared. He didn't even show up for dinner. Han Wenqing felt something was wrong, so he started looking from room to room. Until the training room. Zhang Xinjie was sitting in front of the only computer that was turned on. The light from the computer could only barely illuminate his face, and his eyes were fixed on the screen in front of him. What happened? Han Wenqing didn't blame anyone in his tone. He knew Zhang Xinjie too well, a person who was very strict with his self-management, and his daily life was as precise as a clock. If such a person missed the mealtime, it could only be something big. But even though he was mentally prepared, he was still stunned when he approached Zhang Xinjie. The light was too dim to see clearly from a distance. It was not until I got closer that I noticed Zhang Xinjie's embarrassed look. Yes, embarrassed. Sweat completely wet his short hair and t-shirt. His teeth bit his lips slightly. His glasses were slightly crooked and there was a thin layer of mist on them. It must have affected his vision, but Zhang Xinjie was unaware. Something big happened. Han Wenqing's eyes became serious. At this moment, Zhang Xinjie slowly turned his head and showed a bitter smile that was uglier than crying. Wenqing, Zhang Xinjie called, not the familiar Captain Han. I'm here. Han Wenqing's expression remained unchanged and he nodded slightly. Zhang Xinjie paused, as if thinking about how to organize his words. If one day, the Honor Professional League is discontinued, have you ever thought about what to do? The Honor League is discontinued? Han Wenqing's pupils shrank slightly. But he did not ask immediately, but thought about Zhang Xinjie's question very seriously. After a long while, he slowly spoke, I don't know. My original idea was to stay in Tyranny as a coach or team leader after retiring. But since the league has been suspended, these no longer exist. I've made a lot of money over the years, maybe I'll find a place to open a beer hall or something. As a native of QD, Han Wenqing was actually a little frustrated because he hadn't touched beer in 8 years of professional play. Yes, we have made enough money and have a way out. Zhang Xinjie sighed, but the kids in the youth training camp and the relatively marginal players are not so lucky. That has to be done after the Glory League is suspended first. Han Wenqing frowned. So, what happened? Zhang Xinjie pointed to the computer screen. Han Wenqing leaned forward to take a look and raised his eyebrows slightly. The live broadcast of that guy Yixiu? Although Yixiu has been back to his real name for about a month, the habit he has developed over the past 10 years still makes Han Wenqing subconsciously call him Yixiu. He was joking for once. Why, that guy retired and holds a grudge, and wants to drag the entire league down with him? But Zhang Xinjie shook his head. It would be great if it was just him. No matter how strong Yixiu is, he is just an outstanding professional player. Take a look at this game. Game? Han Wenqing then focused on the content of the live broadcast. After just one glance, he couldn't help frowning. Children's educational game? There was no way. The style of Fall Guys was too confusing for someone like Han Wenqing who only played MMORPGs. Zhang Xinjie said slowly, what if I say that this seemingly childish game is a better competitive game than Honor? Han Wenqing's calmness and composure froze for the first time. How is it possible? Zhang Xinjie sighed, have you heard of F1 racing? Yes, there is a famous driver named Schumacher. F1 Formula 1 racing is a truly popular event around the world, with an extremely strong influence, far exceeding most relatively unpopular competitive sports events. Of course, it is also far exceeding the current esports. Zhang Xinjie did not stop until he was shocked, but such a well-known event has never appeared in any mainstream large-scale sports event such as the Olympics or the Asian Games. The reason is simple. Racing is ultimately about cars, and the car itself can determine the outcome of the game to a certain extent. This violates the essence of competitive sports that is people-oriented, and the Honor Professional League is the same. Han Wenqing understood what Zhang Xinjie meant. To put it bluntly, the Honor Professional League is a pay-to-win league. As long as you can bring your own account and equipment for one day, it will never be qualified to call itself an esports event. Han Wenqing understood this, but he would not give in. Honor is not okay, but this child's play is okay? He pointed coldly at the childish and joyful picture on the screen. Of course it's not a good idea to play house, but it points to a direction. Zhang Xinjie replied calmly. One is how to make a long-term esports game. That's it? Han Wenqing was a little angry. That's it. Zhang Xinjie opened the replay of Yixiu's live broadcast and began to analyze it frame by frame. What Glory couldn't figure out, the rules of competitive games, it figured out. In simple terms, it divides the game into games and avoids all possible factors outside of the games. Everyone will start from the same starting line at the beginning of each game. Han Wenqing listened quietly, thought for a long time, and finally spoke. Then how do you distinguish between winners and losers? Glory. Zhang Xinjie said firmly. Every time Yixiu wins a game, his championship number will increase by 1. For example, now he is a 7-time champion. Zhang Xinjie smiled when he said this. If we meet other people outside, I have 20 championships and you have 15, I will be proud of myself. And it is much more direct than those specious titles of experts in the Glory Online game. Han Wenqing was silent for a while. Finally, profit. Zhang Xinjie knew that Han Wenqing was not feeling well at this moment, but the analysis that should be done must be done. If we can't sell the value, then sell the appearance. By selling costumes that do not affect the game process, we can also achieve a huge profit. According to my statistics, Yi Xiu and the other 5 spent more than 1,000 yuan on skins in less than 6 hours of game time. At this point, Zhang Xinjie couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He was like a wise strategist who saw that the building was about to collapse, but had no idea how to save it. That's right, Fall Guys is indeed not a qualified competitive game. Its core gameplay has many luck factors, and the atmosphere is relatively relaxed, and the upper limit of operation is relatively limited. But the core gameplay can be changed at will. What Pei Yunting brought out is actually a set of paradigms that all competitive games should have. The game is fair, no selling of numbers, and divided into levels, level points. Any game company, as long as it can research a set of relatively interesting core gameplay and apply it to this set of rules, can make an esports game that is far more qualified than Honor. Whether it is fun or not, it will definitely be more in line with the scope of esports. At that time, with a group of wolves around, how much advantage can Honor, which is clinging to its shortcomings, really take? Not to mention, behind the wolves, there is the fierce dragon that has been sitting behind and controlling this magnificent situation, Tung Hai. Han Wenqing was silent. In fact, Han Wenqing had already figured out the key points when Zhang Xinjie was halfway through his analysis. He is stubborn, but not stupid. As the captain of tyranny, and a captain with extremely wide jurisdiction, he has participated in many discussions of tyranny's management. He knows too well how much headache the account thing gives the management. According to the current market quotation, the value of an account of the same level is basically about twice that of a player. For example, Yi Xiu's worth is about 10 million, while one autumn leaf is basically worth more than 20 million. This means that if the management wants to trade a player nowadays, unless they have an idle account, they have to pay 3 times the price. This makes the operating costs of major clubs terrifying. Why did Zhang Jiala's purchase of Baihua Liao1 make Baihua's management so happy? Because Baihua really needs that 14 million. Han Wenqing knew very well that if there was a league that could reduce the operating costs, how attractive it would be to the management. After a long time, Han Wenqing slowly spoke, with a rare uncertainty in his voice. So, if the Glory League changes the rules and changes to equipment provided by the official, will it be better? Zhang Xinjie said firmly, then Glory will be finished. Is it that serious? Han Wenqing kept frowning. The main motivation for Glory players nowadays to play Glory is basically to fight bosses and go to dungeons, so as to accumulate materials and change equipment. And the reason why materials and equipment can always maintain their value is because there is always a gap in demand in the league. The league has demand, and the big guilds will accumulate materials all over the world. Materials will be scarce, and prices will be guaranteed. Then, once this gap is blocked, no one will be so keen on brushing materials and equipment. Han Wenqing sighed and took over the conversation. Zhang Xinjie was also extremely helpless. Glory's update speed is too slow. The amount of updates in 10 years may not be comparable to that of Tinghai in 2 years. Players are in a long period of inactivity most of the time. If there is no motivation to brush equipment and materials, not many people will be willing to play this game. Glory is a dead end. The reason for the dead end is the production team slacking. You know, it's the 8th season now, and it's been almost 3 years since the last level cap was opened. In the past 3 years, Glory has no new skills, no new professions, no new levels. The only novelty is some boring activities during festivals. Such a game, want long-term stable operation? Dream on. Glory is now in an extremely ridiculous business balance. Because of the slow update, it can't rely on large quantities like Genshin Impact to retain players. In order to retain players, equipment materials must be value-preserving and scarce. In order to maintain value, clubs must spend money on the equipment system. In order to make clubs spend money, investors must invest. In order to make investors spend money, there must always be high-quality players with traffic. If you want to have high-quality players all the time, you must retain the players. It's a closed loop. This closed loop is so fragile that it can be shattered to the ground with a slight touch. However, Pei Yunting is now holding a sledgehammer, ready to use all his strength to hit it. And these small shrimps who thrive on this closed loop, will be doomed if they are not careful in such a battle of gods. There must be a way out. Wenqing, maybe this sounds cowardly and pessimistic, but I must remind you, Zhang Xinjie's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance, but he still said it. We must be prepared. For a moment, Han Wenqing lowered his head, trying to hide a certain fragility in his eyes. But soon he raised his head again, and only the indelible toughness was left in his eyes. He is no longer Han Wenqing, but Team Han. You arrange it, the focus is on the children in the youth training camp and the players with relatively low incomes. He turned and walked out. What about you? Zhang Xinjie asked. I am a remnant of the old era, and there is no ship to carry me in the new world. Han Wenqing did not turn around. Zhang Xinjie looked at his back, and the light of the computer screen reflected on his glasses, so he could not see his expression clearly. The same situation did not only occur in Tyranny. The things contained in the Fall Guys were too straightforward. It would be fine if this thing was not launched online. Once it was launched, anyone with a little brain could see Tinghai's ambition. Blue Rain. So, maybe we will have to cling to Wenba's thighs in the future? Huang Xiaotian stared at Yu Wenzhou. Maybe. Yu Wenzhou smiled lightly, looking calm and calm. He was extremely fortunate at this time that he had judged Boss Pei's intention in advance because of Yu Wenba's unintentional words. Even if he still had to stand on the post of Blue Rain captain, he could at least let his brother go to the right position. Whether some people are willing or not, he has decided to board this new era ship. Thunder. Xiao Shiqin's eyes were solemn, but he couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock for a while. The only thing to be thankful for is that Thunder is a very young team. Even if they need to transform, it may not be too late. Forget it, there are tall people to hold up the sky if it falls. Thunder is nothing. Tiny Herb. Xiao Yifan looked at the captain in front of him nervously. He was unable to participate in the live broadcast due to his identity, but he was eager to watch it secretly in the training room. As a result, he was caught by Jieshi. He thought he would be scolded. As a result, Jieshi's attention was almost entirely attracted by Yishio's live broadcast content. Even his big and small eyes were rarely open to the same size. After a long time, Jieshi turned his head to look at Xiao Yifan, with a look of respect that Xiao Yifan had never seen before. That kind of respect was previously exclusive to Gaoingjie. Tinghai headquarters. How is it? Is it a big commotion? Pei Yuntang looked at Zhang Yuanfang, who came to report. Fortunately, after all, the appearance of the Jelly Bean Man is too deceptive. Zhang Yuanfang smiled. The players may be able to see more, but as for the management, there is probably only one excellent era. Excellent era? Did Tao Xian show his loyalty to you? Pei Yuntang smiled. He said that he would only follow the lead of President Pei. Xingxin Internet Cafe. Okay, today's live broadcast ends here. Bye. Yishio stretched and asked for a day off, then turned off the live broadcast. But the moment he turned off the live broadcast, the excitement and joy he had when playing Fall Guys disappeared in an instant. He took out his phone and hesitated for a long time, but finally dialed the number. Muchang, if you are free tomorrow, accompany me to see Mucho. In fact, there was nothing to pack up. In order to leave a good impression on the audience during the live broadcast, Chenghua had already forced him to undergo a major transformation. Now, he is completely worthy of the title of esports beautiful boy. At this time, Yishio glanced at the direction of the Jiashi Club across the street from time to time. The expression on his face was not sure whether it was self-deprecating or sad. Or, he was forced to this point. Yishio's life can be divided into two parts. After the age of 15, he was an internet addict who ran away from home to play games and a successful professional player. But before the age of 15, he was the eldest son of the domestic wealthy Yi family, the heir with high hopes from the family, and received the most top-notch education. How could he not detect Pei Yuntang's true intentions? The big boss of a world-class game company personally went to the top professional players of the rival company's games to discuss cooperation. What other meaning could it have other than poaching? From the beginning, Pei Yuntang and Yishio were playing a cat-and-mouse game. Pei Yuntang caught up with Yishio again and again, and presented the facts in front of him in the most brutal way. Yishio was vague and dumb again and again, and avoided the important issues again and again. Even though Tang Rou refuted him twice with the most sharp words, making him look like a dead dog in the water, he gritted his teeth and held on to the last bottom line. This number one honor trader who seemed to be the first to turn to Pei Yuntang was actually the most stubborn conservative. Until Pei Yuntang put the Fall Guys in front of Yishio. The launch of the Fall Guys not only told Yishio what a real competitive game should look like, it also made him understand that Tinghai was ready to take action. He no longer had room to escape. In fact, Yishio also asked himself, why must he stick to the old crooked tree of glory? Why not follow Tinghai and try to win a real ring? And every time he questioned himself, he got only one final answer. Su Muchio. This brilliant meteor in the history of gaming fell early in the last dark night before dawn. Mu Yuqingfeng, Chuoxie and Xianji Umbrella became his last traces left in this world. As his most important friends, how could Yishio give them up? Confused, he finally decided to go to Nanshan Cemetery. He wanted to ask Su Mucheng in person. Here I come. Su Mucheng, wearing a scarf, hurriedly opened the car door and got into the taxi prepared by Yishio. The taxi started and headed for Nanshan Cemetery. Along the way, the driver hummed a little tune. Yishio was worried, and Su Mucheng was obedient and didn't say a word. When they were almost halfway there, Yishio suddenly asked, "Master, do you play games?" The driver's voice was bright and enthusiastic. "Play. Of course." Yishio became interested. "Then what do you play?" "Glory? Glory? That thing is not interesting, it's full of people and it's so crowded." The driver said cheerfully, "I play Tinghai games, Balloon Defense, World of Warships, I play them all." World of Warships? A question mark slowly appeared on Yishio's head. You haven't heard of it. It's a naval battle simulation game produced by Tinghai Company. You drive a battleship and an aircraft carrier to fight against others. How about it? It's exciting. As if he was in the mood, the driver became more and more excited. "Young man, let me tell you, even though I'm a taxi driver, I went abroad to compete with my brothers last year." "Competition? What competition?" Yishio was stunned. "World of Warships, Aquaman Cup Global Invitational." The driver was very proud. "Although our game is not very popular, there are players all over the world. Last year, I joined the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing team representing China, and fought against the Yame Devils, the Japanese Devils, and the Hans Devils. Don't look at my age, I have sunk several foreign Devils warships with my own hands." At this point, the driver began to be very excited and talked about his experience in the world competition. What Conca threw for 20 kilometers and caused 100,000 injuries, what Paul rode alone for thousands of miles to hit the aircraft carrier, what Hans Bodhisattva fearlessly charged. Obviously, Yishio and Su Mucheng didn't understand most of the terms, but they still listened with relish. Finally, Su Mucheng couldn't help but interrupt, "Uncle, did you win the championship in the end?" "Of course." The driver took out a hand and patted his chest, his face full of pride. "Chinese people play Chinese games, how can they not win the championship? I didn't expect that they can't even beat a driver uncle." After getting off the car and standing at the entrance of Nanshan Cemetery, Yishio sighed. That's right, no matter how Yishio's 3 championships are, they can only be regarded as national championships, and although the uncle's championship is niche, it is also a real world championship. The world championship is greater than the national championship, there is nothing wrong with it. Yishio, has been in the military for 7 years, but he is not as good as an uncle who drives a taxi. Yishio finally understood what it meant to a lifeboat has passed through thousands of mountains. Tinghai has long been at the forefront of the world in the field of esports without making a sound. The two began to walk towards Su Mucheng's tomb. On the way, Yishio was silent for a long time, and finally slowly said, "Mucheng, huh?" Su Mucheng tilted her head and looked at him with a pair of big eyes. Yishio seemed to have finally made up his mind. "If one day I give up honor and participate in the professional league of other games, will you?" "No." Su Mucheng interrupted her before she finished her words, and then she couldn't help laughing. "Unless you take me with you." Su Mucheng didn't care about honor or not. She had neither the talent nor the interest to play honor. She was able to get to where she is today because of her obsession of staying closer to my brother and Yishio. If Yishio left, she would follow him. Yishio seemed to have anticipated Su Mucheng's answer, and just shook his head gently. "But, Muchio, will he agree?" Unexpectedly, this time, Su Mucheng's answer was still decisive. "Of course he will." Yishio looked at her in surprise, only to see Su Mucheng nod slightly without changing her expression. "Brother will definitely agree." Just when Yishio was about to ask again, they had already arrived at a corner of the cemetery. The tombs here are almost the most rudimentary in the entire cemetery, with small spaces and simple tombstones. The only advantages are cleanliness and quietness. They have arrived at Su Mucheng's tomb. Yishio and Su Mucheng put down the prepared bouquet of flowers, a bouquet of bird of paradise. They stood side by side in front of the tombstone, silent for 3 full minutes. Yishio finally raised his head and looked at Su Mucheng, with some emotions in his eyes that he had never had before. "Mucheng, can you tell me why Muchio will definitely agree?" He was extremely conflicted at this moment, and what he needed was an answer that was accurate and well-reasoned. Just like Mr. Pei's answer. Su Mucheng seemed to have guessed Yishio's mood at this moment. Without a single polite word, she recalled the most difficult days. "Before meeting you, my brother was so worried about my life and his life." Su Mucheng's eyes were full of memories. In order to make money, he went to many games at that time, looking for bugs, brushing materials, writing plugins, and doing everything. At this moment, she changed the subject. But I found that every time my brother wrote a plugin for a game or found its bug, he would never play that game himself again. I once asked my brother why, and he answered like this. Sumuching looked up, as if the big boy was still by her side. With cheats or bugs, the game is of course easier, but the fun is reduced. Whether it is a bug or a cheat, it seems that it can make players play happily, but there is a price. This price is the life of the game. As a natural cheat hunter, once the cheat is made by Sumuching, this game will no longer be challenging for him. At that time, it is time to change games. Later, the reason why my brother was able to play Honor of Kings for 3 years, in addition to meeting you, is that he couldn't find the bug of this game. There was a time when he was very close to success, but in the end, he failed because of a version update of the game. Sumuching tilted her head to look at Yi Xiu. But now, this bug can be used again. Yi Xiu looked into Sumuching's eyes and his voice became a little hoarse. 1000 Chance Umbrella. That's right, the 1000 Chance Umbrella is that bug. Once practiced, Sanrun can crush all other professions without thinking, and is absolutely invincible in single combat. But before the God's domain, Sanrun can't continue to upgrade, and this bug can't be used. But now, it has been unblocked. Yes. Sumuching smiled and nodded. Glory now is already a game with bugs. Then it is no longer attractive to my brother. Yi Xiu. She suddenly called his name. Yi Xiu looked at her in confusion, only to see Sumuching smile gently, with a touch of sunshine in that bright smile. Be brave and do it, we will be there. She spoke softly, word by word. Yi Xiu's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and then slowly squatted in front of Sumuching's tombstone. For a moment, his temperament suddenly collapsed, and he was as decadent as a death row prisoner before being executed. He looked up, and his eyes were unconsciously bloodshot. I want to ask Mucho in person again. Yi Xiu stood up and took out 3 pairs of cups from his bag. He wanted to toss the Holy Grail. Tossing the Holy Grail is a traditional way of divination in the south. A pair of cups has 2 sides, yin and yang facing each other. Throw out a pair of holy cups, and look at the upward side after they land. 2 yangs are called laughing cups, which means things are uncertain. 2 yins are called yin cups, which means it is not feasible. 1 yin and 1 yang are called holy cups, and you should do it boldly. Today, Yi Xiu wants to treat Sumucho as the god in the sky and tell fortunes to him. He stood in front of Sumucho's tomb, his eyes slightly closed, and silently confided in his heart. After a long time, he opened his eyes and threw out the cups. The first pair, 1 yin and 1 yang, holy cups. Yi Xiu's expression did not change, and he did not pick them up. He took out the second pair and threw it again. 1 yin and 1 yang, holy cups. Throw it again. 1 yin and 1 yang, still holy cups. 3 holy cups, things can be done. Look, I said my brother would agree. Sumuching looked at Yi Xiu happily. But he found that his eyes were still full of bloodshot, and a variety of emotions were mixed together, impacting a complex temperament. Yi Xiu did not look back, but just shook it lightly. Toss it again. He finally hesitated. He has been playing Glory for 10 years. That was his youth, his honor, and the only thing he had to prove to the Yi family that he had not wasted his time after he ran away from home. Even if they didn't agree. Just run away for a while, and play dumb for a while, he said to himself. Sumuching sighed and nodded gently. She had seen that Yi Xiu's mental state was not right early on, so she naturally hoped that Yi Xiu could figure it out and cheer up. But since Yi Xiu insisted, she would never object. It's just a pity for the 3 holy cups, she said in her heart. The probability of the 3 holy cups is not even 1 in 8. 6 holy cups, that is an almost impossible miracle. Today Yi Xiu is destined not to give up his glory. Yi Xiu smiled painfully at Sumuching, and didn't throw them one by one, but just threw the 3 pairs of cups together casually. He cursed himself in his heart. What a hopeless loser. Just when he was about to ask Sumuching to leave, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. 3 pairs of cups fell to the ground. 3 yin, 3 yang. Since each pair of cups has a different color, it is easy to distinguish their pairings. Holy Grail, Holy Grail, Holy Grail. 6 Holy Grails were really thrown out. Yi Xiu's movements froze, but his heart was vibrating violently. Sumuching saw him like this and was about to ask, but she also saw the 3 Holy Grails on the ground. Her tears burst out at this moment. Could it be? Really? The 2 of them were stunned for a while, and suddenly they turned their heads, looked at each other, and said in unison, "Throw it again." Yi Xiu picked up the 3 pairs of Holy Grails, and this time he would not throw them out together. For the first pair of cups, he swung his arms like a windmill like a child, and threw them high up. The cups drew a tall and graceful arc in the air, flew a long way before landing, making a crisp sound. Sumuching trotted over, 1 yin and 1 yang, the Holy Grail. The second pair of holy grails, Yishio threw them twice, in two completely opposite directions, and then he and Sumucheng went to check them separately. Sumucheng's half was Yin, and Yishio's half was Yang. The eighth holy grail. The last pair, Yishio was about to throw, but was stopped by Sumucheng. Her eyes were red, but she smiled and took one of the holy cups, tossed together. Regardless of the rules of the cemetery, they shouted the beat together, 1, 2, 3. The holy cups were thrown together and landed together. Yin, Yang. The miracle of the 9 holy cups really happened. Brother! Sumucheng cried and threw herself into Yishio's arms. Even though she didn't believe in ghosts and gods on weekdays, in front of this extraordinary miracle, she subconsciously wanted to believe Sumucho's spirit in heaven was really in heaven, watching the every move of the two people he cherished most. Yishio subconsciously wanted to comfort her, but he felt his nose itchy. He scratched it with his hand, but felt a wetness. It turned out that tears had already wet his face. Muchio, he murmured, looking up at the sky, where there were only white clouds. It seemed that Su Mucho's soul was floating among the white clouds. Next time I come to see you, I will bring the championship trophy. A championship trophy without impurities or bugs. That night, S-City, Tenghai headquarters building, Pei Yunting's office. Although it could be discussed clearly over the phone, Yishio still worked overtime to get here. Some things still need to be met in person to appear serious. Why, have you figured it out? Pei Yunting squinted his eyes and looked at the dusty young man in front of him, and chuckled. His current image and temperament are completely different from the carefree and reckless boss when Yishio first met. It's a joke, no one really thinks that someone who can build such a foundation would be a fool. Yes, I have figured it out, aren't I here to surrender to you? Yishio nodded without any shyness, and then made a formal salute. If you don't abandon me, Shio is willing to worship me as his adoptive father. The knot in his heart has been removed, and his IQ has regained its high ground. Now he is the head of the 4 Hearts of Glory, Ibushio, who poisons people to death without paying for his life. What were you doing earlier? Pei Yunting scolded with a smile. Isn't it that my foundation is still in glory? If you want to give it up, you have to be mentally prepared. Yishio smiled. In order to follow you to do great things, I have made a lot of sacrifices. I am generous for not asking you for compensation. He thought Pei Yunting would continue to play witty words with him, but Pei Yunting pondered for a moment and suddenly looked him in the eyes. Sacrifice refers to Su Muchio? Yishio's smile paused. After a long time, he nodded and smiled bitterly. Boss Pei, you really didn't leave any privacy. This is related to business strategy, we must be very cautious. Pei Yunting did not deny it. He suddenly sighed. Su Muchio, what a pity. Yishio did not respond, he continued to talk to himself. His innate ability to find loopholes in games is simply a gift from God, not to mention that he also has the foundation to write his own plugin programs. If Tenghai had met such a genius earlier, even if he offered $1 million or tens of millions of dollars, he would have definitely recruited him. Pei Yunting regretted that he had not been able to go to H-City in time to save the young Su Muchio. At that time, Tenghai was in its golden period of development, and its scale had not yet been established. From Pei Yunting to ordinary employees, everyone was busy every day. As for Su Mucho's death, he did not have a clear memory, nor did he know the exact time, place, and cause. When he finally had some free time and was able to ask someone to go to H-City to take a look, Su Mucho had already met with an unexpected accident. Although this matter could not be blamed on Pei Yunting at all, it also left a small mark in his heart. He failed to change the fate of an original character. Yishio was silent and smiled. Maybe. He had already figured it out, so there was no need to pretend. Muyu Chengfeng, Kesiat and Xianji Umbrella are the last wealth that Mucho left in this world. I can't let go of them, so I am so entangled in your recruitment. Pei Yunting looked at him and suddenly smiled. In this case, I have to show some attitude. He picked up a document from the desk and handed it to Yishio. Yishio flipped it open and was stunned. What caught his eyes was a beautifully crafted original painting of a boy with orange hair. The boy's smile was as warm as his hair color. Although the overall style of the painting was Western, his appearance clearly showed the warmth from the East. His distinctive clothing and equipment were clearly carefully designed and full of sincerity. Although separated by a dimension, Yishio could still tell at a glance who the prototype of this original painting was. Sure enough, in the lower left corner, he found a line of words, Shiomusu Ezreal. Yishio thought he had prepared himself mentally, but when he saw this original painting, his heart still beat wildly. Pei Yunting's voice sounded slowly. This is a new skin for the shooter hero Ezreal in the new game League of Legends. The design and production have been basically completed, and the dubbing has been specially done by a voice actor with a voice similar to Su Mucho. I'll put it here, when you get the S crown, I will launch the skin. Didn't you say that you can't bear to part with the traces that Su Mucho left in glory? No problem, I'll make you some more intuitive and clear souvenirs. Yi Xiu's breathing began to become heavy. When he raised his head again, it would be better to say that he was the godlike character in the glory game rather than Yi Xiu, one autumn leaf. What championship is the S crown? He asked, and his momentum was completely different from before. League of Legends World Finals Champion. Pei Yunting was very satisfied. When will it be held? At present, it seems that it will be around October to November in 24 years. Understood. Yi Xiu turned around and left impatiently. This time he was not pretending. Compared to the relatively distant esports entry into Asia, this time Pei Yunting's big pie hit the softest part of Yi Xiu's heart with great precision. He really couldn't refuse such a bargaining chip to pay tribute to Su Mucho with a skin. Wait, we haven't talked about business yet. Pei Yunting's unpleasant voice sounded again. Business? What business? Yi Xiu turned around. The new game has just been completed, and it must be tested. I need 10 people. Pei Yunting was not polite. The time is set at the All-Star of your Glory League. This session is held by Samsara. You are all in S City, so you don't have to make a trip. Except you and Zhang Jiala, it's best for each of the well-known and powerful teams in the league to send one person to make up 10 people to participate in this internal test. Oh, by the way, don't want Samsara? Yi Xiu asked in confusion, don't want Samsara? Why? As a rapidly rising supernova in the league, Samsara is undoubtedly the hottest and most powerful team at present. Their captain Zhou Zikai has a terrifying popularity that almost surpasses him, the number one in glory. If he can be instigated to rebel, it will undoubtedly be a huge source of traffic. But now Boss Pei said, don't want people who reincarnate? Pei Yunting sighed, and there seemed to be a trace of reluctance in his eyes, but soon, it turned into sharpness and indifference. The Glory League, although it has many problems and is not mature enough, is still the most successful esports league in China so far. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. To put such a giant in a decent place, a heavy bomb with enough weight is needed. Understood. Yi Xiu waved his hand and left. He did not dissuade or plead. Even if the fate of reincarnation in the future is indeed a bit cruel, it is not his place to judge. As early as when he walked out of Nanshan Cemetery, he had already chosen his position. Pei Yunting watched Yi Xiu disappear at the door of the office, thought about it, and called out the system that had been pretending to be dead for a long time. There was no way, most of the time, he really didn't need this thing. How did he slide to his knees so easily? Pei Yunting narrowed his eyes. It is reported that Yi Xiu went to Nanshan Cemetery with Su Mucheng this morning and performed a divination ceremony called throwing the Holy Grail there. The mechanical sound of the system sounded. Throw the Holy Grail? Pei Yunting became interested. What was the result? 9 times in a row, all 9 times were Holy Grails. Really? Pei Yunting was shocked, and then he was suspicious. Did you do anything? The system will not act on its own without the host's order. The system's answer was steady. Then how did he happen to be so lucky? 9 Holy Grails. Pei Yunting felt that this matter was a bit mysterious. Who knows, maybe it was really the work of Mr. Su Mucho. Rarely, the system gave a very humane answer. Pei Yunting thought about it, but couldn't think of an explanation, so he simply gave up. Who cares? Everything depends on human effort. Just at this moment, Zhang Yuanfang opened the door and walked in. Behind him were a few men who were a little reserved. These guys looked a little sloppy and unkempt, which was in line with people's stereotype of playing games. If Yi Xiu had left a few minutes later, he would probably have easily recognized the bearded man in the lead. Wei Chen, the first captain of the Blue Rain team and the first user of Soxer. At this time, he was holding a document in his hand, with a kind of determination on his face, and bowed respectfully to President Pei. President Pei, we have decided to accept your conditions. Wei Chen never thought in his life that he would actually be named and taken care of by Pei Yunting. When he brought a few of his carefully selected brothers to the headquarters building of Tinghai Company with trepidation, the first thing he saw was a contract that was so generous that it was frightening. Wei Chen knew that Yi Xiu, Zhang Jiala and others had contracts worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. But they have been all-stars for many years, MVPs, and 3-time champions and runner-ups. What the hell is he, Wei Chen? Is he worthy of 40 million for 5 years? Not to mention that even a few of his brothers around him, Lu Zhihao, Yan Zhuanze, and Shi Weihao, can get a contract of nearly 1 million a year. Not only that, there is also a special traffic support plan to help them transform into full-time anchors. Wei Chen knew very well that there would be no reward without merit. Sure enough, Pei Yunting got straight to the point right away. He gave them the contract in order to let them do something that would betray honor. Wei Chen wanted to refuse, but Pei Yunting offered too much. As an unemployed vagrant who had been hanging around in internet cafes for a long time, even if he didn't consider himself, he needed to give his brothers a way out. So he agreed to this job of selling souls. I don't know what President Pei wants us to do, Wei Chen asked tentatively. It's very simple. Pei Yunting snapped his fingers. You should have a secret recipe that can greatly increase the skill points that can be obtained by the glory character. Wei Chen was stunned. Is this guy in front of him really just a boss? How can he find out such things? My request is very simple. Pei Yunting obviously didn't have the patience he had with Yishio, and his face was expressionless. Now, immediately, go to the Samsara Club and sell this secret recipe. Remember, only sell it to Samsara. The reason was very simple. Just now, the executive in charge of connecting with the Honor Professional League on Tinghai called. On the phone, the other party told Feng Xianjun a bolt from the blue in a very tactful and restrained tone. The live broadcast of the Honor League on Xianyu was not as popular as expected. Feng Xianjuan's eyes went dark when he heard the news, and he almost confessed on the spot. If he lost this overwhelming wealth, he would not be able to explain to the entire league. One very abnormal thing is that even though Tinghai has been making big moves recently, the official side of Honor has no reaction at all. The reason is that Pei Yunting himself made a very rare misjudgment. He looked too highly of the size of the Honor Professional League. He subconsciously compared the scale of the Honor Professional League to LPL or even NBA. When he got the broadcasting rights of the Honor League, he referred to the contract of a certain company. A certain Jamaican team spent 2 billion renminbi in 5 years to buy the broadcasting rights of LPL, so Pei Yunting didn't think too much and threw a 300 million renminbi annual contract to them. He thought he was being treated as a grandson, but who knew that he would end up with an adopted son? Pei Yunting didn't expect that the seemingly prosperous transaction flow of Honor was actually quite watered down. Just like the 20 million renminbi contract between Wei Chen and Samsara, it was actually made up of 6 million renminbi in cash, 12 million renminbi in 2-year installments, and 2 million renminbi in cheap materials. The millions or tens of millions of RMB transfers in the league are basically the same. Not to mention, it's only the 8th season before Honor's big explosion. Samsara hasn't won the championship yet. The cash flow of the Honor League is far less robust than imagined. Then, Tinghai swaggered in and waved his hand to give him a cash flow of 300 million renminbi. He also took care of all the small things in the live broadcast. Nothing more to say, just call him Dad. The attitude of the top management of the Honor League towards Tinghai is basically the same as the respect they show to their superior company. After all, Honor, the company that he was born under, has been playing badly every year. Apart from collecting money, they have been too lazy to update even a major version in 3 years. Unlike his adoptive father Tinghai, he can build a fully functional live broadcast room for the Honor League in 3 days. Because he successfully recognized Tinghai as his adoptive father, Feng Xianjun is currently in a very prosperous position in the league. Now that his adoptive father is blaming him, he is of course the one who is most panicked. What's going on? Feng Xianjun was furious at the meeting. Tinghai's statement that it was not as good as expected was already very euphemistic. Only when Feng Xianjun saw the report did he know how exaggerated it was. As an official live broadcast room, the traffic of the Honor League is not even comparable to that of Yishio, Zhang Jiala, and Sun Jiping, the top anchors. You know, the 5-year contracts of these 3 guys combined are not as high as the 1-year broadcast fee of the Honor League. How can this be tolerated? The employees of the Honor League looked at each other in bewilderment at Feng Xianjuan's anger. After a long time, someone finally gritted his teeth and stood up. Chairman Feng, how about we go find Yishio and his team and learn from them? They are all the same content from Glory Live, so why are they able to maintain such outstanding popularity? Feng Xianjun stopped yelling and fell into deep thought. He certainly couldn't ask Tinghai for help. He took the sky-high price of 300 million yuan, but he couldn't even handle such a small matter. How could he get the money next year? Asking Yishio and the others seems to be a good choice. That makes sense. Let's do some more research on your side, and I will go to Yishio and the others to discuss it myself. Back in the office, Feng Xianjun originally wanted to call Yishio or Zhang Jiala directly. But after thinking about it, he decided not to rush and go to their live broadcast room to see how they broadcast Glory. Opening Xianyu Live, Zhang Jiala's live broadcast room was extremely ostentatious and occupied the most conspicuous recommendation position on the homepage. Zhang Jiala? He and his 100 flowers should be a great gimmick, right? Feng Xianjun thought and clicked in. However, what came into view was not the picture of Zhang Jiala's gorgeous 100 flowers style of play as he expected. Instead, it was a man with extremely simple modeling. The man sat in a pottery jar, relying on a pickaxe to support the ground to move. Zhang Jiala carefully controlled the man to move forward, climb over obstacles, and climb upward. His eyes were so serious and solemn, as if he was participating in the finals of glory. After he finally controlled the clay pot man to climb over a small hill, he breathed a sigh of relief and was somewhat complacent. I tell you, you should laugh when playing games, don't be sad, like this, play with a smile, hee. Then he was overjoyed and sad, the control in his hand shook, and the clay pot man slid straight down, falling in the air for 7 or 8 seconds, and finally fell to a relatively flat area. Zhang Jiala's face turned red visibly, and his eyes became ferocious. Play with you, his years of professional ethics reluctantly stopped him from saying the last word. Feng Xianjun was confused. Shouldn't he be broadcasting Glory live? What the hell is going on? He dialed Zhang Jiala's number in a daze. Zhang Jiala was furious when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up impatiently and took a look at the notes, and suddenly froze. Brothers, I'm going to take a call and we'll be back soon. As Zhang Jiala left the live broadcast room, Feng Xianjuan's call was finally connected. He quickly cheered up. Hello? Is this Xiao Zhang? This is Feng Xianjun. Chairman Feng? You called in person? Zhang Jiala was a little surprised. Feng Xianjun smiled bitterly, and without being polite, he directly explained his purpose. Zhang Jiala was silent for a while, and smiled bitterly. Sorry, Chairman Feng, I may not be able to help you this time. Feng Xianjuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly took out the quick-acting heart-saving pills from the table. How can I not help? Feng Xianjuan's voice was forced to be calm. There's nothing I can do, Chairman Feng. Zhang Jiala's voice was full of helplessness. I don't know if it's because I'm born with a conflict with live broadcasting, or if there is really a fatal flaw. In short, broadcasting Honor of Kings on Xianyu Live is really neither popular nor well received. Even if it's me and Yi Xiao, if we broadcast Honor of Kings for too long, the popularity of the live broadcast room will begin to decline. Look, I'm not playing Honor of Kings, am I? Feng Xianjuan's eyes went dark. He quickly opened the bottle cap, and tremblingly swallowed a quick-acting heart-saving pill. It took him a while to react, and he asked quickly, but why is this? Honor of Kings is the most popular online game in the world right now? Zhang Jiala thought for a while. Chairman Feng, you know I don't have much education, and I'm not good at speaking. How about you ask Yi Xiao, or Mr. Pei? This is the desperate information Feng Xianjun got from Zhang Jiala. He didn't believe in evil and went to Yi Xiao's live broadcast room to take a look. Now, one quick-acting heart-saving pill is not enough. Yi Xiao didn't start broadcasting. But the title of his live broadcast room is Continue Playing Fall Guys Today, Go Food Go. It's obviously not 1 or 2 days. Of course, if it were just these, it wouldn't break Feng Xianjuan's defense. The important thing is that Yi Xiao's personal profile has changed. Yi Xiao's previous personal profile was Glory Professional League 3-time champion, Fighting God, Honor textbook. But now it is Xianyu Live's first Fall Guys 300 champion player. 3 crowns upgraded to 300 crowns, it seems there is nothing wrong. What the hell? After taking 2 more quick-acting heart-saving pills, Feng Xianjun tried to call Yi Xiao. It didn't go through. Looking at Yi Xiao's live broadcast room, and then looking at the phone in his hand, Feng Xianjun was silent. It seems that there is no other choice. Tinghai Company. Pei Yunting happily listened to Feng Xianjuan's extremely cautious and humble statement. Ha, you are getting impatient when the situation is urgent, right? As early as several years ago, Pei Yunting tried to watch the live broadcast of the Glory League in his spare time. As a result, he managed to survive the singles and the ring match with great difficulty, and finally couldn't stand the team match. The amount of information in Glory is too low. In the past, live broadcasts of events such as LPL generally have extremely detailed data columns. What heroes the players chose, how many soldiers they replenished, what equipment they produced, how much health and mana they had, the team's economy and resources. Coupled with the intuitive God's perspective, even people who have not played the game much can roughly see what the situation is on the field. But Glory is different. There is no data column at all. The only information is the health bar on the player's head. In addition, since the characters have more than a dozen skills, each skill can release different effects and special effects. As a result, in the eyes of passersby like Pei Yunting, a Glory League game is probably like this. In a one-on-one match, one person from each side goes around the map, and finally they meet and fight each other, and one of them falls down. In a ring match, both sides fight each other, and one falls down, and then another one comes on and continues to fight. In a team match, a group of people fight each other, special effects are flying everywhere, half of the camera is blurred, and finally they fall to the ground. What a ghost! In addition, the Glory League has countless big or small stinky problems. 10 games are played at the same time, there are almost no professional players in the commentary, and there are only 5 rounds of games in a month. In summary, such a useless league can be held today and is getting more and more popular. It can only be said that the audience in this world has never had a good meal. Although he thought so, Pei Yunting certainly would not show it. He is President Pei, the god of the gaming world, a famous philanthropist and living bodhisattva in the esports world. If the Glory League is in trouble, he will certainly help. Chairman Feng, I have a general understanding of what happened. I have a plan. Chairman Feng failed to get through to Yishio, so what was Yishio doing? He was calling people. Without making a big announcement in the professional group, a small group of 10 people was quietly established. Yishio, Zheng Jiala, Su Muchum, Xia Shichin, Jeshi, Yuanzhou, Zheng Xinjie, Chu Yinxiu, Lin Jingyan, Yang Kong Lord Grim. The specific arrangement is roughly like this. Boss Pei said that as long as you are willing to come, the appearance fee will be 3 million. Feng Jingsha, hiss, you are worthy of being a dog owner. Zhang Jiala, how can you talk like that, Yan Pson? You should call Boss Pei who saves the suffering. Zhang Jiala is becoming more and more like a dog leg. It's not because he has earned so much money in this period of time as in 3 professional careers. It's because Boss Pei called him and briefly revealed the situation of the new league. Pei Yunting counted on his fingers: Spring Championship, Summer Championship, MSI, S Championship, and if you're lucky, there might be Asian Games and Olympics. With so many national and even world championships, you can always win one, right? Zhang Jiala was not calm. Just 2 days ago, a guy with the ID iGame collection and some ungrateful guy came to his live broadcast room and asked a question that almost made Zhang Jiala angry. Why does Yishio have trophies behind him, but you have a flower pot? Yes, that's right, Zhang Jiala did put a flower pot on the bookshelf behind him that day. The most annoying thing is that no matter how angry he was, he couldn't refute what the dog audience said. So, he got the title of Flower Pot Boy before a certain evil master. Now he wants a championship very much. As long as it's not the Fall Guys championship, any championship will do. Therefore, just like the betrayal of Manhwa in the original timeline, Zhang Jiala betrayed Glory without hesitation. Now, he can almost be called the left and right guardians of Pei Yunting together with Tao Xian. Feng Jingsha. Don't get excited. Although Zhang Jiala was making jokes, no one opposed Yishio's words. Those present either knew what Teng Hai was thinking, or really wanted the 3 million. Why not earn half a year's income in half a day? So the matter was settled. When the message was sent to Pei Yunting, he was still arguing with Feng Xianjun. Then, if Chairman Feng thinks it's okay, I will let our technicians start developing it. Anyway, the offensive against honor has been brewing, and Pei Yunting doesn't mind being generous one last time. For example, help the Honor League to make a sidebar or something. Okay, thank you so much, President Pei. On behalf of the Honor Professional League, I would like to thank President Pei for his generous help. Feng Xianjun was so moved that he was about to cry. They were at a loss and came to the investors for help. Instead of blaming them or even withdrawing their investment, the investors paid out of their own pockets to help them get a solution that looked very high-end. This is the fatherly care of Mr. Pei. He is worthy of being the living bodhisattva of esports. Feng Xianjun hung up the phone gratefully. Pei Yunting was stunned by the list that Yishio had just sent. Yishio really found 10 people for him, but the specific list was a little beyond his expectations. Han Wenqing didn't come, and was replaced by Zhang Xinjie. Pei Yunting could still understand why Han Wenqing didn't come. After all, everyone who has studied full-time knows how stubborn and obstinate this guy is. If he didn't come, Pei Yunting subconsciously divided the list into lanes. In the middle lane, Xu Yinxiu will face Jieshi. In the jungle, Lin Jingyan will face Yang Song. In the bottom lane, Su Muching/Yuanzhou will face Zhang Jiala/Zhang Xinjie. In the top lane, Yishio will face Xiao Shiqin. Originally, in Pei Yunting's mind, he planned to have a classic Yihan battle in the top lane, and let Xiao Shiqin play support. As a result, Han Wenqing was replaced by Zhang Xinjie, who needed a more support position. Then, Xiao Shiqin and Yishio were on the line. Pei Yunting took a breath of cold air. Otherwise, when the time comes, teach him a few tricks. For example, how does Doghead squat in the toilet to smell experience? Dual Yaxing. Muyo Cheng Feng. On the first weekend of the new year, the annual Glory All-Star Weekend was held at the Samsara home court in S-City. It seemed that in order to reverse the public opinion decline since the incident of Excellent Era in the past month, this all-star game was absolutely massive. For example, various huge billboards were spread all over half of S City. For example, Yi Xiao and Zhang Jiala, who had recently retired, were specially invited back to be the commentators of the all-star game. For example, the exaggeratedly large holographic projection. Not only did the holographic projection present the images of the 24 all-stars at the opening ceremony, but even the official games projected the game screens into the venue. It was so cool. Chairman Fong, look, this effect is so great. In a VIP viewing room somewhere in the stadium, the person in charge of this holographic projection was talking to the chairman of the league, Feng Xianjun, with a big smile on his face. Although the all-star game cost a lot, it was just a one-time deal after all. What he wanted was to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with the Glory Professional League. I thought that such an excellent effect would most likely make Feng Xianjun look at it with a higher opinion. But who would have thought that Feng Xianjun looked at the fierce battle between Dai Yanqi and Chu Yunqiu on the stage, and didn't even turn his head, just replied lightly, well, it's really good. The person in charge gritted his teeth, an old fox. He decided to take the initiative. Chairman Feng, do you think we should talk about the next cooperation? Next? You mean the next All-Star? Isn't that still a year away? Feng Xianjun glanced at him. Playing dumb. The person in charge cursed in his heart, but he can only smile on his face. I think our cooperation can be completely not limited to the All-Star weekend. We are also happy to provide you with holographic projection services for the regular season and playoffs. Oh, you mean the regular season? Feng Xianjun looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and then immediately showed an embarrassed look. But for the broadcast of the regular season and playoffs, we already have a plan and a partner. There is a partner? Who? The person in charge felt like he had been attacked by a minotaur. Tong Hai. Looking at the dejected back of the person in charge, Feng Xianjun showed a mocking expression. The object of mockery was Feng Xianjun himself. Originally, holographic projection was indeed the life-saving straw that Honor had been looking forward to, and the ultimate trick to turn the tables. Even the major teams gritted their teeth and agreed to introduce holographic projection, losing money for a year. Until a few days ago, Feng Xianjun and Pei Yunting had a phone call. With the game screen and quality of your Honor, do you really need the expressiveness of holographic projection? Pei Yunting commented on the plan of the Honor Alliance. 2 days later, the Tinghai technician in charge of the connection gave a sample of the live broadcast screen designed by Tinghai. After Feng Xianjun watched it in person, he realized how big a thinking error he had fallen into. This was the first time he completely understood a Honor game. In fact, due to the tight time, Tinghai did not have too much detailed information. It was just that the sidebar on the screen marked each character's health, mana, cooldown of important skills above level 50, and the buffs received. In addition, a small map was added, and the position information of all characters was displayed with avatars. With just such a simple change, the perception of non-players like Feng Xianjun was completely different. The advantages and disadvantages of the battles between characters, the possible tactics and positions of the teams, were so intuitively displayed in front of Feng Xianjun for the first time. And this was just a semi-finished product that Tinghai was quite dissatisfied with. The most important thing is that Tinghai Company does not charge money. Feng Xianjun laughed at himself for being too stupid. Compared with a real top businessman like President Pei, he was clumsy like an immature child. President Pei, you are so smart. Feng Xianjun's admiration and worship for Pei Yunting almost overflowed. Let's not talk about the outside of the field for now, just look at the inside of the field. Wei Chao waited in the waiting seats. Xia Yifan watched Dai Yanqi being easily defeated by Chu Yunqiu, who used 2 or 3 points of strength, with his head down, not knowing what he was thinking. Yifan? A gentle voice sounded in his ears. Xia Yifan looked up in confusion, and Jieshi had sat down next to him without knowing when. Captain! He shouted in surprise and was about to stand up, but Jieshi held him down with one hand. Don't be nervous. Jieshi was unexpectedly patient. To be precise, he had been so patient with Xiao Yifan during this period. Ever since that started broadcasting jelly beans, everyone in Tiny Herb was surprised to find that Xiao Yifan's status in the team began to rise. Especially Jieshi, the importance he attached to Xiao Yifan had almost risen to the same level as Gaoingjie. He even persuaded the management to take out resources to help Xiao Yifan build his inch of gray array ghost. Although the other young people in Tiny Herb were jealous, they did not dare to offend Jieshi's absolute authority, so they did not dare to order Xiao Yifan to do this or that. Yifan, if possible, I don't want you to use the array ghost to challenge Li Xian. Jieshi patted Xiao Yifan on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Li Xian is the #1 array ghost in the league after all, and he has his own pride. If you challenge him with an array ghost, he might see it as a provocation. Xiao Yifan listened blankly. In fact, he was no longer very interested in challenging Li Xian. The reason for the fight was purely because the report was submitted too early. With the level of attention he received in the tiny herb team now, there was no need to fight for this opportunity to show up. Yeah. He nodded. Jieshi smiled with satisfaction. In that case, just challenge someone else later. If it doesn't work, he pointed to Yishio, who was explaining in a casual manner in the commentary booth, and teased, you call him down to fight with you, maybe it will be more effective for the show. For example, a hot search like young people don't have martial ethics was posted. Yes, Captain, I understand. Xiao Yifan was very well behaved. Yeah. Jieshi smiled and nodded, and sat back. It was a pleasant surprise for him to find that Xiao Yifan was valued by Yishio. With Yishio's comments on Xiao Yifan in mind, he almost immediately discovered the boy's great shining point. It was so shining that Jieshi wanted to scold his past self. Why couldn't he discover it? In the past, considering the complicated situation within the tiny herb team, Jieshi might not have made up his mind to vigorously train Xiao Yifan. But now everything is different. Pei Yunting is sharpening his sledgehammer against the alliance, and may start a new era of chaos at any time. In such a big change, if you still stick to the old ways, it will undoubtedly be self-destruction. No matter what, Tiny Herb cannot be absent from the new era. Jieshi's eyes were sharp. Even if, at this moment, the battle on the field was over, and the next one to participate in the rookie challenge was Tiny Herb's genius, Xiao Yifan's friend, Gaoingjie. And the opponent he challenged was his captain, Jieshi. Most of his thoughts were on the League of Legends internal test in 2 days, and he really had no interest in the All-Star weekend. The gap in strength in the game that just took place was too big, and there was basically nothing to explain. As a result, he was even a little sleepy now. However, this little sleepiness almost disappeared when Gaoingjie came on stage. Especially when he proposed to challenge Jieshi. A civil war between the magic sects? A civil war between Tiny Herb and the number one genius against the number one magic sect in the world? What was Gaoingjie thinking? Yi Xiu was a little confused. This confusion reached its peak when he saw Jieshi's state. In general rookie challenge matches, the seniors who were challenged usually didn't get too excited, on the one hand to be polite, and on the other hand to conserve their strength. Although this would make the whole game seem like feeding the audience with answers, it was an old tradition of the All-Stars after all. But Jieshi was different. At this time, he was full of energy, and his spirit was almost as good as when he participated in the finals. When he heard Gaoingjie's words, he strode onto the stage. Why is Diane so excited today? This isn't an important match, is it? Yi Xiu was a little confused. Wait, could it be? Yi Xiu suddenly thought of something, and his whole body shuddered, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. The little bit of sleepiness disappeared in an instant, and his body, which was lazily leaning on the back of the chair, sat up straight all of a sudden. Yi Xiu's face turned ugly. Diane, you don't really want to do that, do you? Don't do anything stupid. No matter what Yi Xiu thought, the duel finally started. From the beginning, the duel showed a completely different intensity from before. Neither side treated this game as a rookie challenge. Brooms, flasks, lava, acid rain, all flew all over the screen. But as time went on, something happened that shocked everyone. Gaoingjie was suppressing his captain and beating him, and Jieshi was defeated step by step. Suppressed exclamations rang out in every corner of the venue, mixed with the sound of discussions as fragmented as mosquitoes. But there were also places where the atmosphere was a little different. In the waiting area of Blue Rain, the atmosphere was as depressing as death, and this unbearable depressing atmosphere came from their captain Yu Wenzhou. Yu Wenzhou's face was unusually ugly now, as if he was shocked and angry, but also seemed to be filled with grief. Jieshi, you are confused. He just kept repeating this sentence. Captain, what happened? In the end, it was Huang Xiaotian who was the bravest and mustered up the courage to ask everyone's confusion. Jieshi didn't click all the skill points. Yu Wenzhou closed his eyes painfully inside, as if his energy and spirit had passed away with this breath. Huang Xiaotian was stunned, and then suddenly realized. No wonder Jieshi's health dropped faster than Gaoingjie's even though it seemed that they were evenly matched. It turned out to be due to the skill points. But why did Jieshi's giving in to Gaoingjie make the captain so painful? As if he could see Huang Xiaotian's doubts, Yu Wenzhou continued to state in a low tone, Jieshi's release this time is different from other All-Stars. First, he changed the result of the game. He should have won the game, but now it seems that Gaoingjie will win. This means that he caused the consequences. Second, he left a handle. Unlike other people who can excuse their release by saying that they are in poor condition, he didn't have any skill points. If you are willing to check, it is easy to find out. And once it is found, the nature is different. He didn't say the rest. But Huang Xiaotian had already guessed what he was going to say, which was nothing more than the word that represents the highest taboo in competitive sports, match fixing. Is it that serious? Huang Xiaotian began to sweat, but he still subconsciously refuted. After all, this was just a rookie challenge, and it had no impact on the regular season and playoffs, and there was no prize money or anything like that. It depends on whether anyone makes a big deal out of it. Yuan Zhou shook his head. The All-Stars team deliberately lost the game, which was a typical trouble that was too heavy to weigh, and even the giant spirit could not bear it. No one investigated it deeply, and it was just a courtesy from the veteran to the newcomer. If it was well managed, it could even become a good story. But once someone made a big deal out of it, no matter how watery, informal, and fun the rookie challenge was, it was still called a match. In such a match, if there was clear evidence of the game being lost, it would be considered a fake match once it was confirmed. At that time, once public opinion fermented again, Jeshi, Gaoingjie, and even the entire Weicha would be finished. Jeshi, how dare you be so bold? Yuan Zhou had never wanted to pull someone by the collar and scold him like he did now. Even though he and Jeshi were a pair of old enemies in the league, when his opponent was about to suffer a catastrophic disaster, he could only feel sadness. Shouldn't anyone be so idle? Who is so bored that he would bother someone at the All-Stars? Huang Xiaotian was still stubborn, but halfway through his words, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Because of the guests, there should have been 3 voices in the commentary booth today. But since when, there were only 2 people who were still speaking. Yi Xiao. How long has it been since he spoke? Huang Xiaotian looked towards the commentary booth with a dead soul. Yi Xiao's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip out of water. Although they were almost 100 meters apart, Huang Xiaotian could still see the gritting teeth of anger on his face. It's over, I forgot that this guy was here too. Yi Xiao voted for President Pei of Tinghai, and President Pei's mind was full of glory. Now, such a good opportunity is in their hands, how can they not take action? Huang Xiaotian closed his eyes in despair. Jieshi, Dian, you are so brave. Yi Xiao was really gritting his teeth at this time. Jieshi, this, actually lost a skill point in front of everyone. Did he really not know what he was doing? Of course he knew, but he was just gambling. There was no time left. Pei Yunting would attack Glory at any time. When the time came, the sky would fall and the earth would split. The newcomers would definitely be in the most miserable situation in such an environment. He had to use the most violent means on the most watched stage to sending Jie to the open clouds. Even if the price was so unacceptable. So he gambled, betting that Yi Xiao would be soft-hearted, betting that Yi Xiao would not kill him, his old friend and opponent, and betting on this faint hope of survival. And he was indeed not wrong. Yi Xiao really softened his heart. Although he had followed Pei Yunting to do a lot of things to backstab Glory, it was after all aimed at the entire Glory League. Pei Yunting had his own pattern and disdained to attack specific players. Even Lu Hao and Sun Xiang, who had brought it upon themselves, were left alive by him in the end. And this time, once he took action, Jieshi would inevitably be ruined and fall from the top of the gods to the hell of endless suffering. He couldn't do it. He was so confused that he didn't dare to look at the battlefield again, and could only scan around the venue. Suddenly, he saw the waiting seats for Blue Rain. As if he had noticed his gaze, Yuan Zhou raised his head and looked at him, shaking his head slightly. Forget it, there's no need, just this once, that guy got away with it. Yi Xiao smiled bitterly. He continued to scan until his gaze returned to the competition stage. This time, his gaze intertwined with Jieshi's. At this time, Jieshi had been gradually forced into a dead end by Gaoingjie. He should have resisted with all his strength, but he took a moment to look at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao swore that he had never seen such a look in this guy's eyes in his life. Humble, pleading, fragile, and even a little bit of flattery. Really, this guy, he knew to save himself when he was in a hurry. Yi Xiao's upright body had gradually shrunk back to the commentary chair, and the whole person became a little lazy again. Well, let him go this time, it's no big deal. But at this moment, someone patted his shoulder. It's clearly the all-star period now, who can come to the commentary booth? Yi Xiao turned his head in surprise and suddenly froze. Short orange hair, delicate face that is 70% similar to Su Muqing's. It's Su Muqiu. At this moment, Su Muqiu's face did not have the signature sunny smile, but instead a solemn expression. Yi Xiao, he did not call him Olji, just like his solemn tone. Have you lost your competitive sports heart? Competitive sports heart? Yi Xiu was stunned. There are many sayings about the spirit of competitive sports, but there is one word that can never be avoided. Fairness. Fairness. Or, fairness. At this moment, Su Mucho's figure shattered and dissipated like a mirror. Yi Xiu suddenly shuddered, and then he realized that he was still in the commentary booth. However, his body was completely soaked with cold sweat. Have I lost my competitive sports heart? He murmured. At the same time, his eyes had quietly become completely different. Jieshi noticed this, and his body trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted, and most of his energy and spirit were drained at once. He knew that he had lost the bet. I didn't lose to Yi Xiu's friendship, but I lost to Yi Xiu's original intention. That competitive heart that should belong to all competitive sports participants. With this slackness, Jieshi's operation suddenly lost its order. Gao Yingjie naturally could not miss such an opportunity. He swept the broom and Jieshi's character fell to the ground. The audience burst into thunderous cheers. Everyone was cheering for this wonderful game and the rise of a super genius. Let us congratulate Gao Yingjie. He created a miracle and defeated his old captain, the league's first-generation god Jieshi. The commentator praised passionately. But at this moment, he finally found that Yi Xiu was wrong. Seeing Yi Xiu's cold and serious face, he was immediately at a loss. Is there something wrong, Yi Shan? Soon, the audience also found that something was wrong on the commentary stage, and countless eyes were cast towards Yi Xiu. Only Jieshi, who had lost his spirit, and Yu Wenzhou, who kept shaking his head, did not look over. At the intersection of their eyes, Yi Xiu took a deep breath. Finally, he said that sentence like judgment. The game is boring. Jieshi missed a few skill points. He let the game go. Pei Yunting was stunned as he looked at the trending search that suddenly soared to the top. That Dian would match fix? What a joke. Besides, there is no game today. What about the All-Star game? Oh, All-Star game? Pei Yunting desperately searched the few memories of the king's avatar in his mind, and finally found this paragraph with great difficulty. To put it bluntly, Jieshi deliberately let Gao Yingjie win in order to support him, and he used the completely brainless method of not clicking on skill points. I vaguely remember that Yi Xiu, who saw this in the original timeline, stood up and applauded. But this time, Jieshi won directly? Pei Yunting was a little amused. My goodness, with Jieshi's status in the world, he must be the executive vice-goat of the glory world. Just because he let Gao Yingjie win in the exhibition match? It can only be said that under Pei Yunting's persistent mental pressure, both Yi Xiu and Yu Wenzhou have become a little oversensitive. So it seems that I am the culprit? At this moment, Pei Yunting's mobile phone began to vibrate. When he opened it, it was indeed a call from Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu honestly explained what happened, including his whole psychological process. His voice was a little tired, and it was obvious that he was under considerable mental pressure. Brother Pei, do you think I went too far? Yi Xiu was silent for a while, and finally asked. Pei Yunting laughed. This kid was so cruel when he started, but his heart was broken after he was done, right? First of all, rejecting match fixing is an absolute iron rule for any competitive program. No matter what the nature of the competition is, whether it is commercial or serious, as long as it is a competition, not letting others win and going all out is the basic moral standard. Jieshi deliberately let others win, and even gave away the victory, and left enough evidence to convict him. This is of course his own problem. As a whistleblower, there is no need for you to put the blame on yourself. Although he was a little dumbfounded by the result, Pei Yunting did not intend to blame Yi Xiu for it. He knew too well how deadly match fixing is to esports. How many young talents in LPL/LDL have sunk into match fixing because they could not control their desires? Although no one in the world of the king's avatar actually matched, there are indeed many cases that have touched the edge of match fixing. For example, Jieshi this time. For example, Sima Cheng, who jumped on the spot and sat next to Yi Xiu before the challenge was over. Another example is Sun Xiang, who withdrew from the challenge on the spot because his heart was broken. It's not that they don't have competitive spirit or are playing dirty, they just lack basic respect for the rules. So, it's not a bad thing to pull Jieshi out as a target. Anyway, he might not even be banned for one game this time. Yi Xiu felt a little relieved after hearing Pei Yunting's comfort, but he still couldn't help but worry. After all, Jieshi's matter has been trending on Weibo. You don't have to worry about that. Pei Yunting smiled. He didn't want to see Honor in trouble now. What he wanted was for Honor to flourish under his support, climb to the peak of popularity step by step, and then step on the mines he had carefully laid there, and explode into a gorgeous firework. If it explodes now, there will be too few viewers. Jieshi's room in the hotel where Tiny Herb is located. He was staring at his phone with his eyes wide open. He was very worried about Gao Yingjia's condition. Since Gao Yingjia joined Tiny Herb, he has been protected extremely carefully by him. He was reluctant to give him playing time, for fear that his confidence would be hit. As a result, this time, not only did he fail to save him, but he also directly exposed Gao Yingjia to the storm. He was very worried about the boy's mental state. Involuntarily, Jieshi opened his phone to check Weibo again, looking for Gao Yingjia's hot searches. This time, he was stunned. The top search Jieshi was expelled for match fixing disappeared at some point, and was replaced by a much longer search. Jieshi was caught deliberately letting the game go in the rookie challenge to promote newcomers. Although it was about the same thing, the perception was completely different. The former was a huge scandal that was enough to put an end to his career. The latter was just a small stain with a difference. Just like the grassroots team of Excellent Era, it was well managed, and it could even be considered cute. For example, S Mother and the like. At the same time, there were many videos attacking Jieshi on the internet. But the caliber was very consistent in directing Jieshi's problems to overprotecting young people and failing to set a good example. Although it was also criticism, it was much milder than directly scolding Jieshi for match fixing. Jieshi blankly scrolled through Weibo and found that compared with the previous atmosphere of verbal criticism, the current atmosphere was much more harmonious. I told you, how could Master Jieshi fake a match? After all this time, it's just a rookie challenge. How can that be called a match? Am I the only one who thinks the relationship between Master Jieshi and Yingjia is sweet? Just then, the manager of Tiny Herb walked into the room with a look of surprise on his face. Jieshi, the league's punishment decision is out. You are not banned from the official competition, but only fined 1 month's salary and banned from participating in the upcoming All-Star schedule, plus a public apology. It can be said that they picked it up high and let it go lightly. Didn't even the league punish him severely? Jieshi was stunned. Public opinion and the official attitude of the league were all completely reversed in an instant. The person who could do all this, you don't need to think about it to know who it is. But, why? Just then, Jieshi's phone rang, picked it up and saw that it was Yi Xiu's call. After the call was connected, Yi Xiu didn't say anything. Jieshi couldn't help but ask, why? Boss Pei said that we can't allow fake matches, but we can protect kind children. Thank you for your good reputation. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Yi Xiu's voice was lazy. Besides, Boss Pei asked me to bring you 2 words. Please go ahead. First, this is not the way to raise a child. Since he is the chosen successor, isn't it better to trust him to be able to handle the situation on his own? Second, are you coming to the internal test? If not, tell me quickly so I can call someone. Do you trust Yingjia to be able to handle the situation on his own? Jieshi was stunned. At this moment, there was a noise at the door. He looked over and saw Gao Yingjia peeking in from the door. He seemed to be a little haggard because of the series of accidents before, but there seemed to be something more in his eyes. That was the determination and responsibility that Jieshi had never seen in his eyes. Jieshi suddenly smiled. It seemed that the loss of this trip was not in vain. Come, of course, save the seat for me. Boss Pei, I really trouble you to take action this time. Feng Xianjun nodded and bowed. The super mess that Jieshi had made this time made the chairman, who had just dealt with the Excellent Era incident, very anxious. At the critical moment, it was his godfather Teng Hai who had to take action. Sure enough, it took Teng Hai less than half an hour to resolve the surging public opinion. Not only that, even Jieshi's reputation was not affected much. If the follow-up is handled properly, it will not be a problem for him to continue to be the face of the alliance. This is Teng Hai, this is a top internet giant. Feng Xianjun just wanted to kneel down to his godfather. Sure enough, godfathers are much more reliable than biological fathers. Pei Yunting just found it funny. Well, he still has to thank me. By the way, Mr. Pei, can you take a look at the current competition system and competition process of the Glory League and give some suggestions? Feng Xianjun suddenly took the initiative to propose. Pei Yunting was stunned and laughed. No, is this asking me to advance its death date? Come on, let me see. On this day, it seemed that no one was hurt. Jieshi slid to his knees to apologize, but his reputation did not seem to be affected much. Not to mention the fans of Tiny Herb, other fans were unwilling to admit that Jieshi was a fake match. After all, if you have to say it, which All-Star has not played badly in the Rookie Challenge? Therefore, the matter just passed with everyone's tacit consent. The alliance suffered another storm, but this time it was easily resolved. While the entire alliance was grateful to Teng Hai, the voices of dissatisfaction with the parent company, Honor, were getting louder and louder. Pei Yunting. You may not have lost money, but he must have made a lot of money. If you insist on saying that someone has lost a lot of money, it seems that only Tang Hao of Baihua is left. His plan to defeat the strong with the weak finally lost the opportunity to be implemented because of Jieshi's disturbance. He will continue to be the second rogue this year. The All-Star weekend passed without any major incidents. Since Chenghua had no need to go to the All-Stars after becoming friends with Yishio and Su Macheng, Tang Rou was not very interested in glory. Therefore, neither of them came this time. There was no miracle of Tang Rou overturning Du Ming, and no dragon raising its head when Yishio did. Oh, there was still a dragon raising its head. The scene of Yishio dozing off on the commentary desk during a game and suddenly raising his head when the commentator woke him up was made into an emoticon package. The caption reads, "The magic skill of the battle method, the dragon raising its head." It seems to be fine. However, Samsara, who was kept in the dark from beginning to end, was still very happy. Although Jieshi had a minor unpleasantness that was harmless, it was soon resolved. Whether it was Josakai's super popularity or the hot atmosphere of this All-Star game, the confidence of the new league team, Samsara, has grown. In particular, Feng Xianjun personally came to contact Samsara, saying that Tinghai Company was interested in supporting Josakai and making him the new face of the league. It can only be said that Samsara seems to be thriving recently. After the All-Star game, for reasons unknown to the public, several captains found excuses to stay in S-City for one more day. It is said that some players who were not very good at watching wanted to join in the fun, but were eventually driven back by their own captains. This paragraph is not directed at the player surnamed Huang. That afternoon, several masked people gathered at the door of Tinghai headquarters in a sneaky manner, causing the front desk staff at the door to repeatedly wonder whether to shake the security guard to drive them away. No, why hasn't Yishio come yet? Shu Yunxiu found a least noticeable corner to hide in, complaining in a low voice. As the female player whose popularity in the league is second only to Su Macheng, and she is in a first-tier city like S-City, plus Tinghai is in a good location. If she is not careful, she will be surrounded by countless fans. Wait a little longer. Yuanzhou glanced at his watch. Wow, everyone is here so early. Speak of the devil, Yishio finally brought Su Macheng to Tinghai. I told you to get up early. Zhang Jiala complained. As a guest commentator, and both of them commented on last night's All-Star game, Zhang Jiala got up an hour earlier than Yishio, just for Tinghai's internal test. However, Yishio slept until noon, which made Zhang Jiala feel that he had no professional ethics. Such a big contract was wasted. Ignoring Zhang Jiala, an honorary employee of Tinghai, Yishio glanced at Jieshi. How are you doing? Are you okay? Jieshi smiled. I was suspended for 2 days, so I rested very well. It was not only rest, but also the transformation of Gao Yingjie. After the incident that day, Gao Yingjie talked to him for half a night. For the first time, Jieshi saw some leadership in this immature and unconfident boy. This made him feel relieved. Jieshi was in high spirits at this moment, and his condition was even better than in the first half of the regular season. Yishio nodded and walked in with a large group of people. As soon as they entered the Tinghai building, a man came forward with a very official tone. Hello, all the star players of the Glory League, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. Before he could finish, he was grabbed by the collar by the shocked Yishio and pulled over. The man was dressed in a suit, tie, and big leather shoes. His hair and beard were meticulously groomed, and he looked like a social elite. However, after a closer look, Old Wei, Captain Wei? Yishio and Yuanzhou exclaimed at the same time. That's right, although the man looked well-dressed, he was actually an unemployed vagrant who occupied the internet cafe more than 10 days ago. Wei Chen. No, when did you become a decent person? Yishio looked up and down at Wei Chen's outfit. Hey, show some respect to me. Wei Chen snorted in dissatisfaction. I'm going to be the coach of one of your teams today. Be careful or I'll make things difficult for you. Wei Chen? Become a coach? Yishio, Lin Jingyan and other old-timers looked at each other. It was hard to connect the two words together. Stop talking nonsense, let's go, President Pei is waiting. The pretended seriousness was broken by Yishio in a second. Wei Chen was too lazy to say more, and led the way. In the elevator, Yuanzhou quietly patted Wei Chen's shoulder. Captain Wei. What for? Wei Chen glanced at Yuanzhou. Wei Chen's psychology is always a bit complicated for this successor he appointed. Seeing him in his prime, he thought of himself in middle age. But then again, counting this order, you, may not earn as much as I, Wei. With President Pei's thigh, he can be a coach in the new league in the future, and maybe he can even win a championship or something. I, Wei, am also a successful person. Since Captain Wei is cooperating with President Pei, would you mind revealing something? Yuanzhou smiled. Something? Wei Chen rolled his eyes. The new game will be available soon, why rush? It's not a new game, it's other information. Yu Wonjo was smiling, but his eyes were a little serious. For example, Samsara. Yu Wonjo had long felt that something was wrong with Samsara. As the club closest to Tinghai, it was not invited to participate in the test, and even President Pei specifically told Yishio not to participate in Samsara. There must be some arrangement. And Wei Chen, this old man who was not well known, but suddenly gets President Pei's attention and soars to the sky, is likely to be the key figure in the arrangement. Sure enough, when Wei Chen heard the word Samsara, his face changed suddenly. But unexpectedly, it was not solemn or fearful, but a kind of pity. Not only Yu Wonjo, everyone in the elevator pricked up their ears, including Yang Tsong and Shu Yunxiu, who didn't quite understand the situation. Go back and tell those idiots in the management to stop causing trouble for Samsara this season. If they want to go crazy, let them go crazy. Wei Chen looked compassionate. After all, if you want to destroy someone, you must first make them crazy. Yu Wonjo nodded solemnly, I understand. As the biggest rival in the championship race, Blue Rain naturally wanted to make things difficult for Samsara. But now it seems that there is no need. The other guys who eavesdropped on the corner also nodded. Finally, the elevator door opened, and Wei Chen led a group of people into a wide hall. The hall's decoration style is avant-garde and cool, with a distinct cyberpunk style. There are thousands of viewing seats, a handsome oversized LED screen and a spacious stage. On the stage, 5 computers are neatly placed on both sides. And Pei Yunting, standing in the center of the stage, smiled at the players. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today, President Pei's tone of voice is also elegant. Believe me, today must be a day to refresh your understanding of esports. He bowed gracefully, with a certain fanaticism in his eyes. Welcome to League of Legends. Do you think they will dislike our game because it is too simple? He asked Wei Chen, who was sitting on the side. If the boss invited a fool like Sun Xiang or Tang Hao, maybe they would, but the people on the stage, except for Su Muching, who may be a little simple, who is not a smart person. Wei Chen dared not be as casual as Pei Yunting. He sat upright with a serious expression, much more like a social elite than Pei Yunting. From my personal experience, when I first experienced a complete game of League of Legends, I was completely stupid. Even though he had been playing this game for several days, Wei Chen's eyes were still full of surprise. Combat, tactics and strategy are so perfectly combined in the same game mode. In comparison, the Glory game is simply a village fight. I like this metaphor. Pei Yunting smiled. Compared to the extremely monotonous opening of the 2 groups of people in the Glory competition system, the battle rules of League of Legends are absolutely exquisite and full of design. After all, it started from Warcraft 2, went through Shanghai 3C, Dota, and finally evolved into League of Legends, and continued to grow for more than 10 years before it bore fruit. And this world. There is not even Warcraft. The only RTS is StarCraft, which is somewhat similar to StarCraft, and I don't know why it has not become popular. Dimensionality reduction attack, perhaps the only description. It's almost time to finish the game. Then it's your turn to perform. Pei Yunting glanced at Wei Chen. Leave it to me, boss. In the player's seat, the captains took off their headphones and looked at each other, and they could see extremely complicated emotions in each other's eyes. How is it? In the end, Yishio was the first to speak. Amazing. The first person to answer was actually Jieshi, and his face was no longer calm as usual. I can only say that facing this level of opponent, Honor's loss is not unfair. Yu Wonjo was still savoring the huge amount of information he had just obtained from the 3-game novice tutorial. He originally thought that the core problem of the Honor League was fairness. No matter how good Tinghai's game was, it would at most be fairer than Honor. But in fact, it was not the case at all. In the competition system of the Honor League, heads are the absolute core, and killing is the ultimate meaning of all tactics, all arrangements, and all behaviors. In League of Legends, heads are just a component of its huge and sophisticated economic system. Because heads are not so important, League of Legends does not need to let its characters have an extremely long health bar like Honor, and no one will die even if the team fights for more than 10 minutes. Therefore, a duel in League of Legends often only takes a few seconds or more to decide the winner, which is neat and refreshing. Because heads are not so important, and there are other things that are far more important than heads, the game of League of Legends must form a division of forces. Dividing forces means that there are weaknesses, which means that tactics are far more useful than in Honor, and it means that it is easier to form a local more many. The fight for resources obviously has more variables and possibilities than pure fighting like Glory. Coupled with the unfettered choice of heroes, runes, and equipment, Yu Wonjo saw a future that was far broader and more distant than Glory. He was moved. Before this, even though he had noticed Teng Hai's intentions and even followed Zhuge Liang's example and asked Yu Wenba to explore the way here with Yixiu, he had never thought of surrendering himself. But now it was different. A richer tactical system, a more complete resource system. In addition, the hand speed requirement was far less than that of Glory, which tested the accuracy and awareness of the operation more. It was simply a game tailor-made for him. I don't know if the mines that pay buried for samsara are enough to send Glory to the road directly. Or add some spice? Others didn't realize that Yu Wenzhou had begun to develop into a trader, and they were still amazed at the wonderful game experience just now. It turns out that fighting can be played like this. Just then, the door opened, and Pei Yunting walked in slowly with a smile on his face. This time, the professional players looked at him with completely different eyes. In the past, Pei Yunting was just an ambitious capitalist in their minds, a devil who was good at playing with people's hearts. But now, they realized that this guy was also a genius game designer with unpredictable talents. How was your experience? Feel free to ask any questions you have. We will tell you everything we know. Pei Yunting smiled kindly. The first person to speak was Yu Wenzhou. Can you tell me how many heroes there will be in the League of Legends? Yu Wenzhou's eyes flashed with a fiery light. Pei Yunting chuckled and calmly said the number that made them dumbfounded. Currently, it is tentatively scheduled to be 100. That's right, the current 10 version of the League of Legends of Tinghai Company is tentatively scheduled to have 100 heroes. Thank you, I have no questions. Yu Wenzhou bowed lightly and sat down. The next person to speak was Chu Yunxiu. Although her eyes were also full of amazement, she was a little confused and spoke carefully. Boss Pei, your game is indeed a work of genius, but why do I feel the picture quality is a little rough? After playing Honor of Kings, it is no wonder that Chu Yunxiu felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the simple modeling of League of Legends. Good question. Pei Yunting nodded gently, praising Chu Yunxiu's courage. The reason why the picture is not too good is mainly due to optimization issues. I can tell you responsibly that it is precisely because the picture quality of League of Legends is not high that it can run smoothly on most ordinary home computers on the market. What League of Legends wants to do is to make it a popular game that everyone can experience. Several smart people looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In fact, they had guessed most of Pei Yunting's answer. But when it really came out of Pei Yunting's mouth, there was still a sense of shock from the heart. A real game for all people? If it can really be done, perhaps that would be the real heyday of Chinese games? Will League of Legends also have championship statistics like Fall Guys? This question was asked by Yi Xiu. To be precise, it's the rank. Pei Yunting corrected Yi Xiu's statement. League of Legends adopts a rank system. The rank points will be accumulated in the qualifying matches, and the opponents matched in the qualifying matches will also select players with similar points. And when the points reach a certain value, you will be promoted to the rank, which are Black Iron, Bronze. The strongest king. Speaking of this, Yi Xiu, he suddenly looked at Yi Xiu. Go back and ask Miss Chen Gui if Xingxin Internet Cafe is willing to be a pilot for a new system? What new system? Yi Xiu was stunned. Pei Yunting suddenly changed to a standard business voice. The player who is now on the computer at number 47 in Area C is the strongest king from the Ionia area. Welcome! Yi Xiu's eyes were as big as copper bells, and he couldn't help but mourn for Glory in his heart. Pei Yunting looked around and made sure that everyone had no more questions. He waved his hand and said, Okay, since we have asked almost all the questions, let's take a break and prepare. In 5 minutes, we will have a BO1 match in full compliance with the format of future official matches. Wei Chen and I will be the head coaches of the two teams respectively. Pei Yunting pointed to the door. The promising middle-aged Wei Chen made his debut again. Hello everyone, I am Wei Chen, and I will be the head coach of one of the teams next. I just had a brief exchange with President Pei and divided your team into 2. Now, those whose names are called, follow me. Xiao Shiqin, Yang Song, Chu Yunxiu, Zhang Jiala, Zhang Xinjie. The 5 people whose names were called responded and followed Wei Chen to another room. The remaining 5 pairs of eyes stared at Pei Yunting, waiting for his teachings. Pei Yunting joked, Now, you have to call me Pei Jiao. Due to time constraints, I will mainly talk about my understanding of the game ideas next. He picked up the remote control and turned on the projector that had been prepared on the side. The map of Summoner's Canyon appeared on the wall beside him. League of Legends is a 5v5 game. The map has 3 lanes and a jungle area. Therefore, the players of a team are generally divided into 5 positions: top, jungle, mid, ADC and support. Pei Yunting pointed to the mid icon in the center of the map. There is no doubt that the mid is almost the most influential position in this game. Due to the unique geographical advantage, once the mid has an advantage in the landing phase, it can almost radiate to the entire map. Jeshi nodded slightly, thinking. So the mid laner is usually one of the core players of a team, mainly mages and high-burst physical assassins. In the early stage, you need to gain an advantage and radiate the side lanes and the jungle. In the later stage of team battles, you need to rely on the advantage of your skills and long range to achieve the highest burst output and eliminate the opponent's core C position. It seems that considering that time is running out, Pei Yunting's introduction is much more concise. Jungler, he pointed at Lin Jingyan, is in the jungle, whereabouts are unpredictable, and you may appear anywhere on the map at any time. You have to catch people on the line, compete for neutral resources, and compete with the opponent's jungler. They are the rhythm engine of the team. ADC, to put it bluntly, is a shooter with the longest general attack distance. This is Suma Chang. They are fragile, have low burst, and are relatively weak in combat power in the early stage. But once they develop, they are the most stable and powerful source of damage in the later stage. Support, as the name suggests, is the existence of the auxiliary core position. When landing, protect the weakest AD position to develop quickly, and are also responsible for vision exploration, roaming around the map, etc. Yuanzhou seemed to be thinking about something. Finally, top lane, the most unique lane, I won't say much else. Seeing that everyone was lost in rapid contemplation, Pei Yunting smiled and said, I will explain the specific ideas to you later during the BP phase. Now, it's time to go on stage. On the stage, spotlights lit up one after another. With the exciting music and the host's passionate introduction, the 10 team members stepped onto the stage one by one and walked to the player's seat. That's right, Pei Yunting even brought this over. I feel that showing up before the game is a great way to interact, Suma Cheng whispered to Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu rolled his eyes, then I should have exposed myself 7 years ago. The BP stage began. Pei Yunting directed them to ban 3 heroes at random, and smiled, don't think that this BP will not be very serious, but this stage is definitely one of the essences of the League of Legends game. BP is a large-scale game between the two sides at the tactical level. Whether you can get a complete lineup while trying not to let the opponent get a comfortable lineup is a test of your tactical skills. In our conception, this stage is generally conducted by the head coach. By the way, it seems that there is no fixed coach position in your glory? The 5 people looked at each other, and then their old faces blushed. Then it seems that the coaching talent must be cultivated from scratch. Pei Yunting turned his head, his eyes gradually becoming serious. Let's start. In this game, Pei Yunting's team is in the red team and Wei Chen's team is in the blue team. Let's grab the mid lane first, Sister Yunxiu, what do you want to play? Wei Chen looked at Chu Yunxiu. Compared with Pei Yunting, he was just a half-baked player who had been in the training ground for more than 10 days, so his level was naturally much lower. Let's use Vengeance Flame Spirit. I just used it and it's quite smooth. Chu Yunxiu smiled. Brand is one of the 5 heroes experienced in the first game of the novice tutorial. Chu Yunxiu is more familiar with it and has a certain degree of proficiency. Sure enough, Pei Yunting watched the opponent choose Brand and signaled Yi Xiu to choose LeBlanc. Brand. Vengeance Flame Spirit is a typical hero that focuses on consumption. This style of play is very suitable for Chu Yunxiu, but it happens to be restrained by your magician style of play. And LeBlanc, her style is very compatible with you. Rely on your unpredictable positioning, hit me hard. Jieshi's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Then he gave Lin Jingyan Li Xin. Pei Yunting had limited knowledge of Lin Jingyan, but Li Xin, a versatile hero, would probably suit him. On Wei Chen's side, he grabbed the classic Luna combination. This was something Pei Yunting mentioned to Wei Chen inadvertently, but he turned it against him. Zhang Jiala played gorgeously and strongly, and with Zhang Xinjie, who was used to playing the healing profession, the strength of the Lanning can be imagined. It was unrealistic for Su Mucheng and Yuanzhou to fight in the Lanning. Sivir. Pei Yunting thought about it. The opponent chose a classic strong Lanning combination, and it is not realistic for you to fight in the Lanning. So Mucheng needs to sacrifice this time. Sivir is a typical late-stage AD, with strong line-clearing ability, good at resisting pressure, and extremely considerable damage in the late stage. Stay stable in the early stage, don't have too many ideas, don't replenish soldiers that are difficult to replenish, stabilize your development and don't get beaten, and you will win. As for Yuanzhou, after the symbolic second round of bans, Su Mucheng locked the robot, if you can't beat the Lanning, then swim. Understood. Yuanzhou smiled calmly. Pei Yunting suddenly became a little curious, what would Wei Chen choose for Xiao Shiqin? How can this tactical master who was supposed to be a support player resist Yi Xiu, the top player? Well, Senior Wei, coincidentally, Wei Chen was also discussing Xiao Shiqin's choice, pick Hand of Noxus for me. As one of the 5 heroes in the novice tutorial, Noxus's mechanism is simple and crude, with a sense of numerical beauty. This one should be able to withstand Yishio, right? Seeing that the opponent locked Noxus and Excavator, for some reason, Pei Yunting suddenly had a wicked idea. Let's lock on Nasu's Desert Reaper. Desert Reaper? Is it easy for him to fight against Hand of Noxus? Yishio asked curiously as Yuanzhou chose Nasu's. You just need to remember that when you have nothing to do, just press Ctrl +3. Pei Yunting smiled wickedly. The hero is selected, and the battle is about to start. Lin Jingyan asked while loading. You can come to the bottom lane, much on, and I can lure the enemy deep into the depths. Yuanzhou said concisely. The middle lane team should have a stronger suppression force on the Chu team, but this will also cause the Chu team to be closer to the defensive tower, making it difficult to catch. As for the top lane, with Yishio's operating ability, it should not be difficult to suppress Xiao Shiqin. It's a one-on-one man battle in the top lane, everyone, please don't come. Yishio was full of confidence. Now he was very arrogant. The game started, and both sides went online. The red team did not dare to act rashly due to the weakness of the bottom lane, and the blue team itself was afraid of the powerful combat power of Yishio and Jieshi. Both sides chose a relatively normal start. As soon as they went online, Suma Chang and Yuanzhou felt a huge pressure. The LOL version that Pei Yunting brought out was a hodgepodge version. In this 4-in-1 version, the combination of Lucian and Nami was not abolished. Nami's E skill can still trigger Lucian's passive, coupled with Zhang Jiala's aggressive style of play. The pressure is really hard to describe. Zhang Jiala played very actively at level 1, and almost every holy light was aimed at consuming Su Mucheng. Even though Su Mucheng was reminded to move very carefully, it was inevitable that a layer of blood was consumed. After Lucian grabbed the second level, the rhythm changed immediately. E-click Q-click, the damage was off the charts under the enhancement of Nami's E, and he slid up and pushed Su Mucheng back to the tower. Yuanzhou's robot didn't dare to hook at all, for fear that it would hook Lucian back and kill Su Mucheng, who was less than half blood. Fine sweat began to seep out of his forehead. Captain Lin, can you come over? Seeing that Su Mucheng was almost unable to beat the soldiers under the tower, Yuanzhou had to summon Lin Jingyan. Right away. Lin Jingyan had just finished brushing the upper half of the area, and seeing the miserable situation in the bottom lane, he was about to rush down. Wait, Lao Lin. But at this moment, Yishio suddenly spoke, his voice solemn. Lin Jingyan was stunned. Out of trust in Yishio, he did not pay much attention to the landing situation in the top lane. He quickly pulled the camera over, but saw a scene that made him dumbfounded. At the intersection of the top lane soldiers, a nearly full-blooded Noxus stood in the middle of the soldiers, killing all the minions. And Yishio's Nasu stood under the tower with a skin on his head, and his sprint had been used. He was trembling as he watched Xiao Shiqin's Noxus from a distance of nearly 2,000 yards. Lin Jingyan was dumbfounded. Yishio was beaten by Xiao Shiqin to the point that he couldn't take care of himself? Although Xiao Shiqin was also the captain of a strong team in the playoffs, he was good at tactical command after all, and his operation was far less exquisite than Yishio. He could actually beat Yishio so badly? Don't mention it, Lao Lin. Yishio's tone was a bit gritting his teeth. I was fooled by Brother Pei. Time went back to when he just came online. In fact, when Yishio looked at the skill set, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. How come this dog head had a skill that allowed him to grow infinitely? League of Legends is a game that emphasizes balance. With a skill like this that can grow infinitely, you can imagine how powerful it will be in the later stages. Since it is strong in the later stages, then in the early stages. Yishio's heart sank. So when he went online, he decisively gave up the idea of directly looking for Xiao Shiqin to start a fight, and carefully found a bush to hide. However, Xiao Shiqin was even crazier than him. During the BP stage, when Wei Chen saw Pei Yunting choose Nasus for Yishio in the last pick, the expression on his face suddenly twisted into a funny look. Senior Wei, is there any problem? Xiao Shiqin was startled and felt a little guilty. He still knew the technical gap between him and Yishio, and even if he got the powerful-looking Noxus, he couldn't let go of this guilty feeling. Did you see the Nasus on the opposite side? Wei Chen said in a strange tone. If you let him smell the experience at level 1, I think you can consider retiring. Xiao Shiqin was stunned, and then he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. The beast sleeping in his body woke up. With red eyes and heavy breath, he controlled Noxus to go online and began to search the bushes one by one, vowing to catch Yishio's Nasus. After all, Yishio had never been to Nasu's bar for further training, so he had to come out. Perhaps because Yishio still had a bit of luck, he even tried to fight with Xiao Shurqin. Xiao Shurqin learned W at level 1, and the first enhanced basic attack woke Yishio up. This damage. He tried to return a QA at level 1, and then immediately used sprint and started to run away. Fortunately, Xiao Shurqin had not lost his last sanity and did not chase him to the end, which allowed Yishio to return to the tower with half of his health. Looking at Noxus eating soldiers in the pile, Yishio just wanted to slap himself at this time. No, you dare to believe Pei Yunting's nonsense? Suddenly, he remembered Pei Yunting's last words. When you have nothing to do, press Ctrl +3 and you're done. Did I misunderstand Mr. Pei? Is there another way to play with this Nasus? So he pressed Ctrl +3. Then, he saw in despair that Nasus, who was less than half health under the tower, placed his scepter horizontally, stretched out one leg and began to dance. Well, very happy. The last ray of light in Yishio's eyes went out. Lin Jingyan looked at the miserable situation in the top lane, helpless and tangled. The bottom lane was in danger under the crazy offensive of Zhang Jiala, who was in high spirits, and Yishio in the top lane was beaten by Xiao Shurqin again. As a jungler, he was a little overwhelmed. Just when he gritted his teeth and decided to go to the top lane to help catch a wave, Yishio suddenly said again, "Go to the bottom lane, don't worry about me." Xiao Shurqin used a W to sober him up and also hammered his IQ back to the high ground. Since Nasus can't beat Noxus, then just stay alive. The two summoner skills he had were teleport and sprint. At most, he could go back to the city and teleport out. Suma-chan, on the other hand, couldn't hold on any longer. In addition, Xiao Shurqin was too excited. After reaching level 2, he used a huge killing skill directly in the pile of soldiers. As a result, the soldiers gradually pushed towards Yishio. The soldiers entered the tower. With the protection of the defense tower, Yishio could finally eat a few soldiers and stack his Q. Seeing that Yishio's situation began to improve, Lin Jingyan no longer hesitated and began to walk towards the jungle. Su Mucheng had already returned to the city. He planned to go to the bottom lane to wait for a wave after clearing the jungle. Zhang Jiala's position was too deep, and he couldn't help but be tempted. But at this moment, suddenly, a deep female voice resounded through the canyon, "First blood." The first blood appeared? Who is it? In the top lane, Nasus stayed under the tower honestly, and stretched out his dog legs to Noxus from time to time. In the bottom lane, Suma-chan and Yuanzhou had already returned to the city honestly, and there was no danger of life. Then, it was the middle lane. At the intersection of the soldiers in the middle lane, the body of Vengeance Flame's soul covered with lava fell weakly, and an elegant figure moved in the magic wave and left calmly. Jeshi, the glorious magician, completed a single kill of Chu Yinshio's brand at level 3. It seemed that it was just a single kill, but only she, the victim, knew what kind of torture she had just experienced. Jeshi, especially Jeshi in the Liberation play style, was too compatible with the Enchantress. Ever-changing and unpredictable. Chu Yinshio's non-directional skill hit rate was pitifully low, and she had no idea where Jeshi's next W would rush to. So, it went smoothly, with the first and second levels consuming, and the third level stepped on the key with lightning speed to complete the single kill. Jeshi completed the first player-to-player first blood in this world. Jeshi in the middle lane is gone. After a long time, Chu Yinshio could only hold back such a sentence. "Got it. Are you okay, Captain Chu?" Zhang Xinjie asked. "I'm fine." Chu Yinshio shook her head vigorously, trying to clear the distracting thoughts caused by this single kill. "The game has just begun, how can you give up so easily? A completely unblocked magician? So what?" She controlled the character to go online again. Her eyes turned back to the top lane. Xiao Shurqin looked at the dog head under the tower, and the veins on his forehead were almost popping out. Yishio was controlling the dog head to stretch his legs under the tower. After adjusting his mindset, Yishio started the master mode of the dog head without any guidance. Ever since Xiao Shurqin's Q in the pile of soldiers sent the first wave of soldiers into Yishio's tower, he vaguely felt the importance of controlling the line. Xiao Shurqin, who was full of himself, rarely lost his judgment that he was proud of on weekdays, and began to push the line urgently and vigorously, trying to give the dog head a hard blow. And Yishio was watching from a distance under the tower, stretching his legs from time to time to show that he was not AFK. It was not until Xiao Shurqin led a large wave of soldiers into the tower that he realized something belatedly. Didn't they say that if Nasus smells the experience, it would be considered a failure? Why did Nasus eat the soldiers? Nasus, who drank the blood bottle, was out of danger and protected by the defensive tower. Noxus really had no way to deal with him. He could only knock on the tower and eat a layer of tower skin, watching Nasu's happily take this wave of soldiers step by step, and stacking a few layers of Q. Hey, thank you. Yi Shou typed on the public screen while controlling Nasu's to stretch his legs after taking the most valuable turret with 1 Q. In such a short time, he also figured out that as long as he got the timing of control +3 right, Nasu's could only stretch one leg all the time. It's so mean. Yi Shou seemed to have realized the fun of playing Nasu's. Although he looked very embarrassed when being beaten by Noxus, stacking Q, especially stacking 12 layers of Q at a time, it was really cool. It can only be said that heroes can really influence players. Xiao Shiqin, who chose Noxus, almost lost his calm judgment as one of the 4 great tactical masters and became as belligerent as all Noxus players. And Yi Shou, who chose Nasu's, also began to develop the mentality of the living Buddha of Oasis. Bottom lane. Zhang Jiala was a little anxious at this time. He didn't dare to slide forward to consume Su Muching like he did at the beginning. The reason was simple, it was still the middle lane. Although Chu Yunxiu had already put in 12 points of spirit in the landing, a turret mage like Brand really didn't have a good way to deal with the Enchantress. Especially Jeshi's mysterious Enchantress. It didn't take long for him to be consumed and put into a considerable disadvantage. As a result, Yang Tsung's excavator had to come to the middle lane to help Chu Yunxiu out. The excavator showed up, but the blind monk didn't. And if the blind monk started with red, he should be in the lower jungle at this time. Maybe he was squatting in a nearby bush and staring at him. Due to the lack of game experience, Zhang Jiala and Zhang Xinjie made a very serious mistake. That is, they did not convert the landing advantage into a vision advantage. After all, it was Zhang Xinjie's first time playing League of Legends. After Zhang Jiala suppressed Su Mucheng and beat her up, he spent most of his energy on suppressing the landing. On the contrary, Yuan Zhou seized several opportunities to set up some vision around, basically eliminating the risk of Yang Tsong ambush. With the guarantee of vision, Su Mucheng's Sivir gradually became bolder and began to dare to use W to clear the minions. Anyway, Sivir and Lucian are brothers in distress in the short-handed world. As long as Lucian does not slide forward, there is not much risk of being consumed. The stalemate in the top lane and the suppression in the middle lane made Zhang Jiala a little anxious. Once anxious, his footwork became a little more radical, trying to consume Su Mucheng better by getting closer. It was this moment of unbalanced mentality that was captured by Yuan Zhou. The robot finally used its first hook in this game, accurately hitting Lucian who was moving forward, pulling him in front of him and connecting with E, knocking Lucian into the air. At the same time, Su Mucheng brazenly used W and began to output to Lucian. This girl has been timid from the beginning to now, and finally showed her fangs for the first time. It's bad. Back off. Zhang Jiala reacted quickly, and while retreating with his E-slide, he called on Zhang Xinjie's Nami to retreat quickly. Run? Can you run away? Yuan Zhou smiled faintly. The bottom lane had been cowardly for nearly 10 minutes, and even a man with a good temper like him was really forced to get angry. After waiting for a chance to redeem himself, how could he miss it? Zhang Jiala and Zhang Xinjie reacted quickly. However, their positions were too far forward, so that Li Xin could easily cut off their retreat. In the end, the red team paid the price of 2 flashes to keep the Luna combination, and one of the kills was given to Su Mucheng's Sivir. The situation of the bottom lane suddenly changed again. Xiao Shiqin was a little anxious. The middle and bottom lanes were broken through by the opponent at the same time, and only he maintained the suppression of Yi Xiu. However, with the death of Zhang Jiala in the bottom lane, I don't know if Yi Xiu's doghead was so bold that he dared to come up and take the initiative to farm? No, what makes you so disrespectful to me, Noxus? Xiao Shiqin's anger rose all of a sudden, and he pulled the dog's head in front of him with his ruthless iron hand, and then he killed everyone. However, Yi Xiu's Nasu's did not retreat but advanced, taking a Q and taking a step forward to kill a melee soldier, then inflicted Wither on Noxus and ran away. Blood Rage failed to work, and Nasu's didn't even use sprint, and just fled back to the tower. When he looked at Xiao Shiqin again, the red side soldiers were already dead or wounded. The next wave of soldiers was about to push into Yi Xiu's tower. At the same time, Nasu's under the tower was not in a hurry to go back to the city to replenish blood or something, just standing under the tower, continuing to stretch his legs. Xiao Shiqin's eyes went dark. This hastily put together game ended without any suspense. Jeshi in the middle lane was completely crazy, especially after level 6, his existence turned League of Legends into a horror game. You never know where the Enchantress will come out and perform her health bar disappearing technique. In addition, the bottom lane recovered after Lin Jingyan caught a wave, and Su Mucheng fully utilized her bottom line characteristics. Yi Xiu's dog head in the top lane also came out after level 7 brilliance, and knocked Xiao Shichin, who was red-eyed, awakened him with a turn of the jujube. Unknowingly, the balance of victory has tilted towards the red team. Even if the blue team stubbornly launched 2 waves of life and death team battles later, it could not slow down the pace of the development of the doghead in Cyber. Yi Xiu and his team won this game. After the game, Pei Yunting did not say much about their performance, but just thanked them for their participation this time, and ended this test. It's not a formal match, what's the point of saying more? I'm not the head coach. Just as Pei Yunting was thinking about how to use this video of the game to achieve better results, there was a knock on his office door. Come in. Who would come to see him at this time? The door opened, and Xu Yunxiu, with red eyes, walked in a daze. Pei Yunting was stunned when he saw her like this, and then suddenly realized, and asked with a smile, "Why, was Jieshi's beating broken your heart?" Xu Yunxiu pursed her lips and nodded slightly. 165. This is the final report card of her revenge-flamed soul. There is no doubt that she was beaten by Jieshi. In the past, when playing Honor of Kings, because Xu Yunxiu didn't play many singles matches and Jieshi sealed her playstyle, this gap was not so obvious. However, after changing to another game, Jieshi got the matching Enchantress again, and Xu Yunxiu was a little desperate when she played. Unconsciously, the gossips that accompanied her throughout her career started to ring again. After all, she is a female player. There is always a gap. Over the years, she has worked hard to grow from a substitute rookie to an all-star star, and she thought she could ignore these rumors. But a tragic defeat seemed to have brought her back to her original state. Su Muqing saw her loss of soul and suggested that she seek help from Pei Yunting. In Su Muqing's opinion, Pei Yunting, who could make a stubborn guy like Yi Xiu give up glory, is more useful than any psychologist. So Xu Yunxiu came. After listening to her story, Pei Yunting looked at her with some amusement and asked back, "Is there a possibility that you didn't play that badly in this game?" "Ha?" Xu Yunxiu raised her head blankly. "Look at this." Pei Yunting opened a picture. This is the damage statistics of this game. Xu Yunxiu's fireman, whose record was dismal, actually dealt 23,000 explosive damage, surpassing Zhang Jiala, the only one with a positive record. Although you were suppressed by Jieshi in the early stage, you performed the duties of a mid lane in a disadvantageous situation very well in the middle and late stages. Try your best to find opportunities to supplement your development, and then in team battles, deal your full damage. Pei Yunting called up the relevant videos and let Xu Yunxiu watch them. While watching, he said earnestly, "Maybe because you have been accustomed to supporting the team for a long time, your playing style does lack a bit of reckless ruthlessness. But this does not mean that you played badly. This wave, and this wave," Pei Yunting pointed to the videos of 2 team battles, "if you hadn't dealt enough damage and consumed enough, Zhang Jiala would not have been able to get any heads. Stay calm in the face of danger, stick to your duties, and make contributions." Pei Yunting stared into Xu Yunxiu's eyes with a very serious attitude. In my opinion, compared with Xiao Shichin, who was too focused on the line, Zhang Jiala and Zhang Xinjie, who were too focused on the line, and Yang Tsung, who was timid and at a loss, on the contrary, you have best demonstrated the potential required of professional players. "Me?" Xu Yunxiu tried to see a little comforting perfunctory expression on Pei Yunting's face, but in the end, she only saw the affirmation of the facts. Somehow, she asked the question that had troubled her entire career: "Do you think that female professional players have inherent disadvantages?" "What's there to say?" Pei Yunting laughed very wantonly. If it was still in the previous life, facing heavyweights like the Big Goose women's team and a certain Tianka, Pei Yunting might still hesitate about this question. But this is the world of full-time masters, and the player in front of him is Xu Yunxiu, who carried a team on his own. What else can Pei Yunting say? Why think so much? Go to bed. Xu Yunxiu was driven out. When she went in, it was still cloudy, but when she came out, there was already a little smile on her face. Although she hadn't figured it out completely, her mental state was much better than when she just finished the game. However, at the door of the office, she saw an unexpected figure. "What are you doing here?" Xu Yunxiu looked at Yu Wenzhou curiously. "I have something to do with Mr. Pei." Yu Wenzhou laughed. Pei Yunting had just taken a sip of water to calm down when the door was knocked again. Which kid needs psychological counseling this time? Yu Wenzhou walked in and carefully closed the door. "Why, do you need psychological counseling too?" Pei Yunting looked at Yu Wenzhou leisurely. "Of course not." Yu Wenzhou's attitude was very serious. "Excuse me, Mr. Pei, can you allow me to take a video of the game back?" "Video?" Pei Yunting looked at the man in surprise. "Yes, I plan to show it to the management of our Blue Rain Club." Yu Wenzhou's tone was firm. This genius, who was the first to see Pei Yunting's intention besides Yishio, finally made up his mind after experiencing the game of League of Legends himself. This must be a competitive game greater than honor. Having been a long-term partner with the opportunist Huang Xiaotian, he has unknowingly picked up some opportunistic habits. Therefore, facing the rare and valuable cake of League of Legends, he did not hesitate too much and made a decisive decision. With Huang Xiaotian's ability to seize opportunities, if he transforms into a jungler, he might be ridiculously strong. Pei Yunting looked at Yu Wenzhou, who was sincerely joining him, and imagined the future of Blue Rain after the transformation. Huang Xiaotian and Yu Wenzhou's jungler and support synergy. Turtle, incredible, incredible. By the way, if Pei Yunting remembered correctly, Blue Rain seemed to be the runner-up of the 8th season in the original timeline, right? Go find Yuan Fang to get the video later, but I have 2 words to say to you. Pei Yunting raised a mysterious arc at the corner of his mouth. Please go ahead. Yu Wenzhou looked like he was listening attentively. First, in terms of reincarnation, you can pay attention to their skill points. Second, please give a message to your brother Yu Wenbo for me. Instead of becoming a professional player and making a name for yourself, why do you stay here and be a small anchor? A skinny teenager with big glasses stretched lazily in front of the window of the training room. The boy had a rather funny face. If you are an old anime fan, you should be able to see that his face is somewhat similar to the old man-servant of Sesshomaru in Inuyasha. It's very cold early in the morning. Xiejian, no, the boy spoke Mandarin with a strong Sichuan accent. Yang Fan, should the captain come back today? Another young man rubbed his eyes and walked into the training room. Compared with Yang Fan, who looked weird, this young man looked much more handsome. The most conspicuous thing was that he was not wearing the Blue Rain youth training uniform, but a two-dimensional pain suit. The old two-dimensional Dongfangshong could recognize that the character on it was the second lady of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Flandra Scarlet. How did you know? Can I meet the captain? Young Fan rolled his eyes. Yang Fan, ID 1 Fish, for Eats, professional ammunition expert, Li Shenjun, ID Flandra, professional Qigong master, they are all trainees of the Blue Rain Youth Training Camp. Yang Fan skipped classes and played Honor of Kings in internet cafes when he was 14 or 15 years old. He was a famous super ammunition expert in his city in Sichuan. As for his ID, it was when he was playing online games 2 years ago. He was bold and formed a 5-man team to kill the boss Ancient Shark. As a result, the knights in the team were unreliable and OT fell on Yang Fan. When the shark's designated charge locked on Yang Fan's head, he turned around and ran away in fear, but he ran into the back row of squishy people. As a result, this charge directly attacked 4 people, and finally caused the team to be wiped out. Not long after the team was wiped out, Yang Fan was valued by the Blue Rain Youth Training Camp because of his talent, and he traveled thousands of miles from Sichuan to Guangdong to join Blue Rain. In order to commemorate, he changed his ID to 1 Fish, for Eats. And Li Xianjun probably had a similar experience. As the club with the most complete youth training system among all clubs, Blue Rain has dozens of talented teenagers like them. They repeat boring training in the youth training camp day after day, repeatedly refining their skills, hoping to stand on the professional field one day. However, such hope is too slim. Yang Fan has been here for a full year and a half, and has grown from a passionate teenager to a veteran. Anyway, trainees also have wages, food, and accommodation, and he has no special skills other than playing games, so it's good to just mix like this. His slightly happy appearance, coupled with his ruffian trump, has the smell of a slacker. Li Xianjun is 1 year younger than him and has been here for less than half a year. Apart from liking the second dimension and chasing stars, he exudes an honest smell from head to toe. Without saying a word, he sat silently in front of the computer he often used, opened the esports version of Honor and started training. Training and training, but there is no chance to play after training. Yang Fan looked at Li Xuanjuan's appearance and hummed. Although it hurts, it is the truth. Whether it is Yang Fan's ammunition expert or Li Xuanjuan's Qigong master, the Blue Rain main team has main players in their prime years, which requires a large amount of materials. They are not the genius boy Lu Hanwen, and it is impossible for the club to spend precious materials to create an account for them. Li Xuanjuan's fingers moved slightly rhythmically, and he was already doing preparatory activities. After hearing Yang Fan's words, he did not turn back, and while controlling the Qigong master to avoid obstacles, he said, "I am not very good, so I need to practice more." Yang Fan looked at his stubborn look aside, and suddenly said fiercely, "Okay, then the coward also practices. No matter how bad he is just a boy of 17 or 18 years old, and he still has some loyalty." Next door, in the Blue Rain meeting room, the Blue Rain uniform team was concentrating on watching the game video brought back by Yu Wenzhou. Even Yu Wenzhou himself was watching it very seriously. The version of the video that Pei Yunting gave Yu Wonjo was basically made strictly according to the broadcast standards of the previous life. Hero level, status, skill cooldown, last hit, equipment. All kinds of information are extremely complete. Even a pure passerby can see the situation of the game clearly. It's really Tanghai's work, it's so intuitive. The boss of Blue Rain couldn't help but sigh. As a representative of the boss of a capital-based club, his understanding of the game is far less profound than that of Tao Xian, who came from an internet cafe, but he can see more things that laymen can see. Compared with the Honor League, which is often difficult to understand even with commentary, the intuitive broadcasting method of League of Legends will undoubtedly open up a larger market. More importantly, according to Yu Wonjo's introduction, the game in front of you does not require your own account. For a club like Blue Rain, this is a fatal temptation. Few people know that although Blue Rain has a brilliant record, its profit margin is extremely pitiful, because its operating costs are too high. Blue Rain's youth training camp is the best in the entire league. Its subordinate guild is also Blue Brook Pavilion, one of the 3 major guilds. This huge family business allows Blue Rain to be in the first echelon of the championship all year round, but it also brings incomparably huge expenses. In fact, in the 7th season, because Blue Rain did not enter the finals, the sponsor's investment in Blue Rain in the 8th season has been reduced. If they can't win the championship in the past 2 seasons, they may have to sell players to make up for their losses. At this time, a brand new esports project, with advanced concepts and much lower operating costs than Honor, has extended an olive branch to Blue Rain. The other party's backer is still a behemoth like Tinghai. No boss can refuse such a temptation. Captain, what should we do next? We can't let them win. After the meeting, Huang Xiaotian, who was also present, followed Yu Wonjo to the training room and asked Yu Wonjo about the future strategy. Unless you want to be on President Pei's blacklist because of your improper attitude in the game. Yu Wonjo scolded him with a smile. After all, the Honor League is our base. Blue Brook Pavilion and the youth training camp are extremely valuable assets in a sense, and there is room for transformation in the future. Blue Rain's fans are the foundation of our prosperity. If we want them to follow our transformation better, we need more things that can convince them. It's either the championship or a big bomb of public opinion. And it just so happens that if you want to get these 2 things now, you have to go to the finals. So, at this point, Yu Wonjo's eyes had already ignited a little bit of high-spirited flames. He waved his hand towards the void, and injected some power into his voice. We must fight for the championship. Fight for the championship with all our strength. Captain's words have made me excited. Huang Xiaotian couldn't help but get excited. He wanted to do something else, but saw Yu Wonjo put a finger between his lips, signaling him to be quiet. At this time, the 2 had arrived at the door of the training room. The door was not locked, and the scene inside could be seen clearly. It was still early in the morning, but there were already 2 teenagers sitting in front of the computer, concentrating on completing the boring training. Yu Wonjo gently closed the door, with a touch of warmth in his eyes. He knew the names of the 2 teenagers, Yang Fan and Li Xianjun. They were both outstanding talented teenagers, but because of the restrictions of their accounts and leagues, they had not had the opportunity to enter the court so far. Living in the land-scarce G-City with a salary of several thousand yuan a month, he holds on to a glimmer of hope. Yu Wonjo looked at Huang Xiaotian and said word by word, at least, we have to earn a future for them. A future that belongs to Blue Rain. Pei Yunting looked at the Honor League reform plan personally delivered by Feng Xianjun and marveled. Then I think we should still be outsourcing website maintenance for others. Zhang Yuanfang's eyes were also filled with amazement. A few days ago, when solving the problem of Jieshi's water release, Feng Xianjun came to Pei Yunting for advice. Pei Yunting, who was in a good mood at the time, gave him a few casual suggestions. I thought that such a big thing as modifying the schedule would be discussed next season. Who knew that Feng Xianjun seemed to have turned on the trick, and went back to hold a 3-day meeting with a group of management, and decided on the reform plan before the competition continued. Moreover, judging from the one they sent to Pei Yunting's desk, the completion degree was quite good. This efficiency, compared with the Honor Company headquarters that has not updated a major version for 3 years, is really ironic. Alas, Glory is a mere company that is content with the status quo, has low ambitions, and does nothing. It is nothing but a dead bone in a grave. Pei Yunting suddenly sighed and spoke in a semi-literate tone. How can I have such a strong army? Zhang Yuanfang knew that this guy had evil intentions again when he saw his tone. Why, are you interested in the operator? Why, no. Pei Yunting said confidently. They are guarding a treasure mountain without knowing it, and they don't even know how to beg for food with a golden bowl in their hands. They deserve to be poached. Pei Yunting looked down on the game Glory, and also looked down on the Glory League, a league that didn't even understand fairness. However, he was more than salivating over those people in the league whose quality was obviously much higher than that of the esports circle in his previous life. He wanted to poach professional players and professional clubs. And he also wanted to poach the conscientious management team. Don't even think of escaping from your Uncle Pei's palm. Then about this plan. Zhang Yuanfang ignored Pei Yunting's madness. Let them do it. Let them do it boldly. Not only them, we should also take the initiative. Pei Yunting waved his hand. During this period, our platform should increase the publicity of the Glory League, and we will do whatever it takes to become famous. After all, it is a league that has dominated the world esports world for an era. If the funeral is not held decently, people will laugh at us for being disloyal. Pei Yunting was not worried that his behavior would help the enemy. On the contrary, he was only worried that the Glory League would not be popular enough. After all, only if it is praised high enough, high above the clouds, will it be broken into pieces when it falls down. How about holding the finals at the Bird's Nest? Pei Yunting suddenly had a big plan. After the All-Star game, the major clubs, who had not even sat down to warm up, received news of the reform of the league system. In addition to the new version of the screen specially customized by Tinghai that will be launched on the live broadcast end, the most important thing is the reform of the schedule. The previous system of the Glory League was very strange. Not only was there only one round of games per week, but the 10 games in this round would also be played at the same time. I don't know which little genius came up with this magical system. After the reform, the league became 2 games a day, and they were held at different times. At the same time, the commentary team was streamlined, the number of guests was expanded, and more professional players were boldly invited to commentate instead of media people. After the reform plan was introduced, the major clubs almost knelt down to the league. How many years have passed? You can finally stand up for once. You know, the original weekly competition system is a huge torture for all the stakeholders. The biggest source of profit for the Glory League is nothing more than offline tickets, online broadcast fees and sponsorship. But under the constraints of the old competition system, there is only one game that can be broadcast live on TV in a week. Even if there is more than one TV channel that broadcasts the Glory League, only a small part of the games can be broadcast live. Those small teams at the bottom of the league may not have a chance to show up on TV for a whole season. In fact, the TV stations are also suffering. As the current leader in the esports field, they wish they could broadcast more Glory games. But the problem is that the league does not give them a chance. Not only that, if 10 groups of games are played at the same time, 10 commentators and 10 guests are needed. Commentary is easy to say. For the Honor League, which treats even players of Liuba's caliber as treasures, where can they find 10 high-level guests? So all kinds of media reporters, social critics, and other things can show off on the commentary stage. The commentary effect can be imagined. Once the new schedule is released, many problems can be solved. The TV station has enough games to broadcast every day, which solves the problem of insufficient content. With a higher exposure rate, the club will naturally have the confidence to negotiate more sponsorship and broadcasting fees. All clubs unanimously passed the plan for the reform of the competition system? Feng Xianjun listened to the report of his subordinates and felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. No, this is a mid-season reform of the league. You can at least object symbolically. But the club said, go to hell, serve it quickly, I can't wait. What? The mid-season reform may make the players uncomfortable? You have even done such a lousy job as updating a major version mid-season in the league, and you still care about this? So, the competition system reform plan was implemented very smoothly while Feng Xianjun was still confused. When the new schedule was announced to the public, it also set off a carnival in the honor of King's Circle. Only 2 games a day? Then our little Yueyun can finally be on TV often? Come on, you at least had Sun Xiang before, unlike our Hiwu, who has never appeared on TV except for being a background board for Blue Rain once. Xinkai fans agree with it wholeheartedly. Finally, we can watch the home team's games on TV. Not only TV, I heard that Tencent has specially optimized the live broadcast end, and the new pictures released are much better than before. And Yi Xiu, Zhang Jiala and other big anchors have officially announced that they will serve as commentators for some events. This time, I can really watch Captain Zhang comment on Manhwa. Good times. Absolutely good times. Feng Xianjun hung up the phone call from an esports channel and couldn't help but tears up. Just after the new plan was announced, all the major TV stations that cooperated with the Glory League called and readily expressed their willingness to negotiate a new broadcasting contract. Some investors who were still on the sidelines also made up their minds and threw in a lot of money. The Glory League, which was previously in a mess due to the chaos caused by Excellent Era and Tiny Herb, finally ushered in a scene of vitality and competition. And all this is thanks to one person. Feng Xianjun looked up at the opposite wall, where a large photo of a man was hung not long ago. Looking at the man's handsome appearance and wise smile, Feng Xianjun couldn't help but sigh. Boss Pei's kindness is really a lifetime. What's the use of home? Home is given to me. At the Blue Rain home court, on the commentary platform, Yu Wenba's cheeks flushed with excitement, and he slammed the table and roared. As a rising star anchor on Xianyu Live, he has such a close relationship with Yu Wenzhou. This makes him and Blue Rain's old captain Wei Chen a frequent guest of Blue Rain's game guest seats. As a special guest of Blue Rain's home court, his emotions are obviously out of control at this time, but no one cares about this anymore. Because everyone is more excited than him. In the second day of the second game of the second semifinals of the 8th season of Glory Playoffs, Blue Rain played against Tiny Herb. The previous game at Tiny Herb's home court was a bitter victory for Tiny Herb, 5-45. The individual competition and the ring competition on the second day that have ended were also a win for both sides. In the last battle that determines fate, Tiny Herb decisively showed a determination to fight for life. Jieshi used the long-sealed magician style of play, and together with Deng Fuxing and Yuan Baiqing, he contained the Blue Rain troops in the front. At the same time, Gao Yingjie and Li Yihui took a detour to block Blue Rain's substitution point. This is the so-called stealing home tactic. As long as Blue Rain makes a substitution, the new substitute will be besieged by Gao Yingjie and Li Yihui. Because of this tactic, the front became relatively weak, but Jieshi relied on his personal ability to hold it up until the encirclement was completed. Faced with such a desperate situation, Yu Wenzhou did not panic at all. He knew very well that Jieshi's liberation of play was indeed terrible, but he could not be distracted too much to command. Although Tiny Herb had figured it out and put Gao Yingjie in the starting lineup, the control genius Qiao Yifan was not able to play. Tiny Herb's encirclement must have a flaw. While Yu Wenzhou commanded the Blue Rain players to hold on, he tried his best to find this possible flaw. Finally, Huang Xiaotian's Night Rain voice jumped out of the encirclement and completed the counter-encirclement of Gao Yingjie and the other two. When Gao Yingjie and Li Yihui fell first in the double attack, the entire Blue Rain home court fell into madness, and countless Blue Rain fans shed wanton tears. It's not easy, it's too hard. The 8th season is destined to be recorded in the history of the esports world. After the Glory League was restructured, with the full support of Tenghai's publicity offensive, the popularity quickly rose. Especially those teams that were not so strong finally got enough exposure. In this context, soon, the atmosphere of the entire league was different. The top teams were shocked to find that those originally weak and vulnerable teams seemed to be infected with madness. Even if they can't beat you, they will try their best to bite off a few bites of your flesh. And the strong teams are like a deadly feud, punching to the flesh, and fighting to the death. Everyone knows how many eyes are focused on them now. Even if they can't beat them, they must play their own style. The intensity of the league is completely different. And the playoffs are even worse. Before the first round began, Feng Xianjun officially announced that the finals would no longer be divided into home and away games, and would only retain the priority of choosing the map. Because this game will be held in the Bird's Nest. That's the Bird's Nest. Even though Tiny Herb is highly regarded in City B, they have never had the opportunity to use the Bird's Nest as their home court. That is the place that all competitive games dream of. Blue Rain, along the way, has been covered in blood and wounds. They were defeated in the semi-finals last year, but they are finally going to overcome Tiny Herb. Yuan Baiqing, Lu Xiaobie, Deng Fuxing. Finally, when Jieshi, who was unable to support the team alone, fell, the court erupted in extremely wanton cheers and cries. The league's newly hired commentator, Shan Yuan, shouted passionately, "The most successful team in the league in the past 3 years has been ended by the most aggressive team this season. Zhou Zikai, get ready. Because Blue Rain is going to the Bird's Nest." Yu Wenzhou collapsed in his seat, sweat running down his forehead like a stream. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and wipe it, but then he found that his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Sure enough, it was an extremely difficult season. But the harvest was also extremely rich. He stood up despite his fatigue and took the lead to walk to the competition area of Tiny Herb to shake hands after the game. Seeing Jieshi, although he could not hide the sadness of losing the game, he did not have too much regret and sadness. They also tried their best, and they can be said to be honorable in defeat. Seeing Yu Wenzhou leading the team over, when shaking hands, Jieshi was still in the mood to chat with Yu Wenzhou. It seems that in the end it is you who have to face the big devil. His tone was full of emotion, and soon turned into some kind of encouragement. Take my share and overthrow them. Of course. Yu Wenzhou smiled, also with some high-spirited fighting spirit. We have to settle the accounts of the regular season. Samsara, in this season's meat grinder, is somewhat out of place. It is too strong to fit in. Due to Pei Yunting's arrangement, and after the league reform, just like the opening of the new level cap, a week of buffer time was given. Samsara was able to complete the upgrade of skill points calmly. Moreover, because Pei Yunting asked Wei Chen to sell Samsara the complete version of the cheats with 1650 skill points instead of the 1000-point private version, all Samsara's game accounts were fully upgraded with skill points. The evolved accounts, coupled with the already outstanding team configuration in Josakai's strong personal ability, allowed them to win 18 consecutive victories in the 18 regular season games after the reform without losing a single game, and won the regular season championship of Blue Rain. It is precisely because of this that Blue Rain will collide with Tiny Herb in the playoffs instead of Misty Rain. For this reason, Samsara has a nickname in the league, the Great Devil. For outsiders or ordinary teams, it is fine to sigh at Samsara's invincibility. But who among the other championship teams does not know why Samsara has risen? Isn't it because of the high skill points? The masters of the championship teams all have their own pride. Even if they are defeated by Samsara in the regular season, they are still holding back their energy. Just wait for the playoffs, turn the tables, and win the championship of this legendary season known as the first year of esports. For this reason, even if they knew Pei Yunting's plan, the bloodthirsty Blue Rain didn't care. Professional players, if they don't fight for victory, what kind of professional players are they? Feng Xianjun looked at the ratings report of the Yaomia War and was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. Whether it was the TV ratings or the live broadcast popularity of the Xianyu platform, they had reached unprecedented terrifying levels. This is the great prosperity of glory, he murmured. Tinghai has spared no effort in supporting the Glory League. Not only did it help the Glory League correct many unreasonable details, but it also used its powerful platform traffic to place Glory League advertisements in every corner. In addition, the major teams in the league this season were also competitive enough, and the games were beautiful and attractive. The popularity of the Glory League finally broke through the shackles of the esports circle and reached a similar level to several major sports leagues. Next, it's the Bird's Nest Finals. Feng Xianjun muttered to himself, with fanatical expectations in his eyes. Samsara and Blue Rain meeting in the finals is the best result in Feng Xianjun's mind. As the regular season champion, Samsara has a superstar Josakai, so it goes without saying that the traffic is huge. As for Blue Rain, as the champion team, it is no less impressive. Whether the current situation of glory can be completely changed depends on this one. What an exciting match! Pei Yunting stretched lazily while sitting in the office and watching the whole match. Aren't you afraid that Samsara will lose and your plan will fail? The system, which has not appeared for a long time and has a very weak presence, finally found an opportunity to show up. If the host needs it, this system can intervene slightly in the result of the match. It was a little excited, as if it was finally time for it to show its ability. Look at your wretched appearance. Pei Yunting rolled his eyes. Let alone even if they didn't win the championship, what Samsara did in the second half of this season was enough to arouse the anger of all the major clubs. Blue Rain, who had a bumpy road and exhausted themselves to reach the finals, faced Samsara, who had come all the way, had sufficient troops and food, and was ready to fight. In addition, there was already a gap in their strength. The result of the finals was actually already determined. It's coming. On the commentary stand, the old Captain Wei Chen gently covered his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Not only him, but most of the spectators were doing similar actions at this time. The reason is simple. The finals that are taking place at this time are challenging everyone's acceptance limit every minute and every second. How cruel is this game? In fact, it can be seen from a small detail. Huang Xiaotian, so far, has not had time to say a single trash talk. In the high-intensity continuous operation that breaks the limit, it is a bit too extravagant to want to type. 5,000 skill points for all members. This is a huge advantage that has never been seen since the emergence of the Alliance. Blue Rain is unwilling to be killed by the so-called Big Devil. After 2 days of battles, Blue Rain can only rely on the blood in his chest. The raging anger of my life is in my own hands. Such anger made Blue Rain, a team that pays attention to tactics and opportunities, transform into a pack of red-eyed wolves for the first time. They wanted to crush Samsara in the most primitive way. However, it was precisely this style of play that was very effective. Compared with Samsara, whose star player is a ranged profession, Blue Rain, which has 2 sword-type all-stars, has a certain advantage over Samsara in close combat. Moreover, because Samsara subconsciously believed that Blue Rain must have a backhand, it was worried during the battle and was evenly matched by the desperate Blue Rain. However, the gap is still a gap after all. Even if Blue Rain used the right tactics, even if they beat the old master with random punches, relying on the huge advantage of the account, Blue Rain still couldn't gain much advantage in the end. When this team battle ended, there was only one person left in Blue Rain and Samsara. Yuwon-jo of Blue Rain and Zhang Buotao of Samsara. Zhou Zikai was the second to last to fall, and it was Huang Xiaotian who killed him. In the last team fight, he subconsciously guarded against every possible cover on the map. In his opinion, the opportunist Huang Xiaotian would definitely come out from these places unexpectedly. However, he underestimated Huang Xiaotian's determination. In order to win, what does it matter if you change your playstyle? Huang Xiaotian rushed to Samsara in the most above-board way. Relying on the cover of 7 sword shadow steps, he forcibly replaced Zhou Zikai's shot through the clouds when Samsara was caught off guard. And now, Zhang Buotao is in the light and Yuwon-jo is in the dark. The balance of victory seems to have tilted towards Blue Rain. Sure enough, Zhang Buotao, who killed Huang Xiaotian, didn't have time to breathe before he found that the evil black air had begun to gather at the farthest point of the map. Yuwon-jo has taken action. It's the Death Gate. Wei Chen shouted. Long arms against short arms, Zhang Buotao has no chance. He was so excited that his eyes were red, and there was a hint of crying in his voice. Although Zhang Buotao's magic sword can be considered long range, he is a swordsman after all, so his attack range is limited. The lightning wave array with the largest range only has an attack range of 15 units. And the Warlock's Death Gate, even without counting the casting distance, has an attack range of 18. This range difference is like a natural chasm. Zhang Buotao's scalp tingled. Wu Lang didn't care about much, and rushed towards Yuwon-jo. He didn't try to escape. Once the Death Gate was released, Yuwon-jo could use it as a cover to calmly complete the skill chanting, and then he would be finished. In the Blue Rain battle room, Yuwon-jo's eyes were full of bloodshot at this time, and a sneer appeared on his haggard face. It's too late. Blue Rain seemed to have no tactics, but in fact it still had some arrangements. While biting Samsara, they intentionally or unintentionally led the battle to the edge of the map. The purpose was to gain enough space for Yuwon-jo to cast spells. Back jump, Xiang Yue, useless. It's too late. Wei Chen roared. Zhang Buotao can't disturb Yuwon-jo before the chanting of Death's Gate is finished. Reincarnation, this lion that has dominated the grassland for more than half a season, is finally going to fall under the bite of Blue Rain's hungry wolves. The bird's nest was completely boiling at this time. Blue Rain's fans roared and cheered, waiting for this hard-fought victory that was finally coming. On the battlefield, Zhang Buotao was still charging desperately. He had used up all the pitiful displacement skills of the magic swordsman, but there was still a big gap in the distance that could affect Yuwon-jo. The magic swordsman Wulong swung his sword and rushed forward. The last displacement skill, 3-stage slash. It's useless. Yuwon-jo's eyes were burning. This basic skill that can be used for swordsmen and can be used for displacement and output is of course within his calculation range. Even if it might destroy Pei Yunting's plan, even if Reincarnation, who has obtained skill points, is really terribly strong, don't even think about stopping Blue Rain from winning the championship. Sorry, Mr. Pei, you're going to miscalculate this time. Yuwon-jo, who felt that the victory was already decided, even made a joke in his heart. However, would the facts really be as he expected? Zhang Buotao's 3-stage slash was launched, accompanied by a huge sword light. Wulong rushed forward one by one. 1 stage, 2 stages, 3 stages, 4 stages, 5 stages. Yuwon-jo's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Zhang Buotao's magic swordsman did not perform a 3-stage slash, but a 5-stage slash. The skill of the 3-stage slash naturally has room for growth. If you are willing to spend skill points to enhance the first level 3-stage slash, even if you use a short sword, you can make the 3-stage slash evolve to a 5-stage slash. However, for a long-range profession like the magic swordsman, why would you spend this money when you have nothing to do? But Zhang Buotao did it. With an extra 100 skill points, he thought about improving his displacement level, so he just clicked on the first level skill point. But it was this difference in thought that allowed Zhang Buotao to tear a gap from the desperate situation. Wu Lang rushed into the 15th unit. The lightning wave array erupted, Soxer was hit, and the gate of death was interrupted. Yuwon-jo's ultimate move was cracked. The warlock who was exposed to the attack range of the magic swordsman was still a warlock with only blood skin left. The result can be imagined. It's over. The huge bird's nest seemed to have been muted. The roaring fans, the cheering crowds, and the excited commentators all fell into a dead silence at this moment. Blue Rain lost. When Soxer fell to the ground, Zhang Buotao jumped up desperately and hugged his teammates with a roar. They won the final victory. On the other side, it was far less exciting. Yu Wonjo stared at the black and white screen in front of him, his lips slightly parted, but he couldn't say a word. Did he really lose because of that skill point? He thought of winning and losing. But he didn't expect to lose, and really, just one level of skill point. Is this a game where you pay to win? At this moment, his mind was blank. In the bird's nest, the thunderous cheers finally rang again. This time, it came from the fans of Samsara. After experiencing the roller coaster of ups and downs, they were so excited that they had forgotten everything. They cheered and hugged wantonly, and laughed at the Blue Rain fans who had fallen from heaven to hell wantonly. Although the hero has exceeded his limit, the Demon King is the Demon King who rules the world after all. Samsara, this team of kings that is hard to defeat, has protected their pride. They are about to become the champions of the 8th season. The commentator who reacted did not care about much else and announced Samsara's victory passionately. Yu Wonjo collapsed on the gaming chair, his eyes empty, until a hand appeared in front of him. It was Huang Xiaotian. This optimist's eyes were red at this time, the muscles on his face twitched, and finally he forced out a comforting smile. It's time to go, Captain. Yes, it's time to go. Even if Samsara actually won unfairly, even if they have broken through their limits, but at least now, losing is losing. Yu Wonjo stood up with the help of Huang Xiaotian. Suddenly, a touch of moisture passed across his cheek. It was tears. This man who could remain absolutely calm in any adversity, for the first time, shed tears of unwillingness on the field. The Blue Rain team walked out of the battle area, and the director quickly gave them a series of close-up shots. When the confused Blue Rain fans saw their captain with tears in his eyes, they felt their hearts were about to break. Yu Wonjo, Huang Xiaotian. Although they were clearly losers, they still subconsciously cheered for them. On the way out, whether he heard the fans' shouts or vented his inner unwillingness, Yu Wonjo wiped away his tears and looked back. Coincidentally, the live broadcast camera was shooting a long shot around him at this time. This heartbreaking scene was recorded forever and became a scar that all Blue Rain members could not let go. Blue Rain's 8th season ended here. Tinghai headquarters. Pei Yunting watched the live broadcast of this event, which was called the largest esports event in history, and saw Yu Wonjo's look back that was very similar to Faker, and sighed softly. This was clearly the most favorable situation for him, but he just couldn't be happy. He could feel the grief and anger of Yu Wonjo and Blue Rain. After thinking for a long time with his eyes lowered, Pei Yunting finally stood up. His eyes regained their sharpness and calmness. Perhaps this summer is destined not to belong to Blue Rain, but I believe that in the new future, we will have many summers belonging to Blue Rain. Today is destined to be a happy day for Samsara fans. After years of wasting time, their home team finally won the Golden Mouse and Keyboard, which represents the highest honor. It's outrageous, but the Trophy of Honor is really this thing. Moreover, it was won at the Bird's Nest Stadium, which represents the highest honor in the national competitive field. You know, due to the extreme popularity of Honor this season, some people on the internet have shouted the slogan, "The first year of esports." What a great honor it is to win the championship this year. For a time, Joe Zakai's reputation exploded wildly throughout the entire network. Gun King? Gun God. Joe Zakai is the #1 person in Honor esports. Some people have even shouted the slogan that Joe Zakai has surpassed Yishio with one championship. Yishio won the ancient championship after all, so it should be discounted. Without Wu Xiafeng, Yishio has no championship. Joe Zakai should be the executive vice-goat at least. In the future, we will win not 1, not 2, not 3, but 7 championships. This time, the fans from all sides who were extremely frustrated finally found a breakthrough and hurried to find Yishio's fans to unite. However, they received a very unified response. Thank you for the invitation, Fall Guys 800 Crown Anchor. What is the Glory Champion? Yishio's fans just ended the dispute with excellent era not long ago. How could they be used as a gun so easily? If there are no Yishio fans, then create Yishio fans. The fan groups each put up the banner of Yishio and started to criticize Joe Zakai. But the problem is that no matter how they denounce, it can't change the fact that Joe Zakai won the championship. He is now the undisputed #1 in the league. Tinghai, Pei Yunting is answering the phone. Boss, I always feel that I am the sinner of Blue Rain. Wei Chen's voice was full of fatigue. When Jiang Guodao rushed to Yu Wonjo with the last 5-stage slash, Wei Chen felt that it was not Soxer who was hit by the lightning wave array, but himself. A sentence kept echoing in his mind, Blue Rain, really lost because of that level 1 skill point. Although Wei Chen left Blue Rain for many years, he still has a lot of feelings for these young people he promoted. Especially in the past 6 months, he has been a commentator for Blue Rain games for a long time, which makes him feel more and more that he is still a part of Blue Rain. Therefore, he broke down on the commentary stand at the Bird's Nest. Everyone thought that the old captain just couldn't accept that Blue Rain failed at the last hurdle, but they didn't know that Zhang Botao's magic weapon for victory was handed over to Samsara by this guy himself. Pei Yunting listened to his confession patiently and laughed and scolded, "Why think so much? Don't say that this matter itself is for a better future. Even if it is really wrong, I will take the responsibility." Pei Yunting's voice was relaxed and domineering. He is not a coward who lets his younger brother take the blame. "Boss, do you think Blue Rain can still win the championship in the future?" Wei Chen suddenly asked a stupid question. "That depends on whether they have the ability to do it." Pei Yunting did not comment. "Let's not talk about this. Don't broadcast for the next few days. Be careful that Samsara will get desperate and drag you down with them. To be on the safe side, you should prepare a PR plan." Pei Yunting remembered something and reminded him. "No, boss, I don't want to hide." However, Wei Chen refused, and his tone unconsciously took on a murderous aura. "I want to be the fuse and detonate this bomb myself, sending those Samsara bastards to heaven." If he doesn't do anything and just hides, Wei Chen's thoughts are not clear. "Okay." Pei Yunting sneered, full of heroism. "If you have an idea, go for it. If you can't handle it, I'll do it." One day after Samsara won the championship, Wei Chen started broadcasting. Speaking of which, this guy's popularity on Xianyu Live was somewhat beyond everyone's expectations except Pei Yunting. Originally, he took Pei Yunting's contract to sell himself, and brought three younger brothers Lu Zhihao, Yan Zhuanze, and Shi Weihao to broadcast live, thinking that he was just waiting to die with a basic salary. As a result, these few people who were originally expected to be a burden actually have a talent for live broadcasting? Especially Lu Zhihao, whose ID is Jeezy, is called the innate live broadcast saint body in Pei Yunting's words. Every time there is a game in glory, Wei Chen talks about the practical stuff, and the three younger brothers create show effects, which unexpectedly became popular. Fans gave these four a nickname, called the Salted Fish Four Dogs. But today, three of the four dogs did not start broadcasting. Only Wei Chen, the boss, opened the live broadcast room with a bottle of loose wine, a white shirt and shorts. Today, we will review the last game of the finals. Whether in appearance or spirit, he is completely different from the one he was on the commentary desk a day ago. When fans saw his ugly appearance, surprisingly, not many people laughed at him. After all, everyone is a frustrated person of Blue Rain, and they sympathize with each other. So, while Wei Chen was drinking like a drunkard, he analyzed this wonderful battle frame by frame. Soon, countless Blue Rain fans began to shed tears. Even though Tinghai has made every effort to improve the viewing experience of the Glory League, there is still a threshold to understand the deep-level tactics. Only by analyzing frame by frame afterwards like Wei Chen can we see how much the Blue Rain players have paid for victory. Wei Chen's live broadcast room was originally a gathering place for senior bald donkeys in the Blue Rain Buddhist temple, and at this time it already had a bit of the flavor of crying at the grave in the morning hall. Finally, the review came to the last moment. Zhang Botao's 5-stage slash that changed the direction of fate. A hint of madness flashed in the depths of Wei Chen's already blurred drunken eyes. He suddenly threw the empty bottle to the ground, holding his head and crying, "I am the sinner of Blue Rain." At first, the fans thought that it was just their own anchor who lost control of his emotions. One by one, they spoke and gave gifts to comfort him, saying that although it was a pity, they would come again next year. Who knew that the more barrages and gifts were given, the more excited Wei Chen became? So that the fans became more and more suspicious. In a corner that the camera couldn't capture, Wei Chen revealed a sneer. "The time has come." So, he used up all his strength and cried out, "You don't know, Samsara spent 20 million to buy the skill points secret book from me. When other professional players' skill points were less than 4,900, all the characters in Samsara had 5,000 skill points. The reason why Zhang Boitao could use the 5-segment slash was also because of this reason. At that time, I was just a gangster in an internet cafe. I had never seen tens of millions of dollars, so I sold it. Now it seems that I am the sinner of Blue Rain." At first, the fans thought that Wei Chen was just going crazy. But as they listened, they felt something was wrong. Especially when Wei Chen told the reason why Zhang Boitao used the 5-segment slash, all the Blue Rain fans felt that their brains were buzzing, and something was disconnected. Samsara actually used 20 million stinky money to buy Blue Rain's belief, sweat and dream for a whole year? Yi Xiu's Fan Group 11. It is called Yi Xiu's Fan Group, but in fact it was changed recently purely to use Yi Xiu's name to suppress new money Samsara. In the past, this place was called Blue Rain Temple Branch Temple Number 11. At this time, the fan group that was usually lively became extremely quiet as death. Because, just 5 minutes ago, the group owner forwarded a video. The drunken video of Wei Chen. Then the group exploded. All kinds of dirty words, obscene voices, and heart-wrenching roars instantly turned the fan group into an extremely smelly cesspool. The group owner was forced to temporarily ban all the people, and then found that the administrators were also cursing, so he could only persuade them one by one. After a few minutes, the group leader finally spoke up, thinking that everyone should calm down. Sisters, please stay calm. Excessive excitement will only reveal your weakness to the enemy. I think that before we go after the bastards of Samsara, we should first distinguish who was our enemy and who was our friend. At this time, she lifted the ban, and sure enough, not so many people were hysterical. First of all, I think we can't go after Captain Wei. Captain Wei is an early professional player after all, and his savings from playing professionally are limited. We can't force him to refuse such a large amount of income as 20 million. Besides, he sold the secret book before the All-Star game, and no one could have predicted that the final result would be like this. Seeing that everyone had no objection to this, the group leader struck while the iron was hot, so, I think that this time we go out, the most core goals should be only two. One is Samsara, which is naturally needless to say. The other is the official league. As soon as the word official league was mentioned, the group immediately exploded. Samsara spent money to buy the championship, and according to the relevant regulations of the alliance, it is completely reasonable and legal. That's right, what a team! Can spending money to buy combat power be considered a competition? It seems. Our Blue Brook Guild of Blue Rain can also be considered to have spent money to buy combat power. How can it be the same? In short, go for him. The crowd was excited. Although there were some harmless disputes over some small details, the fans quickly reached a consensus: destroy Samsara, attack the Alliance, and save Blue Rain. Destroy Samsara, attack the Alliance, and save Blue Rain. At the same time, in countless fan groups, super chats, and forums, countless Blue Rain fans sharpened their knives and launched a great expedition. Our heroes burned everything they had, how could they not get the justice they deserve? Near the Samsara Club, the Western House Hot Pot, Samsara's celebration banquet was taking place here. It was supposed to be held last night, but because it was too late, it was held today after returning to S City. They went to the Western House Hot Pot, which is famous for its high consumption. Well done, Lao. The ruddy Samsara boss walked up to the manager with a glass of wine and patted him on the shoulder. If you hadn't made that deal happen, we would definitely not have won the championship this year. No. The manager was happy but also a little scared. I didn't expect that it was those skill points that saved us. Yeah, the Samsara boss sighed. At that time, I thought you were not doing a good deal. After all, it was a business worth 20 million. Now it seems that 20 million to buy such a championship is really worth it. This is the championship of the first year of esports. The senior executives toasted each other and the professional players feasted. But there were some people who were not so sociable. Josukai sat quietly in the corner, not moving his chopsticks much, just lost in thought. He was usually so taciturn, so his teammates didn't care much. However, when the boss said 20 million to buy a championship, his body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Jean Boitao swallowed a piece of beef and poked Josukai with his elbow. It's okay. Josukai rarely spoke more than 3 words. It feels like the game is not right? However, Zhang Boitao had guessed Josukai's thoughts. Josukai didn't say anything, just nodded silently. Zhang Boitao picked up a piece of meat for Josukai and sighed. I also feel something is wrong with my body. To be honest, the thinking, will, belief, and technology shown by Blue Rain in the finals are actually half a step ahead of us. He said words to boost others' morale without any pressure. At that time, I felt that there was no hope. The 3-stage slash was just a last-ditch struggle. In the end, because of the skill points, we actually won. Not good. Josukai held back a sentence for a long time. Zhang Boitao obviously had no difficulty understanding, and smiled and comforted. It's not good, but since you got it, there's nothing to say. He is a very open-minded person. Although he is a little upset, he doesn't care too much. It's not a fake match, what's there to be afraid of? At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open roughly, and a Samsara staff member rushed in breathlessly. Boss, manager, it's bad. Something big has happened. What happened? The Samsara boss had just finished a big white, and was in high spirits when he was suddenly interrupted like this, feeling a little unhappy. Blue Rain. Blue Rain's Wei Chen revealed the fact that we bought skill points. Now Blue Rain fans are besieging us. It was revealed? The Samsara boss was stunned, and then laughed. I'm afraid they can't stand losing. Who cares? We haven't violated the league's regulations. They can make as much trouble as they want, but it won't amount to anything. The Samsara boss didn't take it to heart. In his opinion, Samsara's purchase of skill points was completely in line with the league's rules and regulations. If it's not prohibited by law, it's allowed. With this point of reasoning in mind, no matter how Blue Rain's fans jumped up and down, it was just the helpless rage of a loser. It won't amount to anything. However, after hearing his heroic declaration, the staff member not only did not relax, but became even more panicked. Seeing that the others were about to continue playing music and dancing, he simply threw the pot into chaos and shouted loudly, "But they have already posted nearly 200,000 posts. It has already topped the Weibo hot search list." This earth-shattering shout finally cooled the lively atmosphere. However, it was a bit too cold. The proud smile on the face of the Samsara boss froze on his face. His hand trembled, and the wine glass drew a not-so-beautiful arc, turning into broken glass shards all over the ground. Just like the shaky reputation of Samsara. At the critical moment, it was the manager who reacted quickly. He waved his hand tremblingly and shouted, "Quick! Report to the Alliance. Chairman Fong must have a way." For example, the first one on the hot search list is, "Glory's champion is bought with money." They shouted slogans that were exaggerated, and launched an extremely powerful public opinion war with the official Weibo of the league and the Samsara Weibo as the main battlefield. Samsara villain, relying on money to trade combat power, wantonly blaspheming other people's efforts. The most absurd league in history, the championship bought with 20 million. Esports or electronic performance show? Using money to insult the players' dreams. Pei Yunting didn't need to remind them at all. Fans found the biggest deadlock of the Glory League without any guidance, pay to win. In fact, this is also normal. The development of the Glory League in the past 6 months has been too fast. Tinghai spent all its money on traffic promotion, and the league worked together to play a sufficiently exciting season. It has successfully become a hot new traffic star. But the problem is, no matter how prosperous the Glory League is, the game of glory is still the same. It is disgusting and dissuading. As a result, only a few of the countless new fans attracted by the league can eventually be converted into glory players. In other words, glory is prosperous, but the vast majority of the audience are cloud players. Cloud players will not abide by the rules of the game. I didn't check it before because they don't understand these details and don't care. As long as their idol can continue to pursue their dreams on the shining big stage, why bother with those rules and regulations? What? The dream is gone? Bought by Samsara for 20 million? Then I will become Leeuwenhoek. Blue Rain fans are coming in full force, and Samsara fans will naturally not show weakness. Due to the existence of Jozakai, a super high-quality idol, even if they have not attracted enough champion fans, the power of Samsara fans is definitely not to be underestimated. And the basis for their counterattack is the league regulations. Samsara has officially released a statement. This club has noticed the controversy about the Glory League Season 8 champion on the internet, and now responds as follows. All accounts used by this club in the Glory League Season 8 regular season, playoffs, and finals are in compliance with the relevant regulations of the league. There is no malicious use of game loopholes, cheating, match fixing, etc. This statement gave Samsara fans who were originally a little shaken a reassurance. See? I said that our little Samsara is fine. Isn't this completely legal and compliant? Some rookie clubs lost the championship and can't afford to lose. If you have any problems, go to the league to make trouble, don't come to make trouble. Protect the best brother Jozakai in the world. Although they felt guilty for a moment when they saw the Blue Rain fans' accusation, but who cares, just protect the brother. The entire internet was in chaos again. This time was not comparable to the last time Joshua was in chaos. Fans of both sides fought against each other, big character posters were flying everywhere, and all kinds of catchy slogans were flying everywhere. It was a scene of a chess player meets a worthy opponent, a general meets a talented player. But soon, this balance was broken. The most correct thing that Blue Rain fans did was to work together to bring the conflicts in the esports circle to the eyes of countless pure passers-by. Pure passers-by would not care about the rules of the league, and would only judge right and wrong based on their own simple values. And the rules of the Glory League were obviously not recognized by these people. No, why would competitive games allow self-accounts to have numerical differences? I feel that this system is a bit like Formula 1 racing. Some Samsara fans pretended to be pure passers-by and started to blame. How can it be the same? But they were immediately refuted by passers-by. Why is it different? Samsara fans were unwilling to accept it. F1 is about cars, which can at least reflect the industrial level of a company or even a country. What can your own account in the Glory League reflect? Who is good at playing the equipment editor? The passers-by pointed out the problem. Samsara fans were speechless. With the participation of these pure passers-by, the battle situation immediately began to develop in a direction that was not favorable to Samsara. Once a small circle is exposed, the filth inside will be exposed. The same is true for honor. Samsara fans were defeated step by step, and finally, they got angry. Confiscating our championship, right? Then we will not confiscate yours either. No, we in Samsara buy skill points, which is called buying championships with money. You control the guild, monopolize the boss, and make top-level equipment. Isn't it called buying championships? That's right. The atmosphere of honor online games. Bah! Except for Excellent Era's ancient champion and our little Samsara, the other champions are from the 3 major guilds. I can't say who spent money to buy combat power. The Broken Jar Samsara fans have gone completely crazy. Wei Chow, tyranny, meow meow meow? We are just watching the show, why drag us into the water? Immediately went down to the field and started to spray Samsara. Fans of other teams also got excited. I was wondering why we don't have a championship. It turns out that the club has no money. Especially Zhang Jiala's fans. I heard someone wants to confiscate the championship? That's great. I'm so funny, I'm not moved at all, because Lele didn't win the championship. By the way, if the championship is confiscated, then the runner-up is the highest honor. Let's shout together, Zhang Jiala. The best player in the league. Chaos, chaos. Feng Xianjun looked at the various verbal battles that were rapidly refreshing on the screen, and felt that the quick-acting heart-saving pills were not enough. No, this glorious world that I have built with great difficulty. How come it ruined me in just one day? You guys have to compensate me. He trembled and took the last heart-saving pill, holding his chest and shouting, go and invite Pei Lai Buddha. When Feng Xianjun placed his last hope on Pei Yinting was planning how to add nails to the coffin. Boss Pei, we are ready here and can release it at any time. Yuanzhou's voice came from the phone. Due to Pei's wishes, Yuanzhou was responsible for the contact between Blue Rain and Tinghai. Pei Yinting smiled and suddenly asked a less relevant question. You have to understand that even if Blue Rain surrenders, they still have to fight for a place in the league with their own strength. I will never give you any favoritism. Can you accept that? Yuanzhou smiled and said, of course, Blue Rain is not afraid of any fair duel. He remembered the heartache that day firmly in his heart. It would be enough to have such an experience once. Therefore, the old era must be burned to ashes. Yuanzhou's eyes flickered with flames. This man who has always been gentle and calm now had a fanatical light in his eyes. Let Blue Rain light the last fire. After a noisy night, Blue Rain held a press conference the next morning. The spokesperson was Yuanzhou. Although he still maintained a formal dress and an impeccable speaking attitude, fans could still see from his slightly haggard eyes how hard he had been in the past 2 days. Unexpectedly, the first thing Blue Rain did at this press conference was to congratulate Samsara. Yuanzhou calmly expressed his congratulations to Samsara for winning the championship and praised the performances of Zhou Zikai and Zhang Guotao. Blue Rain admitted that the champion of Season 8 belonged to Samsara. However, this seemingly submissive move did not make the major media feel relieved. After all, the calmer Blue Rain was at this time, the more terrifying the storm that was about to come would be. Sure enough, after this, Blue Rain began to exert its strength. Yuanzhou first played the emotional card and recalled the brilliant performance of Blue Rain in Season 6 with the fans, which resonated with countless fans. Then, he took out a few reports. That's right, in order to make this press conference have enough impact, Blue Rain directly showed their financial statements for the past few years. The figures on it were shocking. In the past, everyone knew that the Glory Club was very expensive. But they didn't expect it to be so expensive. Let's not talk about the investment in youth training and players, after all, it is reasonable. The amount of investment in the online game guild branch responsible for materials and the RD department responsible for making silver weapons is beyond everyone's imagination. Yuanzhou joked, if you don't look at the title, we look like an industrial group. After showing all this, Yuanzhou launched the final offensive. In the past, in order to make our players not be constrained on the field, both Blue Rain and other major clubs have made great efforts. However, this time the reincarnation skill point incident has once again made us see clearly that this kind of investment is endless. After creating equipment, there are also skill points. After getting skill points, there may be new systems that need to be invested in the next version update. As an esports club, I would like to ask, is this kind of investment really reasonable? Why is it so difficult to make players not constrained by objective factors such as equipment? Blue Rain's wording was very clever, cleverly describing the equipment advantage brought by the guild as letting players not suffer in this regard. Finally, Yuanzhou solemnly declared on behalf of Blue Rain, requiring the league to modify the existing game mode starting from next season and remove unnecessary investment by the club other than player trading and training. He also stated that if the league does not give a positive response in the near future, Blue Rain will consider withdrawing from the Glory Professional League. This press conference was earth-shattering. However, the more frightening thing is yet to come. Under the statement released by Blue Rain on Weibo about this press conference, many clubs quietly liked and supported it. There were giants like Weichao and Tyranny that also invested heavily, there were small clubs like Yueyun and Howoo that could not retain star players due to bad accounts, and even Samsara. Samsara is not a fool. Although they are the beneficiaries this time, the additional investment of 20 million is enough to make them feel painful. Moreover, after a night of noise, Samsara's management has figured it out. We have Josukai, we have Jiangbuotao, and a fully formed, well-coordinated strong lineup. Even if we compete fairly, can we not win? On the contrary, after this storm, Josukai's reputation began to plummet like a jumping machine, and he even got the ironic nickname Skill Saint. The attitudes of those sponsors who flocked to the championship after winning the championship also began to cool down rapidly. It seems that this championship is not that profitable. So, the major clubs that were still fighting for life and death the day before actually reached a consensus so easily and pointed the spearhead at the league officials. The climax of this storm is finally coming. Boss Pei, Feng Xianjun carefully pushed open the door of Pei Yunting's office. Halfway through the Blue Rain press conference, he knew that this matter was a big deal. At least, with the current alliance officials, they can't suppress it. Therefore, Feng Xianjun decisively changed go and invite Pei Lai Buddha to go and ask Buddha for blessing in person. He came to S City without stopping and visited Tinghai headquarters. When he opened the door, Pei Yunting greeted him warmly, took him to the guest seat, and stuffed two things into his hands. Feng Xianjun looked down and saw a warm water cup and a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills. His heart clicked. However, the situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to think too much. He smiled and said, "Mr. Pei, to be honest, I came to you this time because I really had no other way. You can see that this incident involves too much. If you are not careful, the entire alliance will fall apart." Pei Yunting listened to Feng Xianjuan's complaints with a playful smile. After he finished speaking, he slowly asked, "Before dealing with this matter, please allow me to ask a question." "Please go ahead. In essence, our position in your alliance should be a sponsor." Pei Yunting's tone seemed casual, but it was a little scrutinizing. "Why, in times of crisis, you would rather come to me, a sponsor, for help, rather than go to Glory Company for help?" Feng Xianjun was stunned, and then his emotions were a little out of control. Pei Yunting saw some grievance and grief on the face of this meritorious old man, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw some grievance and grief on the face of this meritorious old man. "Boss Pei, we want it too, we also want Glory Company's help, but they won't give it to us. As early as a few years ago, many clubs had complained to us about similar issues, and we also gave feedback on these opinions at that time. As a result, every time we have to wait for a week or two, and finally wait for a light-hearted no." Feng Xianjun became more and more excited. "If Glory Company had been even a little bit reliable, we wouldn't have considered you the savior of the alliance." Pei Yunting listened to Feng Xianjuan's complaints with his eyes wide open, but his suspicions could not be controlled. Something was wrong. He has always attributed the flaws in the Honor League's competition system to the blind spots caused by lack of experience and insufficient knowledge. But now it seems that the Honor officials have long noticed the fairness issues, but they just don't change them? When thinking about the bad operating attitude of Honor online games, is this really something a game company can do? However, even if there are thousands of doubts, Pei Yunting did not show them. "Right now, we must do the current things well." After Feng Xianjun finally calmed down, Pei Yunting took a deep breath and finally said the words he had been waiting for a long time. "Chairman Feng, I express my deep sympathy for your alliance's experience. However, since Honor Company has not fulfilled its obligations as a superior, you, and your hard-working employees, have you ever considered changing your company?" "Me? Change my job?" Feng Xianjun was stunned. He came all the way to Shanghai to ask Pei Yunting to save Rongyao. But the first thing Pei Yunting did was to poach his people? Isn't your thinking a little too jumpy? However, after all, he was the savior, so he didn't dare to have any temper, but carefully found an excuse. "Thank you, Mr. Pei, for your appreciation of my ability, but I am just an operations officer after all, and I may not be able to adapt to Tinghai's position." I thought that this would make Pei Yunting give up the rash idea of recruiting. Who knew that Pei Yunting not only did not give up, but picked up a contract that had been prepared long ago from the desk and handed it to him. "Take a look at this first." "No, do you really want to poach me?" Feng Xianjun was dumbfounded. He originally thought that Pei Yunting was just joking and recruiting casually. But you have already drafted the contract? He took the contract in a daze, opened it and glanced at it casually. But soon, his body began to tremble as if he had been electrocuted. It was not because the salary promised by this contract was much higher than his current position, nor was it because of those extremely tempting additional terms. It was because of the position Pei Yunting appointed him, the Chief Operating Officer of Tinghai Esports, or Tingjing for short. Tinghai Esports? Tinghai? Going into esports? Feng Xianjun was like a bolt from the blue. Tinghai's ambition in the field of esports was not limited to live broadcast cooperation and sponsorship investment. They wanted to create their own esports league. Wait, could it be? Could it be? Feng Xianjun suddenly twitched. Not good. Pei Yunting was quick-witted and quickly picked up the quick-acting heart-saving pills that had been prepared on the side and asked Feng Xianjun to put them in his mouth. After a long time, Feng Xianjun's eyes finally gradually regained clarity. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Pei Yunting breathed a sigh of relief, and finally did not let Feng Xianjun report directly to the King of Hell. Feng Xianjun was briefly confused, but then he quickly came to his senses, with a mournful look on his face. Boss Pei. His voice was full of resentment, like a woman who had been alone in the boudoir for many years. You deceived us so much. When Tinghai revealed their ambition to start their own esports, it became clear who was behind the chaos and glory for half a year. Sure enough, after thinking about it carefully, since the collapse of Excellent Era at the end of last year, no matter whether the Glory League was glorious or embarrassed, there seemed to be the shadow of Tinghai behind it. It took half a year to bring the Glory League to such an unprecedented height, and then smashed it into pieces in the mud with your own hands. Boss Pei, you really have such a cruel heart. Pei Yunting was startled by his look, and waved his hands repeatedly. My fault, my fault. He sighed. Isn't there anything I can do about it? Feng Xianjun had an expression that said, keep talking, I'll just listen for fun. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Pei Yunting simply said, Old Feng, do you know what my attitude towards Honor Company is? Feng Xianjun thought for a while before answering, with your level, I'm afraid you can only despise and look down on me. Although his position is now clear, Feng Xianjun's recognition of Pei Yunting has become even higher. Setting up traps layer by layer, taking every step carefully, what a genius. However, facing his somewhat flattering answer, Pei Yunting just shook his head with a wry smile. On the contrary, it's fear. Fear? Feng Xianjun was shocked. Pei Yunting's tone was very solemn. Old Feng, I can tell you responsibly that according to our estimation, Tinghai will not be able to replicate the technology of honor within 15 years. Of course, not counting the help of the system. The technological generation gap is often the most stable and unrivaled huge advantage in the business field. Holding such a huge advantage, it is like that Ado, even if he has nothing, he can go in and out of the millions of Chao troops. Tinghai, if you don't move, it's fine. Once you move, you must form a decisive advantage. Pei Yunting's eyes were burning and full of determination. But, Tinghai, why do you want to wade into this muddy water? Feng Xianjun was stunned and couldn't help asking. Pei Yunting thought about it, smiled and gave a seemingly absurd answer. Maybe it's for the dream. Dream? Feng Xianjun repeated doubtfully. The dream of changing the ecology of the gaming industry. Pei Yunting looked up at the ceiling, as if he could see the boundless sky through the cold building materials. From the beginning of his contact with Yixiao, Pei Yunting has been constantly setting up traps and deceiving. But there is only one thing he did not lie to Yixiao. He really wants to change the fate of esports people, and even game people. Esports needs honor, and it needs honor that is truly recognized by the public. To this end, we must promote esports to enter the mainstream and become an official event of some large-scale sports games. And today's glory is impossible to complete this historical task. Occupying the largest ecological niche, but unable to bear the responsibility of revitalization, such glory must be torn apart. Pei Yunting's eyes flashed coldly. Feng Xianjun stood there for a long time, and finally, he suffocated 3 words. Is it possible? Pei Yunting smiled and gave the same answer as he gave half a year ago. Everything depends on human effort. So, do you want to help? The salary is good, and if you want to bring in younger brothers, we welcome you. He extended a hand to Feng Xianjun. Feng Xianjun thought for a long time and smiled bitterly. I don't think I have a choice. He shook Pei Yunting's hand. Chairman, how is it? At the headquarters of the Glory Alliance, the staff looked at the dusty Feng Xianjun with bloodshot eyes. But Feng Xianjun gave them a painful blow. There is no way, the matter has become too big, and Tinghai can't suppress it. Just when everyone was dejected, Feng Xianjun suddenly took out a stack of documents like a magic trick and distributed them. However, I have negotiated some other things. The staff took them one after another and then fell silent. That was the contract given to them by Tinghai. Those who can reach the management level are not fools. When they saw the eye-catching words Tinghai Athletics, how could they not see what happened? This is asking for help from the boss's lair. But soon, their breathing began to become heavy again. Tinghai's offer, this treatment, seems to be a little bit attractive. So attractive that it seems to be a very profitable deal to abandon the past position and persistence for it. As they were thinking about it, Feng Xianjun began to sigh. As the chairman, I cannot escape the blame for such a big accident this time. For this reason, I will resign in the near future as a response to this incident. Before he finished speaking, he was pulled by the nearest subordinate. Chairman Feng, don't say anything. This guy's eyes were so bright and firm, even with a bit of sacredness. The reincarnation accident is our common mistake, and we should bear it together. How can you bear it alone? As soon as this was said, many people responded. That's right. Let's resign together. Everyone is not stupid. With the attitude of Honor Company, how can it win against the shrewd and aggressive Tinghai? Now is a good time to carry forward the spirit of Yadali. Feng Xianjun looked at the atmosphere that suddenly became high-spirited and smiled slightly. So, what should we do about this incident? Everyone looked at each other for a while, and I don't know who was smart and brave enough to suggest, how about report it? Feng Xianjun's eyes lit up, and he decided on the spot, let's do it. In the past, the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuchs were anxious, and they were caught in the middle and suffered from both ends. This time, it's time for some scumbags to deal with this mess themselves. At noon, Feng Xianjun, chairman of the China Glory Professional League, held a press conference. As soon as he came on stage with bloodshot eyes, he was possessed by the soul of the neighboring island country, and the red bean paste was privately Marseille Deshida. He said that the contradictions and disputes between the league clubs were due to their inadequate work, and expressed his sincere apologies. He also stated that he had reported the relevant issues to the Glory Company and believed that he would be able to give everyone a satisfactory answer soon. In short, the matter was not resolved, but the attitude was still sincere. At least he had completely thrown away his own blame. The Blue Rain side expressed understanding, but only gave a deadline of 3 days, hoping to get a positive response from the Glory Company within 3 days. The center of the vortex finally entered a short vacuum period. But at the edge of the vortex, the ripples were spreading outward in circles, until the entire ocean was disturbed. Now is the information age, and the Glory Circle is not a very large circle. The China Glory Circle has such a shocking chaos, and under the secret promotion of some people, it has soon spread all over the world. Regardless of the country or the level of the club, in the face of this storm, what they did was surprisingly consistent: unite and jointly ask the league to modify the league system. The investment required for the Glory League is really too high. Especially in countries where labor is more expensive, the cost of hiring people to brush materials is much more terrifying than in China. Clubs around the world, big or small, strong or weak, have all suffered for this. Now, someone is finally willing to stand up and be the leader, and the world will naturally respond, and win food and follow. After all, the world has suffered from Glory for a long time. However, the impact of this storm on the gaming industry seems to be far more than just affecting esports clubs. South Korea, Seoul, an internet cafe outside Mapo High School. Logically speaking, internet cafes should be noisy places, but this one is as quiet and serious as a factory. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that this is the material factory of Glory. As a country that regards esports as a national sport and has an extremely deformed cultural atmosphere, South Korea has formed a rather strange competition system in the process of adapting to the competition system of the Glory Professional League. Compared with the major clubs setting up their own guilds to grab materials, they prefer to completely let the online games run freely, and then spend money to buy the required materials from the major guilds. Therefore, a large number of material workers have emerged in internet cafes all over South Korea. They use accounts that are rented or borrowed. The stronger ones join the group to grab wild map bosses, while the weaker ones go to the dungeon honestly. After accumulating a batch of materials, they sell them to specialized merchants to earn some income. In a sudden, playing games has become hard labor. Originally, today was a similar day. Everyone brushed the materials step by step and calculated how much money they could get today. But suddenly, a piece of news began to spread like a virus among these people. China's Glory Esports Club has fallen out with the league. They asked the league to change the competition system and limit the weapons, equipment and skill points of self-brought accounts. Maybe in the future, Big clubs won't need to make their own equipment when playing in competitions. This immediately caused a stir among the Koreans. Some who didn't believe it ran to the purchasing point of the big guild, and as expected, they found that the major purchasers who usually gathered here had already disappeared. The internet cafe finally looked like an internet cafe, and all kinds of shouting and noise began to fill the air. Ah, Ishi, you Chinese. The league has changed, where are we going to make money? In such a clamor, in an inconspicuous corner of the internet cafe, two high school boys took off their headphones and looked at each other. Brother Shanghai, what should we do? The boy with a slightly softer temperament asked in a soft voice. Who knows, Hakue, it's too sudden. Li Shanghai, who was a little more aggressive, shook his head to hide his inner panic. Li Shanghai and Kim Hakue, they are both students of the same grade at Mapo High School, and they are also working as material workers. With their excellent operation level and hand speed, they are now able to join the most frontline strategy teams steadily and earn a decent income. Especially Li Shanghai, who comes from a single-parent family and needs this income to subsidize his family. But now, with the turmoil in the league, the original price mechanism of the Glory League has fallen apart, and they seem to be facing unemployment. Li Shanghai looked at Jin Hakue and knew that this quiet classmate was worried about him. Even if he was unsure, he tried his best to show a comforting smile. There will be a way. For example, playing professionally. He and Jin Hakue are both talented teenagers who have risen in the recent Glory Online game. They have first-class skills and a promising future. The probability of being valued by professional teams is not low. However, at such a turbulent time, do professional teams really have the intention to recruit newcomers? Li Shanghai didn't know. He sighed while Jin Hakue was not paying attention and gently clenched his fists. He will never give in to fate. Europe, Berlin, a studio. Compared to the Koreans who were in despair, most people in the EU were happy when they got the news. Woohoo! Finally someone fired at those brainless idiots. That's right. I've long wanted to teach those arrogant idiots a lesson with my big leather boots. Long live the great Eastern country. Honor of Kings is not very popular in Europe and the United States. At least, it is far less popular than Tinghai games. After all, Honor of Kings game mechanism is comparable to that of a black factory. When these guys who are either descendants of slaves or descendants of slave owners see it, they can at least hear the call of their ancestors deep in their blood. Not to mention that many of them are extremely hostile to the rich. If it weren't for the fact that there is an extreme lack of excellent competitive games, it is still unclear whether the Honor of Kings League can be held in these countries. Hey! Carlos! A bearded man cheered and called out to a handsome young man sitting next to a computer. Have you heard? The competition system of the Glory League may be changed. After the clubs in the Eastern powers started making a fuss, they asked the league to modify the restrictions on equipment brought by own accounts. Maybe in the future, we won't have to spend so much money to build equipment anymore. Haven't you always wanted to form a team of your own? Now you have the chance. Of course. If it comes true, I'll owe those guys a big favor. The handsome young man Carlos laughed heartily. Carlos was originally a player in the EU Glory Champions League and was once a famous star. However, due to his age, he has retired from active service. He loves esports and his biggest wish is to have his own team. But with the high investment in the Glory League, this wish seems a little unrealistic. But now, things seem to have taken a turn for the better. Looking at Carlos's fiery eyes, a companion teased, "Have you named your team?" Gamers 2, G2 for short. How about it? 3 days passed quickly, and similar things happened countless times around the world. However, the center of the storm remained calm. Tong Hai. System, what do you think this Glory company is? Pei Yunting recalled the content of Feng Xianjuan's call just now, and couldn't help frowning and asked. Pei Yunting was really confused. Originally, in his opinion, facing the pressure from almost all leagues in the world, this so-called honor company should be honest. Even if it is impossible to directly modify the competition system due to the current situation of the game, at least it should be submissive, be a bit polite, and say something nice, which is better than nothing. But the response given by Honor Company was so simple, crude, and confident: no changes. That's right, no explanation, no soft words, just no changes. It was such a simple answer that made Pei Yunting scratch his head. How dare they do that? Are they really going to risk the world's condemnation? But the more arrogant Honor was, the more cautious Pei Yunting was. After all, no one knows what the confidence of Honor Company is so arrogant. No, there might be a guy who knows. He pulled out the long-lost system. The system was lying flat in his consciousness space, sleeping soundly, and was suddenly pulled out. After hearing Pei Yunting's question, the system's tone was still as if it hadn't woken up yet. Without any tension, I thought it was a big deal. Host, don't worry. At least at this stage, the reason why Honor is so stupid is really because their management is not good enough. Pei Yunting's face turned green when he heard it. The management is not good enough? That's too bad. But the problem is that they can play with Honor, a product that has been leading the industry for 20 to 30 years, without any care. How terrifying must the background behind Honor be? As a result, the system still looked calm and composed. Host, don't worry. They have a background. Host, don't you have one? Are you referring to yourself? Pei Yunting looked scrutinizing. More than that. The system fell in love with the feeling of keeping the genius host in suspense. Host, maybe you will know in a few days. The 3-day deadline is up. In these 3 days, Blue Rain's fans can be said to have experienced the whole process from heaven to hell. When Blue Rain made a domineering statement at the beginning, the fans were still very excited. It is worthy of our temple, and we are not afraid of anything. But as time went by, the league showed no sign of responding. Blue Rain fans began to panic. No, the league won't really insist on being tough, will it? What will we do then? Should we give in? It doesn't look like that. They won't really fight to the death, will they? If there is a real split, what should Blue Rain do? The Glory League certainly has its problems, but at least for now, it is the only commercialized esports league in China. If Blue Rain withdraws, will there still be room for Blue Rain to survive in the world? Soon, the fans had a tendency to split, and some even declared that they would not want this championship. But at least this time, they could not stop the progress of history. 3 days finally passed. Feng Xianjun opened the press conference amid boos everywhere. I'm sorry, although we have tried our best to communicate with the headquarters still rejected the request of the Blue Rain Club. Feng Xianjuan's haggard face was filled with grief and apology. For this incident, our league management cannot escape blame. Really, I'm very sorry. Gongjiang Spirit, JPG. The league finally stood firm to the end. And on the official Weibo of the Glory League, under the Weibo post announcing this news, the Blue Rain official Weibo replied with 8 concise words: "We will die and the net will be broken. We will leave tonight." Sure enough, that night, the Blue Rain side held a press conference, and the Blue Rain boss, manager, and main players were all present. Since the league has turned a blind eye to our reasonable demands to join the club, disregarded the facts, and harmed the legitimate interests of the club and the players, then, there is no need for us to continue to stay in such a competitive league. Blue Rain, from today on, we will withdraw from the Glory Professional Competitive League indefinitely. Not only that, after the boss finished speaking, it was the players. Yuan Zhou and Huang Xiaotian simultaneously announced that they would officially retire from the Glory League. The 5 major titles and the 4 major tactical masters will each be gone from now on. For the little bald donkeys in the Monk Temple, on this day, their temple collapsed. No! Captain Yu. Master Huang. Why? Why do they have to go this far? Is the league really so cruel that it would rather watch one of the strongest teams in the league fall apart? Of course, there were also some who were more optimistic. I think that whether it is Blue Rain's withdrawal or the retirement of Captain Yu and Master Huang, they are both means to further put pressure on the league. As long as the league gives in, Blue Rain will definitely come back intact. However, this faint optimism was shattered not long after. Blue Rain reached an agreement with Manhwa to sell its all-star player Yufeng. Yufeng, a mad swordsman, was at the all-star level and made great contributions in the finals of the 8th season. He was traded just like that? And this was just the beginning. Zhang Xian, Song Xiao, Su Jingxi. One by one, the players were put on the trading shelf by Blue Rain. As for the accounts, it was even more like a big sale. Blue Rain's fans were desperate. It doesn't matter who you are, save Blue Rain, save us. Disband. Disband. Our home is gone. Blue Rain's speed and resolute attitude broke the already scarred hearts of the fans. They could only watch helplessly as this once united, fearless, and happy family fell apart. Captain Yu, I'm leaving. A slightly childish voice sounded, interrupting Yu Wenzhou's meditation. It was Lu Hanwen. This talented young man from Blue Rain, who was highly expected, was finally put on the shelf. Yu Wenzhou was silent for a long time, and finally could only utter one syllable, yeah. Lu Hanwen was not considered in the scope of Blue Rain's reconstruction. The reason was simple: he was too young. Pei Yunting was very determined. It was impossible for a 14-year-old child to play professionally in the league. It was impossible to hide him for 2 or 3 years. Blue Rain could only put him on the shelf. Yu Wenzhou looked at Lu Hanwen's back and couldn't help feeling a sense of desolation. Except for some young people in the youth training camp and 2 guys who have retired, Blue Rain has really been completely disbanded. In fact, Blue Rain has communicated with its main players. It even selectively told them part of Blue Rain's future direction. However, not everyone has the courage to give up everything and start over. At least, they don't have the limited information. At this time, Huang Xiaotian came over. Captain. Huang Xiaotian said his final goodbye to his old brothers, his eyes red. Yuan Zhou looked at him and suddenly smiled. It's okay, separation is for a better reunion. He turned on the computer and clicked into a live broadcast room that had just been opened. At this time, there was a torrent of viewers pouring in here. The title of the live broadcast room was simple, Talk About Saving Blue Rain. However, the host of the live broadcast room was named Pei Yunting. Pei Yunting finally did it himself. Pei Yunting's live broadcast was unexpected, but the momentum was overwhelming. In an instant, all the traffic channels that Tinghai could influence posted the link of Pei Yunting's live broadcast room in the most conspicuous position. A large number of people began to converge on this small live broadcast room. If Tinghai's staff had not been prepared, it would be a matter of time before the server was paralyzed. Soon, the traffic of the live broadcast room was approaching the highest record of Xianyu Live to date, the Glory Bird's Nest Finals. It was not because there were really so many people interested in listening to Pei Yunting talk about Blue Rain, but because Save Blue Rain was only the subtitle of this live broadcast. The main title was Tinghai Face-to-Face Meeting, Special Edition. Entering the live broadcast room, Pei Yunting's office came into view. Pei Yunting, dressed formally, sat there with a relaxed smile, waiting patiently. This alone made countless people immediately perk up. As we all know, at the Tinghai Face-to-Face Meeting, Pei Yunting himself usually only introduces the finale fist product in person. This product usually represents the most important strategic direction of Tinghai Company in the following stage. Hello, everyone. After a while, the clock pointed to 10 o'clock, and Pei Yunting finally spoke. Welcome to this special Tinghai face-to-face meeting. Due to the hasty preparation, this face-to-face meeting will get straight to the point. Don't expect it, the big things will come soon. It was still the familiar Pei style of the audience, solemn with a little bit of unseriousness. As you can see, the theme of this face-to-face meeting is the Blue Rain incident. He snapped his fingers, and the live broadcast room immediately used AR technology to project a brief summary of the Blue Rain incident around him. As we all know, Tinghai Group and Xianyu Live have been in-depth cooperation with the Honor Professional League since the beginning of this year. In the past 6 months, we have achieved brilliant achievements and created a miracle of esports in the bird's nest. However, some problems are becoming more and more obvious. The Yishio incident of Excellent Era, the Blue Rain incident of Samsara, and some other trivial matters that have generated some public opinion gradually appeared. As a partner, Tinghai is also summarizing and thinking about what are the shortcomings of the existing esports system. As the story went deeper, the smile on Pei Yunting's face gradually faded, replaced by a certain solemnity. And our conclusion is that Pei Yunting changed his tone to shocking. The current esports system has deviated from the core idea of people-oriented. A large string of pictures and data appeared in the air. They were the transaction records of the Glory League in the past 2 seasons. The transaction amount of the account was more than twice that of the players. Because of the excessive weight of certain external objects, people, who should have occupied an absolute dominant position in competitive sports, have withdrawn from the center of the stage. Because people are no longer important, even the founding veterans can be easily abandoned. The accompanying picture is Yi Xiu and Jia Shi. Because the weight of external things is too great, even if the players give their all, it can't compare to an investment of 20 million. When the Blue Rain fans heard this, their eyes were red again. The light dimmed slightly, and the smile on Pei Yunting's face disappeared completely. Is this kind of esports really what we want? At least, it's not what Pei Yunting wants. For Pei Yunting, what he really envied and even envied the most about Glory Company was not their far-leading technology. It was the group of overly excellent players in their league. Having experienced countless shady events in the LPL, he understood the preciousness of these players too well. They have skills, professional attitudes, personal ethics, and even looks that are not inferior to idols. Such players can't be found in LPL even with a lantern. But what is the attitude of the Glory League towards them? They come when they are called and go when they are dismissed, and they are squeezed and hidden. You even settle transactions with money. Pei Yunting is like a dog who can't get the licking of the goddess. Turning around, she found that the goddess was kicked away by Lao Dang, who was neither tall nor rich nor handsome. No matter how much she begged, Lao Dang could not come back. Hongwen, completely Hongwen. As a partner, Tinghai Company has reported this issue to our partners, but unfortunately, it has little effect. No problem, Feng Xianjun was already a member of Tenghai when he reported it. So, Pei Yunting suddenly showed an excited smile like a child king playing a prank. People who are familiar with him know that whenever this guy laughs like this, it usually means something big is going to happen. Finally, in front of countless eyes around the world, Pei Yunting said the words that he had been holding back for 10 years, "Let's build a real esports league." His smile at this time was full of enthusiasm, just like a mustache in a beer hall. And its first flagship project is this. With the crisp sound of snapping fingers, the screen of the live broadcast room went dark. When it lit up again, a few cartoon-style teenagers appeared on the screen. The teenagers sat in the internet cafe and played Tinghai's games casually. But somehow, their eyes all converged on the icon of a new game. The icon has a blue round bottom with a simple L on it. It is simple, but exudes a different temperament. The teenagers clicked in. Suddenly, countless streams of light and color emanated from the simple icon, and a fantasy and brand new world unfolded before their eyes. There are magical creatures, powerful heroes with different abilities, endless wars, and the classic phrase, "Welcome to League of Legends." The teenagers' faces were full of shock, and with extremely strong enthusiasm, they began to explore this new stage. Next, it was the process of the teenagers' exploration. The soldier line, defense tower, jungle, neutral creatures. The core mechanism of League of Legends was presented to the audience one by one as the teenagers gradually grew up. On the screen, their skills increased day by day, and their cooperation with the heroes became more and more handy. Outside the screen, they have experienced confusion, ridicule, difficulties, frustration, confusion, and retreat. Some people left, some gave up, but some people persisted to the end. Finally, the picture changed again, and a strong round of music sounded. Welcome to the wasteland where good and evil are intertwined, the smoke of war is everywhere. The teenagers who persisted have grown up. They are wearing different team uniforms and their eyes are bright. At the end of the wasteland in front of them, there stands a glittering silver trophy. However, there are far more people eyeing the trophy. The camera zooms out, and the wasteland where the trophy is located has long been surrounded by wolves. They are of different races, skin colors, uniforms, and temperaments. But there is only one thing in common, that is, the desire for victory. Prove yourself and rise. Rise. As the music reached its climax, the crowd moved. They transformed into their favorite heroes one after another, and started fighting to compete for the only championship trophy. The axe blades and swords collided, and runes and magic shone. A chess player meets a worthy opponent, a general meets a talented person. Xingxin Internet Cafe. Yi Xiao, Xiao Tang, that's you. Chen Gui excitedly tugged at Tang Rou's sleeve. Although Pei Yunting's promotional video was in a cartoon style, Chen Gui still recognized them at a glance. The prototypes of the two young men who persisted to the end were Yi Xiao and Tang Rou. It seems that Brother Pei has very high expectations of you. Yi Xiao turned his head and looked at Tang Rou, who was staring at the screen, and teased. It's not surprising that Yi Xiao appeared in the promotional video. After all, with his popularity and strength, he is destined to carry the banner of League of Legends competition in the next period of time. But Tang Rou also appeared? Although it can be explained as Pei Yunting's emotional preference for this little girl, thinking of Tang Rou's talent and personality, Yi Xiao would rather understand it as Pei Yunting's spur. He is really optimistic about Tang Rou and that she can go a long way on the road of esports. Tang Rou did not respond, but just said vaguely and continued to watch the screen. Pei Yunting had already told her that he wanted her to appear in the League of Legends promotional video, and she agreed. She was very satisfied with herself on the screen, who was transformed into a sword lady and was killing everyone. She couldn't help but be full of longing for the future. But, who was that horse-faced man who could fight with her? Mapo High School, Internet Cafe. Li Xianhe and Jin Hekui stared at the screen intently. Li Xianhe's job search was not smooth. He sent his resume to almost every glory club, but without exception, he was rejected. It was a turbulent time, and Li Xianhe was unknown. How could he enter the professional circle so easily? Pei Yunting happened to hold a face-to-face meeting at this time. The considerate Jin Hekui took the opportunity to suggest that Li Xianhe look at this to change his mood. Then, they saw the League of Legends promotional video. Hekui, do you have a feeling? Li Xianhe suddenly asked while listening to the inspiring drumbeats of Rise. Is it that feeling? Yes, Xianhe brother. Jin Hekui nodded slightly. It was obviously a foreign game, and they had never played it before. But for some reason, Li Xianhe and Jin Hekui just felt that. They were born to belong to this game. Especially Li Xianhe. When he saw the ninja who killed people invisibly in the shadow stream and the bald mage who mastered the power of runes, he always felt that something was gradually awakening in his body. And, in the center of the battle group, the man with glasses who fought to the end with Yi Qiu, the famous Chinese honor professional player, actually looked a bit like him. Hakue. He suddenly called Jin Hakue. Brother, I'm here. Jin Hakue smiled, obviously guessing what Li Xianghe would say next. Let's play this in the future, you and me together. Okay. Mapo Double C, from this day on, officially assembled. No, bro, is your head that big? Yu Wenbo was very satisfied with attending President Pei's promotional video. But Yu Wenbo was very unhappy that President Pei drew his head so big. In the video, he had a head that was obviously larger than his own, and he was fighting a fellow who was also of the yellow race, but with obvious Southeast Asian features. Although he suppressed the opponent throughout the whole process, he would always be hit by 2 or 3 skills inadvertently. He was considered to be the most embarrassed one. Don't worry, it's just a way of showing it. Yu Wenjo smiled and comforted him. Yu Wenbo, who was worried, came to Blue Rain to see him specially, but happened to run into the start of Pei's promotional video. It's just that, President Pei, you are really optimistic about Wenbo's future. Yu Wenjo smiled and recalled the words that Pei Yunting asked him to tell Yu Wenbo. Why don't you go to play professionally to make a name for yourself, but stay at Xianyu as a small anchor? It is obvious that Pei Yunting has high hopes for Yu Wenbo. Just thinking of this, Yu Wenjo couldn't help but sigh. Yu Wenbo has his own pride and doesn't want to live under the wings of his brother. Although he is very interested in playing professionally, he flatly refused Yu Wenjo's invitation to join Blue Rain and partner with his brother. Really, Yi Qiu got away with it. Yu Wenjo couldn't help but feel a little jealous. His brother, whom he had raised for 16 years, was just taken advantage of by some. As the climax of the music gradually passed, the battle gradually came to an end. The wounded Yi Qiu stood up from the mess, slowly walked towards the trophy not far away, and stretched out his hand. Just as his hand was about to touch the trophy, it was pulled by another hand. Yi Qiu turned his head and met a pair of eyes that were equally tired, but also equally eager. And there were countless such eyes behind him. The next round of battle will begin again. The screen slowly darkened in the explosion that soared into the sky, leaving the audience with the last memory of the simple logo and the name of the game that seemed ordinary but was destined to open a new era. League of Legends. Pei Yunting's voiceover sounded at this moment. Around the League of Legends game, we will establish a complete esports system worldwide. Establish your own league in major regions and select outstanding teams to participate in the final League of Legends World Finals. When Pei Yunting reappeared, he had already changed into a gorgeous and magical suit. If you think you have talent, passion, and the courage and awareness to work hard for esports, then try to become a summoner and fight in the canyon. A virtual earth appeared beside him and began to grow. From the major global competition areas divided by colors, to the cities participating in the competition, to everyone participating in the competition. The league does not ask about your origin or past. As long as you have the dream of esports, you can fight in this battlefield full of endless possibilities with like-minded partners. Pei Yunting's eyes lit up, and what was reflected in his eyes was a prosperous era. A brand new prosperous era belonging to real esports. Welcome to League of Legends. Blue Rain fans are overjoyed, welcoming a triple jump from heaven to hell, and then back to heaven. After the face-to-face meeting, Blue Rain immediately issued a statement, entering the League of Legends Professional League. Huang Xiaotian and Yu Wenjo, who had just retired, also announced that they had completed the transformation from Glory Legends to League Rookies. The little broken temple is back. Although a large number of old people have left, the backbone and soul are still there, and this Blue Rain will not fall. Compared with the joy of Blue Rain, the top management of a certain club is a little bit gnashing their teeth. No? How did Blue Rain get ahead? Tao Xian of the Excellent Era Club was a little furious. As Tao Xian, who claimed to be the most loyal dog under Pei Yunting, felt anxious that his job was taken away. No, I haven't licked it yet, why are you eating it? Boss, we didn't make the playoffs, the new manager's son Yu reminded carefully. Although the retirement incident sobered up Jia Shi's lineup and the following regular seasons improved, but the 19th place in the early stage was too big a loophole. After half a season of hard work, Sun Xiang failed to lead Jia Shi to create a miracle. They were destined to fish in advance. If they couldn't enter the playoffs, they would naturally not meet the reincarnation, and they would not be qualified to be part of Pei Yunting's plan. This allowed Blue Rain, which triggered all the conflicts as the runner-up, to take the lead and become Pei's favorite. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Tao Xian was so anxious that he turned around and finally punched his palm hard. If Blue Rain withdraws, we will withdraw too. Sun Yu was stunned and quickly advised, Boss, please think twice. Tao Xian glared. Why should I think twice? If I hesitate, I will suffer the consequences. With our current reputation, we will be the bottom of the league if we continue to work in glory. Mu Cheng will definitely not renew our contract with us next season. Sun Xiang and Lu Hao are left. Let's not talk about their combat effectiveness, but our reputation will be ruined forever. Issue a statement now. The reason is that we have no money. Tao Xian clapped his hands. This is the truth. Although Excellent Era has been able to whitewash itself a little by relying on operations and the boss's marketing, without Yi Qiu and Su Muqing's hopeless contract renewal, their attractiveness to investors has greatly decreased. Many sponsors have already made it clear that they will not renew their contracts with Excellent Era next season. Originally, they could not afford the operating costs for next season. If we don't make money now, when will we? Boss, we are the Dynasty Club of Glory after all. Sun Yu still wanted to make a final persuasion? Unexpectedly, this sentence made Tao Xian laugh. What about Dynasty? Boss Pei's actions not only ruined Samsara's championship, but also the other 7 champions are not much better. Especially ours. Not only is there controversy about fairness, but it is also called ancient champion by those idiots in Samsara? Then why keep it? Tao Xian stopped cursing in the middle of his speech, and a glimmer of thought flashed in his eyes. It seems Yi Xiu's championship is not necessarily devalued that much. If he can muster up the courage to face that person. Thinking of this, Tao Xian glanced at Sun Yu. You look after the house. Except for Su Mucheng and Mu Yuqingfang, other people and accounts can be sold at will. Boss, what are you going to do? I'm going to call Mucheng, Tao Xian said without looking back. Go to Xingxin. You must transfer, right? Sun Zhiping asked without looking back when he saw Zhang Jiala rushing back. Although it is true that joint live broadcasts are easy to attract CP fans, the data is really good after all. The two who felt that they had to live up to the big contract of President Pei gritted their teeth and persisted. After all, Pei Yunting had cleared a lot of excessive barrages for their live broadcast room, so it was still acceptable now. So they persisted. It must be transferred, and it must be announced now. Zhang Jiala turned on the computer as soon as he came back. I want the championship, the real championship. Since the reincarnation incident, I have no obsession with the Glory Championship. I don't want to compete with the account for the championship, he said while working hard, with a hint of unknown taste in his tone. But I must win the League of Legends Championship no matter what. He suddenly turned to Sun Zhiping, his eyes sparkling. Do you know, Mr. Pei said that even if we don't count the Asian Games and the Olympics, there will be at least 2 national level and 2 world-class events in the League of Legends every year. I can always win a championship. The more Zhang Jiala talked, the more Sun Zhiping rolled his eyes. This grandson has lost too many years, and his mentality has changed. To put it bluntly, his confidence has been knocked out a lot. Zhang Jiala's spirit has been lost for many years. Now, he has to have more than 1 league championship before he has the courage to dream of his championship dream. His mentality has changed. Thinking of this, Sun Zhiping suddenly said, then I will switch to a 2. Okay, if you are a berserker, top lane might be good. Zhang Jiala didn't think much about it and continued to fiddle with the computer. If you don't switch to top lane, then what are you switching to? Mid lane? Zhang Jiala was stunned. Support. Sun Zhiping said it lightly as if the discussion just now was just about what to eat tonight. You? Support? Zhang Jiala's eyes widened. He was not that surprised when Samsara turned the tables on Blue Rain. Sun Zhiping did not answer him directly, but scanned Zhang Jiala's body. How much spirit do you think you have left? Spirit? Zhang Jiala was stunned. It's your arrogance that I am the best in the world and no one will admit defeat. Zhang Jiala's expression froze for a long time, and then he spat fiercely. After losing for so many years, why do you still need that thing? Although I haven't won the championship, I am very sure that without that thing, you can't win the championship. Sun Zhiping saw it very clearly. The 100 Flowers style of play is extremely gorgeous and the offensive is fierce, but it also requires confidence the most. Looking ahead and behind, the power is naturally reduced by half. Zhang Jiala, who has lost his arrogance and pride, is like a tiger without teeth. He has no capital to compete for the championship. But what if he is paired with Sun Zhiping? Although Manhwa Shuejing was defeated by that guy once, his sharpness is still there after all. In 2003, after Stockton retired, Karl Malone, who was still an all-star player, immediately took the veteran minimum salary and joined the OK combination. But before Stockton retired, he was a man who could fight the god of basketball in the finals without retreating. Sun Zhiping believes that he does not have the ability of Stockton, but he knows that Zhang Jiala needs him to be Stockton. The top position can certainly allow Sun Zhiping to better display his strength, but the problem is that it is too far away from the bottom lane. He is really worried about Zhang Jiala now. In this case, how about making some changes? Why, do you dislike that I will be so bad as to drag you down when I switch to support? Sun Jiping glanced at Zhang Jiala with a squint. Zhang Jiala stood there for a long time, and suddenly a curve that could not be suppressed appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you are bad, practice more. He clapped his hands hard. I will practice with you. Are you talking about Mu Qiu? Yi Xiu was stunned. Just now, Tao Xian suddenly found him and hoped that he would come forward to explain the matter about the first 3 championships. Yes, at that time, everyone had no materials to make silver weapons, especially our excellent era, which was penniless. Tao Xian recalled the glorious years of those years. You can use the first line level of the league's one autumn leaf, basically all thanks to Mu Qiu. Now the champions of the entire league are being questioned, so I think you can try to make the truth clear to the fans. After all, your championship is the result of your and Mu Qiu's joint efforts, which is different from the capital intervention of other champions. I believe they will understand you. Tao Xian said very sincerely. In fact, up to now, not many people have questioned Yi Xiu's #1 status. But Tao Xian still didn't want the honor that his old friend had worked hard for most of his career to be tainted. Although there are also disputes about fairness when sharing the trophy with Su Muqiu, at least the reputation is much better. Yi Xiu was stunned. Su Mucheng was a rare element that could break through his defenses. He looked at Su Mucheng beside him. Su Mucheng smiled and nodded, indicating that she supported all of Yi Xiu's decisions. After thinking carefully, he still shook his head. Brother Tao, I don't want to use Mu Qiu. Tao Xian seemed to have guessed that he would answer like this, and nodded. It's okay, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. Ever since that incident, after Tao Xian knelt down, his relationship with Yi Xiu was not alienated, but more and more returned to the atmosphere of the Jiashur internet cafe back then. But Yi Xiu didn't seem to have finished speaking, and stood up. But, I do have some things about Mu Qiu, and I need to make a choice. Things about Mu Qiu? Tao Xian was a little confused, but when he saw Yi Xiu's expression, he suddenly understood something. Tao Xian's eyes suddenly widened, then quickly relaxed, and he smiled bitterly. You kid, are you going to put the nail in the coffin of honor? Yi Xiu remained calm. Anyway, we are all leaving, so for the future, we might as well do something ruthless, right? Okay, do it boldly. I'll go look through Mu Qiu's computer. Yi Xiu started broadcasting, which was the second big news of Xianyu Live today. The first was Zhang Jiala. This guy was ready to be beaten to death by fans, and announced the news that he would return to the League of Legends Professional League with a heroic determination. As a result, the fans didn't react at all. Oh? League? Pretty good, I hope the game is better than Honor. The situation of being beaten by fans offline like in the original timeline did not appear at all. On the one hand, for the current notorious Honor, fans wish Zhang Jiala would stay away from them. On the other hand, Zhang Jiala's 6 months of live broadcasting has changed the fans' attitude towards him from idol worship to let's go, buddy. When an idol defected, it was a big deal, but when a buddy said he wanted to change jobs? Just change, it's no big deal. Zhang Jiala came with a tragic heart and left with a confused face. Even his fans disliked him for staying there for too long, and urged him to continue broadcasting and digging for promotion. Well, half a year has passed, and he still hasn't cleared the level. Then, Yi Xiu started broadcasting. When the fans came in, they basically guessed what Yi Xiu was going to say. As the Xianyu Live broadcast card that President Pei spent the most money on and took the best care of, what would happen if he didn't surrender? Just as they stretched their bodies and prepared to listen to a similar comeback declaration, they found that Yi Xiu had no intention of mentioning the alliance. Everyone is here. Yi Xiu greeted with a normal expression. This time I want to tell a story about my time before I became a professional. You all know that I ran away from home to play games. When I went out to play games, I stayed in many internet cafes. In one of the internet cafes, I met a master. His name is Su Muqiu. Yi Xiu used his calm tone to tell the story of his encounter, acquaintance, and fighting side by side with Su Muqiu and Su Mucheng. It seemed calm, but it had a kind of touching magic. When this beautiful story came to an abrupt end with the piercing sound of brakes, there was no one in the live broadcast room who didn't have red eyes. So Mu Cheng's life story is so tragic. Su Muqiu. Woo woo woo. I hate that I didn't know him earlier. If Brother Mu Qiu was still here, the Glory Professional League would have ended long ago. Yi Xiu looked at the rapidly scrolling barrage, his hands trembling slightly, but he still tried his best to stay calm. He moved the mouse and opened a software that he hadn't opened for a while. Glory, long lost glory. The reason I mentioned Mu Qiu's matter today is because I think there are some things that I need to deal with correctly. Everyone should have guessed that I will leave Glory soon and switch to League of Legends. He inserted the first version account card and logged into the account Lord Grimm. This account that has been away from the battlefield for a long time has long lost the majestic and awe-inspiring appearance when it was setting records and grabbing bosses all over the map half a year ago, but some things on it can still play a huge role. For example, the 1000 Machine Umbrella. I believe that friends who have played Glory should have heard of this. The account I played before, Lord Grimm, has a special silver weapon. His voice trembled slightly. This weapon can transform, allowing players to use all the low-level skills of all professions with one weapon. Even if it was designed 10 years ago, it is definitely the work of the top genius in all of Glory. The full image of the 1000 Chance umbrella appeared on the live broadcast screen. This gorgeous big umbrella seemed to still have traces of blood left by its owner when he killed enemies. Originally, I planned to train this account and return to the Glory professional circle. Yi Xiu smiled. But now, I have figured it out. The 1000 Chance umbrella is a bug that is enough to completely destroy the balance of the game. It can appear in a game without being fixed, which can only mean that there is really something wrong with this game. Yi Xiu's expression gradually became solemn. Today's Glory has many problems and urgently needs to be improved, but the official has always been indifferent. As one of the earliest players, I believe I can't sit back and watch this game go to the end of its own stalemate. The 1000 Chance umbrella is the epitome of the equipment editor, a game mechanism that destroys the balance, and naturally has the ability to tear this mechanism apart. Now, the reason why the major clubs are willing to invest countless silver weapons is that their attributes can indeed open up a gap with ordinary weapons. But, what if a more unsolvable weapon appears in the game for everyone to refer to? Yi Xiu took a last look at the overly exquisite umbrella. It was a masterpiece that was soaked with the hard work of his old friend, but it was also the epitome of the collapse of this great game. It's time to say goodbye to it and the past. Yi Xiu took a deep breath, faced the camera, and said word by word. After discussing with Mu Chang, I decided that on behalf of Mu Qiu, all the research data of the 1000 Chance umbrella weapon will be published on the internet free of charge. Anyone who is willing to learn can make their own 1000 Chance umbrella. Yi Xiu's decision is undoubtedly another finishing blow to the shaky Glory Alliance. According to the current development progress of Glory, the performance of the Myriad Chance umbrella can still allow Sanrun to play the main force in the arena even if the level cap is open to level 95. For the level 70 version, the Myriad Chance umbrella and Sanrun are undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack. But the real attack force is not the Myriad Chance umbrella. With Yi Xiu's lead, the two champion clubs, who have decided to fight back, cleared the account inventory in their hands at the fastest speed, and also came with a powerful tail kill. The account and silver weapon have been sold, and the information cannot be made public, so let's make the basic logic of the equipment editor public. The RD departments of Excellent Era and Blue Rain joined together, and Guan Rongfei gave a video with a total of nearly 2 hours. Equipment editor, from entry to death. It almost stripped the underwear of the equipment editor. Limited by the difficulty of Sanrun's operation, the disclosure of the Myriad Chance umbrella will more affect the layout of the professional teams in the new season. But the equipment editor strategy can really change the ecology of grassroots players. With these materials, it is not realistic to make professional silver equipment. But it is no longer a fantasy for players to use the materials left over from the dungeons to save a piece of equipment for themselves. Players did the math. If you make equipment yourself with materials, it seems to be much more cost-effective than selling the materials to the big guilds and then using the gold coins to buy equipment? Then why sell it? For a time, the circulation of materials, especially low-level materials, in the market directly hit the bottom. And those gold-making studios that have stocks on hand naturally raised the price without hesitation. Where are the materials left? These are all materials that no one wants. Too expensive? You think it's too expensive, and I think it's too expensive. For a time, the financial deficits of major guilds skyrocketed, and documents asking for money flew to the club headquarters like snowflakes. When the clubs were still racking their brains over how to deal with the 1000 Chance umbrella, which was almost everywhere in the streets, they were shocked to find that the online game division, which had already spent so much money, was asking for money again. Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it, quickly. It's cruel enough. Pei Yunting looked at the videos about equipment editors and silver weapons that kept popping up on Xianyu short videos, and felt it was quite strange. Yi Xiu, this kid, accidentally gave a hard blow to the already declining Glory. It saved him from having to plan. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Pei Yunting picked up the phone and listened for a while, suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his pupils shrank slightly. The people from the World Electronic Sports Association want to discuss cooperation with me? Please ask him to wait in the conference room. After hanging up the phone, Pei Yunting was a little stunned for the first time in a long time. World Electronic Sports Association? If Pei Yunting remembered correctly, the World Invitational Tournament that was originally scheduled to be held in 2 years by the Glory League was organized by this group of people. To this end, even the big boss of the China Sports Department came forward personally and asked the retired Yi Xiu to come back as the team leader. The original text said the general administration, but that level was a bit too high and unrealistic, so it was changed to the competitive sports department, which is more in line with reality. Although Yi Xiu himself has an extraordinary family background, it can also be seen that this association has a lot of connections. The person who comes is not friendly. Pei Yunting narrowed his eyes slightly, simply tidied his appearance, and was in high spirits. When the enemy comes, the general will fight, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. You are Mr. Pei Yunting, right? Nice to meet you. As soon as he entered the meeting room, a gentleman came up to shake hands with Pei Yunting enthusiastically. Nice to meet you. Pei Yunting was very polite. After a brief greeting, the two sat down. I am Han Yong, the vice president of the Chinese branch of the World Electronic Sports Association. This time I came to visit Mr. Pei to discuss cooperation on the event of your company's League of Legends game. The man named Han Yong got straight to the point. This is the cooperation plan we prepared. Please take a look at it, Mr. Pei. He handed over a document. Pei Yunting took it calmly and read it carefully one by one. Han Yong waited quietly. After a long time, until the last line of clauses was taken into his eyes, Pei Yunting raised his eyebrows slightly, scanned Han Yong with a scrutinizing eye, and slowly said, Your association means that our company will be responsible for game development and version updates, and hand over the right to host the event to you, and only enjoy the dividends from the event? Yes, our association has been engaged in esports events and league management for many years and has rich experience. President Pei can rest assured to hand it over to us. Han Yong's expression was reserved with a hint of confidence. As if he was afraid that Pei Yunting would not believe him, he added, Boss Pei may not know that the home stadiums of the Glory League teams are provided by our association in coordination with the local authorities. With such heavy news, Pei Yunting's eyes finally became more serious, and his tone was neither positive nor negative. With a total of 20 home stadiums, your association is indeed very powerful. No wonder the Glory League's not-so-good-looking Flow still had a home stadium for each team. It turned out that they were behind it. That's right, as long as Boss Pei agrees to our cooperation, we will also coordinate the home stadiums of the League of Legends teams. Han Yong's tone was filled with a hint of complacency. Seeing that Pei Yunting's attitude seemed to be softening, he added another big chip in one go. In addition, we can also hold a world-class invitational tournament for League of Legends. Invite all influential major countries to send national teams to participate, so that your company's games can truly enter the world. Originally, we planned to leave this opportunity to honor, but it is obvious that you, Mr. Pei, are a better partner. Pei Yunting lowered his eyebrows and his brain was working rapidly, but his slightly trembling eyelashes still revealed that he was not calm at the moment. Han Yong was not in a hurry, so he kept his reserved smile and waited patiently. After a long time, Pei Yunting finally raised his head and nodded slightly. The proposal given by your company is indeed very attractive. So? Han Yong was very excited, and one hand was raised, ready to shake hands with Pei Yunting. But at this moment, Pei Yunting suddenly changed his face and put on a slightly mocking smile. I refuse. The smile will not disappear, but will only transfer from Han Yong's face to Pei Yunting's face. After being stunned for a long time, Han Yong's face actually showed a little exasperation. Obviously, this guy's determination is not as deep as imagined. Why? He stared at the leisurely Pei Yunting with an almost malicious look. No reason, we never cooperate with a makeshift team. Pei Yunting's expression was indifferent, but there was a little unquestionable in his tone. It's not your turn to point fingers at the League of Legends. Han Yong left, and left in a rage. Before leaving, he gritted his teeth and left a few harsh words like, don't regret it. Wait for being unacceptable to the mainstream society. Pei Yunting almost couldn't hold back his laughter. From the beginning, Pei Yunting had no intention of giving up the right to host the league. Especially it was impossible to give it to the organizer of the Glory League. The Glory League was run like this, of course, the developer was responsible for the inaction. But the organizer, the World Electronic Sports Association, is also to blame. Obviously, they can contact places to rent the home court, but they can run a good league like this. What's the use of such an association? But if it's like this, the resistance in the future will be much greater. Pei Yunting pinched his eyebrows helplessly. To be honest, with the size of Tinghai, it is likely that it is not afraid of this level of kid. But Pei Yunting's rise has been limited after all, and his foundation is still a little bit lacking. It is really a bit difficult to handle it well. But at this moment, his phone rang again. That young man still won't give up? Pei Yunting was stunned and answered the phone. Then, his face changed again. This was the first time in the past 6 months that Pei Yunting had lost his composure from the bottom of his heart. He held the receiver tightly, his voice trembling slightly, revealing his inner excitement. Please tell me that Yunting will be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Pei Yunting strode towards the locker room in the office. He wanted to change into a formal enough set of clothes. What? Resigned? At the S-City branch of the Glory Professional League, Han Yong completely lost the reserved look he had when he was in Tinghai, and was furious. Yes, because the storm this time was too big. In order to calm the public anger, Chairman Feng took the lead and resigned, and other leaders also. The scapegoat who was forced to stay and take the blame because he was too low in rank and failed to get Pei Yunting's offer replied tremblingly. Then what? Where did everyone die? Han Yong was completely a dandy at this time. It seems that Mr. Pei from Tinghai has recruited him to the newly established Tinghai Athletics. Bang! Han Yong was so angry that he accidentally smashed a porcelain cup. Pei Yunting! What a Pei Yunting! He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. You don't want to drink a toast, right? He picked up the mobile phone in his pocket and made a call. Pei Yunting stood in front of a grand door, took a deep breath, confirmed that there was no problem with his appearance again, and finally knocked on the door gently. The door opened, and a young man with a restrained aura received him and welcomed him into the room. There, the two big guys had been waiting for a long time. You must be Mr. Pei from Tinghai Group. I have heard of you for a long time. One of the elders smiled kindly and stood up to greet him. I am from the Chinese Athletics General Administration. My last name is Zhang. Hello, Mr. Zhang, just call me Xiao Pei. Pei Yunting didn't dare to let this person greet him, so he hurried forward to help him sit down. There was another serious middle-aged man in the room. Mr. Zhang did not introduce him, so Pei Yunting naturally did not dare to ask. Several people sat down, and Zhang Lao's tone was gentle with a little consideration. Xiao Pei, I invited you here this time to ask you, an expert, your views on the emerging field of esports. Here it comes. Pei Yunting was refreshed, and quickly organized his words in his mind, and then slowly said, I don't dare to ask for advice from Zhang Lao, but we Tinghai do have some experience in exploring the field of esports. Zhang Lao, what I say next may be a bit direct. Go ahead. Zhang Lao showed his domineering attitude. Pei Yunting took a deep breath and said solemnly, I think that the current esports system in the country and even the world has deviated from the biggest core advantage of esports. That is the fairness and lower threshold that are better than competitive sports. Zhang Lao's eyes lit up. Tell me in detail. Pei Yunting simply organized his words. Traditional competitive sports are restricted by rules, which means that people with certain physical talents are destined to have more advantages. For example, in basketball, athletes with tall height and long arms have a natural advantage over those with short stature. But esports are different. In theory, all contestants can use the same role and the same values. The only thing that determines victory or defeat is the technical and tactical level. And, compared to competitive sports that have requirements for venues, esports can be more down-to-earth. Anytime, anywhere, as long as you have a mobile phone and a computer, you can play a game. This is the charm of esports. Zhang Lao clapped his hands suddenly. Well said. That's how it should be, fair, just and down-to-earth, that's great. But then he frowned. So in your opinion, the existing esports system has deviated from these advantages? Pei Yunting did not answer directly, but took out a document from his briefcase and handed it over. Please take a look. When Zhang Lao took it and looked at it, his face immediately turned black. The document was a statistic compiled by Pei Yunting, showing the expenditure of professional teams in recent years in terms of accounts, silver weapons, online game guilds, etc. In order to be more intuitive, he also specially marked the expenditure of each team and the final results of the season. Although Zhang Lao knew that the Glory League had problems in this regard, he was silent when he really saw the data. Over the years, the clubs that ranked at the top of the list have all spent more than 10 million yuan on accounts. And those clubs that are short of money are already very lucky to not enter the relegation match. Shocking, shocking. Zhang Lao kept shaking his head. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Pei Yunting with admiration. So, you Tinghai set up this new league just to reform this unhealthy trend? I don't dare to take the responsibility, but this is indeed the original intention of Tinghai Group to enter the field of esports. Pei Yunting's humble tone implied his ambition. Good. Old Zhang nodded approvingly. You young people have ideas and drive, which is a good thing. Go ahead and do it. If you have any difficulties, the General Administration of Sports can help you. Pei Yunting's mind moved, and he spoke tentatively, Mr. Zhang, to be honest, not long ago, people from the World Electronic Sports Association came to our company to ask for cooperation. Mr. Zhang frowned when he heard the World Electronic Sports Association. Why did they come to you? They want to take away the right to host the League of Legends League. Pei Yunting's tone was a little indignant. Nonsense! Mr. Zhang shouted angrily, but suddenly thought of something and quickly calmed down, looking at Pei Yunting with a hint of ridicule. You kid, are you here to ask for help? Pei Yunting's thoughts were exposed, but he was not embarrassed. He answered the question matter-of-factly, Mr. Zhang, I do feel guilty because I don't know their background. World Electronic Sports Association. Mr. Zhang recalled for a moment and smiled, it's okay to tell you. Back then, we were in line with the international standards and joined a large number of international associations. The Electronic Sports Association is one of them. But you also know that the domestic reputation of electronic games was very bad in those years, so esports naturally failed to develop. The Electronic Sports Association has gradually changed its taste. There are some young people who are unlearned and idle. I'm afraid that they will harm the society, so I just put them here and let them mess around. Pei Yunting was speechless after hearing this. No wonder it's so rotten. It seems that this is a social garbage can that only holds pests? There's no way esports can be good. But, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Zhang, in this case, have you ever thought about starting over and establishing standards set by China in the field of esports? As soon as these words came out, not only Mr. Zhang, but also the middle-aged man who had not spoken, immediately lit up. It is hard to say how much these pillars who have dedicated most of their lives to China value esports. But if you talk to them about Chinese standards and Chinese discourse power, they will be interested. That's right. Pei Yunting painted a big picture quite skillfully. Since the World Electronic Sports Association has not taken action and failed to normalize and standardize esports, then why can't we complete this task? I'm here to express my position to you. Tunghai has the determination, belief, and ability to set standards in the field of esports for China. Mr. Zhang's face flushed. China is a rising star in the field of competition. Even the highest level, or even the dominant level of several projects, are not enough to set industry standards. But now, esports will take the lead in challenging this. Great! That's great! Little Pei. He became more friendly to Pei Yunting, his eyes full of love and appreciation. You have such a far-reaching idea, you are indeed a young and promising talent. It's just... The old man hesitated a little, which was rare. Can we really do this? At least in the field of competitive sports, China has never been able to make a loud enough voice. Pei Yunting thought about it, but did not issue a military order. He just gently recited his motto, everything depends on human effort. Zhang Lao was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled with relief. Everything depends on human effort, what a great thing. In principle, I fully support you to do this job well. As for the World Electronic Sports Association, he thought about it. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had not spoken spoke up, at least here, they won't interfere with you. Pei Yunting turned his head, and the middle-aged man smiled as a greeting, my last name is Yi. Sure enough, Pei Yunting looked at the face that was at least 50% similar to Yi Xiu, but more serious and majestic, and confirmed his guess. This is probably the old man in my family mentioned by Yi Xiu. Old Yi heard that I wanted to meet you, so he came here specially. As for the reason, I believe you have guessed it. Zhang Lao smiled slightly, stood up on his own initiative, greeted the young secretary, and left the room. You guys chat. There were only 2 people left in the room, and Pei Yunting subconsciously felt a little restrained. This man's aura is much stronger than that of Mr. Zhang. Don't be shy. Father Yi actually smiled. Here, I'm just a father who is worried about his child. Yi Xiu has been at odds with his family for many years. That kid stole his brother's ID card and ran away from home. He always broke up with his family every time he came back. I was very angry about his behavior at first, but in the past 2 years, especially after he started live streaming on your platform, I changed my mind after seeing his appearance. Only at this time could Pei Yunting see some love in this tough man. Xiao Pei, tell me, am I not doing my job as a father well enough? No, your family affairs, why should I, an outsider, comment on them? Pei Yunting did not try to please his father blindly, nor did he start by protesting Yi Xiu's injustice. Instead, after careful consideration, he slowly spoke, at least personally, I support your opinion of Yi Xiu at that time. Yi Xiu ran away from home 10 years ago. At that time, even the Glory League hadn't even been started. Running away from home to play games is basically a dead end. It's normal for you to have an opinion about him. Ye's father perked up a little. He could tell that Pei Yunting was not complimenting him, but was really analyzing the situation seriously. Although the Glory League has developed over the years thanks to the efforts of Yi Xiu and his team, it has indeed taken a detour. At least before the launch of our Shinyu live broadcast, once a professional player retired, he would lose his source of income. Either you live off your savings or work in a factory. I believe no parent would want to see such a life. Seeing that Ye's father was touched, Pei Yunting struck while the iron was hot, so I think that so far, your opposition to Yi Xiu's path to esports is completely understandable. But in the future, I think you can try to trust him. Ye's father hesitated for a moment, and finally looked at Pei Yunting. Xiao Pei, can you give me a hint? How far can Yi Xiu go? Pei Yunting smiled, revealing absolute confidence in his understatement. I think it shouldn't be difficult to win a few world championships and become the #1 in Chinese esports and a leader in the industry. Ye's father's eyes revealed the expectation of an old father who wants his son to succeed. He thought about it and seemed to have made up his mind. That group of playboys will not do anything they shouldn't do to you except normal business means. That's enough, thank you. Do a good job. Also, please give Yi Xiu a message for me. In the car back to Tinghai headquarters. The old man really said that? Yi Xiu's voice trembled slightly on the other end of the phone. Yes, he asked you to come home for dinner when you are free, and also to play well. Pei Yunting's tone was a little emotional. You have been in trouble with your family for so many years, and it's time to reconcile with them. There was no sound on the other end of the phone for a while, but Pei Yunting could imagine what kind of intense emotional storm was going on over there. Brother, thank you. After a long time, Yi Xiu spoke. If you hadn't changed the original ecology of esports, maybe I wouldn't have had the chance to change my relationship with my family before I retired. For players in the field of esports, the changes that Pei Yunting brought to them are gradually penetrating into their lives. The way their families look at them has begun to change, and what they can show off is no longer limited to the money they have exchanged for their youth. I don't know when, Pei Yunting has become a hero in their hearts. It's what I want, there's nothing much to say. Pei Yunting smiled and shook his head. If you really want to thank me, then go and win those trophies back for me. If they really were taken away by foreigners, that would be a big deal. Pei Yunting couldn't help but think of a fool. If the LPL in this world can still be beaten by him to suffer from fear of flying, that would be really fun. Although Yi Xiu is not young, according to the original book, it is not a problem to play until around S3. He must shoulder the glory of the early LPL. Well, leave it to us. Yi Xiu's voice rarely carried some youthful excitement. Obviously, the long-awaited recognition from his family made this old-timer excited. After hanging up the phone, Pei Yunting leaned on the back seat of the car and dozed off, but he was chatting with the system in the depths of his consciousness. Next, it's up to you to work. After so many days of laziness, it's time to come out and relax. Pei Yunting's voice was lazy and a little cold. Although that association can't play dirty tricks, the incredible technical level of Honor Company is enough for us to drink a pot. The system, which finally had work to do, was quite excited. Host, don't worry. With the system here, they won't be able to make any waves. I hope so. Pei Yunting rolled his eyes and stretched. Thinking of the possible situation in the future, he couldn't help but smile slightly. League of Legends is ready, and the next batch of competitive games have been put on Tinghai's agenda. He is looking forward to it. Will the World Electronic Sports Association become the Lubu who fought against the three heroes, or the elephant who was beaten to death? It's getting more and more interesting. Start the server. Hey, guys are here. In Yi Xiu's live broadcast room, which had just started, an old rogue greeted the audience as usual. Hey, there aren't many people here today. What are you doing? Yi Xiu glanced at the popularity of the live broadcast room, asking a question that sounded like knowing the answer. You are waiting for the server to start, and we are waiting for it too. It will be 12 o'clock in a while, and the popularity will probably drop again. Today is undoubtedly a big day. League of Legends will be officially launched worldwide at 12 noon BJ time. It didn't use 12 o'clock in the evening because it was considered that not everyone was willing to stay up late for the game. Although Tinghai had previously sponsored esports and held face-to-face meetings, and had made a lot of promises, and even got 2 clubs for nothing, before the game went online, these were just castles in the air. It was basically all thanks to the reputation and word of mouth that Tinghai and Pei Yunting had accumulated over many years in the internet field. Now, this celestial beauty that everyone is looking forward to is finally about to land. From the major peers to the indescribable, to the most ordinary passers-by, almost all of them cast their eyes of attention. Yi Xiu looked at the screen full of farewells with a sense of righteousness, but he was not annoyed, and continued to make lazy jokes. I'm telling you, don't rush to get started. The new game has just been released. Do you understand how to play it? Why not learn a few skills from the anchor, so that people will look up to you when you play it in the future? As soon as these two sentences came out, the fans immediately raised their contempt. Yi Yan's top needle, the identification is true. Lao Deng first understands digging for promotion. The inequality tells us that the honor textbook, the game textbook. The barrage was overwhelming. After half a year of live broadcasting career, Yi Xiu had already become familiar with the audience in the live broadcast room. The mysterious and noble veils that had always lingered around him in the past, such as the god of fighting, the Triple Crown, and the number one in honor, were gradually fading. The halo of the god of glory faded as they spent time together day after day. What remained was an old Deng who was good at playing games, had a sharp tongue, but could also speak nicely when necessary. Fans couldn't say whether this mode of interaction was appropriate or not, but it was indeed much more comfortable than calling Yishin at the press conference while looking at the empty seats. Yi Xiu looked at the screen full of people making sabotage, smiled, and didn't say anything back. After the internal test half a year ago, Tinghai specifically reminded them not to publicly reveal some of the more mature gameplay. In Pei Yunting's words, this is called letting players enjoy the joy of discovery themselves. Yi Xiu didn't quite understand this. After all, when Glory was being developed, I don't know how many players relied on the strategies of these pioneers to play smoothly. Now League of Legends has the conditions to guide players, but deliberately doesn't do it? But who cares, since President Pei said so, they just do it. There are still 5 minutes before the server opens, and Yi Xiu is too lazy to play something else to kill time, so he just waits in front of the computer and chats with the audience. I've made it this far, why would I care about these 5 minutes? Tinghai headquarters, Pei Yunting's office. Pei Yunting listened to the system's nagging while waiting for the league to go online. Why do you question the wisdom and power of the system? Why don't you use the perfect version provided by the system? The tone of the system was like a resentful woman locked in the boudoir. Pei Yunting listened to the mosquito humming of the system and rolled his eyes. Although the so-called perfectly balanced version provided by the system was used during the internal test for Yi Xiu and others, when it was finally launched, Pei Yunting, who had been entangled for a long time, decided to use a patchwork version with a mechanism close to S5, but with fewer heroes. This made the system angry. Perhaps he was a little annoyed by the system's chattering. Pei Yunting finally spoke impatiently. Is there a possibility that the so-called balanced version is not necessarily a good thing? Let me ask you, what you call a balanced version, is it based on the values of the ranking or the values of the game? Which server's players are you focusing on? The system seemed to be strangled, and the noise stopped abruptly. Its balanced version was accumulated by stuffing Pei Yunting's game data from the previous life of League of Legends into it. As for the rest, I didn't think much about it. Pei Yunting continued to explain, the heroes in ranking and competition have different focuses, and the strengths of heroes in different ranking levels are also different. For example, some versions of Gwen and Quisanti have terrible stats and the lowest win rates. These things are almost never seen in ranking, but they are almost a must-have in professional competitions. This is because their mechanisms are comprehensive enough, and stats like Noxus are everywhere in low-end games, known as the hands of elementary school students. But in professional competitions, they suddenly become rare species. Blindly seeking absolute balance is not a realistic thing. Instead, it is better for Pei Yunting to make a familiar historical version so that it is easier to control. At least, he still has more than 10 years of operating history in the previous life of League of Legends as a reference. The silence system also knew that Pei Yunting was right, but it was unwilling to accept it, and said stubbornly, in this case, is the host going to use global BP to solve the problem of rigid lineup in the professional league? Pei Yunting was silent for a long time, and nodded, I have this idea, but there is no rush anyway, there is plenty of time to refine the plan. There is plenty of time? The system was stunned, isn't the league going to start in a few months? Pei Yunting spread his hands helplessly and sighed, according to the experience of the previous life, unless Yi Xiu turns into a league textbook again otherwise, I will thank God if they can figure out the logic of normal BP in the spring game. Thinking of the esports coaching industry in this world, which is basically not even in its infancy, Pei Yunting felt a headache. I hope that by then, there will be a few coaches who can do more than just close the door and order takeout. It's coming. Yi Xiu's eyes lit up, and the whole person seemed energetic, sitting upright and waiting in front of the computer. Similar scenes also appeared in countless live broadcast rooms in the Shenyu live game zone. Brothers, how about we count down as well? For some reason, Yi Xiu suddenly remembered the day when he was kicked out of Excellent Era. When the Glory District 10 was launched, countless players were sitting in front of their computers and counting down. In fact, he didn't need to propose this at all. When the time entered the last 10 seconds, the countless players gathered in the happy internet cafe downstairs and counted down. It was as lively as a festival performance. After all, isn't the launch of the league a festival for the players? 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The server is launched. As the time officially pointed to 12 o'clock, Yishio quickly entered the game and entered the character name Lord Grimm. Fortunately, no one registered it. Suddenly, a new era of esports unfolded in front of him. Yishio looked at the settlement screen in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. This tutorial is roughly the same as the one he played during the internal test, but there are also some small differences. It seems that the version has been changed. But it's not a big problem. Okay, then let's start playing matches. Yishio casually turned on the matching mode. The ranking competition did not go online directly after the league was launched, but had to wait until a week later. Looking at the matching interface in front of him, Yishio felt it was quite novel. In Glory, PK is usually played in a room, and the defender stands on the stage. If there is anyone who thinks he can beat him, he will challenge him. Like League of Legends, the mode of randomly selecting 10 players from a large number of players to start a game is quite interesting. Needless to say, the newly launched League of Legends is very popular, and Ionia, where Yishio is the most populated area, so matching is basically entered in seconds. Clicking into the hero selection interface, looking at the dazzling array of heroes, Yishio subconsciously has a bit of choice difficulty. Since one of the promotional slogans is not to buy stats, both heroes and runes are free. Only those heroes that are more suitable for novices are highlighted to facilitate player selection. What should I choose? Yishio pondered. He wanted to choose the dog head that he played in the last internal test. Although he was really in jail in the early stage, the mechanism of stacking Q was really interesting. But the problem is that in the first game, he showed everyone a dog leg under the tower. It seemed a little embarrassing. Just when Yishio was pondering, his eyes stayed on the black frame, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Ahem! In order to show the strength of the anchor a little, I'll be bold today and play a random hero. Yishio pressed the random hero frame seriously. Pei Yunting also made a small special effect for the random hero. The frame of Yishio's position flashed for a while, and finally stopped on a familiar black head. Everyone will die, and some people need a little help. Holy Spear Ranger, Lucian. Yishio's eyes lit up. He had seen how powerful Lucian was in Zhang Jiala's hands. A beautiful Lucian made Su Muching and Yuanzhou's soldiers helpless. This thing is great. He opened the skill introductions and read them one by one. He found that although there were some differences from the internal test version, the overall logic remained the same. E.W.Q.D. After locking on Lucian, Yishio was in a good mood and started to chat. Okay, this is him. This Holy Lance Ranger looks pretty powerful. He didn't study the talent page and rune page that appeared next, but the game also came with a relatively basic point method, which was enough when everyone was a newbie. After Yishio finished his selection leisurely, he started chatting in the live broadcast room, waiting for the game to start. But just as the preparation time entered the countdown, an extremely accidental discovery made his smile freeze. How? No one brought punishment? Including him, among the 5 people in his camp, no one wanted to bring punishment. No more jungle? Yishio frowned and quickly figured out the key points. Except for these few internal testers, other players knew nothing about the lanes of League of Legends. Their only reference was their 3-game novice tutorial. And in the novice tutorial, the lanes of the 5 heroes were 212. Naturally, no one cared about the jungle. As for punishment, what is it? Although he figured it out, Yishio felt a little painful when he thought that the jungle would be empty after the war. League of Legends is a resource game, and all operations are to seize more resources. After struggling again and again, Yishio finally gritted his teeth and changed Lucian to a punishment. This thing should be able to play in the jungle? Yishio was still in the hero selection stage, but Zhang Jiala was a little faster and had already entered the first match. Today, Sun Jiping did not broadcast with him, and Zhang Jiala, who wanted to create a show effect, also got a random hero to play with. Luckily, I got a bounty hunter who was also very good. After entering the game, everyone was a newbie, and the concept of the first level group was not clear, so they went online step by step. Zhang Jiala didn't care about the empty jungle area, and he played quite actively when he went online. He learned Q at the first level, and he used the line and positioning to suppress the opponent's shooter who was caught off guard to the tower. But just when he turned back to supplement the soldiers with satisfaction, he found that his own Titan had supplemented a soldier with an anchor. Zhang Jiala? No, how come you, a support, are you taking the line? Wait, are you a support? He opened the tab and took a look, and his heart stopped. JPG. He didn't buy the salary equipment. He quickly controlled the bounty to supplement the soldiers and started typing on the public screen. Bai Hualiao 1, Bounty Hunter brother, what are you doing? Yao, Naiwahi, Deep-Sea Titan kill the soldiers. As he said that, he was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and another soldier was taken by him. This guy is really good at last hitting. It was the first time he played last hitting so steadily. He didn't miss any of the first two soldiers. Bai Hualiao 1, Bounty Hunter no, buddy, you took the economy, so what should I take? Yao, Naiwahi, Deep-Sea Titan, then let's each rely on our own abilities? Zhang Jiala felt that he was starting to become popular. In the end, he took 3 of the economy from the first wave of soldiers. 2 went into the pocket of Titan, and 1 was not taken by anyone. Zhang Jiala's face was so dark that he felt a little better until he saw the opponent's bottom lane duo also fighting for the line of soldiers. The opponent also had a defensive tower to share the money with them. Rounding it off, I still made a profit. But just when Zhang Jiala was ready to fight Titan for the next wave of soldiers, he saw Titan swaggering forward and throwing out an anchor. Well, he did have some skills. He accurately hooked the opponent's shooter, hooking himself into the tower. He had no intention of leaving at first, obviously underestimating the power of the defense tower, and only after being hit by 2 tower damages did he turn around and run away in panic. But there were still 2 people on the opposite side. Seeing the opportunity to beat the fallen dog, he immediately ignored everything and rushed up to focus fire. First blood Titan fell. Zhang Jiala watched this guy hook into the tower and die in one go, and his scalp tingled. He wanted to say something, but couldn't say it when he opened his mouth. Just at this moment, the Titan spoke. Yao, Naiwahi, Deep-Sea Titan, why don't you follow? Go together. Yao, Naiwahi, Deep-Sea Titan, you are really a loser. Zhang Jiala gritted his teeth for a long time before he restrained his impulse to become a swearing version of Huang Xiaotian. He secretly swore in his heart, next time, if I don't bring to Sun, I won't go to the bottom lane no matter what. Really, if someone really lets Lucian play jungle in the future, then I can only say that he is not suitable for this game. Yi Xiu was struggling whether to continue to play. He still remembered that half a year ago, Lin Jingyan's blind monk's jungle clearing speed was quite fast, and after clearing a jungle area, the status was basically full. But his Lucian, after clearing a group of small monsters with a red, his health has dropped to the dangerous line. Yi Xiu always felt that if he continued to play like this, his lifelong reputation would probably collapse under the hands of this third group of wild monsters. By then, when passers-by mention him, Yi Buxiu, it will no longer be about glory textbook or how many champions he has won, but, on June 3, 2023, the anchor Yi Xiu was killed by a wild monster in the wild area while controlling Lucian. It has been days since then. Please be informed. It is known that Yi Xiu is a noble fighting god. So, can the wild monster that killed Yi Xiu be called a fighting god? Yi Xiu shuddered subconsciously. The remaining audience in the live broadcast room also saw that Yi Xiu's Lucian was in a very bad state at this time, and the group of people who were cheering had already started to refresh the screen. Old Deng is going to lose to the wild monster. Yi Xiu's face flushed, and the veins on his forehead burst out. He argued, brushing the wild is brushing the wild. Brushing the wild can't be considered a loss. Brushing the wild. Can the jungle be considered a loss? Then there were incomprehensible words, such as heroes are not suitable and forced to fill in the position, which made everyone laugh. The live broadcast room was filled with a happy atmosphere. Just as Yi Xiu gritted his teeth and prepared to charge towards the third group of junglers with the courage to sacrifice himself, the dog head on the top lane started to yell, help me, where is my brother? Yi Xiu went to the jungle, so the dog head on the top lane could only go alone. On the other side were Noxus and Troll. But this dog head was still as ignorant as Yi Xiu half a year ago, and wanted to fight 2 people at once. In the end, he was sobered up by Noxus's axe, and after dying once, he finally started to call for support. Yi Zhang was worried, but he finally found a step to go down, and stopped spawning wild monsters, and rushed to the top lane. On the way, he was still stubborn. It's not that I don't want to continue to play jungle. Look at how the Desert Reaper in the top lane was beaten. Players with a big picture view should go to support him. He also typed to greet the dog head above, wait for me, I will teach you a trick later. When you have nothing to do, just press Ctrl+3 and it's done. Really? Let me try. Pei Yunting wandered around the major live broadcast rooms of Xinyu Live, holding a bucket of popcorn and enjoying various ridiculous scenes. Watching Yishou's Lucian Jungle pay tribute to the eternal god, watching Zhang Jiala kill in the bottom lane with the side effect of the support, and forcibly shutting up Titan. Somehow, I miss it a little. If it was in the previous life S13, S14, let alone this kind of operation, if the support dared to eat a soldier at the beginning, it would probably have to start the family tree defense battle. Pei Yunting's tone was a little complicated. In the previous life, the League of Legends reached its late stage of operation, and the environment was so bad that it was shocking. The entry threshold is already high, and veterans are extremely unfriendly to newcomers, not to mention that the quality of players is really not that good. It can only be said that the scene is full of decline. Although the current League of Legends is still like a rising sun, there are still some problems that need to be paid attention to. But now, some more troublesome problems are waiting for him. No, that's all? Pei Yunting looked at the honor forum in front of him and felt a little dizzy. The number of strategy posts in the Game of Honor is so small that it is beyond his imagination. Especially in recent years, the number of new strategy posts released each season is basically less than 3 digits. And more than half of them are time-effective, special event strategy posts. No wonder Yishou's dungeon strategy written 10 years ago is still in use 10 years later. Pei Yunting was a little helpless. The strategy ecology of Honor is even similar to some standalone games under Tinghai. There are almost no bloggers who can continuously output high-value strategies and track the versions of competitive games in real time. He originally planned to dig a group of teaching bloggers from Honor to enrich the player ecology, and at the same time, it would be best to cultivate a group of good seedlings to develop into coaches or analysts. But now it seems a bit unrealistic, because Honor can't produce such talents. Now, I can only cultivate this aspect from scratch. Pei Yunting was helpless. I don't know how many Luo JIS are needed to build a relatively complete strategy system for League of Legends. Oh? Luo G? Pei Yunting's eyes suddenly lit up. Search Mei Guang in Xianyu Live. Sure enough, it didn't take long to find a deserted live broadcast room with the title of Founder of Glory Fool Strategy. The anchor inside was not playing a match, but shooting targets in the training ground. The anchor controlled the monkey to hit the puppet with a stick, and then there was the rustling sound of paper and pen rubbing, and the anchor muttered to himself. Well, it makes sense. In this case, the damage reduction formula of armor should be. Pei Yunting was shocked. No, it's only been less than an hour since the server was opened, and you have calculated my damage reduction formula? This is Luo Ji, a real genius and the full-time master. He was admitted to a prestigious school at the age of 17 and basically completed his university studies at the age of 18. He was able to rely on the model to calculate the magical tactics of the demolition flow level, and helped Wei Chen complete the digitization of his secret book. Moreover, when he was doing these things, he seemed to be only 18 years old. Pei Yunting's eyes were burning, and he wished he could fly over and give him an offer right now. No big company would be willing to let go of such a super genius in the true sense. However, based on the level shown by Luo Ji in the original work, it seems hard to say whether he would be interested in Tinghai's offer. But, we can squeeze this kid in another way. Pei Yunting logged in with a small account at this time, and he spoke directly on the public screen. It turns out that those idiot guides were written by the anchor. Luo Ji saw the barrage, and seemed to be in a bad mood, and seemed to be too focused. He just replied lightly, "Yes, it's me." Pei Yunting chuckled and continued typing. The anchor is amazing, the guide is very detailed, and the data is very accurate. Luo Ji was stunned when he saw this, but he seemed to feel better. It's the best if I can help you. Then will the anchor continue to make guides next? Maybe. Right? Luo Ji's tone was a little unconfident. Obviously, he also knew that his fool's guide was not very popular on the internet. Pei Yunting continued to persuade, although the fool's guide may not be suitable for Honor, it may be more suitable for League of Legends? Luo Ji seemed to be in deep thought for a while, and then suddenly clapped his hands in surprise. That's right. Compared to Honor, which values personal skills and reaction speed more, League of Legends is more strategic and has more complex mechanisms. Such a game may really have the value of a fool's guide. Seeing Luo Ji, who was excited in the live broadcast room, Pei Yunting smiled slightly, encouraged him casually, and left the live broadcast room. Look, this high-quality labor force, isn't it here? Even because its configuration requirements are close to the people, the number of users alone basically crushed the situation when Honor of Kings was first launched. At least from the current first day of service flow, even if the league is not well organized later, the game revenue alone can be called a great success. However, the smile will not disappear, it will only shift. Tinghai's staff can laugh happily without restraint, but some people can't laugh. Tyranny. Zhang Xinjie pushed the door into the training room and saw Han Wenqing sitting in front of the computer alone. Now is the off-season. Even Tyranny, which is known for its strict management, will not require players to stay in the base for training during this period. Only Han Wenqing, a stubborn person, will sit in front of the computer every day like during the competition period. Zhang Xinjie didn't say much, carefully closed the door, and stood quietly at the door waiting for Han Wenqing to finish training. But soon, he felt something was wrong. Although he couldn't see Han Wenqing's computer screen from his angle, he was very familiar with Han Wenqing and his desert smoke, but he could sense something was wrong. Han Wenqing's mouse click frequency was a bit too high. At the same time, the operation area of his left hand on the keyboard seemed to be limited to the left half of the keyboard. This operation mode was not like Glory, but more like. Zhang Xinjie's pupils shrank slightly, and he didn't care about much. He walked lightly to Han Wenqing's side and looked at the computer screen. I saw a prehistoric giant crocodile full of anger using its ultimate move to swim among the 5 people on the opposite side. For children cried and watched their father, the demon god, descend. As Han Wenqing finally caught the time and used a red angry W to take down the last crispy skin, the opponent with a broken heart decisively voted to surrender. Victory! Han Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief, moved his wrist, and raised his head, just in time to see Zhang Xinjie looking at him with a smile. You played very well. Yi Xiu was beaten so badly by Xiao Shiqin in the first game on the top lane that he didn't even dare to leave the tower. Zhang Xinjie nodded teasingly. Han Wenqing's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he changed the subject. What did he play? He played a Desert Reaper, facing Xiao Shiqin's Hand of Noxus. That's not surprising. Desert Reaper was weak in the early stage and had no power to fight back against the Hand of Noxus. Han Wenqing made a comment subconsciously, and then his mouth twitched again. It seems that he played a lot. What's the matter? Han Wenqing blushed and changed the subject. Talking about business, Zhang Xinjie's smile faded a little. The number of active people in Tyranny has decreased again today, and some even chose to quit the guild. Although it is indeed one of the 3 noble guilds, Tyranny cannot let the entire guild be employed by the club. Otherwise, they can't afford the salary. The vast majority of players are really just players. Since they are players, we cannot ask them to stay in the game perpetually. Now that League of Legends is online, players who were almost driven crazy by the 3-year-long period of inactivity of Honor have almost thrown themselves into the arms of the new game without hesitation. Now, it is even harder to collect materials for Tyranny. But it is also true. After all, even if they are collected, it is still unclear whether they can be used in the next season. Han Wenqing was silent for a while after hearing this, and nodded. I know. It is obvious that the next season is destined to be a difficult season regardless of whether the system is changed or not. As one of the few determined people who stay in the league, he has already realized this. But, is he really that determined? Zhang Xinjie suddenly turned the topic back to League of Legends. How does it feel to play? Han Wenqing was stunned for a while, and after a long time, he replied, it does make sense that Yi Xiu would choose to give up Honor for it. This typical QD man can't say any gorgeous flattering words. Perhaps this is already his highest praise for a game that can be said to be hostile. Obviously, the operation of League of Legends is much simpler than Honor, but he just has such a feeling. This game will have more possibilities than Honor. So what? Do you want to try to change? Yi Xiu can do it, so can you. Zhang Xinjie suddenly asked directly, his tone sincere. In fact, the entire Tyranny is waiting for your decision. This is the truth. In the past 10 years of operation, Tyranny has unknowingly become an extension of Han Wenqing's will. Although Han Wenqing is focused on glory and does not manage too much, as long as he wants, his control over the club is even greater than that of Jieshi and Yuanzhou. In the past 10 years, one man, one city, he is the soul of Tyranny. From the boss and manager to the online game staff, almost everyone respects his decision. Han Wenqing's eyes rarely relaxed for a moment, and he pursed his lips tightly. In the end, he did not answer, but sat back in the esports chair, turned off the League of Legends client, and returned to the boring glory training ground to continue practicing. Seeing that he looked resistant, Zhang Xinjie shook his head and walked out. But just as he reached the door, he heard Han Wenqing's voice from behind, hold on for another year. Han Wenqing's tone was a little light, far from the usual strong tone. To be honest, even Han Wenqing himself couldn't explain why he wanted to hold on. For honor? Not really. After the incident in Samsara, the value of the championship has basically fallen to the bottom. For feelings? A little, but after so many years of fighting to the death in the glory with few updates, some feelings have been worn out. 10 years of wild growth have made glory a game that is not worth remembering, but he still can't make up his mind to turn around and leave. Zhang Xinjie was stunned after hearing Han Wenqing's words, and then smiled and nodded, I understand. For the always stubborn Han Wenqing, this is almost his biggest concession. As for waiting for another year, at most it can be regarded as accommodating this old man's little willfulness. 1 year? Even if it's given to that guy Yishio, so what? Obviously, not every club can have such a united atmosphere as tyranny. Shu Yunxiu looked at the boy in front of her, who was only 13 or 14 years old. The boy was still wearing Blue Rain's youth training uniform. Although he looked sunny and cheerful, he was obviously a little restrained in the new environment. After seeing her, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then bowed very unskillfully. Hello, Captain. Shu Yunxiu just wanted to raise her middle finger to the management at this time. No, whose child? We will win. Hello Hanwon. Even if she had 1,000 dirty words in her heart, Shu Yunxiu would not get angry at a child. She forced a smile to welcome Lu Hanwon, who had just arrived, and asked the deputy captain Li Hua to take him to the boys' dormitory. Then, she hurried to find the management to ask for punishment. Who knew that when she arrived at the place and hadn't said anything, manager Yenyu spoke first, asking for credit and reward. How about it, Yunxiu? Our hand is not bad this time. Yeyu Shengfan, a god-level character. Although Huang Xiaotian has retired, this Lu Hanwon is said to be a super genius trained by Blue Rain to succeed Huang Xiaotian. Together, it is definitely higher than an ordinary all-star. Manager Yin Yu was really proud. Due to the withdrawal of Blue Rain in excellent era one after another, and the precarious environment in recent times, the major clubs dare not make big moves like before. At least in the face of the big sales of excellent era and Blue Rain, there are far fewer clubs who dare to take action than imagined. At this time, a group of second-tier clubs, led by the discerning Yenyu Club, felt that their chance had come. Several god-level characters and top players were taken over by them one after another, and their paper strength suddenly increased. Shu Yunxiu looked at the complacent manager in front of her, and for a moment she had the urge to retire on the spot. However, due to her many years of Yenyu career, she still patiently persuaded, Manager, it's not that I don't support reinforcement, but the current environment is a bit stressful for a kid like Hanwon. It's easy to know that unless the Honor Company, which has been in a slump for many years, can suddenly show its true ability to overturn Tinghai, the Honor League is doomed to go downhill. In such an environment, do the clubs in the audience really have so much patience to wait for a 13 or 14-year-old child to grow up? Not to mention that he was holding Huang Xiaotian's Night Rain sound annoying. But the manager didn't think so. It's okay, Yunxiu, you work hard and take care of him more. They have become accustomed to throwing all the trivial matters such as competitions and training to Shu Yunxiu. Shu Yunxiu was stunned and almost broke her teeth. Is this something that can be accomplished by me guiding him more? Shu Yunxiu couldn't imagine how this 14-year-old kid who had just arrived could not adapt to the intensity of the league, and the double pressure from fans and the club would destroy him. But no matter how disgusted she was, she could only grit her teeth and persuade him in another direction. Although Hanwon is very strong, he is indeed not very compatible with our lineup. Yenyu's current leading players are the elemental mage Chu Yunxiu and the ninja Li Hua, both of whom are small squishy. If we add the swordsman Lu Hanwon and a healer, that's 4 squishy. There is no tankiness and not much control. How can such a lineup be played? But these are obviously not within the manager's consideration. Yunxiu, including Hanwon, next season, we are likely to be the only team with 3 all-stars at the same time. Anyway, next season will be 3 cores against 2 cores or even 1 core, and the advantage is mine. As for minor problems like lineup adjustment, they can all be overcome. The manager thought that was quite beautiful. But seeing Chu Yunxiu's face darken a little bit, he felt that he was a little too impatient. So he subconsciously tried to ease the atmosphere, but we are not in a hurry, Yunxiu, just take your time. Even if we can't get results in a short period of time, it's not a big problem, we can understand. After all, you are a female player. The manager still thought that his style of giving a slap and a sweet date was very effective, but he didn't notice that Chu Yunxiu's hands behind her back had quietly clenched into fists. Female player. Another female player. Since she was beaten by Jieshi in the internal test half a year ago and had a heart-to-heart talk with Pei Yunting, she hasn't heard such comments for half a year. After all, after that, her inner demons were relieved, and she played almost the best performance of her career in the second half of the season. Not only did she lead the team into the playoffs, but she also defeated the old giant Tyranny in the first round. Although she fell to the skill point champion Samsara in the end, she definitely played with a bloodiness that Yenyu had never had before. This sturdy record has greatly reversed Chu Yunxiu's reputation. But now, that stupid manager actually used this set of rhetoric to PUA her. For a moment, Chu Yunxiu suddenly felt so tired. Even though she had been carrying Yenyu forward on her own for these years, she had never been so tired. Why not just retire? She thought. But in the end, she still nodded numbly, saying that she would help Lu Hanwen integrate into the Yenyu lineup as soon as possible. Then, under the complacent eyes of Yenyu manager, she returned to the training room. Ha, it seems that everyone is right when they say I am weak, Chu Yunxiu thought self-deprecatingly. If it were any other player with the same strength as her, they would have turned the table and left when they met this kind of cerebral palsy level management. Only she could only endure the huge pressure and continue to be the Yenyu hero. Turning on the computer, she clicked on the seemingly ordinary icon again. After the server was launched yesterday, she also played online for a long time, killing everyone in the middle lane, killing a group of newbies. She also met several warriors who dared to play the novice, watching their clumsy and cute operations, and then leisurely beat them into toys. How about just transform? Chu Yunxiu thought. Forget it, even if it transforms, can the Yenyu management team build a league team with the character? Playing matches and rankings is just a way to relax. In a luxurious manner in Europe, 3 producers sat side by side in front of a large table, looking at each other. They are all well-known leaders in the gaming field all over the world. Each of them has a great work that is worthy of being recorded in the history of games. They are representatives of conscience and fine products in the gaming industry. At least, this was the case before Pei Yunting and Tung Hai came out. At this moment, a young man whose face almost showed I am a dude was sitting opposite them in a frivolous manner. You 3 are all well-known figures in the gaming industry. We invited you here this time because we want you to join forces and beat this game. A copy of the document was handed to the 3 designers. However, when they saw the familiar symbol on the cover, they immediately had a lot of questions on their faces. Is this the icon of League of Legends? One of the designers asked tentatively. Oh, it seems you have heard of it. Yes, it's this game. The young man looked as if it was a matter of course. The 3 people looked at each other for a few times, and they could see huge question marks in each other's eyes. Not, I'm playing against Tinghai? Should I say, I will win? Kotick looked at the 3 people in front of him who were in a dilemma and couldn't help but curse them as trash. Logically speaking, he didn't need to be personally involved in such a matter, although he didn't do well in the circle of dandies and fell to the point of being the president of this World Electronic Sports Association. But there was no way, according to Han, that Pei was very powerful and was protected by the big boss of China. There was no way to deal with him as before. There was no way. Kotick, who was used to not thinking, had to do it himself and found 3 famous designers in the industry. Seeing their embarrassed faces, Kotick despised them, but he was not in a hurry. Don't worry, we don't plan to let you fight alone. Glory Company will provide you with technical support, and you can directly improve it according to the template of Glory. Glory Company is a studio that has left a strong mark in the history of world games. 10 years ago, they were unknown and relied on the epic-making game Glory to emerge and instantly became the center of the entire gaming industry. The design of Honor is not very novel, but its incomparable technological gap is enough to be recorded in history. At that time, Tinghai even relied on outsourcing to other websites to make a living. But just when Honor's glory reached its peak, its founder, a young man known as a genius, disappeared. Not only him, but also several of Honor's core backbones, all disappeared. Without these loyal ministers, if the framework of the next few major versions had not been completed, the remaining employees would not even be able to complete the normal update of Honor. So Honor's version update slowed down, so that now it has not been updated once in 3 years. However, relying on Honor's own advanced technology and the monopoly operation of the World Electronic Sports Association, the Honor League is still so prosperous today. Until the rising star Pei Yunting took action. In Kotick's view, although Honor's technology has not been fully understood so far, with this support, these guys in front of him can always be more confident, right? But who knew that after hearing the big pie that Kotick had drawn, the 3 unlucky guys not only did not relax a bit, but their expressions became even more depressed. After a long time, Tao Peo, who was sitting in the middle, gritted his teeth and finally spoke, "Sir, although Honor's technology does have a huge advantage. But for a competitive game, technology alone is not enough to surpass it." Then, he began to explain to Kotick the difference between competitive games and 3A masterpieces in popular language as much as possible. For competitive games to continue to operate, different things are needed. First of all, a set of fun, interesting, logically self-consistent gameplay with a large value of repeated play. Then there is the numerical balance that can be balanced and adjusted so that the game does not lose its fun. There is also a stable and long-term operation that can continue to bring new ideas to the game. And these things, Honor Company does not have. The balance of honor comes from the handwriting of the first generation of bosses. Once the boss disappeared, honor quickly came up with the Barrett Sniper, an outrageous move that can penetrate a third of the target with one shot. As for gameplay and operation, Kotick listened to Tao DePeo's explanation, but he was not in a hurry. In that case, who is the best game designer in the industry in terms of gameplay creation? Since there is a need, just invite another one. As a result, the three of them were stunned again, and Tao DePeo said awkwardly, as of now, within 10 years, the only god in this regard in the industry is Pei from China. Kotick was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned green. Is this Pei so difficult to deal with? Then what do you say? How can we make this game stop running? His patience was a little exhausted, and he immediately scared the three people opposite him. The guy in front of him has a background that is all-powerful. If he really gets angry, the few game developers, may really disappear from the face of the earth. In fact, we can start in other aspects. Lan Numa, a designer from the island country, suggested tremblingly. Go on. Kotick waved his hand impatiently. For competitive games, a good operating environment is very important. Lan Zhu gradually became fluent, supporting the development of game plugins and scripts, inciting the trend of high-level players to low-level players, and supporting fake matches and gambling after the opponent's league is launched can all destroy the operating environment of a game. In addition, public opinion attacks, inciting the anti-game emotions of middle-aged and elderly Chinese people, etc., are all means that can be considered. Kotick's eyes became brighter and brighter. He was not good at making a game from scratch, but he was familiar with dirty tricks and tripping people up. That makes sense, let's do it. Kotick clapped his hands with satisfaction. However, you also have to participate in the revision of the game glory. After the alliance collapses, we still have to rely on it to continue to reap money. After leaving the manor, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, and they all saw the relief of surviving the disaster on each other's faces. Compared to Pei Yunting, who has mastered lightning in many fields of the internet in addition to games, they are just small shrimps in front of these real big men. Do you think Pei will be defeated by these tricks? Tao DePeo asked. Absolutely not, that's Pei saying. Lan Zhu shook his head decisively. This designer who has given Kotick countless bad tricks is a loyal fan of Pei Yunting. When he first saw Pei Yunting's The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, come out a few years ago, Lan Zhu felt that this was the most beautiful game in his dream. He didn't have the ability to bring this game to reality, but Pei Yunting did it. Based on this, he unconditionally believed that Pei Yunting was invincible in the field of games. Then how can we make a competitive game that can defeat Pei? Kent, the last designer who had not spoken, finally asked. Who knows? You said, the people in the association hired a few designers to mess with me? Pei Yunting squinted at the system that was asking for credit. That's right, this system monitored it the first time. The system thought it was so awesome that it should put its hands on its hips. However, it didn't react at all to the fact that it, a game system, was monitoring. What was wrong with that? From your looks, it seems that you can help me deal with them? Pei Yunting could guess the stupid system's thoughts without thinking. That's right. As long as the host continues to work hard, and cooperates with this system to exert a little strength, all the evil spirits will be swept away. The system felt that today was the day for it to be proud. Okay. Seeing the system's enthusiasm, Pei Yunting didn't want to ruin its interest. By the way, what's the name of the boss of the World Electronic Sports Association? Pei Yunting doesn't kill unknown people. Pei Yunting asked intentionally or unintentionally. The current president of the World Electronic Sports Association is a dandy from the famous European Chable family, the Kotick family. What family? Kotick? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Pei Yunting, whose face suddenly changed. That kid won't be called Bobby Kotick, right? Pei Yunting's tone quickly became murderous. How did the host know? The system was quite surprised. But he saw Pei Yunting's aura collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Pei Yunting's whole body was burning with a blazing black fire, with an almost morbid and crazy smile on his face, full of murderous intent. I don't care if he is the Bobby Kotick I know. The system listened to Pei Yunting's muttering with trembling. Just because he called this unlucky name, you're done, even the king of the Great West can't keep you, I said. Lao Yi is so annoying. Crying voice, Lao Yi, my Lao Yi. Lao Yi tried his best, teammate CBA. Lao Yi, let's not be wronged, go back to the Fall Guys and dominate. After losing another game of trying his best, Yi Xiu's live broadcast room was flooded with messages again. Even with Yi Xiu's good mentality, there were also quite a few waves during this period. Too many newbies may not be a good thing. Yi Xiu thought with a wry smile. In the past few days, Yi Xiu has really experienced what it means to win or lose has nothing to do with me. In an environment where newbies are rampant, sometimes winning or losing really has nothing to do with personal performance. At the beginning, Yi Xiu usually went to the top lane because of the dog head that Pei Yunting chose for him. Then he found that under the 212 lane split, he really couldn't guarantee that he would have an advantage every time. The newbie thing is to be unconcerned. Those who ignored the tower damage and fought 1v2, those who dared to go forward and fight hard even when they were beaten 0-3, and even found that they didn't buy an equipment after playing for more than 10 minutes. Even sometimes Yi Xiu relied on his personal ability to finally get through one road, and then he looked again, the middle and lower roads were already blown up. In comparison, Zhang Jiala's experience was much better. After a day in prison, he decisively abandoned all his fantasies and called Sun Jiping to go to the bottom road together. Although Sun Jiping, who was used to the absolutely offensive profession of berserker, was a little uncomfortable with the support position at the beginning. But even if we don't consider his skills as a professional player, just because he was able to buy salary equipment at the beginning, Zhang Jiala's living environment was much more comfortable. With his outstanding personal ability and cooperation, Zhang Jiala was basically able to get through the line stably. In the later stage, Sun Jiping started a group fiercely, and Zhang Jiala harvested hard, and he was also very successful in the new game. On the other hand, Yi Xiu, from the overwhelming prisonee in the live broadcast room, we can see how miserable he was. Sure enough, before the jungle position was discovered, the mid lane had a greater impact on the situation. At the start of the game again, Yi Xiu hesitated for a moment and did not choose the top lane warrior again, but chose a LeBlanc. He wanted to switch to the mid lane. In the internal test game, Jieshi's role was obvious to all. If he had not broken through the single line at the fastest speed, and then quickly started to roam the whole situation, greatly relieving the pressure on the two disadvantaged lanes, then relying on the huge advantages of the top and bottom lanes, Yi Xiu and his team might really suffer a crushing defeat. The mid lane requires operation and technology, and also tests the player's overall view and tactical thinking. Compared with the top lane, it is indeed more suitable for the older Yi Xiu. Even if his operation inevitably regresses due to age in the future, he can still help the team with his experience. In addition, Yi Xiu turned his head and looked at the wall on the side. In the room on the other side of the wall, a girl was controlling the thunder and lightning in the top lane. Riven, Jace, Crocodile. Whatever is offensive, she will take it. His playing style is just like all other newbies, he just fights and suppresses without caring about anything when he goes online. But with her outstanding operation and unstoppable momentum, Tang Rou unexpectedly exerted top-level suppression in the top lane. She is indeed someone that President Pei values. With Tang Rou as a top-level top laner, Yi Xiu really doesn't need to focus on the top lane. So, change the route? Brothers, let's change our mood today and go to the middle lane. Yi Buluoxing, go online. Talent, absolute talent. Pei Yunting looked at the strategy in front of him and marveled. Luo Ji finally wrote his strategy. This strategy, titled League of Legends, Beginner's Guide, Full Version, was so detailed that Pei Yunting was amazed. Luo Ji not only speculated that there should be two positions in League of Legends, jungler and support, based on the existence of jungle knives and salary equipment in the equipment store, he also made certain speculations and introductions on the role that each lane and each type of hero should play in the game. The beauty of Luo Ji's strategy is that, on the one hand, it is detailed and solid enough, which will be a blessing to the vast majority of players who are still running around like headless flies. However, due to Luo Ji's poor skills, this strategy is limited to theoretical and general analysis. Specific hero play methods, advantages and disadvantages comparison, rune equipment, etc., are not involved at all. It can not only improve the current game environment, but also will not leave latecomers with no way to go. I have found a treasure. The official League of Legends has pinned Luo Ji's strategy to the top and featured it, and pushed it on the client homepage in all directions. Now, the name Mei Guang has suddenly become one of the hottest stars in the League of Legends from being unknown. Could it be that President Pei personally wrote the strategy? Yi Xiu, who had just finished a game, looked at the detailed strategy in the most conspicuous part of the client and was a little stunned. Although it is not detailed enough to go to the point of mage going mid and archer going down, this strategy already has the prototype of Pei Yunting's tactical planning during the internal test. Could it be that President Pei couldn't stand the chaos of the newbies and personally intervened? Mei Guang. This name sounds familiar. Tang Rou frowned and thought. Could it be the author of The Fool's Guide in Glory? She suddenly thought of something and clapped her hands. As early as the 10th district of Glory, Yi Xiu and his team had met Mei Guang. At that time, they broke the record of the Boneyard with a new play method, and Luoji also wrote a record guide for the Boneyard. But because Luoji didn't know the new play method or the myriad chance umbrella, the guide ended up being extremely outrageous. 3 orange equipment alone were given to Jun Maxiao. Tangro recalled this, and Yishio soon remembered the author who made people laugh and cry. Then, his eyes began to light up. So, this is not someone from Tinghai official. His voice was full of excitement. Regarding the construction of the future team, Yishio was both confident and worried. He was confident that the young people he had met during this period were enough to put together a starting lineup for a League of Legends team. The worry is that, apart from the players, they have nothing. Pei Yunting had revealed during the internal test that the League of Legends team needed coaches, analysts and other positions to assist the players. Yishio had no experience in this area. And now, a top talent has come to his door. No, we must contact this Mei Guang. What Yishio could think of, others could think of as well. After the Fool's Guide was pinned to the top, almost every force that aspires to the professional arena has set its sights on this wild genius. A battle over Luoji has begun. I slipped and forgot to set the release. Said you want me to become a contracted strategy writer for the League of Legends community? Luoji was a little stunned when he heard the introduction of the Tinghai staff on the other end of the phone. The Tinghai staff called and first expressed their gratitude for his contribution to creating high-quality strategies and building the gaming environment, and then invited him to join the League of Legends gaming community and become a contracted strategy creator. Luoji kept blinking his eyes, listening to the staff's introduction while staring at the strategy on the computer. This genius boy, who was about to finish his college courses at the age of 17 or 18, felt valued for the first time in the field of games, which he was not good at. But, why? After the staff finished their introduction, he asked cautiously, have you seen the strategies I posted on the Glory Forum before? At that time, the strategies I posted were basically regarded as jokes by other players. This strategy may just be a coincidence. The most common names Luoji received on the Glory Forum were basically dreamer and clown who attracts attention. His strategy was too detailed and theoretical, and basically did not receive any recognition in the environment of honor. Only Yishio, who was still playing honor at the time, expressed his affirmation of his spirit, but also did not recognize the actual role of the strategy. In Luoji's opinion, the reason why Tinghai Company recruited him was probably because they had not investigated his black history. But unexpectedly, the staff replied quite straightforwardly, "Of course we have investigated." "Then you dare to hire me?" Luoji was stunned. "Why not?" The staff was calm. "Your strategy is detailed, with a solid data foundation, and there are no factual errors. Such a strategy is certainly qualified to be called a high-quality strategy." Luoji didn't know what to say for a while. This was the first time someone praised his strategies that were ridiculed as worthless. In the field of games, Luoji was actually very lacking in confidence. In the field of mathematics, he was a genius, but in the field of games, his skills were not even clear about wild monsters. He finally wrote some strategies, but was mercilessly mocked and abused by a group of people. In this process, his original strong self-confidence as a genius was also worn away bit by bit. So much so that even if someone finally expressed great recognition of him, he subconsciously thought that the other party had made a mistake. "But, my strategies are useless." Mr. Mei Guang, in your definition, what kind of strategies are considered useful strategies? The staff members suddenly asked back. Luoji was stumped by this question. Does it mean that only strategies that can help players speed up the clearance speed or develop stronger techniques are considered useful strategies? Isn't it? Luoji nodded in confusion. Mr. Mei Guang, League of Legends is not glory, it is not that utilitarian. The staff member said a little insultingly to his colleague. From the beginning, Tinghai did not intend to let League of Legends only serve competitive players. Luoji's strategy seems useless, but in essence, it is an exploration of the infinite possibilities of the game. It is precisely because of such a group of explorers that the future of the game will be more colorful. Unfortunately, the glory that has almost degenerated into a treasure-brushing platform does not have the patience to accommodate such diversity. But it doesn't matter, League of Legends can. As long as you can guarantee the correctness of the strategy, no matter what aspect you want to delve into, no matter what content you ultimately produce, even if you study the modeling and original paintings of the game, we are wholeheartedly welcome. The player ecology of League of Legends needs more pioneers like you. Listening to the staff's solemn assurance, Luoji somehow felt like he was back in the past. He seemed to have returned to the summer when he took the college entrance examination in advance at the age of 17. At that time, teachers from several of the top universities in the country almost broke down the threshold of his house just to recruit him, a genius. At that time, the promises made by those teachers were also so sincere and firm. As time passed, Luoji, a genius in the academic field, became a clown Luoji in the field of games. But someone else invited him to join an equally huge cause with almost the same sincerity. So, what reason did he have to refuse? In that case, leave it to me. It's my honor. Yishin, when were you the first in the game? Today. Yishio in the middle lane was killing like crazy. After changing the lane, Yishio finally experienced the fun of fried fish. In the middle lane, he can not only easily break through a single point with his skills, but also radiate his teammates to expand his advantage as much as possible. Not only that, after Luoji's strategy came out, some players finally began to try the two professions of jungler and support. Although problems such as being killed by wild monsters, brushing a whole game without catching anyone, and the support wandering around also occurred from time to time, it was a good start after all. In such an environment, Yishio's winning rate finally looked like a professional player. Especially when he operated the mail knife and instantly killed the opponent's squishy skin in the canyon with 8 knives, the barrage of Yishin was overwhelming, as if he had returned to the beginning of the show. Got it. Stretching with satisfaction, Yishio leaned back on the back of the gaming chair to take a nap. The mid-lane position really made him feel like a fish in water. In this case, why not just focus on the mid-lane in the future? But occasionally, it's not impossible to relieve the pressure by getting a dog head in the top lane. After playing for a whole day, Yishio was a little tired, so he simply stopped the broadcast and went to the live broadcast room of the kids from happy to see the excitement. Tang Ro was still killing people in the top lane, and the scene was extremely visually shocking. The slogan "Roshan is invincible" was already shouted in the live broadcast room. Baozi played in all positions at the beginning, until Luoji's strategy came out. He liked the feeling of running around in the jungle. Yishio felt a headache when he watched his live broadcast. Baozi was always running around in the jungle, and the route to the jungle was winding and round, and he couldn't see what he was going to do next. Sometimes people want to scold him for counting steps on WeChat, but sometimes he will land at the right position and catch the opponent off guard with a set of turtle fist combos. Sure enough, no matter what game this kid plays, he has a sense of nervousness. Helplessly holding his forehead, Yishio didn't know what to say, and went to Yuenba's live broadcast room again. After rejecting his brother's invitation to join Blue Rain, this kid consciously stuck with the people of the Happy faction, making Yuenjo hate Yishio so much. At this time, Yuenba was duo queuing with Xiao Yifan, and they also played excellent suppression. It's just, the style of the barrage is a little wrong. Brother Shuizi got hit by Q again. At 6 minutes and 13 seconds, Shui got the 5th Q skill in this game. He walked to the face of the opponent's Q by himself. Please no. Why call him Jackie Love? It's better to call him Clove. Yuenba obviously saw these barrages, and his face turned red with anxiety, but he couldn't find a reason to refute. I don't know why I can't avoid the opponent's Q. Yishio smiled at the live broadcast room with a different style. Just as he was about to make fun of the kid, the door opened. Suma Chang, who had been living in Happy since she announced her retirement, walked in. What are you doing? Suma Chang sat next to Yishio skillfully and unscrewed a bottle of water from the table. Nothing. Yishio smiled. Looking at the future of our team. No matter what, since Luoji published the strategy that laid the foundation for League of Legends tactics, the strategy ecosystem of League of Legends has begun to take off. Tenghai responded quickly enough, quickly promoted Luoji as a publicity model, and gave this pioneer a generous reward that made people jealous. When the strategy is no longer generated by love, but can actually bring benefits, naturally people will be willing to try it. In addition, a group of high-end players, such as Yishio and Zhang Jiala, took the lead in responding and published some of their experiences of playing certain heroes in the League of Legends player community. Finally, a large number of players began to transform from pure entertainment to competition. Although high-level gameplay such as Riven's Lightspeed QA has not been developed for a while, it at least looks like a competitive game. Against this background, the highly anticipated ranking competition was finally opened. All players who have achieved a certain number of games and achievement points in the previous matching stage and have sufficient hero proficiency can participate in the ranking competition. The major anchors and professional players who had been in jail for a week in the matchmaking almost rushed into the elevator of the ranking with a cry. For a while, the Xianyu live broadcast was full of titles such as Attack the National Server. The national server was full of vitality and everything was competing, but the other servers were not necessarily the same. Mapo Internet Cafe. Victory! Li Xianghe controlled Rise and clicked the crystal for the last time. He looked at the victory interface on the screen with the crystal bursting, but he was not very happy. He casually moved his wrist and looked at Jin Hakue beside him, and found that he didn't smile much either. "Hakue, how do you think about playing like this?" he asked softly. "Brother Xianghe, although it's easy to win like this, I always feel that there is not much improvement." Jin Hakue thought about it and looked bitter. Li Xianghe thought about the process of the ranking just now, and his face was also very unhappy. At the beginning of the game, his own jungler began to arrange the tactics in the team channel, looking domineering. The big brother on the top lane didn't listen to him. After being killed by a single player in the first 4 minutes, the top and jungle split immediately. The pin signal kept buzzing, and the public screen started a fight. All the dirty words in South Korea that Lee Sang-hyuk could imagine were arranged and combined with the genealogy of the two. At first, the top and jungle could still spray and operate, but later it simply turned into a fountain curse. If it weren't for Lee Sang-hyuk and Kim Hyuk-kyo's overwhelming power with the helpless little support, and one with almost tragic 3-on-5 and extremely difficult, this game would definitely be a long way off. And Lee Sang-hyuk can encounter similar situations several times a day. Although there is no such thing as a guild in League of Legends, some people's bad habits can't be changed after all. Lee Sang-hyuk sighed. If only Kespa was still there. Kim Hyuk-kyo suddenly blurted out this sentence. For a moment, Lee Sang-hyuk's thoughts were pulled back to the golden age of South Korean esports. The golden age that he was not lucky enough to participate in. Once upon a time, Korea, which chose to establish its country based on culture, set its sights on idols and esports, two new generation industries. Thus, the Korean Esports Association, KESPA, was established. In that era when esports was not valued, almost all major chaebols and even the country in Korea personally supported the development of the esports industry. Soon, it achieved world-renowned achievements in the RTS game Star Journey, the Magic Star Journey mentioned in the original work of Fulltime. At that time, Korea's esports had a complete system of competitions and youth training, a high degree of industrialization, and a very good status for esports players, even to the point of being exempted from military service and extra points for further studies. Korea also completed its absolute of the Game Star. However, the good times did not last long. The World Electronic Sports Association, with the new behemoth Glory, came in a swagger. Korea is not China, and it cannot restrict their wanton behavior. Soon, KESPA, which had developed with great difficulty, was incorporated into the World Electronic Sports Association almost without resistance and became its branch. Since then, although Korean esports is still developing, it has changed little by little. The preciousness of honor accounts has doomed the original selection competitions for esports players in South Korea, which were accurate to the school level or even the class level, to basically lose their value. Not only that, Honor is an online game, and the characteristic of online games is that they are highly social. And the social environment in South Korea. Soon, their deformed culture of predecessors and successors was injected into the esports industry 100 times more than in the StarCraft era. Phenomena such as 80 and seniority ranking have become far more frequent than in the past. At the same time, due to the particularity of Honor online games, retired players can directly choose to return to the guild to become a senior brick-moving worker. Not only is the status not low, but they also earn a lot. As a result, they no longer need to play the role of coach. In addition, the game of Honor does not need coaches very much. The legacy left by KESPA was eroded and abandoned bit by bit, and finally, it came to this day. Lee Xianghe did not experience that era. After all, he was still in elementary school when KESPA was merged. But he also heard from some seniors in the internet cafe that they used a complex tone and mentality to pay tribute to this glorious era. Actually, the bad environment is not unbearable at all, it's just that playing like this is too disorganized. Lee Xianghe thought about it and pointed out the key to the matter. League of Legends is not Honor of Kings. The importance of strategy and tactics, resource management, and these elements are almost visible to the naked eye. Originally, South Korea should be quite good at these, but Honor of Kings has ruined this legacy. We need to make progress in tactical coordination. Lee Xianghe stared into Jin Hakue's eyes, word by word. Jin Hakue thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. How about we go to the Chinese server to have a look? It is said that the environment over there is better than ours, and many people have already released strategies related to techniques and tactics. Chinese server. Lee Xianghe was stunned. His attitude towards Chinese esports is somewhat complicated. Since he has never held a world championship, he is not clear about the strength of Chinese esports. But being in the esports powerhouse of South Korea, he still subconsciously maintained a certain pride. It's just that. League of Legends is indeed a Chinese game. Okay, let's go and have a look. Li Xianhe thought for a few seconds and nodded firmly. He couldn't stand staying in the Korean server any longer. The two of them fumbled and spent an hour or two to connect to the Chinese network with great difficulty, and then downloaded the Chinese version of League of Legends with great difficulty. Clicking on the community, suddenly, a series of freshly baked strategy guides, covering almost all aspects of skills in the early days of the league, appeared in front of them. But, all in Chinese. Although South Korea has not been able to completely abolish Chinese, by the time of Li Xianhe's generation, it is basically confused by this unfamiliar language. Li Xianhe tried to get a translation software, trying to translate the meaning of these strategies sentence by sentence. But he found that because there are too many abbreviations, proper nouns, Chinese slang, etc. in the strategy guide, the translation effect, Li Xianhe's face was dark. He wanted to learn Chinese a little bit. Brother! Zhang Jiala cheered in a rather unpresentable way, so loud that Sun Jiping's head was buzzing. But he just rolled his eyes and didn't blame Zhang Jiala's behavior too much. Just now, relying on the extreme suppression of the bottom lane brought by the two-person double row, plus the intensity of the ranking day and night, they finally rushed to the king rank that represents absolute strength. I'm so tired. Zhang Jiala's eyes were bloodshot, and it was obvious that his energy consumption had reached the peak, but he was still in extreme excitement. Let me see. There shouldn't be anyone who can reach the king faster than me. He quickly searched the major rankings. Then he roared with excitement, woohoo! We are the first. That's right, due to the huge cooperation blessing of the double row, plus his outstanding personal strength, Zhang Jiala took a step ahead of all the heroes and ascended to the throne of the king first. No, I'm getting too proud. Put your hands on your hips. Zhang Jiala hurriedly took a screenshot of the leaderboard that only he was on, and saved it. This was a capital for bragging in the future. If anyone dares to talk about the Sanya king during the glory period in the future, Brother Lu will tell you the value of the first king of League of Legends. Look at what you are happy about. It's not the championship. Sun Jiping couldn't stand the smugness of this grandson and said something insulting. Why, the ranking champion doesn't count as a championship, right? Zhang Jiala glared. The barrage of comments was flying. Almost all of them were congratulating Zhang Jiala for achieving this world-renowned achievement. Yi Xiu is talking. Huang Xiaotian is talking. Nuyan is talking. Our Lele has made it. The first king in S1. A real dragon in the world. Zhang Jiala was watching the barrage of comments and laughing foolishly, while sitting back in the gaming chair and calling Sun Jiping, come on, continue to queue. Are you still not taking a break? Sun Jiping was stunned. Grab a spot for you too. Zhang Jiala didn't even turn his head. I want to see who dares to question the quality of our national server's top player. Zhang Jiala was very proud, and Yi Xiu was very tired. He was checking the ranking of everyone in Happy. His own ranking was naturally very high. If it weren't for these trivial matters, it would be hard to say whether Zhang Jiala could get his first champion. And Happy's group of talents are naturally very good. Tang Rou is not to mention. Her desperate play in the top lane basically means that unless the jungler is dead, she will definitely be out of the line and gain points very quickly. Yu Wenba in the bottom lane pulled Xiao Yifan to play double row. Xiao Yifan's meticulousness and overall view can alleviate the problem of this kid's occasional sudden death to the greatest extent. Moreover, relying on his extremely excellent Draven, he has initially earned the title of one of the three major Draven in the national server. This is the first time that Ashui has won a title with his own strength since he debuted with the reputation of Yu Wenzhou's younger brother and became the favorite of the Blue Rain team. At that time, Yu Wenba was very proud for a while. However, when he heard that another one of the three Dravens was currently in Blue Rain's youth training, and was very likely to be his brother's future bottom lane partner, Big Head Baby became a little anxious. In short, in the live broadcast room full of Q+1 and Shuizi brother died suddenly again, Yu Wenba's rank at this time is also quite high in the national server. If these high scores are within Yi Xiu's expectations, then Su Muchang is also at the forefront of the national server, which is a pleasant surprise. In the current embryonic Happy team, Su Muchang is the only one who cannot guarantee a stable appearance. If she stays in the Happy team, she must rotate with the young and amazing big-headed baby. Su Muchang's talent is not outstanding, her age is not young, and she is a female player, which does not seem to have any advantages. However, she also has her own outstanding points, that is, extremely tenacious perseverance, and the ability to adapt like moss. After a simple analysis of the situation of the internal test game and Yu Wenba's style, she quickly found her own ecological niche, a single pressure-resistant hero and a bottom-up monster. Su Muqing's playing style is extremely stable, and she almost never has the intention to kill. Even if the support went shopping, she could stay in the bottom lane alone most of the time. Once the opponent relaxes their vigilance and allows her to develop, Su Muqing's output and harvesting ability in the late stage are devastating. Relying on this set of early development and late core play, Su Muqing still killed to the forefront of the national server without a good support teammate double row. The little girl didn't have any complicated thoughts in her mind. She just wanted to stay with Yi Xiu and help him. Shui's playstyle is more risky and dangerous, so she will serve as a supplement to Xingxin's stability and bottom up. Maybe she is destined not to shine like these eccentric geniuses, but as long as she can steadily emit her own light, it is enough. Yi Xiu naturally doesn't need to worry about these people. But a certain nervous knife is not necessarily. Yi Xiu looked at the eye-catching Diamond 2 on Baozi's computer screen and was a little stunned. Logically speaking, as a rhythm engine, the jungler should be the most suitable rank for rapid points. Unfortunately, this jungler is Baozi. In the qualifying match alone, he stunned everyone with a score of 5-5 and won the title of Silver Boy. Then, the road to the top was also bumpy. Baozi's personal strength is not bad, but his consciousness is too wild. Such a crazy jungler is really a headache. I'm sorry, boss. Baozi, who was born a gangster, hung his head at this time, feeling that he had embarrassed Yi Xiu. It's not your fault, but your consciousness does need some practice. Yi Xiu calmed down. It's a good thing to be wild and unrestrained. It can work wonders when necessary. But, wild and unrestrained, you also need a solid foundation as a backup. Otherwise, it will become a mess. I will practice hard, boss. Baozi didn't dare to look Yi Xiu in the eye. The look of this unlucky child made Yi Xiu laugh, and he slapped him on the back with his backhand. What's the use of just practicing by yourself? What you need is someone who can guide you. For this reason, I specially invited a teacher for you. Yi Xiu waved at the entrance of the internet cafe and said, "Come in." A man with dead eyes, wearing casual clothes, and looking about 20 years old walked in with a suitcase. "Hello, everyone." He spoke with a strong HB accent. "Let me introduce you to everyone." Yi Xiu went up and put his arm around the man's shoulders. This is an old man from the time when Glory was first launched. He was also a powerful figure back then, but for various reasons he didn't continue on the road of esports. His previous ID was Nguyen, and we usually call him Nuoto. And now, he is one of the 3 pillars of the national server of League of Legends, a man who relies on consciousness to dominate the national server. Clear love, Mingkai. In the future, he will become Baozi's teacher. When the 15-year-old Ji Qiu and the 15-year-old Su Muqiu were fighting in the internet cafe, the 16-year-old Ming Kai bought himself a new computer with the internet fees he won from PK. As a result, he no longer needed to go to the internet cafe to afford the configuration of Honor of Kings, and for a while he became a big shot who could play Honor of Kings at home. In a sense, he was more successful than Su Muqiu. When the 18-year-old Ji Qiu led the excellent Era team to win the first championship, the 19-year-old Ming Kai watched enviously from the audience. In the early days, most teams were made up of grassroots teams. Ming Kai couldn't lead the few idiots around him and didn't even touch the floor tiles in the finals. Seeing everyone in excellent Era except Yi Qiu lift the championship trophy together, he wondered when he could have one for fun. But when the 19-year-old Ji Qiu won the second championship trophy, the 20-year-old Ming Kai, after working at the road and bridge construction site for half a year, he returned to his hometown and followed his father to raise pigs in the pig farm at home. People called him the little factory manager. Don't tell me, I know what the nickname of the factory manager is. Don't worry about it now that the world has changed. There are always people who say that esports is a rough road full of thorns, and every step is accompanied by blood and tears. But in Mingkai's view, blood and tears are, in a sense, a luxury. Those who can shed blood and tears on this road have already won too many guys like him. Mingkai's father is a person who attaches great importance to education. He bought Mingkai a super learning machine since he was a child so that he could learn English, although it was eventually modified into a game console. Such a father looked down on the little money Mingkai earned from playing games. After the end of the S1 season, he pulled Mingkai's ears with a broom and took him home. From then on, the promise of honor professional player Nguyen came to an end. Mingkai, who went home to work, still played games frequently, and still liked to study game tactics and equipment to ensure that he had a clear mind. But his hands and eyes were gradually unable to keep up with his thinking. From his retirement in S2 to S8, Mingkai watched as a bystander the gradual success of esports in the commercial field. Sometimes when he and his father went to the city to do some business, they would see celebrity professional players' endorsements on the big billboards on the street. They were ruddy and high-spirited, just like Mingkai before he was 20 years old. Another time, his father pointed at the billboard and asked him if these people were from the game he played in before. Mingkai just said yes, and then counted his opponents one by one on his fingers to his father, how they were doing now. He only counted the successful guys, such as Yi Chiu and Han Wenqing, and he automatically skipped those who were not famous like Wei Chen. His father was silent when he listened to Mingkai's nonsense about the sky-high advertising fees. It took a while for him to say that he should have let you stick to it and try. Yes, you should have tried, but what's the point of saying this now? Mingkai is already a pig farmer. In the past few years, Mingkai has continued to pay attention to many things in the honor of King's professional circle, watching many games and news, and pretending to be an expert in front of the kids in his hometown who play Honor of Kings. Watching his team fall into the challenge tournament and become a nobody, watching Excellent Era gradually fall after its glory, watching the old guys leave the spotlight one by one. Until Yi Chiu announced his retirement. Mingkai, who was watching the news, talked to the mournful fans around him that Yi Chiu must have been forced to retire, because he knew too well what kind of person this old rival was. Then, after Excellent Era's collapse, he attracted another wave of admiring eyes. Then, Yi Chiu, it should be called Yi Chiu, called him and asked him to go to a Xinyu live broadcast platform. To be a streamer? Mingkai no longer had that ambition, but his father thought he should give it a try. So after leaving the gaming industry for 7 years, Mingkai once again became a gaming-related professional, sitting in front of a computer and becoming a small streamer. At the beginning, the live broadcast effect was not very good. If it weren't for the name of a former professional player and Yi Chiu occasionally helping him to attract traffic, he would have earned less than raising pigs. Until the launch of League of Legends. Mingkai no longer had much feelings for the game of honor. Seeing Yi Chiu take the lead in announcing his switch to League of Legends, he followed suit. He took back his online game ID, Clearlove, and added a 7 after it, thinking of the 7 years he had wasted. Then, he found that League of Legends seemed to suit him. His operation was definitely not up to par in honor, but in League of Legends, he seemed to be able to barely be competitive. And the clear mind he had maintained during the honor period seemed to have a miraculous effect in League of Legends, especially in the position of jungler who had to set the pace. Even if he couldn't guarantee that every operation would be done well, at least he could appear in the right place at the right time. And this, for the junglers in the wild period, was already a dimensionality reduction strike level. As the ranking competition progressed, the national server gradually had the saying of the 3 big players in the national server. It was about 3 guys who were very strong and could not get out of the ranking all day long. The big player in the middle lane was Yi Chiu, the former 3-time champion of honor. The big player in the bottom lane was Zhang Jiala, the former 3-time champion of honor. And the jungle's big shot, former glory. Who was nothing, clear law 7. After 10 years of twists and turns, the 27-year-old Mingkai returned to the spotlight of online games like the 17-year-old Mingkai, but it seems that there is no place for him at a higher level. Right? Hey, why did you suddenly remember to call me? Mingkai asked curiously the busy man who should be attacking the national server. I plan to form an alliance team. Yi Chiu said concisely. Form it yourself? Can you get enough people? Mingkai's heartbeat suddenly accelerated when he heard the word professional. Lucky, I met a few talented teenagers. Yi Xiu's tone was flat, but one could also vaguely hear a certain complacency. But our jungler Baozi is a little too imaginative. Baozi? Is it that canyon psycho? Mingkai had heard of Baozi's name and smiled. That kid lacks awareness and basically relies on instinct to play in the jungle. I see, you want me to teach him, right? Okay. Mingkai agreed very readily. Teaching an apprentice who can play professionally? Not bad, at least it doesn't disgrace my reputation. But Yi Chiu obviously didn't intend to let this old guy who still had gas in the tank go. It's not just you who needs to teach him. Yi Chiu said with a smile. I know your tactical thinking and overall view very well. If you hadn't retired, the league might have one more tactical master. Now that I'm a mid-lane player, I need to focus on operations. I can't have so much energy to study BP, tactics, and the like. I hope you can fill this gap in the happy team. Be a coach? You treat me like an animal, don't you? Mingkai scolded with a smile. But Yi Chiu didn't plan to stop yet. Yi Buxiu's ability in squeezing people was not much worse than that of a certain man named Pei. Also, the happy team is still too young after all. In addition to me, we need an old man who is mature enough and can control the situation. So you, as a coach, must be ready to go into battle at any time. Can you do that? Listening to Yi Xiu's calculations on the other end of the microphone, Mingkai didn't have the heart to continue joking. At the age of 27, Can he still play professionally? Little brat, you want to exploit the old man, right? Just say whether you will come or not. Come, of course. In the S1 season of Glory, the 19-year-old Clearlove was as famous as Yi Xiu in the online game and was a celebrity. At that time, he wanted to win a championship for fun. In the S1 season of League of Legends, the 27-year-old Clearlove 7 was as famous as Yi Xiu in the national server and was a celebrity. He also wanted to win a championship for fun. It's you, he said secretly in his heart. Su Hanwei is a young internet addict. His account Xie has a master rank in the Chinese version of League of Legends. But just now, he experienced the most frustrating game he had won since he started playing LOL. In that game, Su Hanwei was matched with a jungler named Huiran Wuran. In the early stage of the game, Huiran Wuran began to ping the signal in the opponent's jungle area. The public screen content was basically opposite, 20 seconds. It was like an extremely precise clock. At the beginning, Su Hanwei was quite active in cooperating with him to counter jungle, but soon, he felt that he was about to be driven crazy. Helping Huiran Wuran in the early stage seemed to let this guy taste the sweetness. Even if Xie made it clear that he could not rely on him in the next wave, he still rushed into the opponent's jungle alone. And then gave up. Not long after going online, he started pinging the jungle again. Huiran Bujuan was like an insatiable bandit who wanted to drive the opponent's jungler out of the jungle forever. His style of play forced Su Hanwei to work hard to cooperate with his invasion rhythm in the middle lane, making it very uncomfortable for him to play. If he was not careful, Huiran Bujuan might die in the opponent's jungle in the next second. Although he won the game in the end with the huge advantage brought by Huiran Bujuan's counter jungle, the feeling of being suffocated made Su Hanwei uncomfortable all over. But just when he was about to go to the bathroom to calm down and continue playing, he saw the familiar ID on the screen of the same row of 2 seats apart, Huiran Bujuan. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Su Hanwei thought. He looked behind the chair for a while without showing any expression. Huiran Bujuan was a boy who looked to be in his early 20s, with a cold face and taciturn appearance. He always had a blank expression on his face and kept people at a distance. It was not until Su Hanwei saw him start the next game and started to ping the signal to the opponent's jungle not long after that he confirmed that this was the. Although they met offline, Su Hanwei didn't think about killing the opponent offline, but just watched the game quietly. This look made Su Hanwei feel a little surprised. Huiran Bujuan's playing style is very extreme. He is keen on counter jungle, like a bandit, and basically walks on the edge of a knife all the time. But with his excellent operation and awareness, his tolerance rate is actually not low. Once the opponent falls into his rhythm, it won't take long before he finds a monster in the jungle. A gameplay centered on the jungle position? So fresh. Su Hanwei thought. Victory! Not long after, relying on the huge advantage of the position, Huiran Bujuan easily won the game. Brother! Su Hanwei patted his shoulder from behind. Who knew that with this pat, Huiran Bujuan jumped up like a rabbit and turned his head like lightning. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes. Su Hanwei was startled by him. Don't be nervous. Brother, I just saw that you played well. After hearing this, Huiran Bujuan's expression improved. After holding it in for a long time, he stammered out 2 words, thank you. This made Su Hanwei even more curious. It happened that there was no one next to Huiran Bujuan, so he simply asked the network administrator to change seats and sat next to Huiran Bujuan to chat with him. At first, Huiran Bujuan didn't know whether he was cautious or didn't like to talk, and Su Hanwei basically communicated one-sidedly. But after Su Hanwei revealed his identity, the two of them played duo for several games. Although Su Hanwei's playing style was also extremely fierce, he consciously suppressed his murderous aura a little and cooperated with Huiran Bujuan's offensive in the jungle. This made Huiran Bujuan's counter-jungle road suddenly much more comfortable. After playing happily, Huiran Bujuan's favorability towards Su Hanwei rose sharply, and he was willing to talk more with this 17 or 18-year-old boy. What? You have been chased by someone? Su Hanwei exclaimed. In the previous communication, he knew a little about the past of this guy in front of him. Huiran Bayan, whose real name is Mo Fan, used to play Honor of Kings. He was a well-known scavenger in the god's domain. Ordinary scavengers would just squat on the edge of large battlefields such as the guild's opening of a wild map boss, and wait until the battle was over to enter the battlefield to pick up a wave of dropped equipment. But Huiran Bayan was different. This guy not only stole, but also robbed. He usually sneaked in before the battle was over, relying on the concealment of the ninja profession to kill important figures on the battlefield and rob their equipment. There is no doubt that such a guy is a rat crossing the street in the online game, and everyone wants to beat him. Originally, Mo Fan didn't care about these things. He was a loner and had few friends. A bad reputation didn't affect him at all. But the problem is, sir, the times have changed. Live broadcasting, an industry that has completely changed the ecology of online games, was created by Pei Yunting. With live broadcasting, the exposure in the game has greatly increased. But Mo Fan hit a snag. During the days when Honor of Kings was still popular on Xianyu Live, he was lucky enough to get a second-tier anchor who was relatively famous. Moreover, he was backstabbed in front of the entire live broadcast room during the live broadcast, and his best equipment was exploded. Now, the ID Hui Rinbu Wan has become completely popular. The anchor was so angry that he issued a killing order on the spot. For a time, the god's domain was in chaos, and everyone wanted to kill Hui Rinbu Wan. If it were so, it would be fine. The key is that Mo Fan experienced it personally. When he was surfing the internet in an internet cafe, he had just killed a pursuer, and he heard a big brother 2 or 3 seats away slamming the keyboard and yelling, "Hui Rinbu Wan I. Don't let your father find you." This experience of almost being ganked offline scared Mo Fan, who was severely socially anxious. Not long after, the ID Hui Rinbu Wan never appeared in Honor of Kings again. A few months later, League of Legends was launched, and Mo Fan changed internet cafes and used the ID Hui Rinbu Wan to enter League of Legends. Without permanent equipment this time, his reputation was naturally not that bad. But being a scavenger in glory made him develop a bandit-like style of fighting. The reason why I chose to play jungle is because if I choose to play on the line, I can't kill my own soldiers. But in the jungle, I can steal the opponent's wild monsters. So, Mo Fan used his unique bandit style of play, which was unique among the junglers in the national server, fierce and greedy. Just now, Su Hanwei patted him on the shoulder, and he thought that his enemies in glory really came along the network cable to kill him. "I didn't expect that your experience, Brother Mo, was quite exciting." Su Hanwei didn't know what to say for a while after listening to Mo Fan's experience. Say he is pitiful, he is purely to blame. Say he is hateful, look at how scared the child is. In the end, Su Hanwei could only continue to pat Mo Fan on the shoulder and suggested, "It's come to this, let's play in duo first." The great first champion of S1 was staring at the screen at this moment. The opposing team pushed the line fiercely, and even dared to dance provocatively in a fairly forward position. In the past, this was Zhang Jiala's job. But this time, even if the opponent was so arrogant, Zhang Jiala did not dare to go up and give the opposing team a hard set of attacks. Because his own jungle area had been completely destroyed. Since the first wave of invasion by the opponent's mid and jungle, Zhang Jiala was busy suppressing and did not go to support in time. With the mid and jungle both of him giving up, the rhythm was no longer in Zhang Jiala's hands. One step worse, and the opponent chose a Nidalee who could not be stopped once she got up. For the bottom lane AD, it was simply a ghost story. The opponent's jungler was roaming in his own jungle, and who knows if a deadly javelin will fly out from a strange angle in the next moment. After taking a risk to suppress and force a wave of attacks and being copied by the opponent, Zhang Jiala knew that the game was over. This jungler is quite something. Although he lost a game, Zhang Jiala was not too depressed. On the contrary, he was very interested in the fierce play of the opponent's jungler. As the only position where all resources can be eaten by both sides, the jungler's anti-jungle play is naturally developed by someone. But he has never seen a jungler as greedy as this one. But this play seems to be very effective. The game eventually inevitably went to failure. The jungle was pressed at level 4, and the economic gap was 4 digits. Even gods could not save it. Sun Zhiping stretched inside, but saw Zhang Jiala's eyes sparkling. "Why, are you interested in the jungler on the opposite side?" Sun Zhiping knew Zhang Jiala's little thoughts very well. During this period, the thing Zhang Jiala thought about the most was how to sneak into Xingxin Internet Cafe and kill Yi Xiu. Why can he, as a network administrator, attract a large number of young talents? If Yi Xiu were to form a team now, not only would all 5 lanes be available, but there would even be enough rotation for the jungler in bottom lane. What about Zhang Jiala? Now, after finally meeting a jungler with amazing playing style in the ranking, it would be a miracle if Zhang Jiala let him go. No, not only the jungler, but also the mid laner on the opposite side. Zhang Jiala called up the video of the previous game. "Look, this mid laner named Xie has very aggressive positioning and operations. He is a good player at suppressing the line. Through sufficient suppression, he radiates the advantage to the jungle area and takes the lead in cooperating when each wave of junglers tries to invade. He can play very fiercely, but he can also restrain his fierceness and help the team." After checking the game records of the opponent's mid and jungle, it was found that the two of them only cooperated in duo rows for about 10 games. Zhang Jiala felt that he had picked up a treasure. Dig! We must dig! Sun Jiping frowned as he looked at Zhang Jiala's excitement and reminded him, although I admit that these two are outstanding, have you considered one thing? This jungler's playing style is so fierce, which means he needs enough tactical support. Although the mid laner has been consciously cooperating with the jungler in the past few games, judging from his hero pool in the past games, he is also a very fierce player. Add the two of us in the bottom lane. When the time comes, how will the economy be divided? How will the tactical weight be determined? Sun Jiping stared into Zhang Jiala's eyes. If a team is really formed, Zhang Jiala will definitely be the absolute boss. But there are only so many resources in the canyon. If he eats them, what will the others eat? A jungler who is a wild core, a fierce mid laner, and a support who is a wild sword. It is impossible that they will really play with 4 cores at that time, right? Zhang Jiala stared at Sun Jiping's eyes for a while, and suddenly laughed. Big Sun, do you know what it feels like to be the runner-up 3 times? He asked. Sun Jiping was stunned, and he continued to say what he wanted to say, at least in China. Probably no one knows except you. Yes, only I know. Zhang Jiala did not continue to argue with him, and his smile was bitter. I have stepped on the highest mountain 3 times, but I was always 1 step away from the final fruit. Every time I see the championship that is already within my reach slip away, I feel like countless knives are tapping on my heart repeatedly. Zhang Jiala subconsciously covered his chest when he said this, as if there was a wound there that was aching. Son, I want the championship, I'm crazy about it. The reason why Zhang Jiala chose to play aggressively from the beginning to the end in the ranking rush is because this can maximize the chance of victory in his own hands. It's not because he can only win the game with this style of play. In order to get a real championship, I even gave up the glory that I have played for so many years, didn't I? As long as it can make the team stronger, as long as we can compete for the championship, let alone change the style of play, even if you let me change my position, I will not hesitate. If these 2 newcomers can work out a new style of play with us, then work together. If they can't work together, then let me adapt to them. Zhang Jiala's eyes burned with crazy flames. That was the anger that had accumulated from countless near misses in his 7-year career. For victory, Zhang Jiala could give everything without hesitation. What was a little tactical weight in core position? Looking at Zhang Jiala like this, Sun Jiping suddenly sighed. It seems that our top laner will suffer. Transformation is not something that can be done with determination alone. In any case, if those 2 people are really poached, the top laner will definitely be completely free range. I hope to find a good player who can withstand pressure. Zhang Jiala saw Sun Jiping like this and knew that he acquiesced. He happily began to send friend requests. You can't say that. It's still unclear whether they will agree to us. Let me see, it's this Xie. And Huaren Bourgeois, right? Huaren Bourgeois. Why does this ID sound a little familiar? As a professional player, Zhang Jiala spent very little time in online games and had never heard of Fan's name. But Sun Jiping had retired for many years and had basically been playing in the Honor online game. At this time, he also realized the origin of this name. Could it be that notorious scavenging ninja? Zhang Jiala was a little dumbfounded after listening to Sun Jiping's introduction to Huaren Bourgeois. It turns out that the opponent is actually a celebrity in online games. No wonder his fighting style is as fierce as a bandit. It turns out to be a traditional virtue left over from the scavenging period. Should we still recruit him? Sun Jiping was embarrassed. Recruit? Of course. Zhang Jiala gritted his teeth, unwilling to let go of the fat meat at his mouth. He clicked the mouse to send a friend request while talking to himself. Glory is almost over. Why do you still care about these black histories? As long as there is no big problem with the character, we will recruit them. Su Hanwei cheered and leaned back in his chair. Fan looked at him strangely. The cooperation between the 2 of them during this period was unstoppable. With Su Hanwei's deliberate cooperation, the winning rate was quite impressive. He had never been so excited in any game. What's wrong with being happy? We just got Zhang Jiala. Su Hanwei shouted. Zhang Jiala? Fan didn't pay attention to the professional scene or live broadcast, so he had no idea who Zhang Jiala was. The top 3 players in the national server, the first champion in S1, the former Glory League's Flowerblood scene, the Sanya King, and now the salted fish anchor Zhang Jiala. Maybe it was because Zhang Jiala liked to talk about this in the live broadcast room recently. Su Hanwei, who often watched the live broadcast, could easily say Zhang Jiala's titles. But when he looked back, he saw Fan exploded like a cat whose tail was stepped on, with fear in his eyes. Su Hanwei was stunned, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A professional player of Glory, and a big streamer. Each of these elements reminded Mo Fan of the memory of being almost ganked offline. Don't worry, we won by our strength, how could he cause us trouble? He patted Mo Fan on the shoulder. Yeah. Mo Fan nodded with difficulty and slowly sat back in his seat. But at this moment, a friend request popped up in his message bar, and the other party's ID was Manhwa Lil1. Mo Fan slowly turned his head and looked at Su Hanwei, who was also confused. Su Hanwei was also dumbfounded. No, are you really coming? Seeing that Mo Fan started to pack up and prepare to turn around and run, Su Hanwei hurriedly pulled him. Be patient, be patient. He turned around and agreed to Zhang Jiala's friend request, thinking that the other party couldn't really be here to cause trouble. It's not like he did anything against the law. Manhwa Lil1 quickly sent a message. Hello, Huiran Bujuan, I'm Zhang Jiala, is it convenient for you? Why does it look like you're here to discuss something? The two looked at each other. In the end, Su Hanwei replied on behalf of Mo Fan, the social phobic, excuse me, what can I do for you? I think your jungle skills are very good, and I want to ask if you have any thoughts on becoming a professional. Zhang Jiala explained his purpose very straightforwardly. Professional? Su Hanwei's eyes lit up. He said you can become a professional. But Mo Fan subconsciously resisted. I don't want to become a professional. Seeing that he was about to give away his overwhelming wealth, Su Hanwei became anxious. After 2 days of getting along, he knew very well that although his friend did have a shameful black history, he was definitely a good person. He didn't want Mo Fan to miss this precious opportunity. He forced the resistant Mo Fan to sit in front of the computer, added him as a friend according to the contact information given by Zhang Jiala, and started a video call. It turns out that Zhang Jiala was not here to attack people through the internet. He was quite sincere in inviting Mo Fan. It was just that because Mo Fan was too quiet, he mistook Su Hanwei for Mo Fan. Well, Mr. Zhang Jiala, he is the one who is destroying people. I am the mid-laner Xia who is duo queuing with him. Su Hanwei tugged at Mo Fan's sleeve, who had been shrinking into the corner, and pulled him back to the center of the screen. You are Xia? Great. Zhang Jiala didn't feel embarrassed at all for recognizing the wrong person. Are you interested in playing professionally? Me? Su Hanwei was stunned. He was obviously more active than anyone else when helping Mo Fan, but when it came to himself, he was at a loss. I watched your ranking video, and your operation is also outstanding. The key is that you are very adaptable. Zhang Jiala spoke eloquently. When you are in solo queue, you can choose an assassin-type mid lane to roam on the tip of the knife, but when you are in duo queue with Huiran Buo, you can also change your style to enhance your support ability. I think you have great potential to shine in the professional arena. Su Hanwei is just an ordinary internet-addicted teenager. Except for his family and relatives, no one has ever praised him like this. Suddenly, he felt a little dizzy. Just when he was about to agree in a fit of excitement, Mo Fan, who had been silent the whole time, spoke first. His eyes, which had been dodging all the time, were now sharper. If he plays professionally, will he have to sacrifice his playing style? Although he was not familiar with Zhang Jiala, he could also feel his opponent's extremely distinctive personal style from the previous game. Such a bottom lane, and a well-known top professional player, must be the core weight position of the tactics. So, who will be the sacrifice? Is it himself? Or Xie? Su Hanwei was stunned. He didn't expect Mo Fan to stand up for him. He subconsciously signaled to Mo Fan in the blind spot of the camera that he was fine. Playing professionally is a big deal to gain both fame and fortune, so what's wrong with changing the style? But Mo Fan was unmoved. He had no idea what playing professionally meant. He just felt that Xie and he got along well, and he didn't want him to be wronged. It was obviously an aggressive question, but Zhang Jiala answered it very straightforwardly. It depends on how well we get along in the future. Since our playing styles are too aggressive, it is inevitable that someone will make sacrifices in the future. But I promise you that we will never force you to play the game in a way that you are not good at. If possible, it can be me who changes the style. Zhang Jiala was calm and composed, as if what he just promised was just a small matter like borrowing some money. And it was this calm and firm attitude that shocked Mo Fan. Zhang Jiala looked at the stunned Mo Fan and suddenly smiled evilly. Boy, are you underestimating the determination of us old guys? For the sake of victory, what's the big deal about changing the playing style? Brother Lo wants to compete for the championship? Su Hanwei was a little surprised. 10 minutes ago, he was just an ordinary passerby who was quietly playing in a double row in the corner of the internet cafe, but now, he is already discussing the championship with a meritorious player. Nonsense! Why would you play if you don't want to win the championship? Go home and raise pigs. Done. Zhang Jiala stretched. As the captain of Manhwa for many years, he had dealt with countless young players. It was too easy for him to convince two players with his personal charm. What about the top laner? Sun Shiping glanced at him. Who knows? Zhang Jiala also felt a headache. He also knew very well that what his team needed now was a top laner who was willing to work hard, do blue-collar work, and withstand pressure. But the problem is, which teenager who can reach the top of the national server does not have his own pride? Who can be willing to be a blue-collar worker? How about I go to the live broadcast room to advertise? Just say that Zhang Jiala is recruiting a big tree and requires a top laner? Zhang Jiala came up with a bad idea. But Sun Shiping didn't reply to him. Zhang Jiala looked over with some confusion, only to find that Sun Shiping was flipping through his phone with a serious expression at this time. After a moment, he sighed, "It seems that we have room for choice." What happened? Zhang Jiala was stunned. The League of Glory is suspended. The question is, what is a suspension? Of course, it does not mean that the Honor League has just disbanded. Since the competition system is copied from the NBA, the suspension of the Honor League is exactly the same as the NBA's suspension. To put it bluntly, when the interests of the league, clubs and players are in irreconcilable conflict, such as when the labor capital contract cannot be negotiated, the league cannot be held. At this time, the league will announce a suspension, and it will not reopen until the three parties sit back at the negotiation table again and explain everything clearly. Generally speaking, most of the suspensions are due to the uneven distribution of interests between clubs and players. But this suspension of the Honor League is different. The fuse of the suspension was a new regulation issued by the Honor League. Since Tencent announced that it would establish Tencent Esports, Feng Xianjun, the former chairman of the Honor League, and a large number of league executives did not say a word and turned to the light, becoming the early team of Tencent Esports. The original Honor League was naturally paralyzed. For this reason, the World Electronic Sports Association announced shortly afterwards that Han Yong, the former vice president of the Huaxia branch, would serve as the chairman of the Honor Alliance. As soon as the new official took office, Han Yong was also very resolute. As soon as he took office, he announced the results of the handling of the skill points. First of all, he admitted that the champion of the 8th season of Samsara met the relevant regulations of the Alliance and could not be confiscated. But at the same time, he also admitted that the Alliance did have some shortcomings in terms of skill points. After friendly discussions with Samsara, the skill point secret book was released for free. Samsara was very straightforward in this matter, and it had to be straightforward, otherwise the only popularity would be lost. Now, most of the accounts in the entire alliance can achieve a stable 4900 plus skill points. Even if there is a difference of 10 or 20 points, at least the gap is far less than that. It can be regarded as a reassurance to the panicking alliance. But the good times did not last long. Just as the clubs were gearing up to discuss equipment and other reforms with the alliance. Without holding a meeting with the major clubs, Han Yong unilaterally issued a rule: all clubs with seats in the Glory Professional League are not allowed to establish game divisions that are not recognized by the World Electronic Sports Association. Otherwise, they will be deprived of their seats in the Glory event. This is a rule with an extremely obvious unilateral protective nature, which is equivalent to an open break with Tinghai Company. Now, all the clubs under its control are furious. Why did no club choose to follow up after the two giants Joshua and Blue Rain withdrew from the competition? Is it because they can't see the potential of League of Legends? Of course not, they are all thinking about establishing a League of Legends division. It's just, why do you want to withdraw from the competition? Why be so extreme? Isn't it good to make money from both ends? Anyway, League of Legends doesn't need to cultivate accounts. If someone can sneak into the headquarters of a club, they will find that they have already divided a large area and have begun to dig people from the national server to build their own League of Legends team. The boss of Baihua even went out personally to lick Zhang Jiala day and night, vowing to rebuild the glory of Fanhua Shuejing. And now, maybe the alliance has the best of both worlds? What kind of joke is this? The bosses reached a consensus at an unprecedented speed and all went to the league headquarters to ask for punishment. Then, there was this meeting that changed the fate of the club. So everyone, are you here to ask for punishment? Han Yong sat in the main seat, looking calm and composed. Not to ask for punishment, Chairman Han. The first to speak was the boss of tyranny. It's just that under the new regulations, we clubs really don't know how to continue. You don't know how difficult our life has been during this period. Since Tencent launched the League of Legends, the terrifying daily activity and traffic immediately helped the major sponsors who were confused in the storm to find their direction. For a time, the threshold of the Tencent Esports headquarters was almost trampled by the sponsors who came one after another. In contrast, the major clubs were bleak. In addition to some small shrimps whose influence was limited to the local area and who were not qualified to discuss cooperation with Tencent, they were still willing to invest in the Honor Club. Even if the big sponsors did not leave, they all lowered the sponsorship amount for the next contract. During this period, the clubs were struggling, but they still had the courage to hold on in order to maintain their first-mover advantage in the esports field. When the time comes, they will enter the League of Legends and get traffic from both ends, so they will be able to make a good living. But what about now? Not only that, due to the large-scale loss of labor in online games and the increase in material prices, the research and development and maintenance costs of account equipment are too high at this stage. The one who spoke was the boss of Samsara. The advantage of their own skill points is gone, so naturally they have to make up for it from other clubs. For example, stop the increasingly fierce account arms race. With the lead of the only 3 remaining champions, various clubs responded one after another and complained about their grievances. It was called complaining, but in fact it was forcing the palace. However, even though the scene was in chaos, Han Yong's expression did not change at all, but became more and more leisurely. It was not until the bosses were exhausted that they clapped their hands and said, "Are you done?" "I'm done." The boss of Weichao keenly felt that something was wrong. But for the sake of his future financial prospects, he still answered with a stiff upper lip, "In short, if the new rules are implemented, our clubs will be in a desperate situation where they can't make ends meet. And if the league allows us to establish a League of Legends division, it will be beneficial to everyone's development, and we don't have to tear our faces with Tinghai Company. I hope you, Chairman, can understand us on this matter. We want to make progress too much." Han Yong listened to the boss's complaints and suddenly laughed. It was a cold, mocking smile. He stood up and walked slowly forward, accompanied by a strong sense of oppression. "Do you think that as long as the league relaxes restrictions, you can swagger into League of Legends esports and make a lot of money from Mr. Pay? Do you think that as long as the league reforms the account plan, everything will get better? Do you think that no matter who holds the right to speak in esports and how it changes, you clubs can open the door to welcome the new emperor like the court officials in the past?" The sarcasm and ridicule in his tone became stronger and stronger, and the sneer on his face made people feel uneasy. The bosses looked at each other. All of them didn't know what to say. Of course, they did think so in their hearts. They are the top clubs that have grown up in the development of Chinese esports over the years. Who else can esports events rely on if not them? But looking at Han Yong's appearance, they subconsciously didn't dare to answer. Looking at their cowardly appearance, Han Yong smiled contemptuously, turned to the computer, and controlled the projector to project a picture. Not long ago, Tinghai Esports released the selection plan for the Chinese division of the League of Legends League, that is, the LPL division. He slammed the table, and his voice suddenly became louder. "See it clearly. Pei Yunting is not the emperor who changed the dynasty at all. He is Huang Chao and Shuang who came to dig up your roots." But soon, their attention was attracted by the establishment and operation system of the League of Legends League proposed by Han Yong. Simply put, Pei Yunting's idea is the most standard level-by-level selection. From the internet cafe competition to the city competition and then to the city championship competition, the top 48 teams will be selected to form the league. Among them, the top 12 teams will enter the top league LPL, and the remaining 36 will enter the secondary league LSPL. This set of rules is basically the system established by Pei Yunting after moving the establishment ideas of the LPL in his previous life and integrating the city championship and the LPL qualifiers. The bosses looked at the terms on the screen and their faces changed a little. Could it be that our big clubs also have to start from the internet cafe competition? However, considering that the Glory League also has a challenge competition and has to start from the beginning, it seems that it is not unacceptable. However, the faces of several bosses have begun to turn pale. You don't think that the qualifiers for the League of Legends will be as easy to play as the Honor Challenge, do you? Han Yong had regained his leisurely look at the different looks of the bosses and asked slowly. As soon as he said this, the feeling of uneasiness became even more serious. "Chairman Han, what do you mean by this?" The boss of the Qingkai team, as the representative of the bottom team, asked cautiously. "What do you think is the capital that can make your team the dragon in the challenge?" Han Yong smiled wantonly. "It's the poor equipment. You've been complaining to me about the poor equipment for 2 or 3 months. You only see that you are suppressed by the top teams in the league because of your equipment disadvantage, but you don't see that you are also suppressing the teams in the challenge tournament. Bringing your own account may indeed make it difficult for you to enter the championship, but it also ensures that you won't fall too badly. Even if you enter the challenge tournament, you still have a great chance to fight back. As long as you are still in the league, no matter how bad your performance is, the dividends are here, and you will always make money. But what about the League of Legends? Without equipment advantages, without account advantages, no matter where the internet cafe team comes from, they are standing on the same starting line with you. Are you sure that with your not-so-outstanding Honor Youth training, you can stand out among countless League of Legends masters? The bosses of the weak teams were already sweating profusely at this time. It must be said that although the Honor League does have various problems, it is actually relatively friendly to the teams ranked lower in the league. It can even be said that it has built a warm house for these weak teams to shelter from the wind and rain. As long as they don't pursue results and are content with the status quo, they can steadily get the dividends from the league without spending much. But if they step into the field of League of Legends, they will be completely exposed to the cruel storms of the outside world. Previously, Tinghai's heavy investment in the Glory League in the 8th season filled the boss's favor. Before this joint coup, they were filled with magic potions by several top clubs, and subconsciously regarded the League of Legends as a promised land flowing with milk. But at this time, they were stimulated by Han Yong, and they realized that this piece of cake seemed not so easy to eat. The bosses of the three giants looked at each other, and they all saw solemn expressions in each other's eyes. But before they could refute, Han Yong continued to strike while the iron was hot, and everyone, please think clearly about one thing: is the investment in the League of Legends team really as low as you think? Everyone was stunned. Do you have a coach? Han Yong smiled like a devil. Do you have a data analyst? Do you have a psychological counselor? Do you have a mature system of competition and training? Have you recruited enough top players from the national server? As soon as these words came out, the bosses of the underdog teams began to sweat. The game information, tactics and command of glory are basically handled by the captain and vice-captain. They have to be both the father and the mother. Such a system certainly saved the clubs a lot of trouble, but when faced with transformation, problems immediately began to emerge. You treat the League of Legends as a business that makes a lot of money without any investment, but you ignore that it also has its own operating costs. And they are quite high. Han Yong opened his arms excitedly. Without the simplest and most direct way to strengthen equipment, the major teams can only focus on training, players, lineups, and youth training. You don't think that spending in these areas will save money compared to strengthening equipment? Pei, the president of Tinghai, is like an emperor who is trying to change the dynasty, and he is an emperor with his own family background. Those who can get the opportunity to be loyal to him either have the capital or have military merits. Do you have any? To put it bluntly, it is precisely the greenhouse-like environment of the Glory League that gives the middle and lower-level teams room to play badly and make money. Instead, they are no longer so able to adapt to the cruel competition. Chairman Han, in this case, what should we do? The boss of Linhai said tremblingly. Judging from his respectful and flattering tone, he already had the intention to switch sides. Han Yong looked around and found that not only the weak teams, but also several mid to upper level teams also cast expectant eyes on him. He enjoyed the feeling of being the savior of the world. Please rest assured, although Tinghai is coming with great momentum, the alliance is not without a response plan. We have invited the best designers to improve the existing Honor game. This process will take half a year, but I promise that Honor will not lose to League of Legends in half a year. Han Yong's tone was full of temptation. And, our World Electronic Sports Association also has its own foundation. As long as you are willing to continue to unite around us, relying on the foundation of the Honor League's years of hard work, why should you be afraid of Tinghai? It must be said that Han Yong is quite capable in speaking. With just a few words, he has already mobilized the emotions of the bosses. At this time, most of the club owners were excited, their eyes were shining, and they followed Han Yong to imagine the beautiful future he described, a scene of enthusiasm. Only the faces of several big bosses were not very good. When they looked at each other, they could see some helplessness in their eyes. The general situation is gone. The only way is to activate the emergency plan. This Han Yong is quite capable, at least, the cake is well drawn. Pei Yunting appreciated the memory picture projected to him by the system and nodded his evaluation. The system was a little speechless about his attitude, but if this continues, these clubs will still unite around the Glory League instead of joining the LPL League. Host, aren't you worried? Who knows that Pei Yunting couldn't help laughing when he heard this as if he heard a joke. Worried? Is there a possibility that Han Yong is not wrong? I just don't want this group of rotten clubs to pollute our environment. After all, it was the rubbish that allowed the likes of Excellent Era and Misty Rain to get to the top of the league before Tao Xian became enlightened, and the mud that had to be commanded by Yisho to fight for a boss in the online game, which was a waste of air no matter where it was placed. Take this time as an example. Han Yong's speech seemed to be full of incitement, but in fact it was full of mistakes. He kept silent about the future improvement direction of Glory, and every sentence was like a castle in the air. You know, Pei Yunting had at least come up with a set of esports paradigms to deceive Yishio. Han Yong didn't pay anything, but just relied on his words to deceive these clubs. What else is there to say? Such a waste should be buried as soon as possible. Seeing Pei Yunting's attitude, the system didn't know what to say, but felt a little sorry. There are still a group of top professional players in the league. Han Wenqing, Zhang Xinjie, Zhou Zikai, Zhu Yinxiu. Pei Yunting's tone was calm, but there was an unquestionable taste. Yes, they are very high-quality professional players, and they are also rare treasures. But the league will not stop without them. LPL welcomes any capable professional players with an open attitude. If they can figure it out and are willing to join us, that would be the best. But if they must cling to the glory of the past. Pei Yunting shrugged and spread his hands, and asked back, "You can't ask me to beg them to play the game, right?" He believed that in order to build the esports system, his attitude was low enough. But you can't really be lower than the players, right? But, he suddenly said cheerfully, there's no need to go to this point. Half a year is enough for us to finish the MSI. By then, even if the Glory League is reopened, what can we do? Just like that, the league ushered in a new wave of reshuffles in the name of suspension. Han Yong stabilized the morale of the troops, and the clubs saw hope, and they all seemed to have a bright future. But there was one thing that Han Yong could not change no matter how eloquent he was: the league would be suspended for half a year. This not only meant that the schedule of the 9th season of the league would be greatly reduced, but also meant that the income of those clubs that lacked star players would plummet in the future. Suddenly, the major clubs that had just been dazzled by the big cake began to jump up and down. Linhai Club. So, the club is not going to renew my contract? Although it was a KTV scene, Zhao Yang was exceptionally calm. Instead, the manager of Linhai, who announced the decision, was full of guilt and reluctance. After Han Yong's deception, the boss of Linhai finally figured it out. A weak team like Linhai should just play as a background and get bonuses to ensure the bottom line. Instead of making a push every year and failing to enter the playoffs every year like now. It's too extravagant to support an all-star. What's more, there will be an absolute vacuum period of half a year. What's worse is that although Zhao Yang is indeed strong, his traffic is really not that high. So, Linhai finally decided to let Zhao Yang go. If it was the first 2 seasons, Zhao Yang was paired with Shanghai Wuliang, and it would not be a problem to sell him at a good price. But the problem is that with the current state of the league, no one would dare to buy him even if they paid him money. Zhao Yang was abandoned just like that. Sorry, Zhao Yang, it's not that the club doubts your ability, it's because we really can't continue to maintain the current lineup. If there is any choice, we are not willing to give up you, the meritorious player who has supported Linhai for many years. Facing Zhao Yang, the manager seemed quite frank. Yes, I understand. Zhao Yang just smiled, without any extra emotions. In that case, Xiao Zhao, you can make any requests. If you want to transfer, we will try our best to help you operate. If you want liquidated damages, we can also compensate you. Linhai's sincerity is still very sufficient, and there is no intention to kill the donkey after it has done its job. On the one hand, Zhao Yang, who had been with Linhai for 6 years, was indeed the soul of the entire team. On the other hand, Excellent Era's sudden collapse had completely changed the attitudes of major clubs towards players. But Zhao Yang just shook his head. No, the club doesn't owe me anything, so let it be. He took a step back and bowed deeply to the manager. Thank you for your care over the past 6 years. Linhai. Hai Wuliang, we are disconnected from this. The manager looked at him and couldn't help but feel sad. Linhai was a weak team that had never made the playoffs in its life. And Zhao Yang was a 6-time All-Star and a top player in the league. If Zhao Yang wanted to leave, there would definitely be a lot of teams vying for him. But Zhao Yang persisted and stayed in this hopeless and rotten team for 6 years. Maybe, this retirement would be a relief for him. If Linhai had a little spare money, they would want to hold a grand retirement ceremony for him. It's a pity that now is a turbulent era, and they themselves can't help themselves. After signing the contract, Zhao Yang walked on the street outside the club and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. It has to be said that being the captain of the Glory Club is really a very tiring job. Coach, assistant coach, psychological counselor, and even a tutor for the youth training children. He has to hold multiple positions and be the core player on the court. Zhao Yang has been carrying such a heavy pressure for 6 years. Suddenly relieved, he doesn't know where to go next. Where should he go? Zhao Yang is like a child who has just stepped into the city from the countryside, scanning everything on the street. Finally, his eyes stopped on the sign of an internet cafe. He was stunned and couldn't help laughing at himself. As expected, he is an internet addict, and the most suitable place is still an internet cafe. After entering, he paid the money and logged on to the computer. Sitting in front of the computer, looking at the honor card reader that was slightly dusty, Zhao Yang subconsciously wanted to take out the Hai Wuliang account card. It was not until he touched it that he realized that he was no longer a professional glory player. After 2 or 3 seconds of stunned, he scanned the computer desktop and saw the familiar icon as expected. This off-season, he has been playing this game that has messed up the league. I believe that many active players are also playing. And now, since they have retired anyway, who cares? Click the icon, enter the account password, and log in. Then the player who is now on machine 77 is the strongest king from Ionia. Welcome to our internet cafe, Master Summoner. A song How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible is dedicated to this king who roams the canyon. The crisp female voice broadcast echoed throughout the internet cafe, followed by a mighty and domineering music. How lonely it is to be invincible. Suddenly, at least 80% of the people in the entire internet cafe, whether they entered the game or not, turned their heads in unison, glanced a little, and finally focused their eyes on Zhao Yang, who was so embarrassed that his toes were digging the floor. Oh my god! The king of Area 1. Wait, he seems to be Zhao Yang from Linhai. Although as an all-star and the captain of Linhai, he has been exposed to the public for a long time, this is the first time that he has been watched by so many people in private. What's more embarrassing is that the soul-stirring BGM is still echoing around him. It's a bit of a social failure. Hello everyone. But at this point, he can only force a smile and greet everyone. Captain Zhao. It's really Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao, I'm your fan. Due to the geographical system of the Glory League, Zhao Yang's popularity is still quite good, at least locally. Suddenly, a fan meeting was held in the internet cafe. What? Captain Zhao is retiring? A fan exclaimed after listening to Zhao Yang's explanation. Yes, the league is not doing well, and the club has no money. I have played for so many years, and it's time to take a break. Zhao Yang smiled. When they came to this topic, everyone was silent. There was sadness and embarrassment. After all, everyone knows the reason why the Honor League is not doing well. Isn't it because everyone's attention has shifted to the League of Legends? Wait, League of Legends? Oh my god, Captain Zhao is actually the king of the first zone? A fan suddenly reacted. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were filled with a kind of hue. A man with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually betrayed the revolution. Zhao Yang was a little at a loss and waved his hands repeatedly. Off-season, off-season. No need to say, we all understand. The fan covered his mouth and laughed. With this commotion, the originally heavy atmosphere suddenly relaxed. At this time, a fan took a picture of all this and posted it on social media. No way. Zhang Jiala shook his head helplessly. It's a problem that we can't recruit a top laner. The reason is also very simple. Who can reach a high level in such a short time is not arrogant. Playing blue collar? Are you kidding? Zhang Jiala looked through the high-level segments and found very few who met the requirements. Among them, the one he liked the most was a top laner with the IDC. His playing style is quite stable among the aggressive top laners in the current high-ranking segments, and he is one of the few players who will choose heroes according to the lineup and even sacrifice himself. Zhang Jiala has seen this person's game recordings. In order to cooperate with the offensive of other lanes, he can even retreat to the second tower without hesitation. But this does not mean that his strength is not good. When necessary, he also has many strong performances of using heavy warriors to kill all around. Conscious, responsible, sacrificial, and powerful. What a perfect top laner in dreams. But the problem is that C has not been online for 2 days. Zhang Jiala sent him countless friend requests but none of them were answered. There is no way. How about lowering the segment requirements? Sun Jiping also had a headache. If it is lower, I really can't play professionally. Zhang Jiala's tone was a little weak, and he was obviously not confident enough. After all, if they can't find a good top laner again, they can hardly get 5 people to play the game. Oh, it's uncomfortable. Zhang Jiala muttered, lying on the gaming chair and watching short videos. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Clicking on Xinyu short videos, the first video that appeared on his homepage had an attractive title, Glory All-Star Player. Privately he is actually a top laner of the first zone? Zhang Jiala's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly looked down. Grandson, look at this. Is it Zhao Yang? From Linhai. Top laner of the first zone. This kid is good. With Sun Jiping's qualifications, he is 1 level higher than Zhao Yang, so he can indeed call Zhao Yang a kid. Wait, Zhao Yang's style. Zhang Jiala's mind turned quickly, and he quickly recalled Zhao Yang's performance in the Glory League. As Lin Hai's only strong point, his playing style is both hard and soft, and he fully demonstrates the characteristics of a Qigong master. However, due to the team's weakness, he is basically on the defensive in most games against strong teams. Wait, what is his account called? It seems to be Hi Willian. Hi. See? Oh my god. Zhang Jiala jumped up and opened Weibo. As expected, he just saw the retirement statement and blessings from Zhao Yang that the Lin Hai Club had just issued. Oh my god. I found a treasure. Zhang Jiala shouted and started dialing. I have to call quickly, otherwise someone will definitely get there first. Zhao Yang still didn't find a chance to start the game. Fans surrounded him and asked questions comparable to those of relatives during the holidays. Just as he was thinking about how to find a suitable reason to let everyone go, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and was stunned. Captain Zhang? He read it subconsciously. Captain Zhang? Which Captain Zhang? Wait, isn't it Lele? Why is he calling it this time? Wait. Captain Zhao is the king of the first district. Are you asking Captain Zhao to play professionally? The fans who heard Zhao Yang talking to himself immediately exploded, and they all talked about Zhang Jiala's purpose. You play professionally? Zhao Yang was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be targeted as soon as he retired. It was Zhang Jiala, the current number 1 in the national server. Captain Zhao. That's great. Lele is very strong. If you team up with Lele's grandson, you can definitely win the championship. The fans immediately began to encourage Zhao Yang. They saw the contributions Zhao Yang has made to Lin Hai over the years. They all knew how much this big boy had given in his 6-year professional career. Now, he suddenly got a chance to go to a higher stage, and the fans really didn't want him to miss it. Champion? Zhao Yang whispered this word that was a little unfamiliar to him. Lin Hai's highest goal for so many years was just a playoff. The championship, he didn't even dare to think about it. And now, he actually has such a chance to win the championship? He subconsciously looked around at the fans, but he only saw encouragement in their eyes. It's okay, Zhao Yang, go ahead. Your heart and blood should not have cooled down yet, right? Zhao Yang answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Jiala didn't even say a word of greeting. You're C, right? Yeah. No need to say anything. Come play top lane with us, let's go win a championship for fun, how about that? Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yang felt that life was really amazing. He had just signed the retirement statement and left the professional arena 20 minutes ago. And now, he and 2 other old guys who refused to admit defeat had to make a desperate sprint towards a peak that they had never dared to dream of. He entered the game that he had not had time to check, but found that he had not been online for the past 2 days, and the friend requests were already full. There were many familiar IDs among them. Yi Xiu, Zhang Jiala, Yuan Zhou. Since his debut, Zhao Yang has been compared with Jieshi of the same period. Jieshi is a shining 2-time champion and deputy GOAT. And he, Zhao Yang, can't even make it to the playoffs. But now, the opportunity to overtake on the curve seems to have come. Yi Xiu took a small spoon and stirred the coffee cup. Since he ran away from home at the age of 15, this thing has basically not been considered in his daily beverage range. The reason why he drank it again today was because Jieshi made a special trip to H City just to discuss something with him. They are now in a quiet coffee shop. There is no way. The alliance has united with the small club, and we are powerless to save the situation. Jieshi took a sip of coffee, and his tone could not tell whether it was helpless or some other emotion. Then what are you going to do next? Yi Xiu was a little curious. The club's resources cannot be used directly, including the youth trainees, who have to stay in the Glory Alliance honestly. The best case scenario is to put on a vest and build a team with more potential. Jieshi did not hide too much. But to be honest, since we can't recruit young players to participate, the chances of getting an LPL spot are not great. Whether it is Tyranny or Tiny Herb, when forming a team, they will subconsciously pay more attention to their own young players. There is no way, it is an old habit formed during the Glory period. Now that the youth training is restricted, even if they change their vests, their strength will inevitably be greatly reduced. Don't you have Gao Yingjie? I remember his contract expires this year? Would it be better to let him lead the team? Gao Yingjie's contract expired at the end of June, but Tiny Herb was not in a hurry to renew his contract. At that time, it was to wait and see the future direction of the esports industry, but now Gao Yingjie has become a bug that jumps out of the rules. In fact, that's what we think. Jieshi nodded. Letting Jie lead the team and try to advance as far as possible in the subsequent qualifiers. At the same time, we will train his team leading and leadership skills, as well as his mentality. Yi Xiu listened quietly to Jieshi's introduction, pondered for a while, and suddenly laughed. I know why you, Dian, are here. You are here to solve Yifun's problem. If I'm not mistaken, you should let Yifun play with us for a year. Xiao Yifun is a difficult point for Tiny Herb to deal with, although Jieshi later realized the great potential of this kid and gave him due attention. But after all, it was Yi Xiu who came first. As the nobleman who pulled Xiao Yifun out of the mud, Yi Xiu's favorability in Xiao Yifun's heart is higher than Jieshi's. This is why Xiao Yifun's double-row partner has always been Yu Wenba. Not only that, Xiao Yifun has a more fatal point to Gaoingjie, he is a little too dazzling. In the game environment of League of Legends, his advantage in the overall situation is played out tenfold and 100-fold. In addition, he already has a good level of operation, so he can be said to be like a fish in water in League of Legends. His outstanding record in double row with Yu Wenba is the best proof. Compared with Muen, who is only a good mid lane in the national server, 1-inch Grey has entered the discussion range of the strongest support in the national server. Even now, many strategies for placing wards and exploring vision in League of Legends were written by this quiet boy. If Gaoingjie and Xiao Yifun are still allowed to lead the team together, who will be the leader at that time? Wei Chao is unwilling to let the future core that they have cultivated with all their efforts go to waste. But it is also painful to let a talent like Xiao Yifun slip away in vain. Xiao Yifun happened to be in Xiao's camp, but his heart was with Han, so why not do a favor and give Yi Xiu a favor and let Xiao Yifun go to their place to train for a year? When Gaoingjie's leadership ability is trained, maybe Jieshi will be able to get away by then, and then find a way to invite Xiao Yifun back. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Sure enough, you are worthy of it, and you guessed it right. Jieshi smiled. Aren't you afraid that Liu Bei will borrow Jingzhou? Yi Xiu smiled insidiously and shamelessly. Jia is still in Wei Chao, isn't he? Jieshi was calm. Given the good relationship between Gaoingjie and Xiao Yifun, even if Gaoingjie still favors Yi Xiu, as long as Gaoingjie speaks, the probability of pulling Xiao Yifun back to Tiny Herb will not be low. Yi Xiu's smile froze slightly. But soon, he retorted, not to be outdone, you have a good plan. But I have to say something ugly first. Our goal at Happy is definitely to win the World Championship. If we succeed, by then, Xiao Yifun will be crowned the champion. Are you sure Gaoingjie's prestige can suppress him? This time, it was Jieshi's turn to freeze his smile. After a while, he cursed unhappily, old fox. Same here. The top clubs are making plans, and the bottom clubs are lying down. But there are some clubs that are neither up nor down, and they are in chaos and focusing on slacking off. These are. Xu Yunxiu looked at the thick stack of contracts that the manager put in front of her, and she felt a little dizzy. The manager's tone was quite proud. Yunxiu, this is an opportunity we have fought for you after many trips. Logically speaking, with the suspension of the league, Yanyu, which has invested a lot this season, should have suffered heavy losses. But the management's imagination is so strange. Glory is suspended. That means there is no need to play games? Then can Xu Yunxiu take endorsements and shoot commercials with peace of mind? Yanyu management does not care whether the club can make further progress in the future. They only care about whether they can make more money. As the only remaining all-star female player in the league after Su Mucheng retired, Xu Yunxiu's commercial value is unquestionable even if there are no games to play. If not now, when? So, at this time when almost everyone in the major clubs is in danger and wants to survive, Yanyu does not retreat but advances and strikes hard. The manager flew back and forth between major sponsors, relying on his eloquence to get a large number of contracts for Xu Yunxiu. Some were shooting commercials, some were doing live broadcasts, and some were even shooting variety shows. It was as if they were going to help Xu Yunxiu debut in the entertainment industry. I'm telling you, Yunxiu, you must seize this half-year window of opportunity. Yenyu's manager was beaming with joy and talking eloquently, like a mustache in a beer hall. He seemed to have seen the wonderful moment when Xu Yunxiu would soar to the sky and reach the top of popularity. But Xu Yunxiu looked at the manager who was calculating the accounts so well, and then looked at the pile of commercials that would take who knows how long to shoot, and suddenly felt it was ridiculous. If before, when the management threw Lu Hanwen to her without any explanation, she could at least be considered a professional player, then what about now? What is she, who will have to run around on various sets for the next 6 months? Xu Yunxiu suddenly felt that it was quite boring, not interesting at all. All-star, female captain, and overthrowing tyranny in the playoffs to enter the semifinals, it's all. She is just a tool to make money. Yenyu's manager was still talking eloquently. But Xu Yunxiu stared at the pile of contracts dully, her body swayed, and she actually fell down on the spot. Yunxiu? Yunxiu! Blue Rain Club. It's still a little short of expectations. Yu Wonjo sighed. Blue Rain hasn't made many big moves during this period. After all, they have the best youth training system in the country. Apart from anything else, Yang Fan and Li Xianjun, who were not well known in the training camp, quickly became famous in the national server after trying to switch to League of Legends. Li Xianjun is known for his colorful play in the upper unit, and he dares to use anything to play the top lane. Once again, he played Lucian in the top lane, and he made a full 501 knives in 30 minutes. The key is that Zhang Jiala was right in front of him in that game, and he exclaimed that this Saint Spear brother was so strong. So Li Xianjun got the nickname of Saint Spear brother in Blue Rain. As for Yang Fan, there is no need to say more. He is one of the 3 Draven in the national server, as famous as Jackie Love. And Yu Wonjo found that this evil view has a big advantage. That is, as long as the team is willing to give him resources, he can really play operations worthy of this trust. Even Yu Wonjo considered whether to tailor a set of 4 Protect 1 tactics for him. With the emergence of these 2 good seedlings, and the fact that Huang Xiaotian and Yu Wonjo have also been transforming smoothly during this period, there is no need to go to the national server to dig for treasures all over the world. The framework of Blue Rain has been initially established. However, under such a good situation, there is also a slightly less perfect place, that is, the mid lane. Although there are a few young people playing mid lane in the youth training camp, their level has not reached a particularly outstanding level. There is no way, after all, the training focus of Honor is a world away from that of League of Legends. Not everyone can adapt to the sudden transformation. So Blue Rain has been looking for a favorite mid lane candidate these 2 days. Captain, Showmaker is online. Huang Xiaotian suddenly shouted. I'll add him right away. Yu Wonjo's eyes lit up. Showmaker, the top mid lane in the national server, is currently in the top 20 in the national server. His playing style is steady and fierce, and his team spirit is excellent. Most importantly, Showmaker is a rare player who basically never goes up. Although there are many highlights, there is basically no such situation where people rush up when their heads are hot. There is no doubt that this is a hot commodity. However, Showmaker's online time is not very long, especially in recent times. It has been greatly reduced. It is finally online, so naturally we have to recruit vigorously. Su Xiao, I always feel that I live in someone's shadow. Shu Yunxiu curled up in her bed with a pillow in her arms. She didn't cry, but she might as well cry. Her eyes were empty, her expression was haggard, and her face was blank. She just looked up at the empty ceiling and laughed at her career that was nothing. After all the fuss, she was still a vase, a tool that made money by relying on her female identity and a good appearance. She subconsciously took out Feng Cheng Yinyu's account card from her trouser pocket and threw it into the corner like throwing away garbage. At first, she was quite happy when she learned that she had inherited a male account, thinking that this should be able to filter out some of the strange looks. But now it seems that it is nothing more than a joke. Even though she has broken through her previous weakness and led the team to overthrow the giants, even though she has proved time and again that her all-star status is the result of hard work, she is still that very powerful female player. Even if she has been in a club for several years, what they value is only her commercial value. This professional game is really cowardly. After being almost suffocated by the manager, she was helped back to her room. But the manager didn't realize the reason why Chu Yunxiu was angry at all, and thought that she was just too tired during this period. It's just right, go out and shoot some commercials, just like going on a trip, just for you to relax. The manager thought it was beautiful. However, Chu Yunxiu didn't want to relax at all, she just wanted to make her busyness meaningful. For example, there. She turned on the computer and logged into the League of Legends. Although she was beaten up by Jieshi and her heart was broken when she first came into contact with this game, after savoring it carefully, she was still deeply attracted by the charm of the League of Legends. During the whole off-season, besides taking care of the children, the thing she did most was to gain points in League of Legends. She even rushed to the top 20 in the national server. She took the word show from her name Chu Yunxiu and used English to avoid attracting attention. Considering its meaning and making a slight change, the mid-lane thigh showmaker who was famous in the canyon was born. The ID of League of Legends is not so well known because the league has not yet started. At least, no one knows that showmaker is Chu Yunxiu. In the canyon, she turned the tide and won the game. Her teammates exclaimed that the mid lane is the father. It was the happiest moment for Chu Yunxiu during this period. Only at this time did she feel that she had a bit of what a professional player should be like. When the game went online, a long row of friend requests came into view. The one at the front was an account named Satan. Clicking in, it was a player who played mainly as a support, with a very high win rate, but not that many ranked games played. Shu Yunxiu subconsciously agreed. Agreed. Yu Wenzhou's eyes lit up, and he quickly typed the recruiting words he had prepared long ago. Hello, is this Showmaker himself? I am Yu Wenzhou, the captain of the Blue Rain team. Your performance in the canyon is very outstanding, and we think you are a great fit for our Blue Rain team. So we sincerely invite you to come to our Blue Rain Club to participate in the trial training. As expected of a highly institutionalized club, compared to Zhang Jiala, a makeshift team that recruits people as soon as they meet, Blue Rain already has a mature trial training system. Even if Showmaker is strong, if he can't adapt to the Blue Rain system, Blue Rain will not force him to integrate. Yu Wenzhou's typing speed is not fast, but every word is obviously carefully considered. Seeing that Showmaker did not answer and seemed to be thinking, he began to introduce the advantages of the Blue Rain Club one by one. Considering that Showmaker and the jungler have a good degree of cooperation, he also deliberately exposed Huang Xiaotian. Our jungler for next season is Huang Xiaotian, the former swordsman of the Honor Professional League. His ID in the canyon is annoying, you should know the strength of this ID. Compared with Yu Wenzhou, who has to distract himself from club management and tactics, Huang Xiaotian is not so particular. He spends all day in the canyon, using the ID annoying that Yu Wenzhou gave him, and is also a top-level player in the national server. The few flaws are that the voice and signal systems are a little difficult to use in the game with him. Yu Wenzhou believes that there should be a chance to make the other party tempted. But Showmaker was silent for a long time, and finally blurted out a sentence. Did Captain Yu get Xiaotian's ID? It's quite appropriate. Yu Wenzhou's pupils shrank suddenly, and he turned his head to look at Huang Xiaotian. The two said in unison, it's an old acquaintance. Zero Xiaotian, who do you think it is? Yu Wenzhou's eyes were a little excited. It was impossible not to be excited. If they could recruit an old rival of the Glory League, it would be much more beneficial to the club than a passerby. After all, on the one hand, they know each other well, and on the other hand, the quality of professional players is there. They have played in the game and are more adaptable to the professional management and training mode than passers-by. Huang Xiaotian thought carefully and shook his head. It's hard to guess, there are too many. After all, the gap between Glory and League of Legends is too big. No one can say whether the top players of Glory can adapt to League of Legends. Showmaker likes to play a mage, and there are 4 magic professions in Glory, and there are dozens of players. It's too hard to guess. No matter who it is, since he is a professional player, we must win him over. Yu Wenzhou's eyes were eager. At this time, recruiting professional players is a business with no investment and huge profits. The reason is very simple. Since the teams in the 2 leagues are not interconnected, in theory, as long as the players of the Glory League announce their retirement, unless their clubs predict the future and block their contracts in advance, they can seamlessly transfer to the League of Legends without even paying a transfer fee. After thinking carefully, Yu Wenzhou replied, I came up with it. It fits his talkative nature. Shu Yunxiu looked at Yu Wenzhou's reply and found it quite interesting. If I guessed correctly, this big-hearted guy should be racking his brains to guess my identity. She casually chatted with Yu Wenzhou about IDs and other casual topics. Until Yu Wenzhou suddenly asked a question. Satan, what's going on in the league now? Shu Yunxiu was stunned, and her thoughts were suddenly pulled back to the cruel reality, and she smiled bitterly. Showmaker, not so good, the season is suspended, people are panicking. Showmaker, many people were laid off, some underdog clubs chose to play badly. Some clubs took advantage of the 6-month hiatus to make a lot of money. Showmaker, sometimes I really want to retire. As the captain of Misty Rain, Shu Yunxiu, she never reveals her vulnerability to the outside world. But now, with the name of Showmaker, she can reveal her true self a little. However, on the other side, I know who it is. Yu Wenzhou looked at the message sent by Showmaker and nodded. Ah, you know it now? Who is it, Captain? Huang Xiaotian had a question mark on his face. Shu Yunxiu. Yu Wenzhou's eyes were focused and calm. The emphasis of her second sentence is obviously on the second half, that is, her club is using her to make money. Among the current clubs in Glory, the only one that is still able to make money and is willing to do so at this point in time is Yenyu, who has the best female player in the league. Yu Wenzhou sighed, with a little more sympathy in his tone. If I'm not mistaken, Yenyu should be taking advantage of this 6-month suspension period to squeeze Shu Yunxiu's commercial value. She must be having a hard time now. Yu Wenzhou knew exactly what kind of nightmare Shu Yunxiu was facing. What should we do? Huang Xiaotian asked a nonsense question. Get ready to welcome our mid-laner. Yu Wenzhou smiled and started typing. After venting some of her worries, Shu Yunxiu felt better. She was under too much pressure during this period. But, Yu Wenzhou shouldn't be able to see it, right? However, she still underestimated Yu Wonjo. Satan, come to Blue Rain, Captain Chu, let's go for the championship together. No, you recognized him right away? I haven't even said a few words yet. Showmaker, as expected, those who play tactics have dirty hearts. But while typing this sentence, Chu Yunxiu subconsciously became a little dazed again. Go to Blue Rain? Playing League of Legends. Seems not bad. But, is there really such a big difference between there and Yenyu? They are both commercial clubs, so it is likely that they are not of the same character? Chu Yunxiu typed quickly. Showmaker, go to Blue Rain, and then accept endorsements for Blue Rain to make money? Showmaker, I've had enough of this kind of life. After these two sentences were sent, Yu Wonjo stopped talking. Chu Yunxiu waited for a while, thinking that the other party was at a loss for words, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Oh, as expected. Everyone is targeting her to make money from her, and being a commercial doll should be the final destination of people like her. Going to Blue Rain or staying in Yenyu, it's all the same. She deserves it. Chu Yunxiu's eyes became lazy. Anyway, she couldn't resist, so she just passively accepted it. Going to the entertainment industry to make money, it seems. Not impossible? Just when she was about to find a few polite words to end this meaningless conversation, Yu Wonjo suddenly sent another message, which was out of context. Satan, sorry, I didn't word it properly just now. Now I'll say it again. Inappropriate wording? Was it? Why didn't I see it? Chu Yunxiu was a little confused. But the next second, she was shocked. Satan, Showmaker, the national server's best mid-laner, on behalf of the Blue Rain Club, I would like to formally invite you to participate in the tryout for the mid-lane position of our club's League of Legends team. Satan, Blue Rain needs a super mid-laner who can dominate the entire field. Chu Yunxiu was shocked. Oh, right. Yu Wonjo came this time to find Showmaker, not Chu Yunxiu. It seems that they really came to find me to play a game. Super mid-laner? This title doesn't seem to have the word female in it. Since her debut, most of the titles Chu Yunxiu has received are basically linked to her gender. What is the strongest female player? The first female captain, the goddess of Misty Rain. But this time, Blue Rain really doesn't seem to care whether she is a man or a woman. By the way, Blue Rain seems to be known as a Buddhist temple. Showmaker, the best mid-laner? Chu Yunxiu looked at Yu Wonjo's address to herself on the screen, and for some reason, she liked it the most. It was 100 times more pleasing to the eye than the male body of Fengcheng Misty Rain. Showmaker, I have one condition. Manager Yenyu was waiting outside when he suddenly saw Chu Yunxiu coming out of the room with a stack of contracts. Yunxiu. The manager was overjoyed and hurried forward to ask about her health. I hope you're fine, Pa. However, his vision suddenly turned white, and then he felt a slight pain on his face. Chu Yunxiu stood there calmly, keeping one hand raised. Just now, she used all her strength to slap the stack of contracts, Fengcheng Yenyu's account card, and a prepared retirement statement on the manager's disgusting face. For some reason, Chu Yunxiu wanted to swear now. Let's indulge ourselves once, just as a farewell to the past. TN, I quit. On this day, Yenyu suddenly and abruptly released the retirement statement of Captain Chu Yunxiu. Although they still expressed their reluctance and blessings to Chu Yunxiu, for some reason, Yenyu fans could always smell a little bit of gnashing of teeth between the lines. At the same time, Blue Rain suddenly released a welcome notice. After friendly discussions and exchanges, the national server high-scoring roulette mid-lane, ID, Showmaker, will officially join the Blue Rain family and serve as the mid-lane position of the Blue Rain League of Legends team. Blue Rain fans saw it and thought, oh, they have recruited a high-scoring roulette king, that's great. Yi Xiu and Zhang Jiala are both frantically recruiting people, so it's a good idea for our little Blue Rain to get one too. Some of the League of Legends players who are good at playing the game began to popularize Showmaker's powerful strength, which made fans look forward to a bright future. But until the offline stage of the qualifying competition officially started, Blue Rain released the final makeup photo of the League of Legends team. Chu Yunxiu, wearing the Blue Rain uniform with Showmaker printed on it, stood in the center of the Blue Rain 5 Tigers with a wanton smile on his face. At this time, the little bald donkeys began to be dumbfounded. Blue Rain Buddhist Temple. Is there a nun? It's the new year. However, these are all later stories. In China, various grassroots teams are recruiting people in full swing, but in some foreign regions, the situation is different. In China, Pei Yunting was able to firmly grasp the operation of the league in his own hands with his years of deep cultivation and external support. But abroad, he also had to make certain compromises and delegate power to some local snakes. For example, South Korea. South Korea's attitude towards League of Legends is quite strange. Logically speaking, They should be quite repulsive to this competitive product, as the esports field is completely controlled by the World Electronic Sports Association. But in fact, it seems not to be the case. Before Pae-Yunting came out of nowhere, South Korea's esports was in a kind of mysterious balance. Rather than saying that the World Electronic Sports Association swallowed up South Korea's KESPA, it is better to say that the consortium behind KESPA saw the benefits of Honor Esports: stable input-output ratio, you can win the game by spending money on equipment, and the players are easy to control, etc. Obviously, in terms of commercialization, creating Honor Esports idols is much more stable than creating StarCraft Esports idols. Why bother if you can make money lying down? Therefore, the chaebols did not hesitate to throw away the inefficient way of making money of KESPA and chose to join the World Electronic Sports Association to make money lying down. But now, League of Legends has come out. The chaebols saw that although the money-making model seemed to be regressing to the StarCraft era, but the traffic was really huge. Internet cafes throughout South Korea were quickly occupied by League of Legends players without any special publicity. With this popularity, the chaebols felt that they could take a risk. It was just right to give a little justice to the notorious esports, so that they could continue to make money in the future. Therefore, when Pae-Yunting was ready to talk to the Korean branch for a while, he found that they did not have the arrogant and opposing mood of the domestic branch. Instead, they easily accepted the positioning of the organizer and expressed their willingness to build the league according to the competition system required by Tinghai. Pae-Yunting was also confused about this at first, but the good reputation and amazing achievements of Korean esports in his previous life still affected his judgment to some extent. After all, it is a country that has cultivated so many esports legends. Even if it changes time and space, it will not do too badly. Right? Therefore, the baseball national chapter of the World Electronic Sports Association has become one of the few chapters that has reached a friendly cooperative relationship with Tinghai. It's just that how they will run the league. It's hard to say. Victory! Controlling Rise with the ID hide on bush to flatten the opponent's crystal, Lee Xianghe took off his headphones and let out a long breath. Next game? He turned his head and asked Jin Hakue beside him, deliberately lowering his voice to prevent noise. Take a break. Jin Hakue shook his head. He looked a little haggard, with big dark circles under his eyes, obviously caused by the day and night ranking during this period. Okay. Lee Xianghe nodded, then leaned back and began to be absent-minded. In a few months, relying on their own talents, thinking, and the little knowledge they learned in the Chinese server, the two young men from Mapo High School were able to stand out in the Korean server and quickly entered the vision of professional teams. Now they are ordinary youth trainees of the esports club SKT-T1, funded by the Korean telecommunications giant SK Telecom. There are dozens of young people like them who have achieved high ranks in the rankings and then come to the professional team youth training camp to pursue their dreams. For the talented young people in the Korean server, they work day and night to gain points. The highest pursuit is to become a member of these youth training camps. As for pulling a team to play in the game? Wake up, what can you use to compete with the teams under the chaebol? Without the ban, those big clubs that controlled the Korean esports during the glory period announced the establishment of branches at the first time, and then exhausted the young talents in the country. Now, even if Lee Sang-hyuk and Kim Hyuk-kyu just want to get a seat in the second team, they have to compete with several other talented mid laners and talented bottom laners in the same team. It has to be said that at least they have regained the fine tradition of KOSPA's fierce competition and serious internal circulation. Lee Xianghe is not afraid of hardship or competition. He is confident in his talent and perseverance. But some things. Xianghe, do you think I should pour the water myself? An arrogant voice echoed in the training room. Right away. Sorry, brother Jae-yoon. Lee Xianghe, who had just relaxed a little, jumped up from the gaming chair as if he was pricked by a needle. Without caring about much, he rushed to the water dispenser and took a paper cup to get a glass of water. During the process, he carefully controlled the ratio of hot water and cold water to ensure that the temperature was just right. Then, under the premise of ensuring that the water would not spill, he delivered the cup of water to a perverse young man as quickly as possible. The young man took the cup of water, but only took a sip. After feeling that the temperature was just right for drinking, he nodded with satisfaction. Sang-hyuk is still sensible. Then he turned around and scolded the dull young man who was scolded by him like a chicken and lowered his head. Learn something? What a mess. Lee Xianghe stood aside cautiously, watching the young man named Zhang Yenyong being bullied by brother Zion, but he didn't dare to show any sympathy. In South Korea, SKT is considered a competitive League of Legends team. Of course, it is not because they recruited Lee Xianghe and Kim Hyuk-kyu, but because they attracted a player who chose to transform. In South Korea, the name of the StarCraft era is followed. There are also the names of the 5 major players in the Glory League, similar to the 5 major titles in China. Among them, the former boxer player Park Zion resolutely chose to transform after the League of Legends came out and the league was suspended. He quickly became famous and was recruited by the SKT team as a top player. With his status and qualifications, even in the long-running Glory Circle, most players have to be respectful to him. Not to mention the young people in League of Legends? The deformed culture of seniors and juniors in South Korea, coupled with the collapse of coaching culture during the Glory era, it is destined that in a young esports field, old guys like him can act recklessly. Lee Xianghua could guess the reason why Park Jae-yoon bullied him in Zhang Yenyoung. As the best mid-lane player in the youth training camp, he has a good chance of entering the first team and partnering with Park Manhwa. And his style of being good at assassins and magic cores naturally requires a certain tactical tilt to best exert his strength. This guy is warning himself not to compete with him for the core position. As for Zhang Yenyoung, it is even more obvious. He, who also plays the top position, is a disaster when he comes to the SKT training camp. It was not until Park Jae-yoon left with satisfaction that Lee Xianghua shrank his neck and returned to his position lightly. He didn't even dare to step forward to comfort Zhang Yenyoung with tears in his eyes. After returning to his seat, Lee Xianghua started the next ranking game inside. Brother Xianghua. Jin Hukue looked at him cautiously. I'm fine. Lee Xianghua shook his head and showed a comforting smile. But deep in his heart, there was a voice that kept asking, can a team with internal intrigue really chase the final trophy?